digital bends under virtual skies. He slapped the challenges, time flies. Decision on point tactics so fine. Every racer's goal is to cross that line. 24 combos, the challenge is real. In sim racing battles, only one will seal. Team Redline to lock, the crown is still. In this relentless pursuit on the virtual wheel. The night wears on, race against the clock. 24 hours, the action doesn't stop. Feel the pulse rise, it's all so quick. Each team's dream so vivid and thick. Race against the clock, 24 hours, the action doesn't stop. Feel the pulse rise, it's all so quick. Each team's dream so vivid and thick. The night wears on, the stakes get higher. Each team's resolve, fueled by fire. In this virtual cockpit, skills are king. The ultimate goal, the victory to bring.
For twice around the clock, drivers are focused at the task at hand, but it's not the traditional endurance race. Welcome to VCO Infinity, 24 races in 24 hours. Twice Team Redline have reigned supreme, who can try and bring the fight to them as we get set to go for its third edition. Delighted you can join us here on VCO Esports for all of the action. My name is Arjuna Kankipati, joined alongside by Lewis McLeod as we get ready to get underway. And Lewis, I think let's be honest, we've been waiting quite a while for this moment for us to finally return for VCO Infinity.
Yeah, I mean, look, we're glad to be back. Obviously, this is an event like no other. You know, at no point do we ever do like this whole championship in a day kind of vibe, going through 24 races in 24 hours, 5 different cars, 5 different tracks. I mean, this stuff is absolutely crazy. The dominant force is Team Redline, and to be perfectly honest, since the last time we did Infinity, I think they've even got stronger.
We wondered if they were the best team in sim racing back then when we first did this, and they, like you say, from strength to strength and across the different platforms. But because we have 24 races, we mix things up, right? You have multiple drivers, each driver required to drive at least 2 different cars over the course of the day. Let's talk through what we've got in store in terms of those cars, in terms of tracks as well. 5 machines. The IndyCar returns, but then the Ferrari 296, new, of course, to iRacing last year, new for us here as well. The Mazda MX-5, not MX-3, and then Super Formula Lights and the Xfinity Series machines, Lewis, join us for the fun.
Yeah, of course, Super Formula Lights being pretty new. So excited to see how they race. You know, we have raced with the, what was the IRO 4, is now the Formula 4. We've raced with that before. Race is fairly similar, obviously slightly different, but you know, in the same kind of vein. Very curious as to how the MX-3 gets on. Never seen it before.
It's a brand new car, new to the world of iRacing. Here's a look, though, at the 5 tracks that we'll go racing at. Daytona's become a bit of a staple for us here at VCO Infinity, and it returns alongside another high-speed thrill, the Temple of Speed, Autodrome Nacional in Monza. But then Phillip Island, Algarve, Portimao, and Road Atlanta, 3 small, slightly smaller tracks, maybe a little bit more technical. That's going to be quite interesting.
Yeah, they're all going to race slightly differently. That's the important bit. You know, Daytona's all about slipstream. Monza, yeah, saw it slipstream, but it's a slightly different style of racing. Phillip Island's going to be about survival. Algarve is probably one of the ones that they've raced the least on the platform. And Road Atlanta, let's be honest, everyone knows it. So going to be very, very interesting how they get on with all the different cars as well.
Let's talk about the teams because, well, we've got returning teams and we've got some new teams as well. See some of the logos, of course, the Apex Racing team, BS Competition, Altus, Absolute Motorsport, a handful of those teams returning, but the Blue Rose Racing team, Benzo Racing, Altitude Esports, ATRS, and even Brabham Esports, one of those teams that do return for this year. This is a look, though, at some of the other teams, and this is where some of those new faces are really emerging.
Yeah, indeed. You know, obviously, you've got the ones that you all know about. Coanda, top left. You've got Drago Racing in there, Grid and Go, all ones that we kind of expect to do quite well. Yeah, the Falcon Sim Racing team also. But yeah, it's nice to see like some more of the community teams, some of the teams that we don't necessarily see at this level of racing going toe-to-toe with some of these teams like Eclipse and German Sim Racing and that kind of like.
Yeah, plenty of teams to talk about, and I'm sure we'll get our chance to talk about the storylines over the course of the day. Here's a look at a couple more: Maradness, M Squad, Obsidian, and Movano, the middle three teams on the top. Parnell, Pikes from Beach Racing, I think that's the correct team name. We've got some fun, that's for sure, coming up. And then as you work your way into the final couple of pages, you finally start to find, well, some of the favorites.
Particularly that one bottom right, Team Redline. Are they going to be the team to beat? I mean, the answer to that question is yes, but who's going to be the one to take it to them? Let's be honest, the greatest team in sim racing, Team PGZ there as well. Let's see what they can represent.
How much did they pay you for that?
It's negotiating.
Negotiation? Okay, still under talks, apparently. Here's a look at the final teams. The Williams Esports joined by their Academy squad as well. We're going to be interested to see how a handful of these teams, including WSI Esports, the renamed in many ways Pure Sims effort that we've seen in the past, but under new management, and should be quite exciting to see how they all go. Qualifying in the books, though, for the first race of the day. And Lewis, it's iRacing at Daytona, one of the combos that we've never raced in VCO INFINITY, even though both the car and track have been a staple.
Yeah, indeed. And they've had to nail the qualifying. As much as track position is not super important around here, you only get one lap in qualifying. It's already caused its fair share of dramas and trip-ups in the first qualifying session of the day.
We are ready to go, though. Let's take you down to the starting grid. Let's see how they'll line up for the first 45 minutes of racing action, because we've never seen this combo before. Excited to see how it's all going to play out. And late notice for a second Grid and Go team to join us on the grid, but they rocket to the front in qualifying. And it'll be Yessi Tekula that brings us to the green alongside Diogo Pinto. Less than a quarter of a tenth, though, between the two drivers. Second red line car with Gustavo Ariel lines up alongside Ryan Barneveld on the second row with Tommy Catala and then Jose Soria in the United Simsport team, rounding out the front three starting rows. Falcon Sim Racing and then Williams Esports Academy 7th and 8th with Altus and Williams, the main team, lining up directly behind the Academy. Both Coanda Esports machines line up on row 6 with Pedro Sanchez Albert and then Luca Kita 13th and 14th for BS Plus and Apex Racing Team. Race Clutch, Benzo Racing, ATRS Esports, and then Pike from Beach Racing through your top 18 and making up the rest of the top 20, Maniti and Scherer Esports. WSI Esports Butt Kicker, Was Cooking Racing Adventures, Team PGZ and Blue Rose Racing Team. 1 second splitting the top 24 as we round our way to the halfway mark of the grid. Precision Racing Esports, Eclipse Simsports, Impulse Racing, Movano Corsa, and then Rocket Simsport and Obsidian Racing, the rest of the top 30. We're rolling through the grid because they're getting ready to go for their formation lap. Delatrals Automotive, Olympus Esports, Project Valorous, Wave Italy Racing Team, Visceral and XBD, top 18 rows, and we're still going. Look at the monster field we've got on display. Kramer Racing Esports, West Competition Racing, Team Fordzilla, the CRZ Simsport Squad, and then SMP Racing Esports, Altitude Esports, and still going as we get to Parnell Racing, Apex Racing Academy, Absolute Motorsport, and then Screen to Speed Dream Team. Rincon Racing, DLR SimLab, and then still going to find STR Esports, German Sim Racing, W2 ePro GP, Symphony of Pistons, Drago Racing, the first car with no time on the board, along with Maradness and Brabham down the very back. I can finally breathe, Lewis, but not for long because we're about to get the action underway.
There's a few cars in that. Obviously, the field even bigger than what we've had before. 55 cars, 55 teams to take on the 24 hours of racing. That in the middle of your screen, though, that is the target for everyone to beat. Team Redline, who can do it?
And they had a bit of a check-up there. Almost saw a bit of chaos before we even got VCO INFINITY underway. And let's not forget, Lewis, these do tend to be rather dramatic affairs because while 24-hour races can be rather slow at times, we don't have 24 hours of racing in the same way. We have 24 race starts, 24 race finishes.
Yep, and so 24 at least minimum moments of drama. Let's see who's going to win this first race, though, and get the door open on this championship.
Pace car off and away, ready to go for the third edition of VCO Infinity. The IR18s are ready to storm the banking at the Daytona International Speedway, and it's grid and go, and Jesse Tekela that will lead us in towards the opening corner. Redline, of course, fighting second and third and blocking the path of those behind. Diogo Pinto, Gustavo Ariel, single file amongst them. Has been a bit of chaos in the background as you see the cars filter off into that international horseshoe, and three wide, a couple rows deep as big sends being made.
Yeah, it was expected. Driver who got the best start in all of the top grouping, though, would have been Jose Soria. Whoa, that's a big old crash towards the back end of the field. A lot of cars involved in that, at least sort of 6-7 cars involved. Can see W2E Pro, altitude as well, even more drama.
I mean, heavens, as we get ready to come back onto the banking, we've already lost about 7 cars, I think, from the tail end of the trains, and one of the Coanda Esports cars, Michael Romanidis, running very wide. This is where fixed setup as well, Lewis. They don't have the ability to have dialed out any downforce. They're all dealing with the same amount of tow as the other cars have around.
Yeah, which would be very interesting as to how they're going to deal with the slipstream stuff. Typically, we see those slipstream games. Normally, you want to run your car fairly low on downforce. You can already see some of the push-to-pass being used by Tekela, the race leader. Obviously, this is the car. As much as they're running a fixed setup, they do have push-to-pass which they can use as they see fit through the race.
Push to pass, push to defend, two sides of the same coin. One thing just to point out as well, we have already had a disqualification for using the wrong team, and so for Brabham Esports, they will take no further part in race number 1. In towards the opening corner, they will fly once more though, and you can see that the field not really being separated out at least too much just yet. The Apex Racing team having a look on Williams Esports. That's Carl Janssen fighting side by side with Luca Kita.
Yeah, Janssen's trying to really send it at the moment to try and find his way past. Got to the outside now, coming into the horseshoe, into the international horseshoe. Going to try and commit all the way around the outside. It's going to be a bit of a brave one. Luca Kita holds firm though. Got to be careful though. Might open up the door for that Coanda car behind. We know how strong they can be in events like this.
Yeah, and you know, this is one of those events where it's going to be interesting, given that you do have to drive 2 cars minimum per driver, how you decide to play all this out. Carl Janssen, of course, we saw him in the ISOWC a couple of years ago, fighting with Valtteri Landa, specifically at Sebring, where they almost crashed into one another on pit entry, but he's got experience in this car. Does Luca Kita have that same level of experience? But experience is not going to matter too much, Lewis, when the field's as strong as it is here today.
Yeah, indeed. Like I say, this is going to be really, really tricky for anyone to kind of piece their way through the event in a consistent basis. That's the kind of joy of jumping between the cars, of forcing them to jump between the cars. Very, very tricky. Absolutely loving that Team Redline. I was going to say it's wallpaper, but it's definitely not. It's all backlit and everything. That's crazy. That looks great.
The first time I saw it, I genuinely thought that Diogo Pinto had moved into the Redline office, but no, apparently not.
Is that in his house?
That is apparently his house, Lewis.
Oh my God, you couldn't bring a girl back to that, could you?
I mean, you could try. Now, what's behind Jesse Tekela? That's the question I've got. Is that art? Is that wires? Detective games already, man.
That's how his computer's cabled. So it's a fight as to whether he's actually going to keep the computer on all the way through the evening with all that. But no, it's fine. This is the whole game that we're going to play all day long, which is spying on what is behind the scenes of everyone's camera. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, that's just how it goes. The racing is second to it. Especially
when, we're going to be in this sort of... we say there's, 24 race starts, 24 finishes, but there's always that lull in between, right, where you kind of have to work through the middle part of the race. Pit stops going to happen in this car just because of the amount of fuel that it uses. But, GT3s, when we go racing in that, Lewis, you're not going to be needing to save any fuel to then maybe shorten time down on the pit lane, something I don't think we'll really be seeing too much of here today either.
No, exactly. It's why you've got to kind of be... Well, it's why what you'll see with a lot of teams, you keep your eye close to it. Very few teams will have a driver that will race in, to be fair, in 3 cars. Most drivers will probably take on just 2, maybe 3. Unlikely for Team Redline's just taken over the race. Lead, though, is going up high, is the grid and go car. I think they're more than happy to take over 3rd place at the moment because they can sit in the slipstream and save the fuel, which means that when they come in for their stop, they're not taking on quite as much fuel, so there's a short stop.
I'm wondering if we are going to end up seeing alternate tire compounds. Right now, everyone is on the primary compound, which is slightly harder. to put it in Formula One perspective, might be slightly easier. This is effectively our hard compound. There is a soft compound as well that exists, but right now only Olympus Esports, Symphony of Pistons and Team Fordzilla have elected to use it, so interesting to see that. And there's a big split starting to build between 14th and 15th position.
And to be clear, you don't have to use both compounds, do you?
No, you can use whatever compound you would. If you don't want to use one, you don't have to touch it.
Yeah, exactly. Now, you might generally ask then, as we see this switch for the Williams Esports Academy car, first dig of the day, that yellow is rubbish. Where's the day glow yellow on the Williams Academy car? That's just a boring yellow.
At least you agree it is yellow though, right?
It is yellow. That is, in fact, not brown. So at least there is that. I want the yellow like his gloves. I want that, like, bright. Williams are going to start hating me, aren't they?
Oh, yeah. Well, do you have a shirt from Williams?
I do have a shirt from
There you go. You're already sorted.
I've stolen both from Dara McCormack.
Bit of a wiggle as they work their way through the bus stop. One thing I will say is I was trying some of these setups out before the drivers got them. The bus stop, Daytona is an interesting track to set an Indy car up for. Let's just be perfectly clear on that one. You need enough speed down the straights to not be swarmed by the cars behind, but you also need to get through some of the corners with a little bit of efficiency. Bus stop can be quite tricky, and you need to be quite precise. Luca Kita precise around the outside to try and rob Romanidis of a spot, but Romanidis fights back.
Yeah, indeed. Like I say, it's very, very tricky in this grouping side by side as they work their way through. Coanda trying to defend from Apex. Also got Williams in there and the second of the Coanda cars. Bit of a lock-up there. I've seen a lot of lock-ups going into both the International and the West Horseshoe, which is obviously going to wear out the front right quite a bit. I'm not going to deal with flat spots. Don't worry about it. DW, don't it's not a thing. Don't worry. But it will be wearing out that front right quite a bit. Thankfully, around here, as much as you would typically expect, with a circuit that goes this way, you would lean on your front right quite a lot. Because you're doing a lot of the left-handers in the banking, you don't actually lean on the front right that much. So you can afford to kind of basically just lock it up and wear it out. It's fine. Yeah. Generally.
The main thing is that you're just trying to avoid the heat in the tire, right? So when you do lock up, then give it a couple of corners or so to cool back off. Romanidis going to be a little bit defensive in towards the bus stop chicane. Sorry, Le Mans chicane. I've apparently got to change the ADTM.
No, it's fine. We didn't do our ADTM.
No.
Mate, this is terrible.
Lewis, I
have
them. As that's a slowdown for Marcos Nunez. Ooh, painful slowdown as well because he's lost at least 3 spots, and Romanidis on the push to pass is going to drag Luca Kita with him. That's where that setup's going to be quite fun as well, trying to avoid the slowdowns. ADTM, actually decent track maps. The problem is, Lewis, because I've been so busy trying to prepare all the broadcast stuff for this event, didn't get the chance to send that to you for approval.
Yeah, no, that's disappointing. That is disappointing. To be fair, I'm trying to think of the circuits that we've got in action in VCO Infinity in this one. Most of them are okay. At least because there's corner names here, it's not quite as bad, right? You don't really think too much about the numbers so much. So that's fine. It is just Road Atlanta that's going to receive a lot of
hatred.
Yeah, well, again, to clarify, we absolutely love Road Atlanta.
Except the corner numbers. Yes.
Which point we're just going to go with our own. When it gets to Road Atlanta and you hear us talking about turn 7, you're like, this is not turn 7.
No.
Yeah.
Oh, you see, this is why I needed to send these track maps to you for approval, because, Lewis, you know what makes a really good track map?
Names.
Yes. Oh, I've got some great names as well for that track. We'll get back to it later, though.
Okay, no worries.
That will have to come towards the end of the day. Once you and I have had a conflab and we've agreed, we've done our approval process. Redline 1 and 2, by the way, as they start to maybe try and break away from the rest of the pack. Another slowdown potentially for the Alta C. Does he have damage? Now,
yeah,
you can get damage to the underside of the car.
Yeah, and obviously, if you do that, there's nothing you can do about it. Once if you've damaged the underside of the car by taking too much curb. Going through the Le Mans chicane. I think we should go super French on it, by the way. That's fine. We'll deal with that in a second. If you go over it, you can really damage the underside of the car. And when you do that, you can lose quite a bit of straight line speed in doing so. And even the slipstream's not really going to help you. And you can't repair it in the pit stop. It's tough. You just have to deal with that for the next 35 minutes. That's just how it goes.
And they do have a fast repair, a single fast repair. Mm-hmm. Certain cars can benefit from a little bit, give you more leeway. That's the right word, right? I'm thinking of the Xfinity car, the Mazda in particular, right? You're going to be able to get away with stuff, and you can't get away with that when you lose the rear wing for Obsidian Racing.
Yeah, now obviously they're going to bring it back into pit lane. They'll take the fast repair and will probably refuel it. So they might actually be still able to get through this race on the single pit stop. But obviously they've lost a lot of points. To clarify, by the way, on how this works, obviously there's 55 cars in this. There are 55 points paying positions. Every single position pays out points. First place pays out 55, then 54, 3, 2, 1, etc. You lose a single point each position you go into, which you can see in the top right. Look at you.
I came prepared.
What a broadcast director.
Now, the thing that's confusing me is there's...
a 62.
Yeah, we'll ignore that 62. I have no idea where that's come from, but everything else looks great.
Yes, it's 55. Basically, that's the whole thing, is that you get 55 points for winning and then 54, blah, 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 blah.
Oh,
so
I know why.
There's only 1 and 2.
I know why. That's Brabham, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, of course it would be. So Brabham have been disqualified for running in the wrong car and completely messing up our points.
It also explains, by the way, why the livery was wrong. I was thinking, I had 500, it was almost 600 livery files to update or something, and I was very glad that that mistake was not mine. Side by side into the International Horseshoe, Scherer Esports, new champions in the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series in the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy, fighting alongside with Race Clutch. Jari Lettinen's going to now be swarmed because here comes Sam Ward, in Lewis' opinion, driving for the best team in the world.
Indeed, absolutely. The greatest team in sim racing, Team PGZ. I will take the money, thank you. We'll see if there's going to be any further moves behind Race Clutch. Potentially going to be overtaken even more so by Sasha Gawler in the Benso Racing team as well. So there's going to be another switch for positions just a little bit back there, outside of the top 20. But in the mid, this is the crazy thing, is that you're talking about a battle for 23rd position here. That is the slap bang in the middle of the field. And trust me, any team that's looking for winning overall in this, at least one of the 24 races, they will be in the mid-pack somehow. It just ends up happening.
Another slowdown, I think, for the Grid and Go number 2 machine. Again, we have 2 of them. They've actually helpfully given us Grid and Go 1, Grid and Go 2 to separate them out. Coanda and Redline take no. For a second, I thought they were all going to pile into one another, but draft may just have been broken, Lewis, by the 2 Redline machines who did use their push to pass last time across the line.
We salute them in their departure from the field. Good day, ladies and gentlemen. Team Redline are here knocking at the door to take another VCO Infinity crown. But trust me, it's not going to be super simple. We all thought they were going to do this in the first VCO Infinity, where it was going to be Team Redline running away from everyone and dominating and blah, 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 blah. And then of all teams, Urano said, absolutely not, Chief. Who is going to take that position? There are plenty of teams that can. BS Competition certainly can. Grid and Go certainly can. The Apex Racing team certainly can. Williams, Coanda. I mean, how good have Williams been so far on iRacing this year? There are a lot of teams that can take it to Team Redline, but when you have them running first and second in this, I don't think anyone else has seen them in this race.
No, I agree.
Good day.
And just to confirm, for those wondering, Lewis did actually salute Team Redline visibly,
on camera.
Exactly, as they left the scene of the race, as it were. There's Barneveld, Catalip, Tekalip. A bit of sweat there for the second of the Grid and Go machines in line as well. Jose Soria's in that United Simsport car and going to be trying to push his way forward. No push to pass being used, though. Just going to pop himself up high, and he's one of those drivers that does have experience in this car, both on the road courses, but also in the iRacing Indy 500 as well. Don't tell me we'll be 3 wide, because the Grid and Go car had plenty of momentum. Instead, it's behind that Nicholas Laubish tries to look the long way around, but he's going to get boxed out and has to slide back into line.
Yeah, it's kind of one of those ones where normally I'd say there's no point in fighting in this scenario because of, blah, 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 Team Redline checking away into the distance. But right now, because it's both of them running first and second, they're probably going to work together to some degree where you're fighting for third now. That's just how it is. But I'm sure there's a lot of focus on saving a lot of fuel here, on making sure that pit stop is as short as possible. But then there is a point where if you've saved a load of fuel, where your pit stop will become limited on the time it takes to change tyres, which as much as it's pretty quick in this car, once any more fuel saved past that point is completely pointless.
It's about 7 to 9 seconds for a pit stop, roughly. It will be interesting to see exactly what happens. And if there is some fuel saving going on, can they also, like we were mentioning earlier, switch on to the alternate compound of tire? So committed into that braking zone. And tire compounds, it's funny we mentioned that. They're racing on the streets of Long Beach in the NTT IndyCar Series this weekend, Lewis. And so iRacing is, part of the new license deal with IndyCar, went out to apparently the first race of the season and scanned the Waiuli street compound tire. And so we now have a different street compound tire from a road course tire.
Honestly, I'm a little disappointed. When you said scanned, I was getting really hopeful.
No, not St. Pete. I got your hopes up there, didn't I?
That really got my hopes up. I was like, go on. Anyway, speaking of go on, straight around the outside, the attempt comes from Grid and Go, trying to get past BS Competition, but it is BS Competition coming out ahead on all of that. So Ryan Barneveld, 4th position now, just ahead of Telgler, who was obviously very impressive in that qualifying session to have grabbed that pole position. Jose Soria, who we know has got a lot of experience in this car, is starting to pull away just a little bit. I did say he had the best start of basically anyone in the top 5, just couldn't quite capitalise on it. You had a really good reaction, to be honest.
Yeah, and this first race definitely sets the tone, I think, in many ways, right? Because what we saw both with ProSim Infinity and with the first edition, when Urano really took the fight into the closing races, and I'm going to say it out loud, and I'm sure I'm going to get some stick from him for saying it, but if Dylan Shrivens hadn't had that crash at Road America, Urano probably had the momentum to win it all. But you have to be there at the front consistently. I know he's going to hate me for saying that, but I'm honest.
Is he in this?
I don't think so.
No, he's given up. He
has retired.
I was going to say he'd semi-retired, then he appeared back in the Sebring 12-hour a little bit earlier on, and we were like, wait, what? So no, clearly not. I have seen, by the way, that 2 penalties. I've not seen why, but I did notice that earlier on in the event, we've already obviously covered off the Brabham Esports disqualification. Maradness, they've received a penalty of some description, and also CRZ SimSport have received a penalty as well recently.
That graphic apparently not wanting to update, but yes, you are correct. I see those coming through on the incident board as well. As we now complete the first 15 minutes or so, sun continues to set, and this car, Super Formula lights, no headlights, of course, so we are going to see varying, conditions. We might, fingers crossed, Lewis, also even see some rain.
Hello?
Not with these cars, though.
No, I was going to say, it's not rain, it's not active. It's obviously...
I'm talking over the 24 hours. I'm being general.
Which of the cars has rain?
SF lights and the GT3s.
The MX-5 doesn't have rain.
Unfortunately not.
No, I didn't think so.
Now the Toyota GR86 does, but I figured we don't need too much rain. We need just a bit of rain.
I was going to say, yeah, the whole thing with rain is that, as we've seen by various people on Twitter, is that when it rains too much, they all complain because whatever.
Oh, I had that on Tuesday in a broadcast I was doing.
I bet you did. No, I say I'm looking forward to little sprinklings of rain. I've still not actually done a race in the rain.
Not even with AI.
No, because to be fair, I like how instantly you're like, not even with the AI. Yeah, because even I've got no friends.
Oh no, I mean, let's be honest, I'm not jumping into an iRacing official race either.
That's all right. Each their own. As here comes the move from the Falcon Sim Racing team car.
It's great seeing those Falcon colours on a bunch of different cars, but it's going to force, I think, Tomi Katala and Jesse Tekela into a bit of a side-by-side teammate fight, and can Laubish take advantage as they work out of the flip-flop into the horseshoe? Yes, he can. Really impressive move. All as Pedro Sanchez-Albert, Luca Kita, Thiago Marto joined the fun as well. And another shout-out to the Williams Esports Academy car, running up ahead of the bigger team.
Yeah, indeed. So like I say, this is the whole thing with this kind of event that we've said about. When it comes to, you've got some of the biggest teams in sim racing, Redline, Commander, BS Competition, Williams, blah, 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 blah. If I've not listed you in there as the biggest team in sim racing, yes.
You haven't sent him a shirt yet.
Yeah. Also, it's just because there's so many that are really, really big teams. Blah, blah, blah. We see these teams appearing a lot in iRacing special events and all this, that, and the other at the highest level. But this kind of event is not just open to them; it is open to various communities and stuff. And this is where, throughout the event, you might see the odd. Weird team is the wrong way of putting it, but an oddity to fight towards the top 10, the top 20. You'll see those David versus Goliath battles. That's the joy of this style of event. as BS competition get past United.
Wasp Cooking Racing Adventures, let's not forget, they had that win.
They did win.
At the... Ooh, and now who's that? Who is going very, very slowly as they work off the back? Is that a lapped car? Am I getting... It is Team Fordzilla. Never mind. Got a bit scared for a sec. But that's a bit scary. Contact as they work in towards turn number 1. Grid and Go and Tommy Catala shove to Ryan Barneveld. How did we not crash?
Can you remind me of when you're allowed to go below the double yellow at Daytona? Only coming up towards a checkered flag. Don't do it until it's then. That's crazy. Why would dipping 2 wheels below the double yellow on the tri-oval? That's wild.
But that's what VCO Infinity is about, quote unquote. No?
It's something.
This is another look at it, by the way, I think.
I'm going to just double check. So yeah, tries to go fully below. I mean, I'm not going to lie. I wholeheartedly respect that. If that was it, if this was in like the Daytona 24, I'd be like, on the last lap, 100%, great move. We're not even halfway into this race. That's a little silly. I'm not going to lie.
It is a little aggressive. By the way, on the left side of the screen, you will start to see the driver names cycling with the team names as well. Don't forget timing.racebot.tv if you want to try and follow along with your favorite team and driver over the course of these 24 races. I wonder how many of these drivers are going to be crazy enough to do back-to-back races as well, because I think you're going to get plenty sweaty after a race like this. But when you work on over to our next race, which is MX5s at Phillip Island, that's going to be quite interesting as another slowdown there.
Yeah, well, this is the whole thing, as we'll see the Falcon Sim Racing team car maybe sweep through to take 3rd position at the moment as we approach the halfway point of the race. BS competition getting to the outside of United as well, going down to T1. Jose Soria sends it on the inside to try and hold off from that Falcon car on the outside. Again, they remain side by side. There's contact as well in the background, and that'll be the Williams Esports Academy car that's dropping down the order. I'll come back to your point in just a second, but Williams Esports Academy, they're going to be losing a whole heap of points now. And
you don't believe in the commentator's curse, so it's definitely not my fault for just saying how well they were doing. That is a corner, though. It's not really a corner, right? It's more of a flip-flop where you don't really want to be side by side, and that's a hip check.
That is a big old hip check. And then slams it onto the brakes to try and get back going again. Let's see what the overlap was like. Yeah, I mean, it is a full-on hip check. I can see Grid and Go maybe copping a whack from race control for that one, as they dished a whack out to the Williams Esports Academy car, who are down in 15th spot now. Back to your point, by the way, on back-to-back races. We saw it quite a bit in the first VCO Infinity, where we saw quite a few drivers trying back-to-back races, and they very swiftly realised it wasn't a good idea. Mostly because if you do a back-to-back race, you have to then jump into a car which you've not driven in a little while, a track you've not driven in a little while, and you're basically thrown straight into qualifying where you get 1 lap. That's it.
It's 22 minutes to go. The drivers have already decided for the most part whether they're racing or not, and now down into pit lane. This clearly is... It's a little early, isn't it?
Well, it's halfway.
They haven't been using many No, they have been using push-to-passes. Never mind. Yeah. I retract that statement. Yeah,
indeed. You pump the brakes on that one. But no, yeah, I was going to say, it's halfway through the race. I would have thought the fuel tank maybe is a little bit bigger than that, but then you've got to remember around Daytona, they're flat out more than they are at other circuits. You will see longer stints at somewhere like Phillip Island or maybe even out Portimao.
And they have filled the cars up, because I said, what, normal pit stop 7 to 9 seconds. We're talking 10-second pit stops in some cases here. And Jose Soria finds himself inside of Ryan Barneveld as they get ready to press themselves off the limiter and back out onto track. And Redline's lead, 4.6 seconds over this group behind. I think the real question is Ariel versus Pinto. Who comes out on top in the first race of the day?
Yeah, I mean, they are going to fight. Like, that's the whole thing. We know with Redline, they will have a little battle between each other, as they're not just going to sit there and be complacent about it. They're probably sat there being like, we're battling each other for the championship here today. That said, as much as there is prize money up for offer for winning this event, I have offered £5 to the first driver to launch themselves over the catch fence here.
Ooh.
No one has taken on that offer
Well, Grid and Go didn't want to launch themselves over the catch fencing. What they have done, though, is have a little spin around as here comes Redline into pit lane, and it's as Pinto flies through the Le Mans chicane that Gustavo Ariel's trying to hit his marks, and it was 10.6 seconds, the mark on pit lane. How long is it going to be for the Brazilian as he gets up on the jacks?
Indeed. See when they get going, dropped off the jacks. Obviously, that's the tyres going, but they're still taking on fuel at this point. As you can see, top of your screen there, the other Team Redline car coming out onto the tri-oval now should be, I was going to say, should be a solid lead for the 70. They're probably just going to be very close coming out of pit lane.
That extension.
How late it is, yeah.
Yeah, but when they move the limiter release line to coincide with RFID tracking for the tires, it really did kind of change how it plays out, and it is going to be Ariel that grabs the lead as we sequence off of pit lane. Those behind, though, how's it going to blend on out as Carl Janssen just passed by Ricardo Castrolado, and a big lockup in front by Michael Romanidis.
Yeah, got to be careful. Like I've said before about the lockups and stuff, you can kind of get away with a fair few of them going down into the both the International Horseshoe and the West Horseshoe. You can get away with them. The problem is, the more you do it, the easier it is, especially if you're on cold tyres, right? And if you get a lockup, those big, you can go out onto the grass, and trust me, as soon as you hit that grass, you're probably taking a visit to the barrier. There's very little grip out there.
Here's the look at self-inflicted mistake for Grid and Go.
Such a solid qualifying performance from Jesse Tokola, but the race, yeah, that's just how it goes. 15th spot, it sounds terrible, but you've got to remember you're only losing 15 points to the race winner, right? It's not as if you're now scoring nothing and they're scoring 25 points. You're losing out the ground of basically the positions between you, and we add up all of them through the race. It's a mini championship, right? So 15th spot in some of those 50 to 55 cars. Somewhat at some point through this race, as you do in endurance racing, someone is going to get a fair share of drama, especially with the wide variety of skill level that we've got on display here today.
Yes, and that goes in even some of the lineups for the strong teams, right there. How many of them have driven the NASCAR Xfinity cars on a road course for more than like 5 minutes of fun? The answer is probably not many. And I do want to give a bit of a shout out to Team Conti for giving us some better setups than I'd be able to build for that Xfinity car, because the crazy thing about NASCAR, Lewis, is, F2 to Formula 1, F2 cars, somewhat more basic, F1 fully fledged machines. It's almost the opposite way in NASCAR, where Xfinity's got all of these weird suspension, adjustments and 900 horsepower, and then you go up to the Cup cars, it's like, right, it's like going to a Porsche Cup car.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I do quite like driving them on the road courses, though. It's been a while since I've done an Xfinity road course race. I will say that, though, like a long time. And you'll be shocked to hear I wasn't very good in it.
Was it the Charlotte Roval?
No.
Okay. Well, Gianni Vecchio's disappointed to hear that.
Yeah, no, he definitely was. As he did ask me earlier, he asked me how much in game. By the way, in the server with everyone else, he did ask how much did I get paid to say PG7 was the best team. No comment. But no, he was desperate for there to be Charlotte Roval. I said as punishment we should have run the old Charlotte Roval, which is absolute trash. No, it is actually an abomination of a racetrack. Yeah.
Like, there's nothing good about it. Carl Janssen passes Michael Romanidis, and Thiago Marto gets past Ricardo Castrolado. So Williams moving past two Coanda machines, but one for the Williams Esports car, one for the Academy machine. I'm just saying, Johnny, if you want me to sit here and say that Redline's the best in the world, you can send me a shirt.
Yeah, I'll take a shirt as well. Actually, I will. Actually, no. Do you know what? I'll take a hoodie. The hoodies are real nice.
Are they? Okay.
They're real nice. So I'll take a hoodie. I'll take a fair selection. Actually, if you want me to say your team is the best in sim racing, I will tell you my postcode, and you can send something to me.
Well, you know who I think is the new best team in sim racing, right? The Polish Power, Drago Racing.
Oh, I thought you were going to say Mouse.
Oh, no, Mouse is definitely great as well, but,
Yeah, you had to pay for that.
How many shirts did I get from Drago? I mean, what a care package I got. I even got a flag, a knapsack, a cushion, a pillow. I'm a Drago Racing fan for life. I'm set up.
Set up. Which is a shame, because their livery in this is trash.
No comment. Best team in the world.
Yeah, I was going to say, you're not showing it on broadcast here. I love Drago Racing. I love Drago Racing's livery, but their livery on this car is awful. As here we go, a bit of 3 wide onto the start-finish straight. Grid and go, Maniti trying to get to the high side of Apex.
Yeah, we'll keep the action at least focused visually on what's happening on track. These are all battles that, now that we've had that pit stop sequence, probably even more important with the 2.5 second gap that they've got to those in front of them. 6 cars inside of 8 seconds, and then everyone else outside of a 10-second buffer. And if you look at the bottom right corner of your screen as well, look at the track map, Lewis, and your race leaders coming in towards the run-in towards the banking. They're going to start having some traffic to deal with in the closing stages, potentially, of this race.
Indeed. They, I mean, this is going to be one of the things that we're actually going to have to deal with quite a bit today is lap traffic. I think it will be a part of it. A second separates first and second, the 70 leading from the 69. Nice. I've got to say, though, Cam Rogers pointed this out. Is there a distinctive feature between the two Redline cars?
Let's not do this. No.
Are they both identical? They are identical, aren't they? Apart from the number.
That's a good question.
Love the livery. That is a 0 out of 10, though, disqualified from best livery competition.
I'm just saying, I think we need shirts for these liveries being identical. Yeah, they are identical, aren't they?
Yeah, absolutely identical. Which is a shame, because, again, I think that livery looks really good on this car. Like, really good.
I like how is that texture, right? That new texture they added.
Yeah.
Something
over
about
the red. It looks really smart on there. Here's another good-looking livery.
BS competition livery, and we do, by the way, 2 BS competition cars. One is blue, one is red. That's how you make our life easy. Oh, Nicholas Laubish, though, around the outside, makes it look easy to make his way forward to third.
That's a lovely move, absolutely lovely. More battling as well in the background, I think, with Maniti and the Apex Racing team as well. So even more fighting up and down the order. Luca Keita is going to get past Nats at the moment, going down into the international horse. You've got the outside line, almost a bit of leaning on each other. Time's ticking away. We've done half an hour of this very first race in VCO Infinity of 2024, and so suddenly things are starting to piece their way together. The aggression is starting to rise, Arjuna.
It's one of those things as well, right, where we're just going to get more and more of this for 24 hours. Each race will build and bubble up, and these drivers, the rivalries will end up carrying over as well. Coanda very deep in the background as Michael Romanidis trying to hold off Tommy Katala. Yeah, elbows definitely getting out now. Push to pass is being used more liberally as well, which means some drivers, Lewis, at a significant disadvantage going into these closing stages if they want to be defending.
Yeah, this is the whole thing of, like, around here, I'd want to try and get everyone to you know, like, by trying to stick basically ways with anyway, but try and get everyone to use a lot of their push to pass as early as possible, and then, you know, making sure that I'm saving most of mine for later on, right? Because you kind of want to use it as much as possible in the, you know, in the final portion of the race. You've got enough. Let's be honest, it makes a huge difference around here. It makes more of a difference around here than it will do on most circuits that we go to.
There's plenty of chopping and changing and fighting, by the way, so just keep an eye on some of these different fights. And again, timing.racebot.tv, best team in the world, according to Lewis McLeod, up to 17th position, passing Pike from Beach Racing.
Also, I'm just seeing some contact, by the way, of Maniti Racing and Carl Janssen. There was some definite side-by-side contact going out of turn 1 and 2 down towards the international horseshoe. As I say, this is happening up and down the order where we're seeing drivers going for side-by-side moves. There is Maniti on the inside, Nats, and there Janssen on the outside, still remaining side-by-side through this infield section.
One of the great things about Daytona, right? It's a great racetrack in that it races very well. One of those tracks, though, that once you've seen it once a year, you're like, get me away from it. I never need to see it again. Just remember as well, this is the first of 24 races, so there is a long way still left to go. Oh, MX-5s at Phillip Island coming up next. What a difference as well. What's race 3, you'll wonder? Well, that's the first time we'll kick Lewis out of the commentary booth. That's a benefit for me. Super Formula Light to Algarve as Naz defensive into the bus stop.
It's a shame, because I do like myself a little bit of Super Formula Lights at somewhere like Algarve, something like that, you know. Again, I'm not doing it. I'm loving watching it. And keep my eye. I'm going to give him a good go at some point.
Holding you to that.
I've raced the Super Formula quite a bit when it came out, which is kind of irrelevant in that scenario. But yeah, they're always good fun to race. And I've heard very good things about the Super Formula Lights, so there is that.
It's a good car, that is for sure. This is still, though, that battle for 7th on back, because I'm quite I'm quite intrigued. Now that Falcon Sim Racing have gone into the front of that peloton group, they aren't really being challenged. And in fact, Pedro Sanchez Albert has just gotten past Jose Soria, who are former teammates, if I remember correctly, at Obsidian Racing. Maybe wrong.
Oh, yeah, no, I think they would have had an overlap when we were doing ISO WC.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they would have been teammates back then. I've got, honestly, genuinely, I found it. I have some of my ISO WC stuff printed out downstairs.
Do you?
I found an ISO WC spotters guide downstairs the other day. I was like, oh my god, look at this! Oh, there it is. It doesn't look as bad in game.
You know what this is, though? This is what I was saying to Lewis. This is an iRacing template.
Yeah.
With the colors applied, isn't it?
Do you know what though? Do you know what? I'll take it. The criticism I had was the starting graphic and stuff, and seeing it on there, it looked pretty mid-tier. It's still it's lacking the depth that we normally see on the Drago racing car. But to be perfectly honest, you know what? I'm going to give it some plaudits, right? Is that even without the logo on the side, I look at that and I go Drago Racing straight away, regardless whether it's a bog standard iRacing template or whatever. Because of the colours, I look at it and go bang, that's Drago Racing car.
And let's be real, that is kind of what you want at the end of the day, right? No matter if it's the exact design, you want those colours and whatnot to kind of pop and to give you that distinctive feel. Love that camera placement from Dominic Olivier. There's something in the background. Oh, that's a fridge. His kitchen is behind him, Lewis.
Oh, yeah. No, that's fine. As long as no one does the washing up mid-race, you're all right. Yeah, it's just seeing the reflection of the screen. I think someone was in the background of Wolf as well. Was walking around a little bit earlier, which, again, to be fair, I've always said that when I'm driving, nothing moves in the room. Absolutely nothing. Anything moves, it dies. It's not quite that aggressive, but you know what I mean?
Oh, no, I'm picking up what you're putting down. I used to, when I would have family stay with me and I'd have a race, I'd tell them, guys, you got to leave. And that was also when my sim rig was literally in my living room. So, you know, much like Dominic, if someone went to go and open the fridge, I'd know about it. And I won't go quite as aggressive as you, Lewis, but there would be lots of shouting, that's for sure.
Oh, I'm ruthless when I'm behind it. Lots of words are dropped. Let's go with that. Push to pass being used by Carl Janssen, who's once again trying to keep up to the rear end of Jose Soria. So we're going to see the final few battles. The race lead separated now by 0.2 of a second, by the way, with 8 minutes left to go. They should have some laps left to go. I wanted to say like 6, but I wasn't fully committed to it.
Well, so you know how you were saying they may actually fight? I'm going to say they may not actually fight, and they may just stay as they are, and maybe give us a run to the line. Around the outside, here comes Maxime Naz, and with that overspeed, actually gets slightly balked into the opening corner. Janssen gives him a bit of room, but then gives him a half shove as well as they work off of the corner. Wow, this is great stuff. But Lewis, all they're doing is really costing each other time, hand over fist, as they're almost running to each other off the international horseshoe.
Yeah, but they're putting themselves on the broadcast with some excellent racing. That was fantastic from Janssen. And to be fair, from Maxime Naz, it's so hard to give each other room going through, you know, that turn 2, 3, 4 kind of section up towards the international horseshoe. Again, we've not done the numbers yet. We'll go through the actually decent track maps at some point and figure out what you classify those corner numbers as. I think we should just call it the snake. Don't do with the numbers on it. Just give it a name.
Like I said, corner numbers worse than corner names, right?
Absolutely. Well, because I've said before, like, what's turn 8 at Spa?
Oh no! Don't do this to me.
You don't know. Yeah, but you don't know. You don't know because you know Les Combes, you know Malmedy, you know, like, you don't know how many actual corner numbers there would be at, like, Eau Rouge and Radion. Maybe it's 3, maybe it's 2, maybe it's 1. I don't really know. But you know the names. That's the important bit, because names are better.
There is action everywhere, by the way, and you can see them off of the chicane. Maxime Naz now in front, but up towards the front of the field. Nicolas Laubisch now having to defend his podium spot, and Barneveld, so much overspeed, flies on past. This is lovely. I am so disappointed that we didn't see Indy cars at Daytona in the previous 2 Infinities, because if this is how we start it, the other 23 races, they've got some high billing to live up to. Maxime Naz almost runs into Luca Kita, forces Romanidis to give him a little bit more space, but we work through the corners safely. Marto almost runs himself on the curb into the wall.
A lot of smoke and dust being kicked up as well as they work their way down into the International Horseshoe. Romanidis was trying to look around the outside, going down into T1. I mean, you think this is crazy. Wait till the Super Formula Lights come here. That's going to be absolutely wild. Altus trying to get to the outside of Grid and Go, who qualified so well, have not quite raced as well, unfortunately, as Williams Esports' Carl Janssen has an almighty lock-up into the West Horseshoe.
Trying to think, at Super Formula Lights at Daytona. Oh, Lewis, you'll get the pleasure of calling that. That's the 20th of our 24 races.
Is that the one where I'm with the short one? The young,
There's a few short ones here.
He's 4'11", you know.
Is he really?
No.
Okay. I was going to say,
he's like 5'5" or something.
Ewan O'Leary's a little bit taller than that. He still needed a couple of boxes to be standing up next to me.
That's true. That is true.
Up front.
He's a small ball.
Side by side. And they maybe are going to fight more than I thought, Lewis. 5 minutes to go. Lap time's 90 seconds. Ooh, 5 laps? 4 laps?
3
laps. I'll keep counting down until you say yes.
No, 4 laps. 1 minute 36, 90 seconds a lap, and so 1 minute 30 seconds, then 3 minutes, then 4 minutes 30, and we're above that, so it's 4 laps. All right, maths done, live on air. You don't get that on a quality broadcast.
Congratulations, and that's why you are a two-time winner, and I am also a two-time winner.
Say you are the two-time winner. Thanks, Arjuna.
We were able to both do math live on broadcast. Genuinely, though, I'm quite surprised to see the Redline drivers go side by side. I would have thought they'd be quite happy. 2 by 2 in this fight for the final step on the podium. Remember, every position is worth a point, and if it comes down to single digits into that final race, you will maybe regret not making these moves in the first race of the day.
Yeah, this is where it's like really interesting, is that like the weight of position, right, for everyone at this point is exactly the same, right? If you're in 4th position, your advantage of getting into 3rd is the exact same as someone who's in 17th getting into 16th, right? Which sounds weird, but it's true that you only gain the single point for doing so. But because there's only a point between each position, it's like gaining them is actually far more important. So like sometimes you do just have to kind of throw it. It's a very complicated sort of set to see how you're going to win this event and things like that. So you've got to kind of sometimes just get your elbows out, and like I say, in a few hours' time you'll be looking back and thinking, why didn't I go for that? Why did I go for that? Why did I risk so much in this scenario? Why am I making it too wide constantly on the start-finish straight? Things like that.
Gustavo Ariel does have a push to pass in hand, by the way, on Diogo Pinto. That's going to help him. Clearly not enough overspeed without that additional 60 to 70 horsepower for Pinto to pull alongside and then to pass into the opening corner. Jose Soria really trying to make something happen at the back of this grouping. Remember, fight for 3rd. This, though, fight for now 16th position. Still Whilst Cooking Racing Adventures and Paddy Wolf leading from Nathan Moore, Ariantala, Sam Ward, and Race Clutch. It's crazy to think how many strong teams we have, Lewis, that Race Clutch, PGZ, WSR Esports Butt Kicker fighting just on the edge of the top 20.
Yeah, indeed. Best team in sim racing back here. It's just crazy. But, this is I will say, quite a lot of these teams, right? I wouldn't say every single team, but quite a lot of these teams, like, Whilst Cooking Racing Adventures, they have won a race in VCO Infinity in the past. Jack Sedgwick was one that did it. I reckon, for most of these teams, at one of these 24 races, they will be fighting towards the front. Whether it is actually for P1 or maybe even just a podium, they will be fighting up that level. And so you kind of sometimes maybe just have to wait your turn and just gain what you can, kind of, hold off some of the major pain. 20th is better than 31st, after all. Getting dropped all the way down the rear of the field is once again at Redline switch over, penultimate lap of the race.
And there's some damage for Williams Esports Academy on the front wing of their car, and so Ariel holds on to the lead. What's going to happen in this fight for the final step on the podium is it's now Barneveld that's got 3rd, Laubish going the long way around, and Pedro Sanchez-Albert trying to box out Jose Soria. If your BS competition here might be in your benefit to try and help each other out. Woo! Oh, big lockup, just about slow it down in time, and you're right, this is the penultimate lap of the race.
Had to be very careful there, did Pedro Sanchez-Albert. Really just caught the front right. Now going to have to fend off the likes of Jose Soria behind, who's got to the inside going into the West Horseshoe. Once again, another lockup on that front right. Got to be careful. Kind of got to bring that front right back into play for that final lap of the race. You can't be affording those big lockups on that last lap, because that will certainly cost you. And to be fair, So the thing is, at this point, we're about to enter the final lap of the race. There is someone, surely there is someone in the top 10, top 15 that is going to be dealt a hefty blow. You know, there's going to be a bit of drama in here. Surely there's going to be some form of car contact. They're not that clean.
Don't have to say that. You don't have to put the jinx down. We're heading on to the final lap this time by, though. Fly through that Le Mans chicane. Fight for third going to be very, very close, but this is the fight for the lead. Can Pinto use his speed to be able to look the long way around? He's not close enough. He's not even closing at a rate of knots that would give him that chance to surprise his teammate under the brake. So Ariel will hold on off the banking one more time. Here's the fight behind, though, for the final step on the podium.
Yeah, indeed. Now it really is. It's more about who's got push to pass to spare. Are you making sure? Surely everyone is making sure that they've got one for coming out of the Le Mans chicane on that final lap. Side by side between the pair of these, though, BS Competition and Falcon Sim Racing. Once again with that little side by side. There's the look to the inside going into the International Horseshoe. That's so brave.
These cars as well, they have done another 14 laps. They are probably pretty tapped out on fuel and pretty light in terms of grip as well. Oh, Pedro Sanchez Albert lunges to the inside of Jose Soria. That's a move made with respect and knowing the other driver is going to give you the room. But as we get back onto the banking, one final charge. Here come your leaders running to the chicane one final time.
Yeah, I'm going to say, as soon as you start seeing these teams leaving the Le Mans chicane, surely the timing tower is going to light up like a Christmas tree. Everyone's going to be on the button, trying to push it towards the line, either going on the attack, going on the defense. It's push to go faster, less push to pass. Let's see what's going to happen.
Is it going to be a chance? There's Ariel, but he's got draft from some lapped cars in front. Will that give Pinto a bit of an extra toe? A slipstream as they work to the line. There's a wry smile on the face of Gustavo Ariel because I think he realizes it's going to be enough. It's Redline 1 and 2, two-time champions and kicking the defense off in style.
Fantastic drive for Team Redline. Once again, if you ever had any doubts as to who's going to be the closest ones to fight for this championship, it is definitely them. Here comes all the drag racers, though, up towards the line. Very, very close indeed. The battle for third position separated by less than a 100th of a second. Trust me, we're going to see a lot of fights of that. There goes Apex for a little spin.
It doesn't matter, though, if you crash after the line, as long as you get there first, dipping down low in this fight for what is 15th position. I think What's Cooking Racing Adventures got it by 14 thousandths of a second. Eclipse Sim Sports and ATRS, 26 thousandths between them. I love a good photo finish. That's what Daytona's great for.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure if you look down the order and looked at all the positions, you'd probably see 5, 6, 7, proper photo finishes. We're going to see quite a few today, let's be honest, especially when it comes to racing here. But you know what? This isn't the only second we're going to get photo finishes out. I'm sure we're going to see some at Olgard, maybe even there's a couple of sneaky ones, maybe at Phillip Island.
And these drivers, don't forget, if they've just finished this race and they're due to go and drive in race number 2, have got to quickly jump out, dry themselves of all the sweat and probably get ready to go in short order. That's definitely not going to be a photo finish as Symphony of Pistons lose out to Kramer Racing on the run to the line. Movano Corsa down there in 44th position. My word, Lewis, what a crazy first race of the day.
Yeah, but what dominance once more from Team Redline. You know, they're kind of continuing on as we really expect from a team of that stature, where they just keep on winning. Will they continue this stretch? What was it? I think you and O'Leary had calculated all of the fixtures. I think they had 15 before this, so start chalking those ones up. I'll go double check it.
We've got plenty of stats that we'll talk through as well, I'm sure, over the course of the day. Here's the look at the result. Ariel Pinto, 1 and 2, and then Falcon Sim Racing, Nicholas Laubish, I think going to be very, very pleased to make his way onto the final step of the podium and hold off those behind. Ryan Barneveld leads the BS competition train. I don't know what a herd of zebras is, probably a herd. Pedro Sanchez behind, of course. Jose Soria for the United Sim team, then in front of Carl Janssen for Williams, just in front of the Apex Racing team who crashed across the line. Doesn't really matter. Marcus Nunez for Altus, and then Ricardo Castroledo, the rest of your top 10. And the best of the Coanda machines. Maxime Naz holds on even with that contact with Janssen to 11th, with Tommy Katala dropping to 12th. Kyotiago Marto did have front wing damage, holds on to 13th, and in front of Michael Romanidis. Paddy Wolf, Nathan Moore, Arian Tilla, Sam Ward, Yeri Lettin, and Sebastian Hove. The rest of your top 20, and then we make our way outside of 30 seconds to our leaders. In just 45 minutes, Redline really stretched their legs. Eclipse Simsport in front of the Precision Racing Esports team, and then the second of the Grid and Go cars that, of course, started up at the very front. Difficult first race for them. Benzo Racing 24th, Visceral, Scherer, Impulse, Teletrans Automotive, and then the Olympus Esports team and XBD making up the rest of the top 30. And these are all still drivers that had pretty decent finishes, all things considered. West Competition Racing in front of Drago Racing, the Mirandus M Squad, and Apex Racing Academy crews with DLR SimLab, Screen to Speed, Dream Team accelerated by Mala, and then Absolute Motorsport, Rocket Simsport, WTE Pro, GP, and Wave Italy, their top 40. Now we start to get into those that had a bit more trouble. Parnell Racing, Kramer Racing Esports, Symphony of Pistons, Rincon, and Movano, all on the lead lap, but one lap down for Project Valorous, German Sim Racing, Obsidian Racing, Altitude Esports, and the Blue Rose team. S&P, 7 laps down for them, STR, 7 for them too, and Team Fordzilla and the CRZ machines not getting very far into the race. And so, Lewis, as the sun continues to set on Daytona, the Indy cars now depart, and instead we make our way on over to Phillip Island for the second race of the day.
Yeah, certainly so. Something maybe a little bit different, obviously. A little MX-5 driving around here. We'll have the updates, by the way, from our stats man, who's got his lovely spreadsheet working. Ewan O'Leary does confirm. Team Redline had 13 wins, so they're now up to 14. And Gustavo Era was his first win in VCO Infinity, so now becomes the 30th different winner in VCO Infinity. So there you go.
That's a nice little stat, and I'm hoping that we'll see plenty.
And apparently it's the first one too as well.
Ooh, love that stat.
That's Zach Sweeney though, so I trust it a lot less.
Well, we haven't had, not many teams get to enter two, so I'll believe it as much as I can. I guess that is what I will say. Lewis, we've very quickly, though, changed track, changed car. Let's go back and look at the 5 tracks, the 5 cars that we've got in play here today. Phillip Island up next, but Algarve Road, Atlanta, and Monza, the ones that we will not have seen in these opening 2 races so far. It's an interesting mix of them as well, right? We've just seen plenty of draft. Phillip Island's going to have that with the MX-5s as well, but the infield section, the tight and twisty part of the track, that's going to be quite interesting to see how the cars all navigate through.
Yeah, exactly. As I say, they're all wildly different circuits. I've said before, I'm commentating on all 5 of the cars, but only 4 of the circuits. The one I'm missing out on is Monza, which, to be fair, I'm absolutely all right with, because I think the other ones are far more interesting. I like the selection. I think the 5 tracks is great. Obviously, though, we should have Charlotte Roval. Obviously.
Is that what you want?
No.
That's what Gianni Vecchio wants.
It would be funny, though. Being Daytona, I'll stick Charlotte Roval in there.
Well, Daytona just works, right? That's as much as I don't like it, and I've made myself, I think, quite clear about that on broadcast. Just kind of works, especially for the kind of cars that we tend to have racing as well, right? The MX-3, that still is going to make me giggle through the course of the day. But the 296, the IndyCar, SF Lights, the Xfinity Series, Daytona is just going to work for all of them. Although Daytona, the Xfinity cars, when they did run the road course, Lewis, didn't they have that extra chicane?
I'm
not going crazy, am I?
No, well, it was COVID. They had that chicane stuck in, and I can't remember whether they've raced it since.
No. It was COVID and only COVID. That was it.
I thought so.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, that event made me realise how good Cup Series drivers were, because their first lap of driving that chicane at speed was in the race. That's hilarious.
Yeah, let's be honest. COVID changed a lot for motorsport, and it's kind of what we do here in sim racing, is we try and take a lot of that unpredictability and package it up and make it quite fun. Lewis, because we were a bit rushed at the start, we didn't get a chance to really talk about predictions and whatnot. Let's talk about not Redline, right? Let's talk about who's going to take the fight to Team Redline over the course of the day. Who is your main prediction? Put the first race out of your memory.
As in, which team is going to really take it to Redline throughout the day?
Yes, exactly. Reading me.
I want to lean Williams' way, BS competition. I'm gonna go. Sorry, Apex, because I don't have a shirt from you. I'm gonna go Williams.
Okay, cool. I think I'm going to go Mouse. I think, we finally get to see them a bit more on iRacing. Yeah, Mouse. We should see Max Benneker, new Porsche Esports Carrera Cup Deutschland champion.
You're saying this only because you got a jumper on, though, isn't it, mate?
Oh, they're not
even in this.
Oh no, wait one sec.
They're not even in this, mate. Oh no, what's he doing? He can't. No, this is not for this channel. This is not on Twitch.
Here we go. New shirt on. And Lewis,
right.
Perfect, just for you as well. My Apex Racing Team shirt.
No, that's fine. Yeah, right. Rub it in. Rub it in. Rub it in. Rub it in. I see who the favourite is. That's fine.
Should I get my Drago shirt as well?
No, it's all right. It's all right. I've got shirts downstairs. It's okay.
To be fair, it was about time to rip the hoodie off because it's getting quite toasty in here with 3 computers running. And that's another thing, right, Lewis, that often we'll talk about endurance races, drivers doing monster stints. You talked about not wanting to necessarily do races back to back, but I do think you kind of want your drivers to be on and off for maybe a couple of hours at a time as you slowly rotate them through.
Yeah, this is the whole thing of because you've still got to treat it like an endurance race, but it's almost like a little bit more difficult in that sense of how you do driver stints. Because in driver stints, you're an endurance race, and you just say, right, you're doing 3 hours now. And yeah, sure, there'll be someone around, but the most of us are going to go off and have a breather. Whereas what will end up happening is that, especially through the night, especially because this race has actually started quite later than what we'd normally have an endurance race, which is going to make things even more awkward when it comes to those kind of like mid-afternoon stints tomorrow. You're going to have some of that awkwardness where you might have to not do back-to-back race, but like you're going to have to do a race, then take a race off, then do the race after that, and have a race off, and then do the race after that. That's how you're going to do the stints. It's like 2 drivers, but switching, rather than doing one driver for 3 hours.
And Lewis, I'm just going to make the comment that I quite like these start times. I would enjoy if iRacing special events started at this time instead of, 12 UTC?
I'm not gonna lie, it was really weird walking into town at like 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The race still hasn't started. I'm like, this is really bizarre.
You were gonna go play golf.
I was, and then I decided that not getting any sleep and ruining myself on that side was a much better option. So
you know what we should do instead, Lewis, when we're not commentating?
You should go and play EA Sports PGA Tour or VR Golf.
VR Golf is what I was thinking, but I'll play PGA Tour if you want to.
Yeah, that's fine. You need to get Pete Mackay involved. I guess that's fine. Great.
We just need to, we are going to have the VCO Golf Championship at some point.
Yeah, why have we not yet?
Because you live on the other side of that pond and you haven't come over to Indy like you said you were this year.
That's so true. Because the only reason that I'm not going to India is because bringing my golf club would be a nightmare.
It is a bit of a nightmare. But that would be your excuse, you see, Lewis.
Yeah, absolutely.
You don't have your own club, so therefore you can't be responsible. Qualifying's about to draw to a close, though, at Phillip Island, and I'm not seeing any repeat drivers out on track right now, which I think is going to give us a bit of a sense for what the future looks like. But there's the order as it stands right now. Falcon Sim Racing 3rd in race 1, 1st in this race. Where's the first of the Redline cars, you ask? Oh. Josh Thompson down in 9th.
Where's the other one though?
30th, Ole Steinbraten, 8
and has done a time.
8/10 off, Lewis.
And to remind everyone, they don't get a second lap. They only get 1 lap. Remember how I said earlier on that all of these big teams, yeah, sure, they're going to have a couple of good races and stuff. They will have bad races. They will have the odd bad one. We're already starting to see it. Redline right in the danger zone there with both of their cars.
Highway.
Now we get fun.
Highway to the danger zone, hopefully for us as we get ready to go. I just had to throw that one in. Points, by the way, unofficial still from that first race, so we'll get you an update when we can. Race control going to be busy through the course of the day as well. Here's a look at the lineup, though. Mazda MX-5's rolling starts should be quite fun, and Damon Wood's going to be the one that punches us to the green, and he'll lead us through that long opening right-hander with Raphael Renhoff of Scherer Esports alongside. Oscar Pai for Commander Esports is then 3rd with Drago Racing. Look at that livery. That's the great livery in 4th position. Team Fordzilla in 5th, and great to see Abel Torres racing for them, and Fordzilla back in iRacing competition as well. Eclipse Simsports and Jamie Christensen is alongside him to round out the front 3 rows. Elias Riker, James Baume, 7th and 8th positions with Josh Thompson, and then Philip Koenig for Team Redline and German Sim Racing, rest of your top 10. Commander and Jarno de Ho and Naveed Hussein, 11th and 12th positions. That's a picture that look into your soul sorts of vibes. Team PGZ and Benzo Racing, 13th and 14th. Jeremy Bouteloup out of his semi-retirement, and then Absolute Motorsport and WSR Esports butt kicker, row number 8. Brabham Esports and Delatraz Automotive by Majors Garage, 17th and 18th to bookend the top 20. It's the first of the Grid and Go cars, alongside Whilst Cooking Racing Adventures with Fraser Williamson trying to cook up some Scottish stew. Grid and Go's second machine is then back in 21st with Guile Valero alongside Rocket Simsport, Williams Esports Academy, and then Visceral Esports and Rincon Racing, Apex Academy and Maniti in front of Movano Corsa and Team Redline, with Ollie Steinbraten having plenty of work to do. And we're still only within a full second or so of your pole time, with Olympus and the Miranda's M Squad on row number 16. STR Esports and XBD Racing 33rd and 34th, with the Dutch League Racing and SimLab collaboration joined by Oscari Rene on row 18. Some work to do in that red of the BS competition cars. Project Valorous and then Pike from Beach Racing 37th and 38th, with SMP Racing Esports, W2E Pro, Impulse and the Kramer Racing squads, the rest of your top 42. Juan Valero for Obsidian 43rd, Sean Campbell for Race Clutch back in 44th, crazy to see him that far back, and then Blue Rose Team, ATRS Esports, Altus and West Competition Racing, your top 48. Final drivers to talk about: Symphony of Pistons, Screen to Speed, Precision Racing Esports, Williams Esports, Parnell Racing and United Simsports. Alexander Spetz has lots of work to do. CRZ at the very back as well. I also wonder, Lewis, is just looking at those liveries, Williams Esports may not be joining us for this second race of the day.
Yeah, I did just get a message from Michael Preston from Williams to say they've joined the wrong car, by the way. So that's a straight DQ, isn't it?
Straight DQ, and it makes me feel a lot less relieved that I hadn't made a mistake building the paid pack.
Yeah, that is a very solid F for Williams Esports, and it's not the curse. As much as I said that they were the ones to take it to Team Redline, not the curse. That is pure incompetence.
I'll agree with you there. Definitely not a curse. I want a shirt though, so I won't say incompetence. Pace cars off and away, and speed still yet to build in the Mazda MX-5s, and look at them bunch up behind, slowly getting ready to see the green, and Falcon Sim Racing and Damon Woods get us underway for race 2 in VCO Infinity. We will be 3 wide into the opening corner. There's no doubt about that. The question is where? Your leader's going to be single file, 2x2 inside of the top 10, but as you head through this right-hander onto the brakes, then into the southern loop, you want to be on the inside side of the top 15 or 20. Rincon Racing and another car taking off to the grass, but safely through the top 15, filter through the long left-hander.
Yeah, obviously drama at T1 is always kind of expected when you've got 55 cars. If you're ever a rookie in the world of sim racing and stuff, and you've been racing the MX-5s a fair amount, another spinner in the background. But seeing some of the world's best sim racers take on these cars, there's something hilarious about it. And it's what's going to create some great racing. Commander out wide of Scopai, opening up the inside for Aaron Vasquez to squeeze his way through. A little bit of a squeeze though coming off the hairpin.
This is tight stuff, and we're going to have it for 45 minutes unless the racing leads to breakaway. So at the front of the field, you assume at some point they will want to get single file, and they won't force the issue too much on one another. This though is where the track really shows the elevation that makes it so distinctive. You ride on board with the German sim racing car on the run up towards Lukey Heights. In some downforce cars you can take this corner almost flat out, but then as you plunge down the hill, this is where the track works against you on the brakes, and side by side with Wave Italy in the grass, but slowing down in the nick of time.
Wow, I don't know how they got that car stopped. That is crazy going out wide there. There's more crashing in the background. I think it was one of the Grid and Go cars. I think it was Nicholas Rubelar, maybe Steen Ledger. You got Rocket getting taken out here. This is not the same kind of racing that we were seeing in the Indy cars back in Daytona, which was fantastic. This is a little bit more elbows out, a little bit more rookie style racing, which I guess kind of makes sense for the MX-5.
And I will say, Ollie Steinbraten has lost a position through all of that. Could have been a lot worse for him. Here's the charge for the lead. Drago Racing pushing Oscar Pai and Kawanda to the point, and Damon Wood's going to be relegated down to third, but he'll hold the inside, he'll hold that position. This is going to be close, and this is one of those races, Lewis, where you say that you're going to have smaller teams show themselves. This is that race.
Yeah, indeed. Josh Thompson, though, one of the bigger teams continuing to show himself, up now into 6th position of the race start. The 6th car in shot there. They've got side by side with Abel Torres and James Bumi, but at the moment there's going to be a bit more of an attack for the race lead. By the way, Thompson is in the 69 car, which finished 2nd in the previous round. That's going to be wide, though, for Fordzilla. Abel Torres might just drop it at T4 at the hairpin.
That was something. A bit more aggressive than I think anyone was kind of anticipating in these early stages, because Damon Woods is starting to drop back, just trying to hold his ground. Now, there is a disqualification limit. I'm hoping that we don't get close to that, but if you get enough incident points, you will instantly be yoinked from the racetrack. Want to make sure that you do not get in trouble with that, and I just will officially confirm as well, disqualification for Williams Esports. More trouble down the back. Heavens!
Yeah, my goodness, we're going to see some disqualifications in this race. That instant point limit is 25. Now, whilst track limits aren't really a big deal around here, car contact in this car certainly is. So I think we're going to be seeing some teams getting very, very close to that limit, side by side for 3rd position. The Falcon Sim Racing team, considering how strong they were back in Daytona, they're looking pretty strong here again.
That's, of course,
maybe they're the ones to take it to Redline today.
And, of course, powered by Door Esports. Definitely don't count them out. This is what happened through the opening corner.
I mean, pick your way through it. What we got? We got inside, got Apex going behind it. It's just a little bit of a squeeze. That was Maniti in the inside.
Might have been. No, it was XBD, one of the other green machines.
Oh, yeah, of course, yeah.
And then you get the collection on the outside after that. We're not going to even be able to see all of the different spins. That would probably take us a while. You saw in the background there was more going on as they changed for the lead in the live picture. Ooh, W2 E-Pro just getting tagged and sent around on the run out of the southern loop. Coanda dropped to 3rd. You got to find some friends here, that's for sure. And I think that's a couple of drivers going very aggressive and losing a friend. Scherer Esports gets sent by Visceral. Benzo Racing will take it 3 wide up the middle.
Yeah, that was very naughty from Visceral. That will almost be guaranteed a slam dunk penalty. But the thing is, how do you penalise all this? Race control going to be very busy. That's Visceral outright, I believe, on the right-hand side and dropping right the way down. I think they got sent off themselves, maybe dishing out a little bit of justice coming their way, courtesy of the 2 cars that was on the inside going into Siberia.
I think it was actually Eclipse Simsport with a very similar livery to Visceral. It's just a slightly different pink instead of red, but we will slowly get to grips with that and figure out what the differences are. Here's a look through on the opening lap still. Has a self-spin happening just from drivers. As well, live shot, how has Elias Riker got that BS competition car lost on the outside of Lukey Heights?
Yeah, look at all the cars that are damaged on this. To be fair, this is the kind of race, right, when you've had a moment like that, keep in the race. Yeah, and to be fair, is at this point, if you've had a moment on lap 1 where you've been involved in a little bit of an incident, maybe just had a bit of a spin, you'll actually be glad that you had that spin on lap 1, because now you're just picking up a whole heap of positions, working your way through the order.
This is what happened out of the bottom of the hill. Lasharite gets spun, and then Rocket Simsport nowhere to go, and that's why both of those cars were down to pit lane and in pretty short order. What happened then in the subsequent stuff? Oh, Williams Esports Academy. This is into the southern loop.
Yeah, got Apex behind them. Oh, this is how the grid and go car. I mean, I didn't go for a spin in that one, but literally right in front of one of the grid and go cars, then went for a spin back the other way. That, I will say, in turn 2, and I don't really know why, but that's really easy to do there. When you've gone for a bit of a slide, the overcorrection, they just snap and come straight back at you. I don't fully know why there. I think it's something to do with the banking, but it's very weird.
So they're just chopping and changing. Live shot bottom of your screen, by the way. We're just trying to figure out who's really left standing in this race, because there are quite a few that have had incidents and are back down on pit lane. And I'll just remind you all, timing.racebot.tv, you can follow your favorite team and driver, because 7 cars trying to stretch their legs at the front. Falcon Sim Racing, Coanda, Redline, Drago, Scherer, Altitude, and German Sim Racing. Then 2 seconds back to Team Fordzilla.
Yeah, indeed. Like I say, it's very, very crazy. The start of this race. Bearing in mind, by the way, we've had 6.5 minutes of 45. It's still a 45-minute race, you know, even in these cars. I know normally we expect these races to be 15 minutes, maybe half an hour. That's what's happened to Riker. There was contact between himself and Abel Torres. That was a pretty big hit into the barrier. Thankfully, they scrubbed off quite a lot of the speed before that, though.
And again, they do have a single fast repair, and as that all unfolded in front of them, Naveed Hussain, Dr. Naveed Hussain just gets tagged in the right rear, and there's not much you can really do to fix that situation.
This is not good racing.
Should we keep going with the carousel of replays? Because, Lewis, this is what happens at Phillip Island.
Yeah, I mean, look, I absolutely love Phillip Island. Absolutely love Phillip Island, but this quality of racing's not quite up there, is it?
Let's be fair as well. That was just drivers. That wasn't even the track itself, slightly misjudging the braking zone. So, back towards the front, still with that leading group. Oscar Pye, the one that's leading us with not even 10 minutes complete. My goodness. How many cars have been in pit lane? Well, 54 started. Remember the disqualification for Williams. Already 7 cars have had to make a trip down the lane.
And Vasquez now looking to the inside of Falcon for third position. Now might get to the outside of Josh Thompson, who's got to the inside, working his way into the hairpin. Josh Thompson up to the race lead in the 69 Team Redline car. Remember, that 69 Team Redline car is currently second in the points. Obviously now, with the position it's in, will be taking over the points lead. But obviously we're talking very, very early days in this. But they were the team that finished in second back in Daytona.
Oscar Pye's got a trophy behind him. Josh Thompson's got a fridge of Red Bull. Which one would you rather have, Lewis?
I don't really like Red Bull that much, so the trophy.
There you go. I was going to say I'd like a trophy as well. And then Aaron Vasquez has got a curtain behind him. Guys, you've got to make your backgrounds more interesting for Lewis and myself, because 36 minutes of this back and forth racing, Lewis, we could lose our voices, but the reality is this isn't going to matter much when the cars behind are closing, and we could end up with a lead queue that's as much as 20 cars strong once more.
No, I won't lose my voice in all this. I did the weekend of Formula E racing back in Massat. Like, if I've got through that, I'm getting through this all right. But we'll see. We know what these kind of races like to put on. Aaron Vasquez will take over the race lead for Drago Racing on the start-finish straight. But how long will that last? He comes straight over to cover. This is bike racing basically. This is like, what you'd see in Moto3 between the top 7 here. The only problem is that I'm looking at this thinking, there is no way this group gets through the next 36 minutes. Not a chance.
Well, especially when you look at this group behind. Abel Torres has been passed by Alexander Delatraz in the Delatraz automotive machine. They're in drafting range, and these cars are so draft dependent. It was crazy seeing them in the real world for the first time at Daytona, Lewis, because they make so much contact with one another when they're bump drafting that they actually start dislodging the body panels. And it's really funny when the rear, I was going to say wing, there's no rear wing, boot lid cover decides it no longer wants to be on the car.
That's pretty funny. That's pretty impressive. And to be fair, very, very much this style of racing. By the way, I can't say the German sim racing car looks really good on this. Absolutely love that car. Side by side here with Apex and Grid and Go, as we'll see a switch here. There's been so many switches of positions. It's kind of like one of these teams could have worked their way up from the back of the field. And honestly, there have been so many switches. Honestly, I can't remember.
I'll be honest, I'm also not worrying about position switches at this point in time, because if we get more craziness, I mean, what is even going to happen is down through the... Oh, Rubilar had to get one of his hands off the wheel, and he's still a little bit surprised as here comes the look from Ascari Rene, who is 24 positions gained after, well, let's be honest, a pretty rancid qualifying effort. In contrast, Redline and Ole Steinbraten, where is the second
18th.
machine?
Yeah, I believe it's 18th position at the moment on your tire. You'll have to wait for ages for it to cycle around because there's 55 cars, of course. But I believe they find themselves in 18th position. It's a high premium to stay inside the top 16 today, isn't it, to make sure that you're on that first page on the tower?
Yeah, seriously. I mean, we could give some more real estate to those behind, but should we? Probably not. Here's the side-by-side. And Steinbraten gets passed by Eclipse Sim Sport. Now has Wave Italy, Team PGZ, and Movano all there too. This is really, really close, intense stuff. And if you're Redline, Steinbraten, last thing you want to do this early on, put your entire team effectively at a bit of a deficit. Yeah,
indeed. This is there is Ollie Steinbraten a little bit further down the order, but it's fine. Just picking off one position at a time. It's not Garbolero. Don't worry. There we go. You figured it out. You figured the right button. It's fine. Just going to a little bit of bump drafting and such, which we're seeing up and down the order. A little bit of bump to the hip is probably not ideal. But we have seen a lot of bump drafting in this race from that top grouping. The problem is, because of that bump drafting, once Steinbraten gets passed into 18th spot, do you know what? I don't think it gets any better than that. I think that's probably about as good as it's going to get, unless there's crashes.
And, well,
There'll be crashes.
There will be crashes. Yeah, I was just trying to kind of, let it sit, hoping there would be a crash because they're too wide, too deep behind as they rise up through Lukey Heights. That's the Apex Racing Academy car. Leo Gariboli, class champion in the 2023 Porsche Esports Carrera Cup Great Britain. Oh, be careful. Fraser Williamson cooking something up in the smoke in front from Absolute Motorsport. A couple of freebies being given to these drivers.
They made an absolute mess of that one, that is for sure. Straight on. Down at the hairpin, side by side once again for the race lead. Not going to be 3 wide though, because a little bit of bump drafting being dished out to the rear end of the Drago racing car because Shera Esports decided to dish some of that out. So not too bad, but it does mean it's going to be side by side down into the first turn.
And we'll have more of that side by side, but that was self-inflicted from the Aslith machine, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think it was popping it down a gear too quickly. That's what it kind of looked like to me, because it snapped really aggressively. And as much as you might say it's rear locking, because of how quick it snapped, it does feel a little bit more like it's grabbing a gear and going a little bit too low on it.
Well, we'll keep an eye on the front for a little bit because Damon Woods is back on top. And they have started to close that margin behind. It is from 1st to 16th, a lead train that extends for quite a distance. How aggressive would you be now, Lewis? 15 minutes on. I don't think we're going to see pit stops. These drivers should all have plenty of fuel. So do you want to be slowly picking away forward if you're at the back? If you're at the front, are you being very cognizant of drivers trying to make their way past you?
It's a really tricky one. If I'm in the train for like this whole train for the race lead, I would be comfortable if I was in the top 5. Whereas if I'm in the top 5, I'm okay to just sort of relax. If I'm like 3rd position or whatever, I'm just bump drafting. I'm doing what Shera Esports are doing basically there. I'm just bump drafting. I'm just, making sure that I'm looking after myself. The problem is when you're in the back end of it, things like this will happen. When you're in the mid pack of it, things like that will happen where you're going side by side, where you're having little looks from various drivers. That's where it's a little bit awkward. I'd want to be, top 5, maybe even top 3, and outside of that, then I'd be settled. But if I'm sat in 7th position, I am wanting to work my way forward.
Never going to really feel settled, I think, as well in these sort of races. You're always going to be on the edge of your seat hoping that you don't end up in strife. And, well, let's see if we can, by the way, take a look at how the live championship situation is playing out. I think that does all look correct. Drago Racing would be 1 point. In fact, now a little bit more because they've been dropped behind to second. But we're talking very, very fine swings right now, Lewis, and that's what makes this so fun. Every position being worth a point. We're just going to keep an eye on these live points and see it accumulate over the course of the day.
Yeah, of course. First is Team Redline, the 69 Team Redline. Second is Falcon, because obviously their excellent performance back in Daytona. And how they're running in this at the moment, like the Falcon Sim Racing team, like I say, Dura Esports, running that squad. Things are looking really, really strong. They did pick up a championship in DTM Esports with Tim Yarshall, obviously a few days back. So maybe their whole world of sim racing is looking pretty good.
And it's talk about the sim racing world right now as well, Lewis. I think this was an event that many people had kind of been waiting for, right? Because we have sim racing and then we have esports. There's a place for both. We can be hardcore sim people when, you and I, along with the great team at VCO and IMSA and iRacing, we work on the IMSA Esports Global Championship. But then we get to do these events where we break the bounds of reality maybe a little bit, jump across the world more than air miles will allow us to. And we basically take the liberties that we can from the world of sim racing, different cars, different tracks, and we need more of this. In fact, the one thing that I think we should change from this Infinity for the next one, drivers shouldn't find out the tracks until 24 hours before.
Oh, I think they shouldn't find the track out until 10 minutes before. But no, you're absolutely. I think we've said this before, time and time again, that there's a distinct difference between what is sim racing and what is esports in this. Even though it's all under the same brand, it's kind of like your sim racing stuff is that trying to replicate reality, right? Like doing your IMSA Esports, your DTM Esports, the NASCAR Coke Series, things like that, PESC. Like you're trying to kind of do a very realistic championship, blah, 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 blah. Whereas there is a place for esports, which is sort of like more of the crazier, the weirder formats, trying to replicate stuff that you'd see on like CSGO with like how you do head-to-heads and stuff like what we've done in, the ERWC and things like that back in the day. Doing things like that. That's where things are well open. As we look at Philip Connick, someone who I've raced against.
How many years
10
ago?
years ago?
10 years ago.
Oh, probably more than 10 years ago actually. But in that, I think I'll slap 10 down. I think it was 10 years ago in the Grand Prix Virtual World Championship.
Hey, 10 years ago, Jeremy Bouteloup was up there racing at the top level of World Championships competitions on iRacing. He is now, of course, semi-retired. I say semi-retired because apparently he's back today. Former Commander driver joining up with the team at Benzo Racing. And this is one of those events as well because it's both competitive. There is prize money up for grabs. But it's also, let's be honest, a community event. People are here to have fun. We have teams of, drivers that are collaborating together, basically. Wouldn't usually get to see it, but should be quite fun to talk about those storylines. And I will confirm, by the way, Lewis, it is now officially a 16-car train for the lead, and then 6.5 seconds back to a grouping of almost 10 more cars.
Is it going to close up, though? I don't think so. I think you can see the trains there. Look, if they race hard enough, then there is the potential of it, but realistically speaking, no, probably not. Did see as well another one who I've raced against 10 years ago. Teamy Toika's on the grid as well. See if his internet holds up for the race. Probably won't, knowing Teamy, but that's fine. Side by side for the race lead, though, and again, a bit of bump draft in between this. So now seeing the attack as Josh Thompson would get to the outside of Aaron Vasquez, who did spend some time as the #1 driver on iRacing. Is he still that? Is he still #1?
Ooh, he is 11,419 iRating, so I'm not sure. Damon Woods will cycle to the lead, though. You can see him in the bottom right corner of your screen. Not much of a reaction from him. Josh Thompson is on the left, and of course, in that Drago Racing shirt right in the middle, Aaron Vasquez. This, though, is what, we had groups at Daytona where we could show 3 drivers, and that was the battle. We don't have the ability to show 20 drivers, Lewis. That's not possible.
Well, I mean, we could always put 3 screens on camera at the same time so that we could see various battles up and down the order and get really confused with what's going on by seeing 3 battles that are almost...
And just leave it on there the entire race as well.
Exactly. That's what we want to see. We just want to see 45 minutes of absolute, pure, unrivaled confusion. But no, obviously, keeping an eye on things as this... I mean, you can see how, as one train this will be. Like I've said before, I said when there were 7 cars that they weren't going to make their way through 35 minutes. Well, with 26 minutes left to go in the race, there's no way an even larger group is getting through all of it. It's BS competition. We'll try and make a move on someone trying to steal our role as longest team name in sim racing.
No, we have officially...
They've not broken it yet if Delatraz will move.
No, they haven't. Screen to speed. Dream Team accelerated by Marla. That's also... I was trying to read it on the timing tower, and it took me a second, even though I knew exactly what the team name was. But no, Lewis, there is a team that has officially broken our record. It happened last year at the Road America 500 on iRacing, where the team name was, "Why is there an arbitrary character limit on iRacing team names?" ?
I respect that. That's pretty funny. That is pretty funny.
It was amazing. And he finished second in that race as well.
I do respect that. I do have a question, though, a really important question.
Okay.
So, how do we, when we say he's in a top blah 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 of I-rated drivers, but there's a split now between sports car racing and Formula racing.
We're going to make it more complicated now, aren't we?
Exactly. Which, to be fair, to be perfectly honest, I've always mentioned I don't like that. I'm not going to lie.
You don't like split I-ratings?
No, because I liked it when it was nice and simple, because I'm an idiot.
So, okay, there's the pros and cons for it, right? There
are big pros.
I see the pros, but I think you're right as commentators. It's one of those things where who is the best in the world? Especially since it is only open-wheel road racing. It's not open-wheel oval racing, which still goes and counts against your oval license, correct?
Yeah.
So that's confusing.
All I'll say is that there is still a race-type road racing section on the iRacing website where Aaron Vasquez is still #1.
Okay. Oh, now, do we know what I-rating that pulls from?
No.
It
says 11,424.
He's got 11:14 in here, at least according to my timing screen. Interesting.
See, I've checked the sports car racing. On sports car racing, he's not #1. Sven Haase is.
Sven Haase is #1. Okay, and we should see him slightly later on as well. So keep an eye on that for that. By the way, official confirmation coming through. Only, by the way, race control decision for the most part of note, because Parnell Racing did also have a drive-through penalty. Oh, in fact, maybe I'm a bit wrong. There's been a bit more precision racing. Oh, okay. We'll keep going for a little bit.
Is there a couple? So Precision Racing team with another one. Is there Team Fortilla? There you go. 5-second stop and hold. Abel Torres into the pit. That'll be for absolutely eliminating the BS competition car from the race. 10 out of 10. Coanda, 5-second time. Any more?
I think that's it, and that explains why the Coanda Esports machine. Oh, that's the back. That's the Coanda Esports machine at the back. Excuse me, because there's also 2 Coanda cars, the 91 and the 92. This is a car that's lost 4 positions over the course of the race, so I'm quite interested to find out why they've lost. Why they're going to have a 5-second penalty.
Just to also be very fair, I think we need to be fair here.
Okay.
Because we went after Team Redline in the previous race.
Should we go after Coanda?
Yeah, absolutely. And to be fair, to some degree, Grid and Go.
Okay, no, Grid and Go get an excuse.
Do they really?
Are there yes. Differences? No, there's no difference, but they...
Oh, then no, they don't get an excuse.
No. You know why they get an excuse, Lewis?
Why?
You remember IMSA, where they did have 2 cars? Yeah. One was the virtual coach, one was the Grid and Go. They inverted the colors, so they know how to do it. The problem was, they were only meant to have 1 car entered for today.
When did they announce they weren't going to have 1 car?
No. There was another team that no longer was able to compete, and so it was like on Thursday or something.
Right.
That they got told...
What day is it today?
Well, no, Lewis, they got told you've got a couple of hours to send Arjuna some paint so he can finalize the paint pack. They have an excuse. I'm not letting you... No. I want my Grid and Go shirt first before I let you abuse them.
That's a grey area one. That I will say though, Redline and Coanda, 2 of the absolute elites of sim racing, have absolutely no excuse.
No, they do not. And again, I'm also going to just say for Grid and Go, their second car, I got their liveries before I got some liveries for some teams that had the deadline already well known. So again, I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt here.
All right, I'll allow it.
I'm trying to give you the focus shots though, Lewis, because. Double duty producer behind the scenes. My brain's getting scrambled by everything that's been happening right now. That's Oscar Pye defending from Delatraz Automotive. We are just continuing to see chopping and changing as drivers try and just cycle their way towards the front. But I think you are 100% right. There is not a lick of difference on those 2 cars.
Yeah. Which this is the whole thing, right? When it comes to these kind of, you can see their new sponsorship with Cabina Racing, which is sports car dealer in Cologne, and they've got a little sim centre thing in there as well. Fair enough. Do you know what really irritates me with it?
No.
Is how easy it is to just differentiate. All we ask for, a bare minimum, change the wing mirror colour. Just I don't know, colour it blue or purple or orange. Use whatever. I would love 4 completely different liveries. Or different color usage, like I know, change, like flip the color weights around or whatever, like what we're seeing with BS competition, where, like you say, you got a white, red and black rather than a white blue. But fair enough. But a bare minimum, if you stick like I don't know, a little bit of lime green on one of them and not the other, free pass. That's okay. I think you've done something different.
People really don't understand why we harp on this so much, but trust me, it makes a difference. It really does when you're trying to shout loudly when something exciting happens and you're like, which car was it? No, instead when you can actually tell the differences, it's much, much better. We have crossed, or we're going to end up in that part of the race now where, because we've burned enough time off the clock, I think we're going to see business picking up, and they're dropping those cars behind. The gap between 15th and 16th is up to 10 full seconds here. Vasquez has looked comfortable at the front. Damon Woods has looked comfortable too. I want to give a bit of a shout out to Raphael Renhofer, who in that Scherer Esports machine carves his way forward to second.
Yeah, doing a really, really good job. Is Renhofer obviously maybe going to go after the race lead? Yeah, who's going to win this race? Literally anyone in this pack can win this race. And everyone, by the way, the damage on the front, we were kind of discussing this a little bit, where the Indy cars can be a little bit fragile with the underside of the cars. These MX-5s, they're anything but fragile. They're basically just tanks. So they'll be fine. Yes, of course you can damage them, fair enough. That front end damage on there, it'll be affecting a little bit, but not too much. I think Deltras might need to turn the lights on there, but it's okay.
It just took a sec for Zoom to figure it all out. Down the hill, fights with Oscar Pye. Ooh, got a bit of contact there and backs out of it. This as well, even though it has the the model of the car I don't think has been updated. It is a car that now does have a sequential shifter rather than the H pattern, so slightly different to maybe those that joined iRacing a while ago and first got to grips with this car, but it's been kept up to date, at least physically, with the mechanics of the car to the real world. Renhoff going to get a push to the lead from Damon Woods, and for the first time, it's Sherra Esports on top here in VCO INFINITY.
Yeah, indeed. Are we going to see another team taking victory, another driver adding to the list of drivers to take victories in VCO INFINITY? This list is getting longer. It will get a lot longer today. I'd be surprised if we got out of the day. Again, we've got 30 different drivers that have won now in VCO INFINITY. I would be surprised if we got to the end of the day, or to tomorrow rather, without seeing that a bare minimum at 40. At a bare minimum at 40.
Especially given, I think we are going to see, even in some of the returning teams, some new drivers joining us. Thompson up the inside of Aaron Vasquez, as it's now a tie on points between Damon Woods in the Falcon Sim Racing car and Thompson in the first of the Redline entries, and then 6 points, 6 positions effectively, back to BS competition, and we are only in race 2 of 24. It's going on around 11:30 on the west coast of the US, so that means 2:30 on the east coast. What's the time for you, Lewis, in the UK?
It is 7:30, which means it's 8:30 in Europe.
So it's right around dinner time is what it sounds like to me.
It certainly is, and I will be disappearing off for a delightful pizza between now and my next little stint.
Pizza does sound pretty good.
Yep.
What are you putting on the pizza?
Pineapple.
Other than pineapple, what are you putting on your pizza?
I'm not putting a pineapple on pizza. Don't worry. It's just a bog standard pepperoni pizza. There's something nice about just the basicness sometimes of certain things.
I share your opinion in pizza there, and it's funny that we've already had the discussion about colors and what is an acceptable color on RaceSpot. We've also talked about pizza toppings. I was talking to someone yesterday and explaining what we do as commentators when we debate stuff on broadcast, and trying to explain that we're having a lot of fun, even if we don't mean anything that we're saying. I do mean when I say that don't really care about pineapple on pizza, but it's a crime. It is a crime.
All right, mate. We'll see. I think yeah, you're making it up. It's fine.
That's a line from Cyberpunk. I love it.
Just look, it's fine. I'm gonna throw that conversation straight in the bin, and we'll pick it up. We'll pick it up again. In fact, are we actually commentating together until the morning?
No.
Tomorrow. Oh, well, we'll pick it up tomorrow then.
Pick it up in the morning as Aaron Vasquez picks up second momentarily. Not going to get to your race lead though. 15 minutes ago, I'm trying not to ask you for predictions, Lewis, for your winners, because let's be honest, who knows in this race? How many cars are left at the front by the time we get to the end? Do we get a photo finish in race 2 of 24?
Photo finish, yes. Cars left, 9.
Ooh, you think so?
Depends. Left is in like one fair train.
Yes.
Within a second, 5.
5, okay. So at this point then, you probably want to be within the top 10, which is basically our leading group, but slowly picking your way forward from there as well. Benzo Racing, Jeremy Bouteloup trying to do that, picking forward in the separation. Now starting to build as 3 wide. German Sim Racing with the hip check to the grid and go machine piloted by Nicholas Rubelar. Bouteloup's going to tow them back around the final corner though, with that margin growing to 8/10 and the drafts surely slipping away.
So who's done 2 races? Rubelar's done 2 races back to back, right? Because he was on the previous one.
No, it was Tomi Katala and Jesse Tekela.
Of course it was. Yeah, of course it was. You did say Rubelar at one point, and I was not 100%.
Oh, did I? Okay.
Yeah, and that's why I'm a little bit. I was like, I just it's the only reason I thought Rubelar did the previous race, because I just remember you saying. I was like,
you mean me?
Oh yeah.
Wow.
No, it's fine. It's fine. Throw you straight under the bus. It's all right. No, I was going to say, yeah, I guess then no one's done back-to-back, as, again, we're side by side behind all of this. Aaron Vasquez dropping back a little bit at the moment, to be honest.
Yeah, I wonder if he's just been pushing a lot, and now he's not getting any help from anyone around him. This is a really interesting section you come into, by the way, because you really want to try and be aggressive into the first hairpin so you can set something out of the second one. This is going to separate the drivers out. Alexander Delatraus goes for a quick 360 no-scope, and a big block being thrown by Nicholas Rubelar. They've lost drafting range, but coming out of Siberia, Josh Thompson, 6/10 almost clear at the front.
Yeah, Delatraz is going to be calling in a UAV. He's taken out, he's at least started some form of kill streak and all that. I'm pretty sure he's got it up to over 3 with the amount of car hits that he got going through the hairpin. So at least he'll know where everyone is on the circuit the next time he goes for a little bit of a slide like that, going down to the hairpin. What it has done is it's separated the top 6 away from the grouping. I do expect they can close his way back up. Let's see what happened. So there's a little bit of contact there.
I think he turns himself on the nose of the Altitude Esports car, if I'm being honest.
Exactly. I'm like,
okay, no.
I mean, always that wide.
Yeah, they missed the apex by at least half a car width, if not more.
Yeah, I mean, look, that one is one for race control to deal with, and we shall move on.
And speaking of race control, haven't seen anything cycle back onto our board since we talked about the few things that we mentioned, and now it is not 5, but it is 6 at the front. Drago Racing at the very back of that pack as well. With what should be 13 minutes left to go, my timing screen is trying to tell me we've still got 7 laps to run. That doesn't seem right. That seems optimistic. That seems very optimistic.
I think it's about 7 sounds about right. Well, VRS Coranda's time of running in those 7 laps might be a little bit further down the order than they wanted. Thankfully, the gap back to 16th spot is so absolutely enormous. They may not actually drop back any further spots.
They were the car that, of course, does have the 5-second penalty. Ooh, and battles with the Apex Racing team. Where have we seen that before?
Yeah, I'm not going to lie. I feel like that one might have been Coanda. The thing is that the line at turn 2, you do kind of drift out a little bit wide anyway. And that line does kind of does show where that contact came from. Speaking of going out wide, coming out of Siberia, that was the Falcon sim racing car going just a little bit wide. It is once again Redline leading, looking for their 15th win in VCO Infinity. But let's be honest, this kind of race, I don't think anyone's the favourite for it.
Is this Josh Thompson's first win as well? Would this be?
Hold on, let me consult the little fact sheet that
you consult the fact sheet. I'm consulting my memory, and I don't think that Josh Thompson. He's a winner in VCO Infinity. I don't know.
There's been 2 Joshes which have won.
Okay.
Thompson is not one of them.
Who are the 2 Joshes that have won?
Well, you can figure one out.
Rogers. I'm trying to think of the other.
Poulain.
Oh, good shout, Josh Poulain. So. Might be our 3rd Josh, and it might be a first victory for Thompson at the front, who, by the way, is potentially on a swan song tour from sim racing as he maybe winds down his focus on full competitive competition. Would be a nice way to close things out with another win in VCO Infinity. Yeah,
indeed. Look at the, again, differing lines coming into turn 2. They try and hook it back into that 2nd apex and fire it off the corner. A bit of lap traffic up ahead, which may cause some problems to this group. We're going to find out who it is. It is the United Sim team. Well, they're having 2 very different races, aren't they? Well, you've got some teams like Redline and Falcon, and that lot being very consistent, BS being very consistent. Yeah, United not quite backing up what they did in Daytona. Yeah,
Ola Songfist having a very difficult day. Seen him have a couple of incidents on my timing screen that we haven't looked at. The crazy thing is we've looked at so many replays, Lewis, and that's not even everything. Like, we've just seen like a snippet of some of what's been happening here and there. And I mean, I think that's where we talked about qualifying. There were some surprises. Steinbratton, for example, being down in 30th, and he's only been able to bring his car up to 19th. In stark contrast to Ascari Rene, who's gone 34 positions up to 2nd place. Take a bow.
Wow. Now that, if anything, is... Do you know what? Let's keep an eye on that, right? 34 positions gained.
No one's beating that today.
Well, I mean, they might do.
So he would have started 36th. Okay, so maybe MX-5's at Daytona. That's like the only other race where you could have this level of chaos, maybe?
Super Formula Lights at Daytona? To be fair, I think that's going to... The thing is, I think that is you're going to gap each other too large. Like, like you'll have groups form in that kind of racing as they navigate the bit of lap traffic, and now a little bit of Dale Earnhardt Jr. trying to control the draft from Josh Thompson as Oscar Pye finds his way past Ascari Rene. And 2nd position for Coanda. Like in this battle, Redline, Coanda, and BS competition. That feels right.
It does feel good, doesn't it? And some of these teams, like you say, being consistent at the very front. Look at the live point situation will just reinforce that Redline. Another victory to their account would see them extend the margin. And I say another victory to their account. It will be for the team, not for that car in particular. Damon Woods slows it down in time, but Son, that move was never on.
No way. I don't think that was intentional, to be honest. Spinner in the background. Who is that? Rubelar? No, it's the United Sim team that's gone round in front of Grid and Go. So, yeah, Rubelar's definitely got some damage on the front end of that car because of where the United Sim team car went.
Now, that car is not just steering damage at the front. That's steering, it's crabbing, and I don't know if it's... I think it's going to have to take its trip down to pit lane and get its fast repair if it's still available. This is what happened. The car tries to stay out of the way, and then it just pitches around.
I don't know if they tried staying out of the way that well, I'm not going to lie. That was not great backmarking. Don't want to be that guy, but that was not ideal. Again, while different levels on the field, so fair enough, is what it is. But that was a pretty catastrophic mistake. There was nothing any of those cars in the lead grouping could really do about that. In that scenario, if your car is starting to slide and you've got all those cars on the inside of you, just steer out of it. You're a lap down, it doesn't matter. Go into the, as in, you're not near anyone else. So just steer out, go into the grass, it's fine. Save yourself the embarrassment, it's fine. Everyone will understand as we go 3 wide in the top grouping, 7 minutes, 40 seconds left to go. And
you can make 4 wide work here. They're not going to do it just yet. Just keep that in mind. Last lap of the race, it may come down to that. Now behind, Sherry Esports almost got pushed wide in towards the grass. At this point, Lewis, they're no friends. You've been working maybe with some drivers in the bump draft that we've seen quite effectively. Now Kawanda taking the points as a result. But every driver is fighting for themselves now. And that little bit of damage that we're seeing, it's not going to cause any impacts, but it's indicative of what they're all going to be doing moving forward.
Yeah, but there is, do you know, you say that they're all fighting each other as once again it's 3 wide, BS competition looking to the inside, going down into the hairpin, squeezing out Redline though as it's as we depart that up now towards Siberia, inside line coming in from Coanda. If I'm in this group, I'm not friends with anyone, but I am especially making sure and targeting that Team Redline car because we know how strong they're going to be, and I think a lot of people in this group, they will do so. They would rather, that's the focus there, is making sure that Josh Thompson doesn't win. Not by any means, of course, but just making sure that it's not that car that's the one that takes victory.
Another penalty from race control. Have been relatively busy in this second race, and hopefully not much more for them to look up at the front. Rene up the inside of Oscar Pai, forward to 3rd position. This time by should have just around 6 minutes to go, and I do believe a bit more certainty as to how many laps left on our clock. Is it 4 this time by?
I want you to calculate it.
I feel very... I've gotten worse in my confidence in how many laps ever since I did a race on another platform where the system as to how many laps you do is a little bit different. 3-car train on the inside pushing to the lead. It's Thompson back on top.
It is definitely 4 laps left to go. 6 minutes left to go, about 1 minute 45 a lap. So definitely 4 laps left here at Phillip Island in the second race. As like you say, plenty of bits of side-by-side in the old groupings. There's Team Redline back at the front. Someone's wearing a shirt that you're fairly fond of now. It's the Aaron Vasquez. #1 rated in Formula Racing, road racing as well, and #2 in stock cars, or however it all works.
Sports cars,
now.
not stock cars.
It's whatever, it's all the same, isn't it?
Not really. Well, kind of.
Sports and stock are very different.
Well, BOP is making it a little less, I guess, different than it was back in the day, as Vasquez looks very, very calm. I will say that's the thing that differentiates, I guess, these drivers up towards the very front. This sort of racing, heart rate probably still beating away pretty hectically, but they're not showing any outward signs of stress, and they're quite calm, letting the race build towards them. Next up, Lewis, we depart from the shores of Down Under, race 3. It's Super Formula Lights over at Portimao.
Which I'm very much looking forward to watching 2 of the newest bits of content here on iRacing. I just really want to go back to the whole sports car and open wheel topic there, right?
Okay, let's do it.
So when you're gaining iRating in an MX-5, you're gaining iRating for your sports car.
Yes.
So it's technically classified as a sports car.
Yes.
Right. See, that this is where, when it was road, it's simple. Anything that races on this is road. Whereas now you're like, sports car racing, Pontiac Slowstis.
I mean,
sports car.
It more fits into sports car than anything else, I guess. But that's not much of a...
PCRs, sports car. Perfect.
It's not much of a
I'm great at
counterpoint.
sports car racing.
Not much of a counterpoint. 2x2 at the front. Oscar Pie loses out drastically. Vasquez shoves it up his inside as well. Finds a door open. Damon Woods doing the same on Josh Thompson as out of that long left-hander they will work. And Rene now with the point. Increasingly, Philip Koenig has made this a 7-car hunt. I'm going to come out with a wild statement. We're 3 wide at the line.
Whoa, and it might not be Aaron Vasquez is a part of it, though, because he's gone all over the grass. This is starting to get very sketchy as well, as they're all trying to wrestle their way through this. Still, you know, a lap, 2 laps and a bit left to go in this race, but they're starting to get their elbows out. It's exactly what we saw in the Indy cars. When we were getting late in the race, they're more than happy to get their elbows out. I don't see all 7 of these potentially cross the line. I know I said 9 earlier. I'm not sure if this 7 are all reaching it.
No, I'm getting a bit more nervous as we build through the closing stages of this as well, because there's battles behind. It's not just at the front. You can see corner of your screen, Gal Valero, Jeremy Bouteloup squabbling with one another, but I think it warrants our attention to stay up front with what will be less than 3 minutes left to go. This time by at the line. Thompson back on top. Falcon Sim Racing in the inside of BS Competition, who go from 1st to 3rd at the end of the lap. It's so quick to change, Lewis. You've got to just place yourself in the right position. That's all these drivers are trying to do right now.
Yeah, indeed. Like, I mean, look, they're all desperately trying to win this race, fair enough. But then there's the whole thing of, like, when do you want to lead? Got to remember the line's fairly late around here as they come across it now. So if you're leading comfortably or fully out of the final corner, then that's when you should be taking the victory, right? But this is the whole thing of, like, how do you get into that spot? Where are you putting yourself in that spot? You know, are you taking the lead on the final lap, or are you kind of, do you want to be in 2nd place on the penultimate lap to then take the lead into turn 1? How are you playing that? That's where this becomes very, very complicated indeed.
Getting closer, and a shove to the rear bumper from the Falcon Sim Racing car to Josh Thompson. Next time by, white flag will be in hand. And we'll have just one more lap here at Phillip Island to sort the 2nd race of the day. And as Ascari Rene looks up the inside of the teal and blue entry, Thompson builds his advantage by a car length and a half, just exactly what he needs, with a bit of comfort through these final couple of corners on the lap. And it's all then about just that draft through the opening corner and what happens there. Rene leaned on and pushed out wide. Here comes the Coanda driver to try and take advantage.
Indeed, Stats Maestro Ewan O'Leary saying that no one in this front group has taken a victory. Falcon, Drago and Scherer have not taken victories as teams either. So plenty on the line for these groupings to kind of make history. But at the moment, there's a bit of a gap forming between 1st and 2nd. Obviously, that closes up going down to the hairpin. It's going to grow once more. That was a terrible line from Coanda.
This is where the decisions being made impact what you can be really fighting for. Ascari Rene would have been thinking, I can fight for the lead. Now he's got to try and build back up. One more lap. White flag will be in hand for Barney. And this has been fascinating. Yes, it's been chaotic, but chaos is part of VCO Infinity and managing and mastering all of the surrounding emotions that come with that. Does Damon Woods pop out of line? Of course, fastest in qualifying, has been content to push others around for the most part, but into turn 1, sits behind as the field of 5 drivers behind catches back up.
There's going to be some big moves into the hairpin this time, though. That's the thing. What you're going to see is coming out of turn 3, you're going to see Josh Thompson hold as tight to the right-hand side as possible to take the inside line into the hairpin, because if not, he's going to get a big old dive, and we might even stay right here just to allow the inside line to be taken by Damon Woods. Bit of contact between the pair of them as they work their way through the fast left-hander, now down towards the hairpin. Big bum draft coming in, though, from Coanda behind.
And you could see Woods having to react on the wheel, but he controlled it quite nicely. Rene gets dived by Vasquez, now drops back down to 5th position. So quickly these momentum shifts are happening, but it is still Redline and Falcon 1 and 2, and there's really just one more heavy braking zone left to come down in towards Lukey Height, and I feel as though Thompson, if he covers the inside, will feel quite confident.
Yeah, potentially. Let's see what Damon Woods can do. You can send it around the outside of Lukey Heights if you're brave. There's a bit of a bump draft, maybe just trying to add some speed, make the car a little bit more uncomfortable going into Lukey Heights. There's the outside look coming in from Coanda at the moment. They might have to settle for a Team Redline victory here, because Josh Thompson is driving perfectly at the moment. At the moment, I don't believe the Falcon Sim Racing team car can come over and dive on the inside. There's contact, though, as Coanda send it.
Well,
oh my God.
Oscar Pie wasn't going to take no for an answer. Thompson now in a drag race for what will be 2nd. There's some anger, there's some rage, but it's just race 2 of 24. And what a chaotic race it has been. Oscar Pye, with the last lap punch, will swing for the fences and now hope those behind won't catch him on the run to the line. It's Kawanda back on top. Josh Thompson robbed of a first VCO race win here in the Infinity Series. Vasquez third, Rene fourth. What a race. And only 2 now down, 22 still left to go.
I mean, you say robbed. I think that's going to be a penalty. I'm looking at that. I don't see how that's not a penalty for Oscar Pye. That was such an aggressive move where he sent it down the inside. I mean, I'd want to see it on replay again and again and again, but I'm looking at that thinking that surely that's going to be rescinded and that Josh Thompson will take the victory. By the way, did you see how close it was for third position across the line? Aaron Vasquez, Ascari Rene and Damon Woods. Woods being squeezed out basically into the barrier, trying to work his way past down on the start-finish straight, almost Schumacher Barrichello-esque at Hungaroring in 2010 in that kind of vibe. So close. We're riding on board then, and let's take a real look at what Oscar Pye actually did.
I mean, I'll let you be the judge of this, Lewis. He's being covered off.
He just drives straight over he drives straight over the rear of Josh Thompson. Like, he doesn't, it's not even like getting it like a dive down the inside of the corner. Like, if you watch it here, he just drives straight into the rear of Thompson's car. Nah, that's a penalty. Slam dunk.
I agree with you. I'm glad that we were able to grab a quick look at the replay as well before we flip the script over to Chapter 3 and the Super Formula Lights. We'll grab a look at the race results, and we still haven't had a chance to catch up with a race winner. Technically, we wouldn't have the chance, I think, to do that anyway if Race Control do have their part to play. But Pye gets it at the line. Thompson, Vasquez for Redline and Drago, then second and third. And do remember, points will end up being updated if Pye gets that race win removed from his shoulders. Rene fourth for BS Plus, and then Falcon Sim Racing, German Sim Racing, Scherer, Apex, Deltraz Automotive, and Brabham make up your top 10. Plenty of close finishes there, by the way. Thousands splitting the drivers. Jeremy Bouteloup for Benzo Racing, 11th, in front of the Redline machine of Ole Steinbraten, who did end up gaining 18 positions, but overshadowed by the 32, of course, that Oscari Rene did gain. Jarno de Ho does have a time penalty, so he'll drop down behind the likes of Altitude, Altus, and Team PGZ, while Visceral Esports, Movano Corsa, Maniti, and Grid and Go, the rest of the top 20. 32 positions gained as well for Xavi Ross, another driver, though, that does have a penalty hanging over his head. Race Clutch, the Apex Racing Academy, and then Precision Racing Esports team, the top 23, and then Project Valorous, Eclipse Sim Sports, XPD, Williams Esports Academy, Olympus, Wave Italy Racing, and Absolute Motorsport, your top 30. And we'll cycle through the rest of the names. Lewis, let's get some closing thoughts from you, though, because 2 hours down, you're off to go and enjoy your pizza, and we've got some more racing to come, at least without you, though.
Well, I mean, look, I'm going to be watching it. This is the whole thing with this style of race, is that you don't really want to miss a race, because it can chop and change so quickly. It's not like in an endurance race where you can step away for 3, 4, 6 hours maybe, come back and everything's basically the same. In this, nah, every 45 minutes, these races, they're crazy. So every hour it's basically just reset.
And I think the wild thing is it's not just for the drivers, right? It's kind of for us as well. I don't know how about you, but I'm feeling a bit drained right now.
It is more draining than a standard endurance race, but it's more exciting. I mean, I love this format. The drivers do as well, the teams do, the fans do. So we're all into this. Something very, very exciting indeed. But I'm not gonna lie, I'm really looking forward to seeing the Super Formula Lights racing.
I think you're also kind of looking forward to a bit of a break, though. And don't go anywhere here on VCO Esports, because 2 races are down, 22 still left to go, and we're heading over to Portugal next to the Super Formula Lights, and we'll be right back with all the action from Portimao.
Stream so vivid and thick. Through digital bands, under virtual skies, he slapped the challenges, time flies. Decision on point, tactics so fine. Every racer's goal is to cross that line. 24 combos, the challenge is real. In sim racing battles, only one will seal. Team Redline's the mark, the crown is still. In this relentless pursuit on the virtual wheel. The night wears on, race against the clock. 24 hours, the action doesn't stop. Feel the pulse rise, it's all so quick. Each team's dream so vivid and thick. Race against the clock, 24 hours, the action doesn't stop. Feel the pulse rise, it's all so quick. Each team's dream so vivid and thick. The night wears on, the stakes get higher. Each team's resolve, fueled by fire. In this virtual cockpit, skills are king. The ultimate goal, the victory to bring. 24 hours of fire. We're only only the best survive. Join the race. Lights up, game on. The virtual grid set, VCO Infinity. Where the champions are met, 24 races. Round the clock thrills, 55 teams battle with skills to kill. Striving for glory, chasing the lead. Every team's aiming to take this speed. 5 cars, 5 tracks, pure adrenaline scenes. Racing through combos in the sim machine. Race against the clock, 24 hours. The action doesn't stop. Feel the pulse rise, it's all so quick. Each team screams so vivid and thick. Race against the clock, 24 hours. The action doesn't stop. Feel the pulse rise, it's all so quick. Each team screams so vivid and thick. Through digital bends, under virtual skies, he slapped the challenges, time flies. Decision on point, tactics so fine. Every racer's goal is to cross that line. 24 combos, the challenge is real. In sim racing battles, only one will seal. Team Redline's the mark, the crown is still. In this relentless pursuit on the virtual wheel. The night wears on, race against the clock, 24 hours. The action doesn't stop. Feel the pulse rise, it's all so quick. Each team screams so vivid and thick. Race against the clock, 24 hours. The action doesn't stop. Feel the pulse rise, it's all so quick. Each team screams so vivid and thick. The night wears on, the stakes get higher. Each team's resolve, fueled by fire. In this virtual cockpit, skills are king. The ultimate goal, the victory to bring. The saga's live, 24 hours of fire. Where only the best survive. Join the race.
Well, we kick Lewis McClade out. We welcome Ewan O'Leary in. Ewan, 2 races down, 22 still left to go. And we make our way to Portimao with the Super Formula Light car. One of the newest tracks available on iRacing, one of the newest cars available on iRacing as well. But this is much like the Formula 4 car that we had in previous Infinities, right? And we saw some great racing. And I think back to Daytona where one car finished upside down on their roll hoop.
Yeah, that is a memory that we've got from VCO Infinity, but hoping to create some more in open wheel racing again here in VCO Infinity. If the first couple of races were voyages of discovery with Indy cars not necessarily going to Daytona very often, these top level of drivers don't race the MX-5s very often. Well, this is going to be another one with an unfamiliar car and track combination.
What's up next? Sorry, I'm going to have to go and look at my spreadsheet that's off to my right-hand side because my memory is so scrambled. Xfinity at Monza, that's right. Temple of Speed, Turn 1 with cars with no ABS, no traction control. It's an exploration into the unknown in many ways, and it's not until race 5, right, which is GT3s at Daytona, Ewan, where things really become a little bit more normal.
Yeah, there's that sort of residual practice, if you like, that these top-level drivers, anyway, will have got for that race. But to have gone through 4 hours of this event already without having any of those events where you're comfortable with something is quite bizarre indeed. So that's going to be another one to watch out for. And to be honest, that's going to be similar for almost all of the Xfinity racing. A lot of these drivers, I wouldn't imagine, have done very much prior to this event.
No, and the shame is that, we don't get to see their oval iRating. So Lewis and I were talking about Aaron Vasquez. Was he the highest iRated driver in both road and open wheel, sports cars and open wheelers? We would have had a lot of fun trying to talk about their oval iRating and, well, where all the drivers ended up sitting in that running order. Well, let's take a look at qualifying because we're getting to see another handful of new drivers. 60 seconds left to go. Most drivers already done with their one attempt in qualifying as well, Ewan. And it's BS Plus competition. Yaltain, the fastest of them all, of course. He's in the 90, that red BS entry that Ascari Rene piloted up into the top 5 in the most recent race. Team Redline and Alexei Nesov then nestled in behind.
Yeah, I think it's been a good start for BS competition. Daniel Alves Lorenzo is also in the top 10, so they'll be playing off of one another. 2 Coanders inside the top 10, 2 Redlines in the top 10 as well. So those top teams have really gotten away very well in this qualifying session, but such a fast-paced format means that you can theoretically do 2 races in a row. By sort of logistics, that means that qualifying has to be very short, and there has to be a lot of pressure on this qualifying lap, but that's becoming all the more common in sim racing, to be honest, where you only get 1 attempt.
And I like this thing as well of only having the 1 attempt, because drivers spend so much time dialing in their qualifying preparation. Then let's raise the stakes a little bit and at least make it a little bit less about just muscle memory and really make the drivers have to work as well. This race, though, I'm hoping going to be a little less chaotic than what we just had at Phillip Island, where we probably spent as much time watching replays at the start as we were following the live action, because it was just so much drama. Drama in qualifying, though, we'll see if there's any as we take a look at the starting grid. 54 machines, hopefully 55 ready to go if we don't have any disqualifications for a third race running. It's BS Plus and Jarl Tyne that will jump us forward at the front, though, alongside Alexei Nesov in the Team Redline entry. Alex Dunn, the Apex Racing Team driver, carries over the real open wheel experience into the sim world. He's got Elliot Veyron for company in the Coanda Esports car. Jack Sedgwick wants to cook up a masterpiece alongside Chris Lullum, with both Redline cars qualifying up inside the front 3 rows. Ayin Guven, 7th in one of our Coanda entries. He's got Alexander Davidson alongside with Jacob Reed for Delitrars Automotive and Danny Lorenzo through the rest of your top 10 for the second BS Plus competition car. Team PGZ, 11th for them, alongside Jonas Wanner for the Focus Sim Racing team. Another solid effort so far for them as they just consistently looking to be up there towards the front. Carlos Fenalosa for Altus Esports is then alongside the Dutch League Racing and SimLab team, with Maniti and Williams Esports Academy behind them on row 8. Samantha Tan Racing Esports alongside Precision Racing Esports on row 9, with 19th for Loak Marchand in Movano's entry. Blue Rose team, Matti Kaidasoa rolls alongside. Ricardo Ferreira in the Brabham Esports colors has got S&P Racing alongside Eclipse Apex Racing Academy 23rd and 24th. And as they're already beginning to work their way around for the formation lap, I'll continue to blast through the grid. Project Valorous, GridandGo.com, Race Clutch, Wave Italy Racing Team, the second Grid and Go entry, and then Benzo. That's your top 30. And all in some interesting conditions. XPD Racing then 31st. Eschera alongside them, and Andre Wolf's got some work to do. Rocket Simsport, Miranda's M Squad, GermanSimRacing.de, Impulse, and then at the very back of the field, it's going to be Kramer Racing Esports, Olympus, Obsidian, Williams, WTE Pro, and then Symphony of Pistons. Surprising to see Williams, after the disqualification in the previous race, struggling a bit for speed in qualifying. West Competition Racing, Pike from Beach, CRZ, Team Fordzilla, ATRS, and then Drago Racing. Some big names down the back with United Sim Team, Altitude Esport, Rincon Racing, Parnell Racing, and then Absolute Motorsport and Visceral at the very back of the grid. Well, a monster field and some interesting conditions, as I alluded to, you, and the heavens have opened and we've got rain here at VCO Infinity.
And that is going to make it so difficult for everybody to even stay on the road. We said earlier that it was an unfamiliar car and track combination. Well, rain is pretty unfamiliar to all these drivers as well. And from my experience in these cars, by the way, in the rain, they're very difficult to drive, even for those who do it week in, week out.
And we've seen on Friday Night Primetime on Racebar, actually, that these cars can race quite well. It's very, very fun seeing them out on track. And you saw some liveries not showing up at the end of the qualifying order. That traditionally then means that we've got some penalties as well. And so a couple of teams not going to take to the start include Visceral. It includes Absolute Motorsport. And we'll keep an eye on whether there is anybody else that ends up getting tangled up with the wrath of race control. But Ewan, expectations now. The heavens have opened. I think this is going to be one that's not as wild as Phillip Island, but wild in its own way.
Oh, I think it is going to be as wild, maybe more, to be honest with you, because staying on the track is going to be so key. This could be more about survival than anything else.
2 races done. 22 to go. We're taking some early swings in our race for the championship, but here for VCO Infinity 3, ready to go for the third race, and with the heavens having opened up, already 4 wide in the fight for second with Super Formula Light action at Portimao. Jarl Tyne leads them down the hill out of turn 1, and look at the spray. Look at Alex Dunn, master of the changeable conditions, forward to second, and as Alexei Nesov for Team Redline spins through the opening corner, it's going to be Chris Lullum that cycles up to third, though, in the second of the Redline entries as we crest up of this tall, long left-hander. My word, what have we just seen on the start?
Well, it was 4 wide for Seco. That is very rarely going to work out, and unfortunately it hasn't. It's, I'm afraid, gone even further wrong for those who are down at the back of the field, and it's carnage out of turn number 3 for those guys. More on the way down towards the hairpin. That's at turn 5 with more cars spun around again. I
believe that was the Movano entry. Marchand spinning up and lighting up the rear tires, but this is fascinating. And one thing that these drivers did know is with the Super Formula Lights, with the GT3s, there there was a chance of rain, and they had to pick their cars accordingly. Chaos in front. Oh, who slipped off the track? I saw PGZ slow. Altus as well. Fordzilla. The list of names just climbing. Oh, and there's more spinning through the long left-hander. They can't stop spinning.
Oh, they can't stop spinning. It was Daniel Alves Lorenzo, by the way, in the middle of the road previously. Don't know who that was in the second part, as Alex Dunn gets to the lead. That's a great move down at turn 13. If anyone's going to be good in these conditions, it's going to be him in this car track combination, and he now leads.
This is amazing. The masters of the conditions will rise to the front, and Alex Dunn with that real-world experience, look how confident he looks as well, sitting in his sim rig with now Chris Lullen putting the pressure on. Clearly, Tyan not as comfortable. Davidson's going to try and follow. Look at the blocks that are being thrown, though. These are aggressive moves. Lullen doesn't want to hang around. Deep under the brakes, the long way around, but Dunn holds the inside. Dunn will surely hold the position into the hairpin.
Well, you would have thought so, but the better momentum around the outside has given Chris Lullen a good chance here into turn 3. He's very wide again. He slides as he tries to get the power on. And if he could have just stayed up the inside for turn 4, he might have been okay. But Alex Dunn hangs on. He has a bit of a brief smile on his face there as he holds on ahead of Chris Lullen. Then Alexander Davidson, and for whatever reason, the old Tyan not quite as quick getting off the start of this race as he was in qualifying.
And this is the thing, right? We don't know what the conditions were like in qualifying. Could they have been a bit drier? Who knows? Could the rain have been a bit of surprise to be at the start of the race? Our forecast is indicating we'll have rain through the entirety as well. So keep an eye on the conditions. Davidson now going to put the pressure onto Chris Lullen because that WSR Esports butt kicker machine looking very, very comfortable. He looks very, very attuned to the conditions, and look at the focus on his face.
Yeah, this is a great view and a great chance to look again at just what it takes to drive well in these kind of conditions. Look at the different lines he's having to take here as well, constantly searching for grip, constantly adjusting to a new amount of grip, and look at the amount of concentration it takes as we've got, I'm afraid, more carnage in the background. So much carnage, it's too much really to even talk about or see.
It's one of those things where there's so much chaos. Let's focus on where, let's be honest, the points are being paid out, and the most focus is going to be at the front of the field. I think we, with that said, need to go back to the front of the field at the start of the race, because Alexei Nesov having that small incident, what's that going to mean in the points when we get a live update on them? Veyron going to get past Tyan now as well as BS Plus dropping down, and with cars exiting pit lane as well after being involved, taking their fast repair, traffic for the leaders to work their way through.
Yeah, and traffic really not ideal at this circuit, especially because the pit entry gets you straight onto the apex at turn 1, where there was problems on lap 1. It was Alex Dunn down the inside, and in the middle, Alexei Nesov almost, I'm tempted to say from that angle, nowhere to go. Will I change my mind here? Well, no, actually I won't, because it's wheel-to-wheel contact that sends him up in the air, and he didn't really have much choice about that.
And then let's see what happens here, because it's just everything's happening. There's already cars spinning around. ATRS is going to head into the hairpin with one car off on the side. That's Dutch League Racing. One bit of positive there. I think Screen to Speed probably had a very, very good bit of avoiding action if we can go and look at their replayers. Oh! Live shot! Coanda's just gone off!
Oh dear, it's from the front group. Coanda look like they're having a difficult start to this third race. That is a very steep rise up to the hill again for Elliot Veyron as he gets back in the position again, but only drops to 8th place. How remarkable is that? Only 5 minutes in to have such a big problem and still only be inside the top 10.
Oh no, I heard another spin. Oh, and then contact, Eclipse Simsport contact with Was Cooking Racing Adventures as Jack Sedgwick. What I'm getting the sense, everyone is on the wet compound of tire. There must be puddles of water. Redline tangled up with BS Competition, and this is aquaplaning. There's only so much you can do about that. Focus at the front though, because Ewan, here we go. Side by side for the lead, and Lullen going the long way around, this time with even more of his car in front. Dunn having none of it.
He's done well there to stay on the inside, because you really get trapped sometimes. Big slide. Great save though from Alex Dunn, and he may well get his race leading reward as well. Fantastic driving for him to defend from Chris Lullen there, against the odds really, but here comes Lullen again.
This is what the rain was meant to bring. Drivers having to adjust to find where the grip was going to be. No muscle memory to fall back on. And with that unpredictability, you've got Delatraz Automotive in 5th, Blue Rose Team, I should say, then in 7th. Williams Esports Academy 9th, Precision Racing Esports in 10th. We've got some new faces inside of these front 10. It's familiar, though, up towards the front. The teams that are battling and will continue to show us what quality they have. Let's go back to the start very quickly, though, because I think we might be able to pick up exactly where it all kicks off.
And let's see if we can figure it out. Apex Racing Academy we're on board with, who are in all sorts at turn 2. Then they're sort of shunted to the outside, if you like. And then what kicks off on the inside of them is just absolute madness. Right in the midfield, there won't be many cars who got away with this without damage.
Still side by side for the lead, though, and this is great. Half a lap plus now that they continue to fight, and this is out of the long final corner. It's a sweeping right-hander where in the dry, I feel as though there's only one fast line. In the wet, are there a couple? Because they will dance down over the hill, wheel to wheel. Dunn holds on. This is a masterclass being put on. Alexander Davidson's holding them honest as well. They are giving each other just enough room, Ewan. Not plenty of room, just enough room.
Exactly. It's a special battle between two special drivers here. Chris Lunham down the inside and gets it done, but here comes Alex Dunn again. He was on the inside of turn 2 last couple of laps. He's had to save the car quite viciously, actually, through that corner on those couple of occasions. But this time, he is in second position. I have got the feeling throughout this battle, though, that Lunham has been the quicker one, just held up by Dunn, who's been defending from him. Now, that's not becoming immediately apparent as he leads right now. However, what will happen now that he's in the clean air? Will he be able to drive away with this race?
And the rain not subsiding. How many cars have been tangled up? 53 ended up starting. Remember, we had the 2 disqualifications. I see as maybe only 29 cars have not come down pit lane just yet. If you need an illustration of just how dramatic this race has been, there you go. I wonder how many more will end up needing to make a pit stop. These are cars that should have enough fuel to get to the end as well. They shouldn't be needing to come down the lane. Oh, and Lunham spun on the curb and a 360.
He did a little bit of a risky thing about turn 4 that I noted earlier. He was right up on the curb, slid it out sideways. He lost a bit of momentum, but Alex Dunn didn't punish him for it. Now, I'm afraid he's punished himself for this one as he went wide through the right-hander at the exit of turn 11. Just too much water out there. Tyres can't deal with it. He couldn't deal with it with the right foot either. And Chris Lunham goes around only remarkably to 3rd place.
Self-inflicted mistake, and a rare one as well for a driver of his caliber, but it's what we kind of thought the rain was going to bring, and half that car was on the curb. You cannot leave yourself in that position, and Lunham will now be very much reminded of that fact. He's got Jacob Reed and the Delatraz Automotive car now behind and looking to the inside, but I think maybe just trying to give himself a bit of visibility on the run down into the opening corner. Let's go back, though, in the pack now that your lead gap is slightly opened up, because this is where you and drivers are very much having to deal with that spray.
Yeah, and this is what you can see. The lights are a bit more prominent these days, and so you can at least see the car in front of you, but that's not much help. You can see a car pulling out of line entirely. You just got to sort of hit your marks almost and hope that everybody else is doing the same. If people are starting to go off in front of you, then they're all going to pile into this, starting from Alexei Nesov, who is recovering, but recovering decently well for Team Redline at the moment.
Yeah, and you know, I think you're 100% right in saying not much he could really have done on that race start to have avoided any of the chaos, and so all he can do now is work his way back up through the field and minimize the bleeding in terms of points, because from what I gathered, there are 2 races where we're basically expecting rain, this being one of them, and I think one more with the Ferrari 296 GT3 car. The other 4 races in the cars respectively, there's a chance of rain. There's no guarantee of rain, Ewan, which is going to leave some drivers who have been put forward for that race a little bit nervous and on the edge of their seat.
Yeah, I think it's something to... One of the great things about this series we've noted in the past about the unpredictability of it, the sort of interchangeability, I suppose, of it over 24 laps, races even, but the rain adding in a factor as well is just absolutely fantastic to see. Just another thing that these drivers likely wouldn't have practiced. To be honest, I'm really not sure in your thinking before race, who would have practiced this? Because I remember from my time as a driver on other platforms that did have rain, you'd never practice it, it would always come up, and you'd always be livid with yourself.
There's only so much practice you can really do as well, right? Because how do you know that you're going to practice in the type of rain that you're going to end up seeing? So there's that give and take as well, as you see the spray being kicked up, the fight slightly further behind. Kind of hard to pick apart the cars, but that is Gabriel Streitmatter alongside Danny Lorenzo as they break into turn 1, down the hill as well. And that's going to provide a natural incline or decline for the water to run through, right? That's one of the things that the drivers will be thinking about. Where is the water going to be moving around as Ian Chen-Guven fights with Yaltayan?
Yeah, it's something to really think about here, and I'm afraid that Yaltayan maybe hasn't been as much as he should have done, because qualified on pole, but not necessarily racing quite as well in the rain. And look at him there, he just seems to be struggling, very nervy almost, as he's driving around at the moment. Guven with better purchase off of the right-hander of turn 8. This is a dangerous corner though, flat out normally in the dry, nowhere near it in terms of a battle anyway, through turn 9 in the rain conditions. Up the hill over the blind crest at 10 and 11's a tricky prospect as well, and this somewhat makes overtaking slightly more difficult. The lines that you can actually use to make a move are slightly diminished for Guven. Going down the inside, not maybe as useful as it once was.
There's a car spun in front of them. That's the W2 E-Pro machine. Lap traffic. There's apparently Ian Chen-Guven in the bottom corner of your screen. Couldn't quite tell by that camera angle, but seems to be racing with his teammates at Coanda today. Great to see him join us here as well. And he's got Elliot Veyron in that sister Coanda machine closing behind. Alex Dunn now 1.7 seconds clear at the front of the field as he opens his margin up to Alexander Davidson. Guven's going to send it up the inside, and given that Yaltayan's not feeling the most comfortable with the conditions, not expecting him to fight, because I don't think we mentioned it yet, Ewan, qualifying was bone dry, and that's why these drivers are really being challenged.
Yeah, exactly. Yaltayan's best lap, to put it into perspective, is a 1:48.2, whereas his qualifying pole lap was a 1:35.8. So that gives you an illustration of, first of all, just how much slower you are in a race situation where it is raining, but also the fact that it was indeed bone dry when we got into racing. That was close. Very nearly got rear-ended there, Yaltayan, into the hairpin at turn 5. Thankfully, Eric Veyron just pulled it up in time, but it's a loss of about 12 seconds that you get around here in terms of wet weather conditions, and if you're not prepared for it with setup or otherwise, then you are going to be further than that away.
Now, confirmation has just come through on the points from that final decisions from race 2, so we can give you a bit of an update on the live points situation, where Redline, where they currently run in 3rd position, still with Lulham having made that mistake, would still have a slender 9-point advantage over BS Plus Competition. That's Team Fordzilla off the track as well there. It's been one of those races for sure. Then just 1 point to the Apex Racing team. But the way to really look at this, right, Ewan, is we're only 3 races in. Redline are already 9 positions in front of the competition.
Yeah, exactly. It's a small margin, but it is early on. I was thinking about this earlier on, Arjuna. How many points is it going to take to win here? We often talk about this when there's sort of advancing points, if you like a NASCAR playoffs kind of system. How many points do you really need? Well, that's not the same here, obviously. It's just try and win after the end of 24 races. Personally, I think the winning score will be somewhere in the 1,100 points margin, which would be the biggest ever, although this is also the biggest field.
Yeah, it is the biggest field that we've ever seen. And I like that, right? It shows that people want to be here. We don't have too many teams with 2 entries, right? There's lots of teams just by themselves. Rincon Racing with a half spin after S&P Racing have lost the front wing.
Dear me, that is a disaster. Front wing off to the side of the road, I'm afraid, and that will be a fast repair, you would have thought, if they can get it in here with the tremendous understeer they're going to have. Let's see what happens down here at the penultimate corner. It's different lines being taken, a big spin. You don't want to end up on that painted surface, and unfortunately not holding the brakes. You've got to realise that drivers will be going around the outside of corners a lot more today, well, at least in this race, than they otherwise would be.
Yeah, sorry, that's not on. Hold your brakes. You got an F3 box on iRacing as well. There's absolutely no excuse. Look, though, at this fight slightly further down through the field. Plenty of these cars have been forced to come down on towards pit lane, and side by side between the Apex Racing Academy and Dutch League Racing with SimLab entry. Good move from Jordan Johnson, who's going to be heading to the Atlanta Motorsports Park in 3 weeks' time to drive a Radical SR1 as part of Prodigy Week. He now has the potential for Eclipse SimSport and Eddie Bestwick to follow him through. That Dutch League Racing car getting swarmed up through the top of the left-hander.
Yeah, that's a place you don't want to be, stuck up on the inside there, I would have thought, through turn 4. It's a bizarre turn, uphill, left-handed, and made even more bizarre by the fact that you don't really want to touch the curbs either, as Ricardo Ferreira goes diving down the inside there into turn 5 as well. It's really sort of fluid in the mid-pack, where there's a lot of cars all over the place, and in fact they're strewn all across this racetrack at the moment.
Two Commander drivers have managed to link up with one another. There's Elliot Veyron on the left, Aintchen Guven on the right.
Yeah, Veyron's ahead of Guven now. That wasn't the case earlier on.
Yep, and I feel as though when it comes to the pace from these drivers, last time by 146.7 compared to a 147.6 for Alex Dunn. It's not as though you're necessarily slower. It's just about the consistency, right, and being brave and willing to try stuff out. That's where Alex Dunn really made his mark at the start by trying some unique things, being willing to do something different. Chris Lam's got to get past Alexander Davidson, and then we'll have a 2-second gap in about 25 minutes to try and close.
Yeah, I think he might be able to get there as well if he executes this move quickly, because last time round, for example, he was 1.1 seconds quicker than Alex Dunn, and he's looking up to the inside here through 10 and 11. He's got to be careful through here, of course. This is where he had his spin, but he pulls it up in time on this occasion, and he doesn't run too wide to get into the curb either, so he is up to second place.
And you can see on his face, still got some work to do. Tongue will stick out for him for sure. He is of the tongue variety. When we look at their faces, Alexander Davidson's just got that grimace as he works out of the long right-hander. Has it lightened up the intensity of the rain? It's one of those things where it's hard to sometimes tell because of how the rain is depicted visually, but is it just that we have less cars on track, or do we have less chaos right now?
I don't know. We've not even got that many less cars on track, have we? I mean, there's a few retirements, but it's not that major. I think it's just everyone's spread out a bit more, to be honest. There's cars, as I said earlier, all over this racetrack now from start to finish. They're just spaced out a bit more evenly than they were at the start, so maybe that's helping a little bit in terms of visibility, but it's certainly not raining any less, I wouldn't have thought.
I don't think so. I think you're correct there. Traffic, though, the thing that's maybe going to play its part. Here's Matti Kaidasoa is on board for the Blue Racing team as he navigates his way gingerly on the power as well. Long left-hander, which will see the water pool at the bottom as well. And so that's where you're just trying to get through safely. It's the same sort of thing with Eau Rouge and Radion in the wet there. Very, very treacherous sequence of corners. And then run yourself a little bit wider off the regular racing line, where because cars are running over it so much more, it wears away the grooves in the track surface itself, which ends up meaning there's no pathways for the water to run down, which is why you get a lot more standing water than on the off racing lines, and that's where the drivers have to go and search and find all of that grip. Fighting further back, let's go check in with Jesse Tekela back in the car after starting the first race of the day. He's got behind him Kramer Racing and Obsidian Racing for 14th spot.
And Gabriel Streitmatter in the other Grid and Go car was with these guys not so long ago, by the way, but recently dropped back. So these cars fighting on their own now as the Blue Rose team, Matikaya Soja, now goes around, I'm afraid, and it's a really difficult task to get yourself off of that hill there. It's a really steep up and down here at Portimao, and I'm afraid you don't want to end yourself on wet grass on the outside of the road there.
I don't think he's the only one that made a mistake that lap, because suddenly Davidson has dropped behind Lullen by a good 5 odd seconds and is really feeling the pressure. Here comes Shaker Breed to the inside and not willing to take no for an answer. Eventually finds himself running out of room, chops back into line, but now with the Coanda pair behind, even closer to making it what would be a 4-way fight for the final step on the podium. First time we've seen rain, first time we're talking about this unpredictability, but it's kind of what we expected it to bring to the racing. There's again your points reminder of how it all plays out. Not much movement inside of the top 10, although having said that, look at those at the very back. Williams Esports Academy would move up 7 positions in this one race.
Yeah, they certainly would. And this is the sort of thing that you get in the opening part of VCO Infinity, really. A lot of movability. What we're going to see later on is not quite as fluid. Although on the last race last time round, for example, Obsidian moved up 2 places with a good, well, a win actually, from Pedro Sanchez, as it's side by side for 3rd place. Alexander Davidson still hanging on here.
It's fascinating stuff, just watching the way that Jacob Reed is trying to set this move up. It's taking him time. He's not really forcing the issue. You can see a lot tighter on the run down out of the right-hander. And this is that final sector where this corner straightens up as you get into the braking zone. And that's where you can see Reed's a little bit more willing to get off of the regular racing line. That's where Davidson's starting to struggle just that little bit more. Can watch inset in the bottom right, the hands at work, and look how loose the WSR Esports machine is.
Yeah, it's sort of the way you've got to drive this car in the rain, although it's a little bit difficult to. In the dry, it can feel sometimes as if it's impossible to slide this car. You can set it up very, very understeery if you would like, but it's obviously those guys don't get a choice, but this car can feel like that a lot sometimes, so sliding the car in the wet weather conditions can be a tricky task. Now Davidson is going to have the task of staying down the inside and hanging on to 3rd again. Jacob Reed can't do it that time, although Davidson's out in the curb. Now we'll have another look at turn 3 and covers off that as well.
This is good, but it's bringing Veyron in. Davidson very defensive now. He's really struggling. Lullum, feeling very, very confident, has brought the gap for your lead down to under a second for the first time and going on 20 minutes. Look at Jacob Reed, though. Downhill braking zone on this back straightaway. Veyron goes straight. Veyron goes deep. That's the line he looks comfortable with. He's there. He's made it a 3-way fight.
Yeah, you remember a few moments ago when he was passing Jarl Tyron, he nearly rear-ended him. He was braking so late on the way down towards turn 5. Just seemingly enjoying that run around the outside. Here goes Reed, looking down the inside, and Davidson reacting to it somewhat off of turn 8, and now he's going to be under severe pressure. As soon as he starts taking compromising lines, he's going to get bad runs, and he's going to get more fires down the inside from Jacob Reed, who goes again and can't do it. He's still looking every which way for this move, though. Race
control decisions, by the way. Let's talk to you about a couple of them, because there are some big ones. 10 seconds for... That's the Redline 70, so Alexei Nesov for what happened, I think, at the start of the race. Outside of that, though, I don't see too many other decisions that have been finalized. So, even with all of this drama, Race Control seemingly doesn't think that they need to insert themselves into the mix too much more than they already have. That's another car that spun around, and it's all as the fight for the lead is finally on. Lullum around the outside, and look how much more speed he's got. He flies on through, and it's Redline back on top here at Portimao.
Yeah, they're back ahead again, and Lullum is the only driver now to be in the 145s. That's how quickly he's going around this racetrack here. Alex Dunn can't really do anything to hold him back. Although his best lap is somewhere near Lullum's, he can't do that consistently. That's what you were talking about earlier on. It's consistency in these cars that's so key, and Lullum's speed and consistency combined is just a bit better than Dunn's for now.
And they're closing on a fight for 31st position. They're going to put 4 cars a lap down potentially, but 4 cars that are all fighting in and amongst themselves. That's the Samantha Tan racing car with its very distinctive blue and hued livery that defends from behind Rincon Racing, in front German Sim Racing, and all with the blue flags being flown as well. There's your race leader just popping over the top of the crest, and now in the eyesight as well. Lullum, he looks amazing. I've got to just say it right now. 20 minutes to go. Forces it 3 wide though. Doesn't feel very patient.
No, not patient, but aggressive, and that's not a bad thing. As he gets down the inside, he kind of felt the need to, I think, there, with Alex Dunn so close in proximity to him, kind of felt the need to go aggressive and go down the inside. Well, he's made it work, and so there can be no complaints from anybody around him for now. I think it's, in these last 20 minutes, going to be about Lullum staying on the road, but also just trying to get away and maybe make these last 10 minutes a bit more comfortable for himself.
I think we might end up instead focusing on our fight slightly further behind, because once again, final step of the podium, Alexander Davidson, 8 seconds or so off of your race lead, and with Elliot Veyron, Jacob Reed and Ryan Changuva not too far off the tail as they complete lap number 14 of what is an estimated 26 here today. Traffic continuing just to play its part as well. Now when does Veyron decide to make his move? We'll pop the long way around. And look at that confidence. It's just so impressive to see these drivers willing to try something different, back out when it doesn't work, wants to cut back underneath, but he's not going to get it done in time. Davidson plants himself on the apex.
Yeah, Davidson knows that they'll all be diving for the inside there at turn 3, and he just made sure that he was first to the apex there. Now Veyron will look for the run off turn 4, which is such a difficult traction zone, but so important in these cars. He likes to brake late on the outside at turn 5 here. He'll go maybe even just ahead briefly, but it's about the exit that he needs, and he looks like he's got it. He'll be on the inside for turn 6. There'll be lap traffic that doesn't really know where to go. Into turn 7 and 8, though, he'll be outside line. This will be tricky for him. As long as he stays off the curb, he'll be okay. He dives to the inside of the lap traffic and the outside of Davidson in 1.
It's not done though, as much as Elliot Veyron with a flick of the hair and a smile thinks he's managed to get it through. There's more traffic up the road that they're still going to be working their way through. This is tense stuff, and look at Davidson just setting it up with a little bit of a wider entry into the next part of the corner. Going straight on was one of the cars that is traffic, but this is what they're all having to navigate through. They'll have someone maybe in their ear as well. These are bigger teams, of course, that will be able to give a little bit of feedback, a bit of advice. Points, by the way, slight update. Race results have become have been updated from what we showed you in terms of live point situation a moment ago. Coanda, as expected, race 2 win, not credited to them any longer. And Redline and Josh Thompson with their first official win. Oh, Thompson's official first win in VCO Infinity. That margin now grows to 11 points already, provisionally, with 3 races complete.
Yeah. And of course this race not quite complete just yet as well, worth remembering, but yeah, it's a great start for Team Redline. To take 3 in a row off the start would be very, very impressive indeed, but they are used to starting out winning. They won 2 of the first 3 in the first edition, and they won at the very first one of ProSim, which we called the second edition of this event of Infinity. So they are used to being on top at the start. However, never 3 in a row to start off, and Chris Lillam was never a part of any of those wins either, so he's looking for his first as well. Lots of new winners at the start of a new VCO Infinity. And
we did technically call ProSim Infinity as the second Infinity because basically it was just like this, but you had to have a pro driver do 6 of your races, and we saw some interesting approaches. Sindre Setsaw had to go off and do some real racing, and so basically did effectively almost like 6 races in a row. It was all 6 of his races in a 10-hour block just so they could get his drive time complete. This is you don't have that restriction. The only restriction is your drivers must do 1 race in 2 cars, and that is it. You could have one driver do all 5 races in 1 car and then go and do just 1 race in another, as long as you fulfill that rule. Done is not letting Chris Lillam run away, though, as we head towards the line one more time. Close of lap 16. He's keeping himself honest, keeping himself in contention, and learning from what Lillam is doing in front of him.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was about to say. It may be that he's got someone in front of him now. He's sort of picking up the lines, if you like, and he's starting to pick up what Lillam is doing to go so quickly, and it's a lot easier to do when that's staring you in the face in front of you rather than a teammate just telling him maybe. It's difficult to replicate that. It's easier when it's visual right in front of you. So he'll just be trailing that red light as best he can through turn 1 and 2. Where he's been sideways quite often throughout this race. The problem comes, though, is when you actually try and make a move here, because it's all well and good following the car in front of you for speed, but where do you make moves and how do you do it? That is not going to be taught by the driver in front of you.
No, unless, you know, you pay for a seminar or something, but that would have happened before. Regardless, this is the battle for the final step on the podium, where Elliot Veyron has finally gotten in front of Alexander Davidson, and you would assume that now his main target is going to be just trying to pull away and leave those behind to struggle to get past in the same way, because it took him a while, took him many, many laps of knocking at the door. And as Ian Changuben will be next up in line, maybe there's a little bit of advice that can be thrown the way of his Coanda Esports teammate. It's still very early on. I'm trying not to talk about favorites so far, but you know, if Redline were to win a 3rd race in a row, if the points stay as they are right now, it's a very scary situation, isn't it?
Well, were they not favourites before this event? I mean, I would have said so.
Just to clarify, I mean, moving forward from here, with 3 races in and they're already that far in front of everybody else.
11 points, is that far? I mean, it's 11 places, but BS Competition are in 12th at the moment, and that's where they would need to, that's where you'd need to be to lose 11 points, if you see what I mean. So it's not that as much as you think. I think later on is where, because there's going to be one race, in my opinion, where all of the top contenders, all of the top 10 eventually who finish there will have one race where they finish outside the top 40, in my mind. Because, at least based on the last two Infinities, because that's just the way this racing goes. You'll have a bad qualifying maybe one time. There's so much pressure on that session. You'll have a bad start to the race. You might get caught up in an accident. For them to get through 24 races in the course of a day without getting caught up in a lap 1 incident has got to be a real sort of mark of luck almost, and good driving as well, of course, a mixture of both. And they need to go and buy a lottery ticket if they are indeed to be able to get through all of them without problems on lap 1.
That is exactly the point. Sometimes you just have those sort of days where everything flows in your direction. One of the Redline cars not having such a easy run so far, of course. The other one having it a bit more their own way. See how it all plays out. Of course, Chris Lullum, that 69, not the winners of the first race, but still almost perfect for them. Would have only dropped the 1 point so far. Keep an eye on some of the little battles that we have slightly further back. I say some of the little battles because it's not like there are some unimpressive teams that are involved in this fight. CRZ, SimSport behind Drago Racing. Two teams that have made up 20 positions and still find themselves outside of the top 20.
Yeah, exactly. This is the problem with starting so far back, and that's what I'm saying with Redline. It might happen to them as well. But Drago Racing will defend nicely into turn number 1, and maybe a slight agreement between the two of them that they are going to run together a little bit for the moment. And in fact, Drago Racing may not have to worry about the light blue car behind them in the near future because they've had a much better first corner and may be able to drive away now.
That livery looks a little bit more basic than that Mazda MX-5, but we'll give it to them. They're allowed it. Slightly more battling between some other teams, and they're going to pass another car that's come to a complete stop, and I wonder if there's going to be more of that up towards the front, because finally Alex Dunn, not having any more of it, wants to try and make things happen. Action rains and pours for us right now here today. Phillip Island was great. Daytona saw plenty of it as well. It's going to be intense for the drivers. Even if you've got 4 or 5 drivers in a cross of 24 hours, this is a draining endurance race.
Yeah, I was wondering to myself actually a few moments ago whether this is more draining than a regular 24-hour race, because sometimes in the middle of a night stint, let's say, as they get out of the way of one of the spun cars in front of them, sometimes you go a 3-hour stint maybe or so without seeing another car who you're battling for position anyway. You might get multi-class traffic, of course, but in terms of an actual battle, you may not get any. However, you'll get certainly loads in every single one of these races. In terms of long periods of driving alone, you might not do so many in Infinity, but that doesn't matter. The intensity is up quite a few notches, I reckon, especially through the middle of the night.
Middle of the night as well, when we're going to see a few night races with the cars that do have headlights to kind of help them as well. We'll come back to here, Portimao, which has no night lights of any kind, so drivers are solely reliant on their headlights to find their way around. That should be quite fun. And of course, next up, Xfinity at Monza. I can't wait for what's going to be a barrel roll down into turn 1, and hopefully no bowling. We return to Phillip Island for race 6. Of course, GT3 at Daytona to come after that, with all 5 of the cars then being used at least once. Indy cars at Phillip Island, MX-5s back here at Portimao, that night race that I was talking about. And then as we build towards the first half being complete, some more interesting combos to come, including Xfinity at Daytona. That should be fun, and it's not Daytona Oval, rather. It is, of course, the Daytona Road Course. Some people wanted some oval racing here, Ewan, and I just want to make the comment, why would they want that at Daytona? Like, of all the ovals to ask for, that's the one where you just foot to the floor.
I know, but it is some of the most interesting racing, in my opinion anyway, that you can have on an oval, because it's super speedway and all of that kind of thing. I don't know, I feel like it's also because it fits well with the other cars, doesn't it? Not necessarily to make them do the oval too, but I mean, you can let them go on the road course and then maybe let the stock car, whichever you've chosen, in this case Xfinity, go for the oval. It maybe seems like a nice balance. But in the same way, why not Monza oval?
Yeah, you read my mind. Like, I was legitimately, if you wanted an oval, let's go and do something fun. Like Daytona, I agree, I know what you're saying, but the racing at Daytona is basically right. How do I just jockey myself to the front? Monza's not that much different, if we're being honest. but at least there's more of a sense of survival now. There's been a puff of tire smoke, surely, because I heard a spin, and it was Alexander Davidson who's really struggled in the back half of this race. Drops now to 7th. Delatrans Automotive being hunted down by BS Plus Competition, 5th and 6th respectively. Yaltayan's coming on a bit stronger towards the end now, finally getting a bit more understanding of what he needs to do with his car.
You wonder whether he's sort of learning on the job here, in a sense that these may be his first wet laps in this car-track combination. Don't want to presume that, of course, because he may well have practiced some wet weather conditions in the past, maybe with this car that transfers over from different circuits. But nevertheless, it certainly seems like that as the fuel load's going down here. He's getting stronger and maybe more confident in this car. Jacob Reed, the one just ahead in what's been a decently good start, actually, for Delatrans Automotive today.
They've been, again, quietly impressive, and that's where you stay out of trouble, you rack up the points, could find yourself in contention. Only problem is Redline at the front just having one of those days so far where luck's seemingly just swinging in their direction. That's going to be a swing to the inside from Tyan, where you can then box the car out and make the move happen. Slides his way on forward, rips 5th away, and it's 2 seconds or so up the road to Iron Guven, who's very much lost the tail end of his teammate Elliot Veyron, who's got a lock on the 3rd and final step of the podium as it stands. Another look at the live points as it sits, where, again, just a reminder, Redline on top, 3rd win in the row for them, but the 69 machine that leads has only won the last 2. They finished 2nd in the opening race of the day, and so therefore they lead by what is now 9 points as BS Competition and Yaltayan start to work their way back up through the field.
Yeah, but how much further are they going to get? I don't think it's going to be possible for them to get further than 4th. And even then, overtaking Arjan Guven is going to be a difficult task, I would have thought. But there is the gap, 9 points. It's very close, isn't it, really? To put it into context, the first of Infinity, admittedly, was only won by 3 points, so it could stay this close all day long. However, the second one was a lot more sure than that. It was over 71 points in the end for Team Redline second time around. So look at the gap between the top 10 there, less than 50. That is not what we're going to see by the end of the day.
Haven't had any more interventions from race control for quite a bit, by the way, if you were wondering if there was anything still under investigation in these final 8 or so minutes. Maybe 5 laps still left to go as your leaders get back towards the line, and still dealing with traffic. Alex Dunn is still there, hunting down Chris Lolland. We ride on board with the Apex Racing Team machine as it carves its way through that opening corner. Are starting to see a quote-unquote dry line building, in that there's a section of the track where occasionally you are seeing the drivers wash away part of that standing water, but then as you climb up here, that's where it's just pooling. And this being a track with some elevation actually does kind of help that, doesn't it, Ewan? If we went to, I'm trying to think of a track with little elevation, Monza, for example, you'd have the water pooling in a much more dangerous sort of way.
I guess so, and it's more difficult to clear that sort of naturally as well without cars running around. Around here, you could sort of let the track dry on its own almost, with the gravity taking charge of the work. Can't necessarily do that at Monza, but it does have its disadvantages and its advantages, because we were talking earlier about puddles sort of collecting in the real force of rain when the track was sort of green, if you like, when these guys started the race. They were going out there for the first time. We're speaking about puddles collecting in dangerous places. Now it might drain away in some nice places. There are pros and cons to having a flat track or an undulating one like this.
I'd be quite curious to get an opinion from Alex as to how the spray sort of compares to the real world. You mentioned that the brake light's slightly easier to see now. iRacing turned up that visibility, but it's not easy by any means, and he's got that experience, of course, racing in these open wheel cars. Am I crazy, Ewan, for saying this? It looks fun.
Well, okay, let's phrase that. It looks fun if you weren't competing.
If I wasn't scared about running off the track as well, yes, it looks fun.
Exactly, yeah. It does if you were just having a bit of fun by yourself, I suppose, but maybe having such competitiveness with others, I'm not sure I find, although maybe that's just me not enjoying it, driving against other people anymore. But I get what you mean, and engaged a lot of people into iRacing, revitalised a lot of people in iRacing, these kind of conditions. The challenge that it brings is so different to the sort of almost sameness and repetitiveness, rather, of dry weather racing, which if you do a lot of on iRacing, it can get repetitive. And
well, we really were talking about that in the iRacing Sebring 12 Hours, powered by VCO, the second of our VCO Grand Slams, where winners in the GTP and GTD class receive invites into the IMSA Esports Global Championship. And, you know, we had 2 periods of rain, and basically once it left us, it became very boring, if I can be completely honest. And maybe if, like I was saying earlier, only 1 race with the Super Formula Light, 1 race with the GT3, are we guaranteed to have rain. The other races, there's the slight chance if iRacing's forecast was to head in that direction, but this hasn't been changeable, has this, Ewan? This has been just wet the entire time, basically. The changing has just been how the track's evolved with the constant moisture that's been dropped from the sky.
Yeah, exactly. So, can we call these changeable conditions? Like,
no. Changing, yes,
No.
not changeable.
Okay, that's a small difference, but a clear difference, so fine. But it's going to be interesting, as you say. Are we going to get one of those sort of dry to wet races, or wet to dry maybe, in today's event or not? Because it is very interesting, especially when the rain starts to come down. People will go off all over the place. That's Arjan Guven going off, meanwhile. He's dropped to 9th.
That's a big spin, a high-speed one as well, and a rejoin clearly planned in advance, where he knew what he wanted to do in that final sector of the lap, on the curb as well. Nasty spin, good car control to hang on to it, and now with him giving up a spot, it means that Altaien's fighting with Delatraz Automotive all by themselves, 4th and 5th positions, with Alexander Davidson, Beckham Jasir right behind them. Big wiggle there from Altaien.
Yeah, he's really stuck in traffic here. Some of it for position, some of it not. The one directly in front is Jacob Reed in 4th position. I said it was probably the maximum Altaien could get from this race. Well, I wasn't expecting Guven to go off and for it to still be a pass on the Delatraz Automotive car, but there we go. He's having to work his way back through again and has only got 3 minutes to do so. Maybe even only 1 lap after this one.
Should be, I think. 1 more lap after this one is... sorry, 2 more laps after this one.
You think?
I think so, yeah, because lap time's 1:45. These drivers are 20 seconds behind your race leader. Yeah, no, we should get 2 more laps after this one. So, are we going to see a fight at the front? Does Alex Dunn have enough within him to really close what is now a growing gap once again? Other questions that remain open: Delatraz Automotive, will they fend off BS Plus competition? Whilst Cooking Racing Adventures and the other BS car are having their fun as well. And a 3-way fight with Falcon Sim Racing. Grid and Go's second machine with the SE Tekla, as Kramer Racing runs in 14th spot.
Yeah, it's a good race for them to be up inside the top 20, top 15 even, and knocking on the door of a top 10 as well, although they are in seconds, around half a minute away from that particular position. It's a bit of a new look for them today. Well, say new. It's not one I've seen before with the orange and black, but there we go. Oh, ahead of some more familiar cars maybe in the world of sim racing. Falcon Sim Racing team on the rare open wheeler livery, and then gridandgo.com Esports as well in their bright yellow, which is easy to spot even in these conditions.
But as these conditions continue just to perplex the drivers, 1.5 more laps to go. Alex Dunn, I think, has run out of steam. I think Chris Lollam is going to take a well-deserved race victory here if he can hold on to that car. And I say if, very importantly, because these are the sort of conditions where anything can happen. And so you never want to make any assumptions. And that's most important when you're the driver itself, right, Ewan? You can't afford to relax for even a moment. You've got to be hyper-fixated to be on point.
Yeah, exactly. We saw some of the onboards. It's really concentration time for everybody, although saying that probably is for all of these races, in all honesty. You've got to be right on it from start to finish. There's on around you, I feel like, as well, in these events. It's only a 1:45 lap around here, which I guess could get longer at some of the other tracks today, but it means there's so many cars around you, so much going on up and down the field, and so much traffic to contend with. Goodness knows what that's going to be like when we get to somewhere like Road Atlanta for the first time, coming up a bit later on.
I'm quite excited as well that we are going to bring the Xfinity cars to Road Atlanta, because that seems unwise, but very welcome. 1 more lap still left to go as Chris Lolland breaks the timing beam, dives down through the opening corner. There's a 1.5 second gap that he's got behind. Some fight still behind, though, as much as the lead's not closing up. Beckham Jasir in that Williams Esports Academy car has gained 9 positions. He's behind the struggling Alexander Davidson as they come back around to the start-finish line.
Oh, they'll dive for the pit wall and go under the waving white flag and look for any space they can find in towards turn number 1. Will be WSR Esports on the inside again, as they've seemingly taken up so many times this race. It's the over and under from the Academy car. Inside at turn 2 is not always where you want to be. You can get a big slide and a big lot of water on the inside there. Well, either way, they're not able to find their way through ahead of Davidson, who's done so well to defend throughout this race.
And behind them, side by side as well, but that I think is between cars laps down, German Sim Racing and Screen to Speed, so action everywhere that you look. And again, that's just a reminder of the fact that these races have become so stretched out by virtue of the rain and these conditions that the drivers had to deal with. They didn't deal with it in qualifying, remember. It was bone dry. They had to dry tires, plenty of grip, and well, maximum push. As soon as they got to the grid though, it was about understanding the conditions, figuring out what was going to happen. And as they made their way down into turn 1, they went 3 wide for second, and unfortunately a couple of cars would to spin around. But making their way through all of that chaos and working their way to the front, it's once again Team Redline on top, this time with Chris Lullum. Back-to-back victories for the 69 machine, 3 in a row for Redline in their quest to be 3-time VCO Infinity champions.
Fantastic drive again from Chris Lullum as Team Redline become the first team to win 3 in a row in VCO Infinity history, and Chris Lullum becomes the 3rd different Redline driver to win in an open wheeler outside of the IndyCar. What a great history they've got in this championship now with these different cars. They're winning all over the place, and 1.1 seconds the margin at the end. More than comfortable actually in those final 5 minutes.
Alexander Davidson's able to hold off Beckham just series. He drops to 6th in the closing stages as the checker flag flies for the rest of the drivers. Fun little race here. Rain for the first time in VCO Infinity, and hopefully not for the last time. Quite a while before, in fact, all the drivers will be across the line. This was that fight that we were watching slightly earlier. In fact, no, it's not. Kramer Racing have dropped back and joined Project Valorous, Obsidian Racing, all in the hunt for 15th position as they will dance out of the final corner. Remember, fixed setup as well, so even in these rain conditions, draft is going to play its part as they run their way to the line. Bit of a drag race building. Obsidian not part of it. Kramer, Aaron Lishkovich versus Jan Volmers in the Kramer Racing Esports car. That's the spray. You don't see anything. You're just hoping and praying you've done enough. But by, it's thousands. It's 33 thousandths. Project Valorous, hold on.
Yeah, just about a very margin at the end for 15th position, but that was only 15th. They're over a minute and a quarter back from the race win. What a big field spread, I should say, we've seen on that race there. Just fantastic racing up and down the field there. There was so much going on for that one. There's another what looks like a photo finish. Maybe it's lap cars running over the line absolutely together. But what a race in terms of battles, in terms of those at the front. It was about Chris Lullum. Once he got himself sorted from that spin, he had the speed to power over the rest.
He did have some good fighting at the front, but it ultimately just came down to the adaptability, to the versatility. Redline, once again, winners here in VCO Infinity, the 69, back-to-back for them as they extend their margin at the front of the championship. Here's how the results end up looking, though, with Lullum 1.2 seconds clear unofficially, and of course, potentially still some race control decisions left to play on out. Apex Racing Team and Coanda round out the podium, and look at those big names up towards the front. The big hitters have joined us for Infinity and BS Competition 4th in front of Delatraus Automotive, who are having a very solid day, racking up points and staying out of trouble. WSR Esports butt kicker 6th in front of the Williams Esports Academy car. Beckham Jasir works his way forward 9 positions to grab 7th. Guven drops to 8th. In front of the Precision Racing Esports team with Alexei Nesov recovering quite impressively back up to 10th, albeit 36 seconds down, DE and Screen to Speed, all 1 lap down, along with the likes of Rincon Racing, Altitude Esports, Timu Miller Kangas for Race Clutch, and then of course Altus Esports, DLR SimLab, Maniti, Benzo, Symphony of Pistons, Olympus, and the Impulse Racing teams. We're still going through these big fields, of course, though, to find the likes of Rocket Simsport 2 laps down. 3 laps down for W2E Pro, who had a very difficult day. A couple of spins in front of our leaders as well. XPD Racing, SMP Racing, and then Miranda's M Squad, Shera Esport, United Sim Team, STR Esport, West Competition Racing, the ATRS Esport Team, and finally, as we get to the very back of the results, it's Team Fordzilla, it's Wave Italy Racing Team, Williams Esports, and then the Absolute Motorsport Atlas Sim Racing Team, and Visceral. Again, a couple of teams registering with the incorrect teams and being disqualified and not seeing the start. We can look forward then, Ewan, to what lies ahead, because I am very much looking forward to this. Xfinity cars at the Temple of Speed.
Yeah, it's going to be so fun to watch. Not the oval as we've already previously discussed, but it is stock car racing, something that a lot of these top drivers, again, will not quite have been used to compared to maybe some of the other racing that they've done in their professional lives. This is not a car they will be too used to driving. Even this will be different to Cup Series racing. If you are a top level driver, you might be tempted by one of the special events, let's say, into doing some stock car racing maybe, but the Xfinity car is really something you pick up a lot less, especially on road courses as well. It's got one of those races that has a lot of room for uncertain things to happen.
And I think the fun thing about it being the unfamiliar car is it's unfamiliar, it's got more power, it's got a lot more setup complexity, which is why we brought in Michael Conti and the team at Team Conti to help build our setups for today. The drivers have got to get to grips with all of that, and I do think there's going to be a standout favorite in all of these Xfinity races, and I don't think it's going to be any surprise when I say the name Bobby Zalenski. Ewan, he's going to be here, and surely he's the favorite as we get ready to go.
He's got to be the favourite. Don't forget, it's only 1 year ago when the eNASCAR series came to a similar, let's call it similar, conclusion, and went to this circuit in some sense as well. So he's got experience at this very circuit, not only in stock cars too. So he will be favourite, but anything can happen.
And he extended his record of winning in every round of the eNASCAR Coca-Cola Series that he's competed in, most recently at Brands Hatch. So looking forward to seeing how he goes. And really, it's behind then that the questions have to be answered. Redline, where will they fare out? Qualifying going to be important as well. And, you know, I was kind of saying that in the previous race that Redline storming away at the front was kind of ominous. If we didn't have the Xfinity car, and I think that would hold true, because as much as, you know, MX-5, Super Formula Lights, blah, 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 they're different. They're still regular road racing cars. This is unpredictable. It's more like a, I guess, V8 supercar that not many of these drivers will actually have really done too many serious competitive races in. And I think that's where it's all going to be about who's done actual practice to get to grips with it. Yeah,
exactly. It's one of those things as well, in the fact that we've released the details for car and track combinations quite late in the, as far as sim racing is going anyway, for these drivers to actually practice. So how much a time have they really had in these final few days? I mean, maybe a little bit, admittedly. However, it may not be as much as these guys are hoping for. And as you say, it does sort of remind you of the V8 supercar. There's really a knack to driving these kind of cars that you can only really get through practicing. We always see with these cars that there's some sort of specialists who really often prevail.
You can see the track from up above as the drivers work underway for qualifying right now. We can't show you points out of the 3 races that have been complete because they are still provisional, yet to be finalized. But this should be good. The other thing to remember is, there are 3 manufacturers, right? You've got the Chevrolet, the Toyota, the Ford. They all are identical in iRacing, the setups that they use, the physics that power them. And so the teams are basically told you can use whatever car you want. So you may see one driver in this first Xfinity race use the Ford, for example. But if they don't do all the races in the Xfinity car, their teammate may not own the same manufacturer as them. We may see multiple manufacturers for the same team.
Yeah, exactly. That's going to be pretty funny to see. But given they're so spaced out throughout the day, I don't think we're going to notice, to be honest with you, Arjuna. There's, 4 or 5 races, indeed, between this one and the... no, 4, sorry. Between this Xfinity, then 4 more, then we'll get more Xfinity racing a little bit later on. So we're not going to notice, I've got to say. It does really sort of depend on what you're going to do throughout the day, though. Do you get all of your drivers to do maybe one of the events in the Xfinity and just say, well, we're not going to be very good at this, so why don't we just all give it one go and then we can get out of the way?
I feel a little bit silly, by the way, now, because I've just looked at the timing screen with qualifying well and truly in its closing stages, and I forgot that there wasn't just one eNASCAR hotshot in the field, but there's another one as well, and Bobby Zelensky is only 9th in the Coanda Esports 91 machine. Instead, it's Parker White. Last year was part of the Apex Racing team lineup. We saw him get stronger and stronger and go from strength to strength as part of Apex and Canaan Esports in the eNASCAR world. This year, he's with Williams, and he's 69 thousandths clear of Enzo Benito at the front of the qualifying timesheets.
Yeah, and the thing I always notice about Parker White is just the sheer amount of driving that he does. He's in all the special events for Williams. Remember him doing well in top split at Bathurst, especially the most recent of the, second most recent of the endurance events anyway for Williams. Does World Championship racing, road course, oval racing. There's a lot on his plate, but he seems to be able to do it all very well. And this is another weekend that he hasn't been afforded off. He is here again and on pole for this one.
What is a weekend off? Sorry. I was trying to rest my voice there for a second. Joke about not having a weekend off.
yeah. I was about to say, what about last weekend? But I can't even remember what I did last weekend now. It just felt a lot busy.
What did I do last weekend? Road America 500.
Oh, yeah, I did that with you. So
yeah, no. That's why I said it.
Okay.
And then Search Selection Show. That was the other one, right? That's all I did last. Yes. And Racecraft Rally. I still did plenty last weekend. Anyway. Days off in sim racing, Ewan, what are they?
Exactly. Days off, yeah. Certainly no weekends off. But this is one we're glad not to have off, to be honest, because this is fast becoming, very fast actually, became my favourite event in sim racing. It's
been circled on the calendar for quite a while, and now we're ready for what has been the most eagerly anticipated of the car choices, with quite an interesting combo to look forward to. Xfinity cars in action, and Parker White, eNASCAR star, fastest of them all. He'll have Enzo Benito for company on the front row, with Team Redline Sam Coitert then on that second row. Remember that 69 machine, the one that's won 2 in a row, trying to make it 3 in a row here. And now Luca Alpert, Sherry Esports on the outside of row 2. Gal Valero, we know he likes to jump across the different cars. He jumps into the Chevy Camaro, jumps into 5th. He's alongside Ricardo Castroledo, back into the Coanda Esports number 92. And then Antoine Higeland and Lewis Wood, 7th and 8th positions. Bobby Zelensky, 9th. Aaron Vasquez, 10th in that 696. And then David Toth, Urano Koch, 11th and 12th positions. 13th for Fernando Antoli Busquets for Obsidian Racing. Timu Toika in the Pike from Beach Racing number 51 should be one to watch as well. And then Sindre Setsource for Was Cooking Racing Adventures, trying to cook something up from 15th. BS Plus Competition, the blue of their cars, back in 16th with Impulse Racing and Eclipse Sim Sports 17th and 18th behind them. Nicholas Laubish, Falcon Sim Racing, some work to do to try and climb back up through the field. In 19th, he has Esteban Rodriguez, a late substitute replacement in the WSR Esports butt kicker car. Apex Racing Academy, and then Team Fordzilla, 21st and 22nd, with Altus and German Sim Racing lining up 23rd and 24th. Sam Michaels in the Movano Corsa entry has got SMP Racing for company, with Race Clutch, Delatrials Automotive, and then Moranis M Squad and Rincon Racing, the rest of the top 30. They're rolling on their formation lap, so a blast through the rest of the field. It's W2 ePro GP, Absolute Motorsport Athletes, Precision Racing Esports, West Competition Racing, Grid and Go, and the Blue Rose team making up the top 36. And we've still got a good 20 or so cars to go. Wave Italy, DLR, ATRS, Rocket Sim Sport, Miniti, and Visceral. 43rd goes the way of Project Valorous, with Parnell Racing alongside Altitude Esports, Kramer Racing, XPD, Olympus, and then at the very back, it's going to be Screen to Speed, SOP, United Sim Speed, Williams Esports Academy, BS Competition, and CRZ. Looks like BS Competition not going to get to take part. Instead, Samantha Tan Racing will be sliding up in the order. Quick look at the results, and I'm surprised to see, Ewan, that we're now 3 races complete, and still teams are making basic errors in joining the session.
Yeah, it is very surprising, but if you think about how often it happens in terms of endurance racing or league racing, in terms of team racing anyway, it is relatively common, and now that we're sort of magnifying that by having 24 different races, it is happening a lot. But as you say, remarkable, and you think these top-level drivers would have figured it out by now.
Yeah, that's the crazy thing, right, is we've seen the big teams get caught out by it too. It's not just the smaller teams newer to the world of iRacing. Oh, this one's going to be fun. 45 minutes on the clock, and let's get Some NASCAR action here at the Temple of Speed. Boogity, boogity, boogity. How many wide will we be down into the braking zone of the first chicane? We unleash 900 horsepower per car and then tell them to control it all with their own left feet with no ABS to help them. Redline will cover second and third positions. They try and box out Scherer Esports on the exit of that first chicane. The run through Curva Grande beckons, working your way through that 4-speed gearbox. Side by side still further behind, but you in a tidy start, crazy to think, at the front of the field.
Yeah, very tidy start. Oh no, spoke too soon. Silly, very silly of us. But there you go, everybody makes it through finally as that couple of drivers go around. Now into the second chicane. The notable thing for me so far is just how much these guys are using the curbs. These stock cars can really deal with it, and they'll get up onto two wheels, and around go Falcon Sim Racing right in front of the pack.
And that's going to be a problem area as well. Nicholas Laubisch is going to cause a bit of a traffic jam as they all manage to apparently get left and right and filter off of the corner through the first of the Lesmos, with now 11 cars at the front starting to stretch their legs. We're not going to talk about draft so much in this race though, because let's be honest, when you have 900 horsepower, draft doesn't really do much for you at a road course. And I do feel as well, Parker White is going to feel pressure today. He's not going to be allowed to run away with the victory.
No, it's going to be real pressure from start to finish here, but who can stay with him, I think, is going to be the real key here. So far, both Redline cars have been able to stay very close, and he seems pretty calm about it on the right-hand side there, but just how long are they going to be able to stay there for? Because he is more experienced, I would argue, than the two Redlines behind, and indeed most of the teams behind, to be honest. They're mostly sports car racing teams for the majority, and they don't have as much experience as who's even got a shifter next to him by the looks of that.
Yep, he's taking the hand off the shifter, just helps him be a little bit more confident and comfortable in the action that he's making when you go through the gear. The last thing you want to do is go from third to second and third instead of third to fourth and blow the engine. I can tell you that from personal experience, running through that first chicane. Cal Valero chucked up behind Lewis Woods in that Team PGZ car. Where's the first real gap in the field? 1.4 seconds between 11th and 12th positions, another 1.2 between 20th and 21st. I think we're kind of just waiting to see who's going to end up making the first mistake. Hopefully it's going to take a bit of time for us to see that, though, now that the cars are all up to speed. Let's go back in time, though, Ewan, to the start of the race and what happened through the opening corner.
There were already cars on the grass here, cars up on the curb down the inside. It's the 75 car that's right up on the curbs there and going around as the 1380 RS car right in front of the pack. Rocket Sim Sports slide past them. Can't really see where it starts, to be honest with you, and it's very difficult to do so. It seems that everybody just mashes into each other into the first corners, to be honest.
Well, they tried going full wide. I'm not even joking there. The Blue Rose team, as well as ATRS, then get spun and stranded, and Dutch League Racing get a tap from behind, as well as Blue Rose does its 360. I mean, just clumsy. That's all it is. And then we had the incident with Nicholas Laubisch in through that second chicane, which was really interesting as well. And you were just mentioning the curb usage as well, right as that moment happened. I'm not sure if there was car contact, if it was self-inflicted, but let's go take a look at the replay and it'll tell us a lot more.
Well, I would imagine it's car contact based on what I saw live, but let's see. It is the... Is that BS car? Yeah, it is. It's Field and Ayres, isn't it, in the 89 car here to start off this next race, and he's just a passenger. Can't even go in reverse because there's drivers going either side of him.
Another look at it from a slightly wider angle, and you just see as the cars then have to make the decision which side of the track they go. Fordzilla chooses correct. There's not much time to react either. Very, very quick reactions required. One more incident has just taken place, and this is on the rise up towards Ascari as Blue Rose team up the inside. Just deep, never getting it stopped in time, and then get tagged around as they try and rejoin the track.
Yeah, they were sort of helped on their way there. Not really sure where that one's going to go in race control because, as you say, they were deep into the corner, but they were also not the masters of their own downfall in that instance, I wouldn't argue, but there you go. They move further down the field. It's been a good start in terms of cleanliness anyway for those at the front, and that's fantastic to see. Very small gaps between everybody inside the top 10 or so, but now I think the problem is going to be where do you actually make moves here. The braking zones are quite long and quite deep, and so that should make things slightly easier, but getting close to the driver in front of you can be a difficult task sometimes.
Yeah, first you got to close, then you have to find your way past. Confirmation that only one team has been disqualified at the start, and it is the 90 BS competition machine. Again, reminder, one that had been running pretty well to open up the proceedings here today for the third edition of VCO Infinity. There's the exit of Ascari as Lewis Woods just feels that pressure from Gal Valero and the Apex Racing team machine behind. Then Bobby Zelensky, who's only gained one position from the start of this race. I get the feeling as well that when it comes to the two eNASCAR drivers, the difference between them and the rest is really going to be their understanding of the tires, Ewan, and how they fall off over the course of a long 45-minute race when you're trying to put 900 horses stomping through those rear Goodyear tires.
Exactly, the tyres aren't going to enjoy the length of this race, and the cars that they've been put on either. I don't know what all that movement's about for Bobby Zelensky, but there you go. He's on his way down towards turn one. I think he's about to witness the first overtake inside the top 10 here in open play, if I could phrase it like that. Although maybe he'll be the instigator of it. He looks to the outside through turn one, can't quite do it. He's watching the Apex Racing team car just ahead, and they are certainly the ones closest to the drivers in front of them. PGZ not quite getting off with the speed that maybe those in front did.
Benzo Racing on the back of Drago Racing's Aaron Vasquez. Antoine Hugeland's lost 3 positions since the start of this race. Great to see him back in a car as well. Former iRacing World Championship competitor, and will get it slowed down in time to pass Drago Racing. Whoa. And then slows it down on the first part of the Apex. Such was the overspeed, but that's what these NASCAR machines are all about, is the block pass and how you make them happen. Brabham and David Toth, the Hungarian, he slides past Aaron Vasquez as well. It's a different sort of racing to GT3 races that these drivers will be a little bit more familiar with. It's not often, Shane Van Gisbergen talked about this, that you get told it's okay to run over the driver in front of you.
Yeah, exactly. Not sure how the driver in front is going to react to that indeed, but we'll wait and see if anybody tries to take that to the absolute word, if you like. Down the inside again for David Toth now, and he's made it, side-to-side contact, but he was not going to get through at Ascari. Now he's really going to open himself up to Aaron Vasquez, who is right behind and almost doing that exact thing, pushing him over off the corner.
There's a driver deciding that he wants no part of the draft, just wants to try and slot back into line. That's Busquets in the Obsidian Racing machine. That's a very, very tight Apex, though, that now Jarno Kok's going to be compromised all the way down into that first braking zone as they get ready to unleash the horses once more. A bit more contact as they filter off of that long runoff that is available to you. Drop back in line, and now here comes that Obsidian machine. Was waiting, biding its time. And we'll get past both machines pretty quickly. Timu Toika joins them as well. Is he going to be deep onto the brakes into turn number one? He gets past the grid and go car, and behind him, Sindre Setsource has a half look as well on Vasquez.
That's more than a half look. That's a full move down the inside from those two teams who have very similar numbers, but also different in some way. They're through now in the 14th position for What's Cooking. And now the Drago Racing team down to 15th, with Norbert Leitner in a decidedly un-impulse looking car, is in 16th place, looking for a top 15. They won't find their way down the inside on this occasion, so that will be good news for Drago Racing, at least to just stop the bleeding for the moment. But this is what happens in these kind of groups. Once one battle kicks off, the rest of them do as well.
Let's go check in with your race leaders once more, because Parker White is trying to extend those legs now that we're at about 10 minutes complete, and surely we are starting to feel the pain of tyre wear. There's a look at the 3 drivers inside of the podium spots right now. Enzo Benito, Sam Coitet on the bottom right. Of course, Parker White on their left as he's using a lot of curb as well. They are very calculated in where they're placing the car, which is also telling me, Ewan, that the likes of Benito and Coitet have done enough laps that they've clearly really figured out where it makes its speed, which is an important thing to do.
It is, and they're sort of displaying that right now, aren't they? That they have done their homework in that respect. They've not quite got that residual practice that I was talking about earlier on that you just generally get from doing a lot of this kind of racing. And that's what's really key in these kind of cars, as we were talking about earlier on. But you can learn a little bit, especially in the amount of time that they got. If it was intense practice for the Redline drivers, which it may well have been, then they really will have gotten up to speed somewhat, just as best as they could have done in the days leading up to this event. Clearly, it's enough for a top 5 at the moment, and I think the top 5 in these cars is absolutely where you must be pleased to be.
seeing a couple of drivers actually come down to pit lane, so I'm not sure what that's about, but that's Peter Zuber in that race clutch machine. That front hood's not looking good. Now I know what that's about.
That is behaving. And there you go. There's the repair as well. Don't know if he meant to take tyres, but he is doing on pit lane. So
Ooh.
That's not going to be the last time we see that here today, I wouldn't imagine, as everybody tries to stay out of trouble in terms of damage, which has been done relatively well so far.
That's a big hop of the curve for Sindre Setsos. Yeah, it's surprising, right? He should have a fast repair still available, so I'm not sure why he didn't just take that and no tyres, because that's really cost them some time. Now Setsos being really hounded as Vasquez gets up his inside and makes the move stick. More about Leitner in the Impulse car not going to be able to make the move happen. And now just gives a bit of a shove off the corner as they get onto the power. You don't want to be too close to the car in front of you when you try and work your way through the corner here. You're really trying to just get a good exit. It's very much a momentum-based car like an MX-5, just with a lot more power.
A lot more power, a lot more speed, and a very different type of racing as well. MX-5 racing is so much about the draft and so much about battling with one another, but this car sometimes can be one of those races where you're not fighting anybody. I think that's going to be the case inside the top 5, certainly in the podium places. Not the case when we saw winning battles in the MX-5s earlier on. Draft a bit less important here, but it's same principles applying somewhat, especially in the case of these top drivers getting used to a car that they've not driven very much.
1.2 the margin up front. Parker White slowly but surely charging away to the beat of his own drum. Bobby Zelensky wants to charge to that same beat as well, passes Guile Valero. Next up is going to be Lewis Woods. He's already, though, 5 seconds off of the back of your race leader, as now Phil Dinez comes down into pit lane. Sure what this is about. Don't see any damage on that car.
I thought I saw some at the back.
Okay, maybe it's just invisible damage.
Well, that's true as well. But as he just pulled to the right there, I thought as the car sort of switched angles, I saw some damage to the rear, that he might have been hit there. But don't forget, you had that slight contact with is Laubish driving the Falcon car, so that may be a factor in that one as well. Yeah, Laubish, who's recovered to 52nd only so far.
Oh man, we've got some penalties. These are big ones too. 5 seconds for BS Plus competition, that 89 machine. Don't think we're too shocked, but Phil Dinez has already brought that car back down to the lane. And then a stop and hold 30 for Maniti Racing. So that's a penalty that is going to have to be served in this race itself. The time penalties can be added post-race, Ewan. These penalties, you've got to come down and stop and sit.
Yeah, if it's a stop and hold, then you will have to do it at some point in the race, and some point pretty soon as well. Maniti, unfortunately, have not had the best race so far anyway. They're right at the back, as far as I can tell, in the only car 1 lap down, so it's going to make a bad day worse, unfortunately, but it might not actually cost them any points in reality. That'll be fine as far as they're concerned, but I think less fine. It'll be figuring out what they did wrong, and they'll be kept in order by race control, you'd imagine, for the rest of the day. That's what will concern them more.
Let's see what the live pits look like as well then, with about 15 minutes about to be complete. Look at the margin that Redline are just building up at that very front. If that holds true, it's now a 20-point advantage to the Apex Racing team and then to the second of the Redline cars. Even though, Delatraz Automotive, they've had a decent start to the day. They're down in 26 right now. Falcon Sim Racing, another team that had a pretty decent start today. Nicholas Laubish is running down in 50th, so they're down in 10th position. This is that race that you were talking about, and the unpredictability that will swing in.
Yeah, exactly, but it's not looking particularly unpredictable in those live standings for now. I think it's fair to say both Redlines doing well and leading the charge. It's going to be ahead of Apex, I would have thought, by the end of this race, or at least tied anyway, with the second car. So where does this go from here? I think the key thing from here on in is, for the other teams anyway, how do we beat Redline here, and at what point do we start getting worried about the margin that they're creating?
I think the answer was last race. That's kind of why I was bringing the question up, because they're seemingly unfazed right now, and it takes one bad race to suddenly feel a little bit stressed. But when you have those moments, I think back to, it's a little bit off topic, but Lionheart IndyCar Series, we had 2 consecutive years where the first year the champion finished no lower than 5th in an 18-round championship. The next year, the champion finished no lower than 3rd. when you go on those sort of runs, it's just it's not demoralizing for the other drivers in so much as it's just you can't put a foot wrong, even when things look like they're going to go wrong. Look at our Team Redline in that last race, for example, Ewan. Alexei Nesov spun off through the opening corner after qualifying quite well. Still grabbed the top 10.
Exactly, it's about the recovery, I think, as much as the incident itself. I think what's also key there is the sort of points that you can gain when you're up against a team that are so consistent like that. Let's apply that feature or this idea to this series, for example. If they even only finish in the top 5 every time, if they finish 5th every time, the maximum amount of points you can gain is 4, which at the moment would take Apex way past midnight in the middle of the night to try and get back again if they were gaining even 4 points a race. Now, that doesn't take into account the fact that they're very unlikely to win 5 races in a row. It doesn't take into the fact that they might have some issues throughout the day and all of that kind of thing. There's so many variables that they can come up against when you're trying to gain points on somebody so consistent, and as you say, that's where the problem is going to come. I'll repeat what I said earlier, though. I still firmly believe that at some point there's going to be a race when they finish outside of the top 40, and that applies for everybody in this field.
You know what? I would take that bet. Top 40 is quite generous. Like if you said top 30, I would agree with you. But top 40, you would with 3 races complete, and I'm pretty sure in each of the races we've had 15 cars involved in some sort of incident. All you've got to do is not get involved so badly. Those aren't terrible odds. But
that's what I mean, though. I feel like one of these times everybody is going to be one of those 15.
That's where it's the line that gets drawn, right? Going back to the Lionheart example, if the champion finishes no lower than 5th, let's say in this case, let's say the champion finishes no lower than 20th, right? Let's say the Redline 69 car finishes no lower than 20th. That's going to be hard enough to try and beat. So I don't think they'll get to a stage where they won't have to fight so aggressively, and everyone else will still be fighting aggressively, which is what we saw in the first Infinity, kind of caught out Urano in some ways. They were stuck on unsure, should they be on the front foot, on the back foot? Do they want to push? Do they want to try and be aggressive, or do they want to be timid and protect themselves? And unfortunately, it didn't really work the way that I think they wanted to. Mindset is such an important thing in this event, isn't it?
It certainly is, but I would go back to that first Infinity as well and say that Redline, I can't remember for the life of me who it was now, but we were driving the F3 cars at Spa, and the Redline driver, whoever it was at the time, and it's annoying me that I can't remember, got involved in an incident very early on the opening lap. They were out and done pretty much. I don't know if we had fast repairs that year, but for whatever reason, they just didn't return from the pit lane again, and they were out of the race from then. And they dropped heaps and heaps of points. Not sure if Redline, or not sure if Urano took the lead, or whether they sort of got themselves back into contention, if you like, from a long way back. But it was with about 6 races to go, sometime in the morning, I remember it being, and it was a real game-changing moment in the race. That's what I'm thinking of when I say that someone is going to finish outside the top 40, because it has happened to winners in the past of this event.
And we'll see what the points total ends up being if you finish, up above 50th or inside of the top 10 or so over the course of the day. You'd end up having a points total of about 1,080 or so, which is a lot of points. I don't think we're necessarily expecting anyone to get to that sort of a level, but you get to about 1,000, you'll be feeling pretty confident in how you feel. It was 831 points for your winners back in 2022, 962 in the ProSim Infinity that we had at the end of the year. And of course, slightly different because the number of points you get is determined by the number of cars, but yeah, that second year, a bit more of a dominant win in all regards. 2.2 seconds, the margin now up front. Parker White making sure that I know who the stronger eNASCAR driver is apparently here at Monza.
Yeah, for whatever reason, he is the stronger one. I mean, the qualifying lap, I think, has really done this for him. It's put a lot of cars between himself and Bobby Zelensky, who I think is one of the other quick ones out there. Although he's not exactly quicker than those around him, especially not even in that second group chasing Parker White, who is just dominating here. And you'd expect him to continue to do so for the remaining 25 minutes.
Yeah, Zelensky's not made an impression on Lewis Woods and been unable to make that pass happen. Then he would have a chance to potentially join this little grouping of Benito, Koiter, Alper, and Lado that's fighting for the second and third steps on the podium. which manufacturers have they all picked? I'm going to keep an eye on this. I know the Xfinity races are all separated, but Williams are in a Supra, Redline are in the Mustangs, Scherer, Coanda, and PGZ all in the Supras. I want to see, basically I'm just very curious, Ewan, how many drivers had to buy the Xfinity car for this event?
Well, I would have certainly had to if I was a VCO Infinity competing driver, so there you go. I think it's one of those cars, because it's so similar in some ways to a Cup car, certainly in terms of looks and so on. They kind of think, well, do I really need the Xfinity? I'll just, truck racing is a little bit different, so I might get that, and I'll get Cup Series racing as well if I want to do a bit of that. But other than that, the Xfinity is sort of an in-between that maybe a lot of these drivers wouldn't have had. But as we were talking about the other day, there's a lot of people who just have all of the iRacing stuff.
Yeah, I became part of the 100% club last week as well. It was very nice. And then I remembered how much money that meant that I've spent on iRacing over the years. And then I realized how many hours I'd spent on iRacing, and I started doing math. Basically, I realized I spent too much time on iRacing, and I think everyone can probably, in some ways, agree with how much of our time we end up sinking. This, Rocket Simsport versus Wave Italy, and all the inside curb, the undoing of Jordan Bachmeier.
Yeah, just well, I was about to say good job of getting spun back round again, but I think he did. Just braking a little bit too late here, pushing the car on the outside wider and wider and wider again, and they were up the curb eventually. Had to just skip across the second part of the chicane there to avoid. It was one of those moments where the driver on the inside is really not in control of that move at all.
This race, the Super Formula Lights race, two races where drivers are doing a lot of real, driving from the rear. The rear end of the car is the part where the traction ends up being a little bit limited, and therefore I'm sure if you look at some of these onboards from the drivers, it's a bit more sawing at the wheel than they traditionally be doing, even as much as they're still trying to be as smooth as possible and avoid losing too much of the speed and momentum as they scrub and build up temperature into the tires. Lewis Woods, Team PGZ machine. I really want to know, how much is Pablo paying Lewis to say that's the best team in the world?
I don't know, but I don't know why he's taking bribes either, because it's not even like has he got any shirts from them? I mean, it seems pretty bizarre.
Do they have shirts?
To be the best team in the world? I don't even know.
If they don't, now they should, just to bribe us.
Well, I suppose. But it's clearly not as good of a bribe as Lewis has been getting for whatever reason. I feel like there's other means involved in that bribe.
Yes, no. There's definitely some favoritism being played as Bobby Zelensky into pit lane. Now, is this a call on tires? Has he decided there's enough fall off? They are going 2 or 3 seconds a lap slower than the fastest laps of the race. Fernando Antoli follows him in, and this is a strategy call.
It is, and it's halfway as well, so I would have thought that those who are out at the moment are going to stay there. There's the car pitched up on the left-hand side, and it will be on the right again too, all four, as you would imagine, and then he'll be on his way again as soon as he's dropped. 14.6 the margin. Is anybody else going to go for it, or have they sort of made their bed there in the top 10 and they're going to stick to that?
Don't forget, no limiters for these cars as well, so you have to slow down to the speed limit by yourself, and then when you get back up to speed, often away from the pit lane itself, up to you to make sure you don't speed as well. That's where experience is going to be key for both Zelensky and for Parker White. Maybe this is what Zelensky needs to try and leapfrog at Lewis Woods in that PGZ car. Might give him an undercut, in fact, to jump potentially in front of the two Redline machines if things work according to the plan. It did get corrected, by the way, not 900 horsepower. I was waxing lyrical about what these cars should have been. Only 650 horsepower-ish or something.
That's rubbish.
Rubbish, right?
No power, these cars. But I think the point stands, doesn't it? They are wearing through the tyres very, very quickly. Last time around, Enzo Benito, for example, did a 53.8. That's 2.8 seconds slower than his best lap, and even further away from their best laps than what you were saying earlier on at 2 seconds. It's maybe even worse than that, even at this point.
And you can, ooh, big wiggle there for the lead Redline car, who's coming into pit lane. I think Enzo Benito has clearly said enough is enough. My tires are done, and Bono, get me some new tires, as he slides his way on in. Sam Coitert now going to be left to run up the front as Ricardo Castrolado, Lewis Woods box as well. I just got a DM, by the way, saying that there's not enough time in this race to make up this pit stop time. Parker White's decided that I think that's the call that he wants. this is going to be fascinating.
It is. I think for the first part, Parker White has done a better job of looking after his tyres in the first part of the race, hence why it was so close for the first 5-10 minutes or so. Now he's pulling away because he's still actually got life in them, but this is very interesting because a lot of these drivers have decided to come in now. The top 10 are still remaining without pit stops in this race. Esteban Rodriguez, the last of them. Here goes Bobby Zalenski, as expected, easily through.
And that's the value of the undercut as well, right? He was a good 2.5-3 seconds back from the second place machine before he dived down to pit lane. One undercut later, finds himself in front. And the pit stop time is where there's going to be a lot of intrigue. So let's take a look at the graphic that will tell us a little bit more about how that gap is all built up, because I think maybe it will help tell the story. Not Bobby Zalenski twice. That's definitely not what we care about. Instead, Bobby Zalenski versus Enzo Benito. Shorter time in the box for Benito, longer time in the lane.
Yeah, and that's exactly goes back to what you were talking about earlier about no limiter. Zalenski's knowledge of this car will really come into play. Just modulating the throttle there, staying as close to the pit speed as possible, and sort of playing the game, if you like, with regards to getting close to a speeding penalty, but not quite getting one. That's what you've got to play the game with in these cars. Coanda also getting ahead of Team PDZ in that battle further back as Parker White stays quite close to the right here. He is coming in.
I think he recognizes at this point he has to respond, given that the majority of the field has done so. Ooh, is this going to mean, though, Bobby Zalenski can close up as Parker White trundles and sits and waits to see where Zalenski will feed out? We'll take a look top and bottom at both of those drivers as they work through their relevant phases of the race. Pit stop for White. Jack Mann works around to the left side of the car, jacks the car up. They do the 5-bolt tires, of course, unlike the new Cup car, which is a single lug nut, much like Formula One. It's a lot slower, more old school sort of a pit stop. There's Zalenski. You can actually see him on the screen. He's not going to get to the lead. He will be closer, though. Is it going to be close enough for Sam Coiter? No. Zalenski jumps, well, 4 cars effectively in one pit stop sequence.
Yeah, so there's maybe the experience showing for Zalenski, getting himself into what will be second position very shortly with 18 minutes to go. Coiter has managed to do an overcut somehow. That's pretty remarkable, given that he was on the older tyres. He's now ahead of Enzo Benito, Luca Alpert, Ricardo Castro-Ledo in the Coanda car, then Lewis Woods. So all very close here for what will be third place, but the two NASCAR favourites, if you like, Parker White and Bobby Zalenski, should be 1 and 2, although they may have some overtaking to do.
They did need fuel. That is why they had to come down onto pit lane. I wonder if when we head to some of those other races, when there's maybe a little less full throttle time, when you go to a Portimao, for example, if there will be the ability to eke out just that little bit more. So it's Parker White, Bobby Zalenski, net race leaders for Williams and Coanda, as we still wait for 2 drivers at the front of the field to dive their way down on towards the lane. You can see them running a little bit wide off of Lesmo 2 as well. Track limits at Monza can sometimes be a little bit precarious, Ewan. I'm hoping drivers, especially in these cars with no aids, aren't going to run up close to the incident limit.
Exactly. Well, incident limit. I was also thinking about slowdowns that you can get in these chicanes if you're not absolutely careful as well, because that will cost you a lot of positions in this midfield, especially when there is such a close proximity of cars, especially from Sam Coiter right the way down to Valero, who's just clinging onto the back of these guys in 10th place for the Apex Racing team at the moment. Seems that Yannick Koch is continuing on here, so not sure what his strategy is, but he is not being followed by Esteban Rodriguez, who is in for WSR.
I think he's probably just trying to run it dry and see what happens. You're not going to really be able to then... The problem with letting drivers get the undercut on you is that as much as you'll have fresher tires when you come down to the lane, are you really going to have the time left in the race to make the ground up with your fresh tires? That's the question that really has to be answered. After this, 4 races will be done. Still 20 races to go, and I'll be able to go and grab a bit of a break. Maybe it's time for me to enjoy a pizza as well. Walking you through the next couple of hours is going to be Lewis alongside Zach Sweeney, who will join him. And then I believe you, and you're back in the booth in, what, 3 hours' time?
I am back again into the nights. I might see a bit of nighttime racing, I think, tonight before I go to bed. Maybe when I wake up. I don't know. But I'll be here with Dara for a few hours, taking you just into the middle third, if you like. Especially something to watch out for if you're watching us on YouTube.
Sorry, I've just gone silent because I'm trying to do math.
Oh no!
I know.
Keep talking for a second.
No. I think I've done it.
Okay.
I've been getting word that Grid and Go might
Come on.
be able to do it on a no-stop race. Now,
I love races like this, by the way. I really do.
So
it's not because it's not overtaking, all the time, is it? But it's just tension from start to finish, and it might well be a tense final quarter of an hour for him.
well, the crazy thing here is we've got 15 minutes to go, lap times of 1:52. I'm pretty confident in saying we've got probably 8 laps to go, right? 8 laps. He just did a 1:52.411. Let's get a time in a second for Parker White behind, who will come to the line now. 13 seconds adrift, 1:49.911, so 2.5 seconds quicker. There's no way he's going to hold on to the race lead. The question is, if he's dropping, let's say 2 seconds a lap, 16 seconds, that's still going to put him in between the 2 Redline cars.
Maybe, but the thing is, Parker White's got to overtake, and what's that going to be like? Because he's clearly going very quickly at the moment, Parker White. He's just set the fastest lap of the whole race on that last lap there. He's clearly pushing, and he may well pay for that later on. If he fails to overtake Urano quickly enough, then he could have Bobby Zalenski right behind him, and he could be in a bit of trouble. So he's taking a bit of a risk, in my mind, in going out quite so hard. Bobby Zalenski clearly not doing the same, because he knows he's got to do a few more laps on these tyres than everybody else. He was closed in on by 8 tenths by Sam Coiter there on that last lap.
We're seeing the tyre fall off. You have the 2-3 laps of peak grip, and from there it's just a steady drop off, and Zalenski doesn't look too stressed by any means. The one thing that Bobby is kind of known for as well, whether it's the middle of the day for him, middle of the night, he wants his room as pitch black as possible. We'll keep an eye on his camera over the course of the day. He doesn't even look to the inside left mirror to even check if Sam Coiter's going to make the move. He knows that car cannot make the corner if it was to break that deep. I think that's amazing, Ewan, because I just, whenever I'm in a car, you know how they have the virtual mirror on iRacing?
Yeah.
Yeah, I just look at that the entire time.
Yeah, I do, to be honest.
It's not good. It's not healthy.
No, you don't think so? I think it's fine.
You should be focused on what's in front of you. If you're focused on what's behind you, how are you going fast?
That's true as well. There is always a bit of mirror driving, isn't there, that comes with that. And maybe that's an advantage of turning the virtual mirror off, is that you can't actually see what's behind you quite so well. Maybe that's not a bad thing, as Coiter gets down the inside by looks things here.
He's going to get it slowed down as well. Now, the middle of the track's less bumpy than the left, actually, so it's easier to brake. And I think he will slow it down in time, and a little bit of class as well. Filters back off to the left on the entry into the corner and rips that spot away from Zalenski, who's now probably going to feel the same sort of pressure from Enzo Benito.
You would think so, but I think Zalenski's going to have something to say towards the end of this stint, maybe. You've written off Urano very quickly here, by the way. I'm not willing to do so quite so quickly, because he only lost 2 seconds on that last time around. Still think there's 7 laps to go, and you're right, if the gap comes down at a uniform rate, then he will lose the lead, but he'll have some time to defend with. And I think there is a point in these tyres, it seems to me anyway, that they seemingly just stay bad and don't get much worse.
He's definitely not winning the race. I'm confident in saying that right now.
All right, man.
But it's one of those things about where does he drop to? Like, genuinely, 6 seconds behind now Williams and Redline. He might genuinely hold on to second, I think. It's crazy. It's a bold call, and one that the rest of the drivers are going to be kind of wondering, why didn't I see that one? Because it's not like Grid and Go started at the very back like we saw from Oscar Irene at the MX5 race at Phillip Island, 34 whatever positions gained. No, he qualified down in 12th, Ewan. He started up towards the front.
But this is what I mean. He's quick, and he's losing less and less time as we go here. I want to see the lap time. Oh, he's lost quite a lot of time through the final, and he's in. Oh, that's our fun entirely ruined. Well, that is a shame. 11 minutes to go, 6 laps to go, and unfortunately, Urano has ruined our fun.
Yeah, no fun, unfortunately. He apparently, again, if he was 0.3 of a gallon short, that's not very much. I think that was make-upable, and it's not a word, I know, but I'm going to make it a word here on RaceSpot TV.
Make it up.
It's peculiar, and now surely he's going to drop outside of the top 15, right? Because here he comes. Remember, he can't speed as well. You're watching the rev lights to make sure that you're very, very carefully using the engine to its proper capacity. Cooking flies on through, boils itself up to 12th, Drago as well. And now Impulse will have to slot into line, not be able to go around the outside. So now they're back 2 positions from where they started. Now I don't know where they were before the pit stop cycle. Was that really worth it?
Well, that's going to be the eternal question. They're only down 2 places on where they qualified, so I would argue they were running around here anyway, and I reckon they will be able to get up to 12th place and back to where they qualified in a moment anyway. So I think it's sort of nothing lost, nothing gained here really for them.
We'll see if they're able to probably get up in front of Brabham. Remember, they'll have fresh tires to use now. Hopefully they put enough fuel into the car and they're still not needing to do a bit of saving with less than 10 minutes to go in this 4th race of the day. And again, we've got another combo coming up that should be quite fun as we make our way into race number 5. For the first time, we'll break out the Ferrari 296 GT3 and we'll head to the Daytona International Speedway. Now, that is not going to be at night. The first night race is race 7, Portimao with MX-5s. Road Atlanta GT3, also going to be a night race. And Xfinity cars at Daytona. Using the night lights at the Daytona International Raceway, that will be our 3rd and final night race of the day.
Yep, and I'll be there for a couple of those, so looking forward to seeing these cars back again for their 2nd race, although it feels like it's a very long time away at this moment. That would be race 9 of the day. Here goes Jarno Kok straight through into 12th place, and he's sort of opened up opportunities for those in behind as well in this group for 12th place. They've been waiting for this moment to sort of spark something between them, and now overtakes are beginning to happen.
Sindre Setsource on the bottom right, Aaron Vasquez in the middle, and the grid and go driver Urano Kok on the left side. Now you can see the Nürburgring Landstracken Series board behind Sindre Setsource, driver that started in the virtual world but now has won the Nürburgring Landstracken Series Championship a couple of years ago. We've seen him a bunch in the DNLS where he's been racing with Williams Esports as their pro driver, but he's lined up with the Cooking Racing Adventures team for today's outing. And I'm trying to remember who all is in that Michelin star chef lineup for Cooking. It's Jack Sedgwick, Sindre Setsource, Fraser Williamson, Paddy Wolf, and Oscar Bixrud. It's a very interesting lineup with drivers from a bunch of different sim racing teams.
Yeah, he's sort of an amalgamation of them all, and it'll be interesting to see how they get on throughout the day in that team. They were 16th in points going into this 4th race of the day, and they have won a race in the past in VCO Infinity history. That I feel like they've been here both times actually, from memory, or at least, well, certainly once, because they've won a race before. So they're becoming well known in this series, and they're always pretty popular with people as well.
Yep, Mike Spangler's going to be watching on somewhere, I'm sure, from behind the bar stool, what's going on with his team, his drivers. I know, I saw on social media, they were throwing some slander the way of Teemu Toika, who traditionally would be racing with the Cooking Racing Adventures crew, but no, instead today he's decided to be with Pikes from Beach Racing, that run behind Sindre Setsource now. In fact, that would be the next car in line if around the outside Norbert Leitner can make this move happen. The super battles with the Camaro as they just try and dance on the loud pedal, use as much of the power as possible to run onto this main straightaway. You can see running out wide, Leitner just uses that runoff to his advantage, uses the momentum that he builds up and gets in front of the Cooking machine.
I thought it was interesting there that Vasquez tried to give the slipstream to Setsource there, but couldn't quite do enough to prevent that overtake from happening, as it's side by side between Obsidian and Brabham here. This is helping Jarno Kok, who maybe was out of hope for a top 10, but he'll certainly be in with a chance now, although he has got a lap car to negotiate before getting to these two. David Toff now in the top 10.
It's been a good recovery drive from some. 13 positions gained for W2 ePro GP, up to 19th, but big losses for a handful, including potentially some drivers that would have been wanting to put their team into a better situation championship-wise. There's the live points once again. It's come down to a 17-point advantage for Redline, with the Apex Racing team then in 3rd. Still 1-2 for Redline as they sit. 4 and 5 for Coanda. Falcon Sim Racing. Nicholas Laubish has slowly worked his way forward. He now brings that team up to 6th in the provisional points, but already more than 50 points inside of that top 10 as Redline build that gap.
Yeah, well, exactly 60 points, because the team in 10th place are scoring no points. It was the second place team in points who were not able to register properly, and they are scoring a donut for the 4th race of the day. That's going to cost them so dearly. Are they going to look back at the end of the day and think this as the moment when they lost the event entirely?
And one race victory splits Redline from that edge of the top 10. That's kind of the marker that we'll be looking at, because it will kind of dictate the risk tolerance that the team will have as we head into the closing stages. It's still Enzo Benito feeling the pressure, though, from Luca Alpert right now. Definitely does not want to give up that position. 6 seconds your lead for Parker White as he runs down into that second chicane with 5 minutes left on the clock. 3 laps to go next time by?
2. You were right the first time.
I was right the first time. There you go.
Yeah, you talked yourself out of it. Almost.
So what happened, Ewan? We were doing a race on Race Room, Racing Prodigy, and the way that it works in Race Room, which is different on iRacing, is that as soon as the clock strikes 0, when you cross the line, the race is over, right? Whereas in iRacing, the clock can strike 0, but if the average lap time hasn't been... You then have to finish the next lap sometimes. Like, that's basically what I'm saying. Race Room, it's always finish the lap that you're on. And so basically, we got to the line 30 minutes and 97 thousandths after we started that race. And so I'm sitting there going, is it another lap or not? 97 thousandths earlier, yes. But no, I've been very gun-shy in how many laps are left in a race ever since then.
It's done permanent damage.
Permanent, scarring, mental damage because of sim racing.
As a commentator. Oh dear, as the 51 of Timo Teucher goes around at Lesmo 2, that is not good news at all, because it's really congested in this part of the order. That's a lot of positions lost. Has he been pushed? No. He did that somewhat on his own and got involved with someone else as well. It's not a lap car just ahead.
It is. That's what I was thinking as well. It is the lap machine that caused a little bit of issue just as they get onto the brakes, wanting to roll the momentum through, and maybe a bit too much curb usage from the car in front. But Luca Monroe, driving the United Sim Team car, then sees the chaos happen all in the background as, well, closing stages building. Let's jump back up towards the front, where battle for the final step on the podium going to get a little bit more intense as Bobby Zelensky tries to hold on with tires that have done 1 lap longer than some of the cars behind, 2 laps longer than the car that leads the race.
Yeah, it's surprising, actually, to me anyway, how much Zelensky is struggling in this second part of the race here. But Enzo Benito hasn't really been able to make any sort of impression of an actual overtake here. Luca Alpert now, I feel, is getting a little bit restless in that Share Esport car. And surely, as this last lap approaches very quickly, there'll be moves made from those trying to gain some points on Redline.
And valuable points as well. If this was meant to be one of those wildcard races, with Redline running 2nd and 4th, they haven't dropped much, so you can't afford, if you're further down the order, to be equally dropping those points. Back up to Ascari, penultimate time. Zelensky doesn't have to look to the inside. He knows that he's comfortable, at least for the time being. Sam Koitet's built up the margin in front of these drivers as well. Let's check back in with some of the other battles, though, because Moradness M Squad, Delatraus Automotive, Team Fordzilla, the recovering Phil Denez in that number 89 BS competition machine. This is the fight just inside of the top 25.
Phil Denez trying to do what he can to salvage what he can from this race, and anything is possible in these final few laps, really. This is a train right the way back from 21st on backwards, and Denez could find his way through to the front of it, although with only a minute and a half to go, it's very much grab the positions that you can, and you're going to have to be pleased with that, because there's only 1 lap to go at the line.
Parker White's going to cross and take the white flag and make his way back around with a 9-second lead to win this race. We would have assumed that it would have been one of the eNASCAR drivers. It's Williams Esports, after a difficult couple of races, finally back on top. And now Enzo Benito almost getting a shove from behind as Luca Alpert almost runs into him as they exit off that first chicane. ATRS lighting up the rear tires from behind. That's a lapped car. But these 3, center of your screen right now, into the second chicane. 1 more lap and the podium spot up for grabs.
And who's going to dive down here at the De La Rogia? It's middle of the road for Zelensky. It's Benito right into the back of him from early on in that braking zone. Luca Alpert right behind as well. Can he maybe get a run on the Redline car into the next couple of corners? No, not really. And now the overtaking opportunities get a little bit more difficult in these final 2 braking zones of the lap.
It's basically, let's be honest, just the run to Ascari and then into the final corner, where in these cars with the lack of downforce, even though they're long braking zones, you've got to be alongside basically to really make the most of them. And as much as these drivers will have a fun fight into those closing couple of corners, not such a fun fight for your leader out front. It was a disqualification first for Williams that dropped them from the second race, and then dramas in the third race in qualifying put them on the back foot. There's still a long way to go. 20 hours, 20 individual races still left to go, and all Williams can do is knock and knock and knock at the door and hope they'll be left in the championship hunt come the end. Parker White will do it in style, out of the final corner, winning in VCO Infinity for Williams Esports.
It's their 4th win in VCO Infinity history as a team here, and Parker White contributes in the Xfinity car. Now for the battle for 4th. Luca Alpert gets ahead briefly. Can he stay ahead by the line? He does just about.
It's a great finish as well. 13 thousandths. It robs a point from Team Redline as well. And of course, being the leaders coming into this one, that 69 machine did not need to risk it to try and get that extra point. Here come the rest of the drivers finishing things up here for our first Xfinity Series race of the event. We'll break out the latest Ferrari GT3 machine as well for our next race at Daytona, at which point all 5 of the cars will have been showcased and we'll have a bit of a sense for, well, exactly what the racing is going to be like across the board. And based on these first 4 races, Ewan, by the time we get to the end of the day, we're going to be drained, drivers going to be drained. It's going to be a long day, that's for sure.
It is going to be a long day, but it's going to be a lot of fun. We were talking earlier about whether this is maybe even more draining than a regular 24-hour race, one of which we've already had at Daytona, for example. In these events, you do get a lot more racing in terms of your individual stints, but your stints are a bit shorter. You can jump in and out of the car. You might have to adapt to different cars. There are so many different elements involved in this 24-hour race compared to the ones that have even come previously this year or previously in their lives.
So what we have to try and do is find 5 decently, big racetracks, like grade 2 or grade 3 racetracks that can accommodate some fast race cars. So Ewan, we can host the first ever VCO Infinity in the real world. That's what we need to do next, right?
I don't know how that is going to happen.
If Fuji has got like 20,000 golf courses all around them, I'm sure we can find like an area where there's like 4 tracks within an hour. Like, surely, come on, please. No?
Maybe Belgium and the Netherlands maybe have got a few.
You might need helicopters for that, though, right?
Well, I think it's difficult because racetracks are often quite spaced out. At least that's the case in England.
Mm-hmm. That is true. Racetracks do end up getting quite spaced out just because you go to where people will actually come and watch the racing. Your winners, though, here for race 4 of 24. Still a long way to go, but it's finally Williams Esports winning in the Xfinity car. Maybe not a surprise to many with Parker White out front, but we'll grab a look at your race results and talk you through all the storylines as we get ready to shift gears to yet another race. 9 and a bit seconds the margin at the end. Williams from Redline from Coanda. And Scherer continuing what's been a very good run for them. Luca Alpert 4th, just in front of Enzo Benito as he steals that spot at the line. Lewis Woods for Team PGZ holds off Ricardo Castroledo for Coanda with Apex Racing Team. Another top 10 for Benzo Racing. And then the gridandgo.com machine spoils our fun, comes in for fuel, ends up grabbing 10th. In front of the Brabham Esports team, Obsidian, and then Impulse Drago and the Was Cooking Racing Adventures, the rest of your top 15. And then you get down to Eclipse Sport, Altus Esports, WSR Esports Buttkicker, the S&P Racing Team, and W2 ePro GP. Not many big movers inside of this top 20, albeit 11 positions gained for Leon Rudinger in the W2 machine, but plenty of big losers as you continue to cycle downwards through the field. Delatraz Automotive by Majors Garage, 21st for them. The Miranda's M Squad, 22nd, with Team Forzilla, BS Competition, and the Apex Racing Academy teams, the rest of your top 25. Team Utoika drops down to 26th for Pike from Beach Racing. Rincon Racing's TM Custom Logos car 27th, with the second Grid & Go car 28th, Steen Ledger behind the wheel. Race Clutch and Parnell Racing, your top 30. Falcon Sim Racing, DLR Sim Lab, and then Williams Esports Academy, West Competition Racing, Precision Racing Esports, Absolute Motorsport Astalyth, and then the German Sim Racing Altitude Esports, Kramer Racing, and XBD teams all still scored on the lead lap, as could be said for Olympus, for Rocket, Screen to Speed, Blue Rose Team, SOP Esports, and the STR and Visceral crews. But one lap down for Project Valorous, for CRZ, and for ATRS. Relatively little chaos, it would seem, with United Sims Team and Maniti 1 lap down, 2 laps down for Sam Michaels and Movano, and then Wave Italy 6 laps down, and 2 teams not taking to the starting grid. So that's the look top to bottom at the race results. And you and now we can start to relax just a little bit. You and I, that is, not the drivers, not the rest of the broadcast team, because we'll take a bit of a break as the rest of our team gets ready to cover the next 3 races.
Yeah, we'll have fun listening, watching, of course, but we will get to rest our voices at least briefly. I'll be back in a few hours. You'll be back after that. And very much looking forward to it tomorrow. So many different cool combinations to come, so much great racing, and so much opportunity yet to get Redline off those top standings if you are one of those other teams looking to win for the first time.
Yeah, and you know, I'm looking at those standings, and right now, Redline having 2 cars, you always knew they were going to be dominant. They were the favorites, but it's going to be how it all goes from this, because we're also now, Ewan, it's 2 o'clock in the afternoon for me, which means it's starting to become a little bit later in the evening for you. Drivers are going to start getting sleepy, wanting to start to rest a little bit, and the times having shifted, right? Because this race starts at 5 p.m. UTC rather than 12 p.m. UTC like iRacing special events, you have to shift when your drivers are going to race, when they're going to sleep.
Yeah, exactly. And when they wake up as well, there'll be some drivers thinking, how many races have I got left? How long is this race? But it started a bit later, and it feels like it somehow feels a bit longer, a 24-hour race, when you start so late as a European. I'm sure all those on the Western Hemisphere, if we can call it that, are absolutely loving it, including yourself. But in Europe, it's going to feel like a very long morning and a very long way to go when we all wake up tomorrow.
4 races done, 20 still left to go. Don't go anywhere here on VCO Esports. We'll be right back with the continuation of VCO Infinity.
Lights up, game on. The virtual grid set, VCO Infinity, where the champions are met. 24 races, round the clock thrills. 55 teams battle with skills to kill. Striving for glory, chasing the lead. Every team's aiming to take this speed. 5 cars, 5 tracks, pure adrenaline steams. Racing through combos in the sim machine. Race against the clock, 24 hours. The action doesn't stop. Feel the pulse rise, it's all so quick. Each team screams so vivid and thick. Race against the clock, 24 hours. The action doesn't stop. Feel the pulse rise, it's all so quick. Each team screams so vivid and thick. Through digital bands, under virtual skies, he slapped the challenges, time flies. Decision on point, tactics so fine. Every race's goal is to cross that line. 24 combos, the challenge is real. In sim racing battles, only one will seal. Team Redline's the mark, the crown is still. In this relentless pursuit on the virtual wheel. The night wears on, race against the clock. 24 hours, the action doesn't stop. Feel the pulse rise, it's all so quick. Each team screams so vivid and thick. Race against the clock, 24 hours, the action doesn't stop. Feel the pulse rise, it's all so quick. Each team screams so vivid and thick. The night wears on, the stakes get higher. Each team's resolve, fueled by fire. In this virtual cockpit, skills are king. The ultimate goal, the victory to bring. The saga's live, 24 hours of fire. Where only the best survive. Join the race. Lights up, game on. The virtual grid set, VCO Infinity, where the champions are met. 24 races, round the clock thrills. 55 teams battle with skills to kill. Striving for glory, chasing the lead. Every team's aiming to take this speed. 5 cars, 5 tracks, pure adrenaline steams. Racing through combos in the sim machine. Race against the clock, 24 hours. The action doesn't stop. Feel the pulse rise, it's all so quick. Each team screams so vivid and thick. Race against the clock, 24 hours. The action doesn't stop. Feel the pulse rise, it's all so quick. Each team screams so vivid and thick. Through digital bands, under the virtual skies. He slapped the challenges, time flies. Decision on point, tactics so fine. Every racer's goal is to cross that line. 24 combos, the challenge is real. In sim racing battles, only one will seal. Team Redline's the lock, the crown is still. In this relentless pursuit on the virtual wheel. The night wears on, race against the clock. 24 hours, the action doesn't stop. Feel the pulse rise, it's all so quick. Each team's dream so vivid and thick.
And so it's continued racing action here in VCO Infinity as we hoof our Junior and Ewan straight out of the commentary booth to continue it as we return to Daytona, but this time racing in the Ferrari 296. Lewis McGlade, Zach Sweeney joining me in the comms booth, though, to chuck us around this one. More, 45 more minutes of racing action. What more could you want? It's been a crazy day thus far. I'm expecting to be very much the same thing.
Yeah, hopefully so. Looking forward to more racing. I mean, we've already had 4 fantastic openers to what is, the biggest event of the year when it comes to sim racing. It's something that I really sort of, not to be cliche or anything like that, but fell in love with the first 2 times. It's one of those things that you just enjoy so much. It's the best of both worlds. It's got all the dynamics of both endurance racing and sprint racing rolled into one big event.
Yeah, exactly. Nice. So we've had some big drama thus far, but let's be honest, the favourites for the event thus far have been cleaning house. They didn't win the previous race, though, so their streak is officially over. But let's be honest, none of us would be shocked if they restarted it here at Daytona.
No, probably not. Of course, we're heading into the Ferrari 296, one of the newer additions when it comes to the GT3 contingent on iRacing, but it's one that pretty much everyone at the top level of iRacing, particularly obviously Team Redline as well, have really familiarized themselves with. Of course, we're heading back to Daytona as well, which is a circuit that everyone should know off the back of the hand. This is probably up there with one of the most familiar car track combinations of the event.
Yeah, GT3 Daytona. It's pretty normal. It's nothing crazy like taking Xfinities, around Monza or even MX5s around Phillip Island, like we've already dealt with. But I will say qualifying is coming to a close. They're completing their lap of qualifying again. They only get that single lap time at the moment. It does seem as though Elvis Rankin is the driver at the top of the stands. I'm trying to take a look down there. I can see one of the Team Redline cars. I'm not sure where the other ones ended up. Oof. Bit of so there's already drama, like.
Yeah, we haven't even sort of kicked our way into the session yet. Obviously, I know you're having a little nosy through everything, but we've always been saying, right, it's inevitable. At some point, something is going to go drastically wrong. So, of course, we'll wait and see. There's the grid.
Yeah, indeed. Elvis Rankin then on the pole position for Commander, and that does look pretty good. I'm just going to say that. We do have Martin Kadlachik for the Pike from Beach Racing car in second position. Luke McEwen in third spot with Alexei Nesov in fourth in that Redline car up there. We'll find the other one a bit later on. Smedley Marie Matheno starting from fifth position with Nicholas Rubelar in sixth. Sven Haase in seventh with Levesque. Then Reed, Parker White doing back-to-back races. That's interesting. Obviously taking a race win just a moment ago in 10th spot. Rainer Talvar and Jeremy Bouteloup inside the top 12 with Pala, then Pedro Sanchez Albert in 14th spot. Saw him out in action a little bit earlier on. Dylan Bursa obviously in 15th. James Armstrong, I believe one of the drivers that did the race at Daytona a bit earlier on, 16th spot for him. Might be wrong on that one, but there are a couple of drivers that have done so. Lucas Prada and Sam Ward in 18th spot. Team PGZ, best team in sim racing, getting a decent result in the previous race. Then we get the Sherry Esports car, Rover behind the wheel. Nicholas Last, definitely not in last spot, in 20th in the midfield, to be perfectly honest. Jesse Glack in 21st. Juan Manuel Gomez in 22nd with Umalim and Jesse Jones finishing or qualifying in 24th, basically right in the middle of the field. Berkler in 25th. Drago Racing and Ricardo Rico in 26th position with Geriel. And then Oscar Bixrud 28th position. Probably be a little bit disappointed with where he is on that, but that's fine. And then Nikolai and Terminen in 30th spot. So some fair share of drama for the Blue Rose team. German Sim Racing, Visceral, STR Esports, Olympus Esports, and then of course Race Clutch inside the top 35 with Rinken Racing finishing in 36th position in that qualifying session. But again, 55 cars, so still 19 more to go. Brandon Hawkin, someone that we know goes well in touring cars. See how he gets on in the 296s. Maradness, then SMP Racing, then Absolute with Kramer Racing and Symphony of Pistons in 42nd spot. 1.1 seconds off of the pole time. Valorous, CRZ, and then of course course, the screen to speed dream and Wave Italy in 46th spot. There are more cars behind this, but they did not set a lap time, including the man who wanted Charlotte. It is Gianni Vecchio, 47th position on the grid in that number 70 Team Redline car. That's wild.
Probably in protest that we've gone to the wrong oval.
Probably.
Maybe. I don't know why
Probably.
it's self-sabotage, but maybe he's trying to make a point.
I can't remember what the positions gained were for BS competition back in Phillip Island in the MX5. It was 30-something. Do you reckon he can gain the same amount in this?
I mean, it's Gianni Vecchio. I wouldn't put it past him. Of course, slipstream, everything going to be very, very important. I suppose we've got 45 minutes to find out.
Who's winning?
Gianni Vecchio.
Gianni Vecchio's winning from 47th.
Why not?
Because that's crazy.
I'm a crazy person.
There's no way he's winning. Shouldn't get a pit stop in this race. Of course, GT3s will absolutely gobble up the 45-minute race time. But of course, we'll keep our eye on Elvis Rankin on the pole position. See if Kadlachik can maybe sneak one past in that race down towards the first corner. All in the Ferrari 296. It's the first time we're seeing this one racing today. As we return to Daytona for racing, we head down in towards that first complex. And of course, it will be Coanda leading down into that first turn. The inside line being taken, though, by Luke McEwen in the Apex Racing team. Of course, they'll be desperate to beat Elvis Rankin. He used to be a part of the squad. Nice and tidy, at least through the front 20, through turn 1, and then down now into the International Horseshoe, Zach.
Yeah, nicely done side by side. This is the fight for third place. Nice start at the front, but goodness me, who's this off the road at the back end of the field, tumbling their way down? It was clean for the top 20. Beyond that, though, doesn't seem to be.
That'll be Gorchek in the Project Valoris car that's dropped right the way down. Hunter McDaniel, I think, started from the pit lane. It's Hunter McDaniel, by the way, is one of the drivers, one of the 2 drivers that raced in Daytona earlier on in the day. The other one is Bajska Vissa, who is also driving from the rear of the field. At the moment, things are nice and tidy at the front. 0.3 of a second separating Elvis Rankin and Luke McEwen. Kadlachik dropping back from the front row into 3rd spot. Alexei Nesov in 4th. Simone Maria Martino, who obviously, running in 5th spot is decent for Alters before you get those 2 grid and go cars, but that is going to chop and change surely, especially on that run down towards T1.
Well, you'd think so, and of course, with how powerful the slipstream is, that run off the Le Mans chicane going to be very, very important in order to make some places up. Very, very close at the front as well. Rankin versus McEwen. Who's going to be sort of the first to blink in that particular lead fight? Does Rankin sort of, I suppose, maybe want to lead at this stage? Is he more happy to sort of sit behind, or does he want to control the pace at the front? There shouldn't be too much fuel saving, so it might be beneficial to maintain the track position. A car going slowly there. That's one of the WSR butt kicker cars, and there's the SOP car around at Le Mans.
Yeah, I'm disappointed with the SOP car, by the way. Normally they go with super duper bright pink. Oh no. Oh no. Absolutely wrecked by the rocket car coming through of, I believe, Hunter McDaniel. That is fairly embarrassing. But either way, we'll focus our attention back towards the front because Luke McEwen is sending one straight around the outside of his old teammate. Elvis Rankin has to settle for second. That was an excellent move from McEwen.
Yeah, bold, brave, brilliant, and exactly what he needed to do there. He was confident in his ability, used the agility of the car, and found his way into the race lead. Couple of looks there from Alexei Nesov onto the inside of Kadlachik for 3rd place, but nothing major. I think we've had some more dramas going into the International Horseshoe as well, and that's the problem, really. Such an abundance of cars, and all of them very, very close with the slipstream. It's bound that things are going to go wrong, particularly going into the kink towards the Western Horseshoe.
Yeah, Wave Italy, one of those cars that's dropped back down the order, sadly. But again, is what it is. We're going to see plenty more drama in this race. But yeah, Luke McEwen with that excellent move. I mean, to be fair, they don't have to worry that much about fuel saving as we would normally talk about around here. Normally when we're doing endurance racing and GT3s around here, we're talking about fuel saving, about preparing for that pit stop and blah, 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 this, that and the other. In this, no. This is absolute, throw the car around as hard as you can, chuck it around the circuit, race, take over the race lead, whatever you want. You are pushing for it. You've got German Sim Racing and West Competition Racing, the Romanian team, Victor Nicolai, behind the wheel at the moment, trying to find his way past the GSR.de car. Again, I really do like the German Sim Racing car. I'm going to say, though, the West Competition Racing car did graze the barrier quite a bit there. Yeah,
it was a fair little bit of a graze, and that has definitely hampered their momentum. The 27 machine then tumbling, and that's the problem with pack races, is one small mistake, one loss of your momentum, and very quickly you're stuck on that high line and getting freight trained by at least 6-7 cars now, down to P41 before they settle their way back in, and then more contact, and then back into the barrier.
Going to try and get down to the pit lane. Obviously, we'll use the fast repair. They do have a fast repair through this race, but again, they can get DQ'd for track limit excursions as well as incident points, etc., etc. They've not got too many in that 45-minute period. This is a look back down the towards that 15th place. It's Impulse in 13th with Benso Racing, then BS Competition, the second of their cars, the big red machine trying to fend off Brabham Esports at the moment.
Yeah, so continuing sort of this pack dynamic that we've come to know and love, sort of in that midfield, side by side into the Western Horseshoe, just in behind as well. That's Team PGZ, of course, best team in sim racing, I'm sure. That's battling with the Williams Esports Academy car as they battle their way towards one of the most important corners on the circuit here at Turn 7. Share Esports as well, launching one to the inside, trying to pick their way through. Samuel Ward, though, able to keep that momentum and able to stay ahead in 18th.
Yeah, look at the Falcon car as well behind all of this. Got to say, that livery, a lot of these liveries do look good in the 296. Just going to say that one immediately. But Falcon, after the big drama the previous race, not basically not joining it correctly, and now they're again seeming to struggle a little bit. They had a great first 3 races. Now things are starting to fall apart for them. Fordzilla trying to find their way past Drago Racing. Ricardo Rico now in 22nd spot after getting his way past that Team Fordzilla Ferrari. Yeah, fair enough. Is what it is. No Ford versus Ferrari on this grid.
No, unfortunately not. I genuinely cannot remember the last time I saw a Fordzilla do a race in a Ford. I think it was a rallycross event or something where a Ford was actually half decent. But the livery looks nice.
It's always nice.
Well, yes, it's Fordzilla and it's the 296, which is an absolutely sensational car. However, they are under a little bit of pressure going into turn number 1, able to thwart it this time by, though.
I was always a bit of a fan of Fordzilla, although my boy Gianmarco Fiducci left the team a little while ago, so now maybe I support Veloce a little bit more. We'll have to wait and see. It's where he went. But either way, move for 10th position. Parker White dropping down, obviously qualified in 10th now, dropping down to 11th spot. I say it must be tough for Parker White, considering everything that's kind of happened, the victory in the previous race for Williams Esports. That's it's a big jump. I do have it on my list that it was supposed to be Ate Kalpinen in this race, so I don't fully know as to why it's not, but I'm sure Michael Preston will probably let me know. But either way, it is Parker White behind the wheel.
Yeah, and it's a tough transition as well, going from, of course, the Xfinity to the GT3. Of course, not only are they vastly different in their power deliveries, of course the GT3 will have the ABS, the Xfinity car doesn't, and as well the track dynamic, I suppose, from Monza to Daytona, not the worst sort of transition, but again, it's still tough to go from 2 cars that are so vastly different, having brakes, of course, in the 296, having a bit of downforce as well, and significantly less power. Well, I say significantly, sort of just a lot less torque as well, I probably in the Ferrari 296, so he's doing really well considering. That, however, is very wide, I think.
Slow down.
Grid and Co car of Rubala, yeah, he's settling back in just ahead of that top 10 battle.
Yeah, definitely got to slow down going through the exit of the Le Mans chicane. Got to go super French in it. Super duper French. But yeah, Rubala dropping back now outside of the top 10. Probably has served the entirety of the requirement there of that slowdown penalty. And yeah, it's not. That certainly isn't ideal. And now Dylan Burst will be directly behind him. I saw a bit of smoke in the background, but I don't think there's any major drama anymore. It's just probably some dust and dirt being picked up. Still one nice tidy train. We've not seen quite the same level of drama. I don't know if you watched the NX5 race a little bit earlier on at Phillip Island. That was absolutely wacko. And to be fair, the Super Formula Lights car, the race at Portimao was pretty crazy. An excellent fight between Lulham and Alex Dunn. But that MX5 race was ridiculous.
I mean, what do we expect, really, taking MX5s to Phillip Island? I mean, in 37 minutes' time, we take the IR18s to Phillip Island, which is a remarkable choice, but one that will be absolute memes, I'm sure. But yeah, MX5s, of course, because they're cars that can actually race at Phillip Island, which I suppose does support the incentive for it to be a crazy race. But yeah, it was absolutely insane, particularly, of course, on that last lap. I think we've got a little bit of lap traffic maybe getting involved, just trying to stay out of the way as best as they can. Of course, it is difficult when they're all in the same car to sort of stay out of the way, but I think doing the exact right thing there, which is just staying on the racing line.
Yeah, like I say, it's just about being predictable. You can see Xander Reed. Probably, I'd say he looked a little bit miffed, but I think he was actually kind of happy because the lap traffic got in the way of the grid and go-kart directly behind him, so he was able to put out a bit more of a margin on Rubelat, who's now probably having to look in the mirrors as Dylan Burst in the Eclipse Sim Sports car might try and make a move down into T1. Let's see if there is going to be a move from Burst. Not sure. No, nice and calm.
Happy to sit behind, which is the wise decision, I think, when the focus is so heavy on this long train that they've got. You go for a move, you lose the slipstream, and it's so much more difficult then to go and re-close that gap. That's why I think we're seeing a fairly uniform single file. Give it half an hour, 25 minutes, maybe it's a different story when they start to realise where their ceiling is, how high of a position they can get. But right now, effectively every position is fair game, and each of these drivers, there's a sort of a mutual gain to be had. There's a greater objective to be had rather than the short-term gain of a couple of positions. However, issues, I think, for the second grid and go-kart.
Yeah, indeed. So there are problems for grid and go as Sven Haser's dropping right the way down the order. Not sure what has happened. Something, I think there must have been contact potentially coming through the dog leg because I believe he was on the inside going through the West Horseshoe. Now goes side by side with the Williams Esports Academy car, and I believe will probably have to settle behind even Jerzy Glak. But again, little bits of rubbing between the pair of them. The Williams Esports Academy car will have the inside line by the time they get towards the Le Mans chicane. There might be a bit of bump drafting coming in from Sam Ward just on the rear end of the grid and go-kart. So it is the Williams Academy car that has to settle for that spot for 17th position, as there is the Brabham Esports car getting a slowdown penalty, having to pull to one side. So clearly there's fair amounts of drama still. Yeah, just a little bit sprinkled in here, as I think Albert Rankin might take over the race. Here's what's happened. Ooh. He slid it up.
Yeah, too much on the power. An interesting incident, actually. Not one that I'd often see in a GT3 car as such, but it can still definitely happen. Fight a bit further back, James Armstrong, of course, trying to recover from that slowdown penalty for Brabham, looking to, of course, the inside of turn one, just ahead of them as well, battling a Drago Racing and Maniti around the outside. Tries the Drago car, of course, in a much better suited car for their livery this time by at Daytona, and trying to find their way through now the inside of the International Horseshoe. Of course, each position matters, even when it's for P20.
Yeah, indeed. That was a very weird incident for Sven Haser, who, by the way, I do believe, again, when I checked it earlier on, I do believe that Sven Haser is the #1 ranked driver in sports cars on iRacing. Obviously, with the iRacing split, I believe it's him and then Aaron Vasquez, who is in second position in all of that. As we see one of Aaron Vasquez's teammates, Ricardo Rico, 20th position at the moment, seeing a bit of squeezing up ahead as the Sherra Esports car was just trying to make a move around the outside of Jesse Jones and the Falcon Sim Racing team car. It was, well, I'm going to say it was a little sketchy. That was a bit of a squeeze from the Falcon Sim Racing team car.
Yeah, no harm, no foul, though. Of course, there was the potential for a foul, maybe, but I think everyone's just been able to get on well for now. Of course, not entirely sure as to why he's using the windscreen wipers. That's peculiar, but to each their own, I suppose. Just probably clearing off some dust that's being kicked off from, of course, the extensive train of cars that's ahead and how eager they are on the exit of the Le Mans chicane. I think you saw quite a big indent actually on the infield where cars are taking quite a liberty, so maybe the windscreen getting a little bit fogged up. Of course, we're riding on with Ricardo Rico just ahead of that. I think we've got the PGZ car maybe going to the Highline Falcon Sim Racing team versus Sherra Esport as well. I think Jesse Jones might have a slight issue. Or no, it's not just Jones, it's the lap traffic still, so it's these guys' turn of finding their way through. But once again, no issues with traffic.
Indeed, as there is a look to the inside. Brabham Esports going for a bit of a move, trying to jump on the scenario, unable to potentially find that way past, but it's still going to continue it, trying to get around the outside, going into the International Horseshoe. Not able to pass there. It's a Symphony of Pistons car, by the way. The reason why we didn't pick up on it, which one it is, because normally Symphony of Pistons is bright pink. Whoa, my goodness me! That is the Apex Racing Academy car that's all over the place going into the West Horseshoe. Rejoins the race circuit as Impulse make their way past, as does BS Competition. That was a very scary moment indeed for Apex Racing.
have to say that was really well held. Now comes to the inside, of course, the fight for 13s. That's the second Grid and Go machine. Of course, the Apex Racing Academy car, of course, Guillaume Levesque just trying to hang on as best he can. He's just had the heart drop of his life, dropping it, going into the Western Horseshoe. Now he's immediately got to defend from just a herd of cars that are now trying to attack him. He's tumbled down to P15. Still a lot you can do with that, but that could have been a lot worse considering how much speed he was carrying into that corner.
Just some interesting news, championship-wise.
Go on.
I'm not going to give you numbers because I'm too much of an idiot. Obviously, so Team Redline, the championship leaders, 69. Let's actually watch this first to see what happens to the Apex Racing Academy cars. So the outside of them is BS Competition. I think there's a light netcode and then there's the contact between them. So that was always going to be contact anyway, to be perfectly honest. Maybe just a little bit of leaning coming in from BS Competition. He might cop a whack from Race Control about it. But either way, great car control from the Academy team. What I was going to say, championship-wise, so the 69, the championship leader by 16 points, is the one that's further down the order. It's the one that's it got up into 32nd spot and has now dropped back down into 43rd. So there's been more dramas for Team Redline. So they're dropping right the way down the order. Fair enough. It means that the second of the Team Redline cars in the point standings is obviously the one that's running in 4th position here. They are only a point clear of the Apex Racing team, who, if everything finishes as it is now, it is the Apex Racing team that will take over the lead in the points. Fascinating.
That is very fascinating. As well, yeah, all on board, and a very sudden, like from riding on his onboard, you wouldn't know there was anything wrong as such. Obviously, he'll be getting told that there's a car alongside or whatever it was. But in that scenario, as soon as there was contact, it was inevitable that something was going to go wrong. More issues for Grid and Go. Of course, this time the first of the two cars, of course, Sven Haase, dropped it through the Western Horseshoe once again, having some more issues, dropping outside the top 16 behind Drago Racing. However, getting uncomfortably close to contact through NASCAR 1 and 2, now towards the Le Mans chicane, has to tuck back into Slipstream. So a lot of uncharacteristic mistakes starting to creep in already.
Yeah, let's see what happened to Yutautas. A bit of a spin, and we've seen, obviously we saw that from Sven Haase. I don't know if they're able to change the traction control. Obviously it is a fixed setup. There's contact. Oh, and Falcon got sent off with Sam Ward, the PGZ car, was on the outside of him, and a bit of contact. I think he might have got a bump from behind that pushed him out wide, then into Sam Ward's car. I think was probably giving, at least from the angle that I saw there, was giving plenty of room. Battle between the top 4 for the race league, going down to the first corner. McEwen, Rankin, Kadlachik, and Alexei Nesov. Of course, Kadlachik, the Pike from Beach racing car, probably more the outlier in this group. Nothing about Kadlachik's pace. We know Kadlachik is a rapid driver, more so the team's position in the points. I can see them. They're in 24th position in the points standings after 4 races. Meanwhile, the other ones that they're battling with are all inside the top 5.
Yeah, the first 3 races, they only had 1 appearance inside the top 20, and that was the first round of first race, of course, that we had at Daytona. So it seems that betting well to Daytona, maybe, with another potential good result. But a big jump from scraping inside the top 20 to now being in contention for the podium. I suppose with it being a familiar combination as such, but even then, for sort of an underdog team, it's more the unfamiliar that you'd expect them to rise to the top as opposed to the familiar, because the bigger teams are more familiar with the familiar as such. A lot of familiarity with that one. Yeah, it sounds familiar with Martin Kadlachik, but now, well, running really nicely up in P3, mixing it up quite nicely. Still a lot of race left to go, though. I'm
familiar with what you're saying. No, I mean, I would agree, but then Kadlachik is a rapid driver, so I don't know. I think that's just how it goes. I mean, Kadlachik himself has 8.8k, right? Like, he's a pretty rapid driver. This is the thing with this kind of this format, this style, is that you are going to see a lot of very, very different styles of driver in their own cars, right? So like, within a team, sure, like the Apex Racing team, they're all pretty solid all the way through. Same with Commander, same with Redline, blah, 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 blah. But then there are other teams where your difference in driver is absolutely massive. And unlike in a special event where you're driving the same car in the same time and your 2.5k I-rated driver might just be able to hang on for 4th position for an hour and a half or whatever, in this, they have to do their own race. So it's not it's not really the same thing. So you get a driver like Kadlachik in, it is what it is. Very quickly, I do want to touch on the information I got in from Williams. Thank you to Michael Preston for it. I said that Atte Kauppinen was supposed to be behind the wheel of that car in this race. Turns out he's damaged his ankle a little bit. I hope he's all right. You do need your ankles quite a bit when it comes to driving, especially when it's your left ankle, which deals with a lot of the brake force. It will be out racing, as far as we're aware, but when you've got someone like Parker White, who's an absolute beast behind the wheel, you might as well use him a little bit more. He does race in the NASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing series for a reason, as there is a switch in position between Commander and the grid and go cars behind 11th and 12th about.
Yeah, so side by side, of course, through the banking. It's always really uncomfortable when they start to merge together because at that speed it can go drastically wrong very, very quickly. It is the second grid and go car that sort of edges their way ahead of the Coanda. In doing so, they have dropped off the back a little bit of that top 10 battle. I still think they are going to be within slipstream range, so all is good, I think, for them in that particular skirmish, and they still are firmly in contention, as I say, for that top 10. I suppose in Parker White's scenario, I mean, he's doing a fantastic job, up to P7 now after transitioning from winning in the Xfinity car to now being in the Ferrari 296. A shame, of course, for Kauppinen with his ankle, but you know what can you do as such when things go wrong unless you brake with your right foot? But with load cell pedals and things like that, no thanks.
I did once know my good friend Lars Brugman, a race at the Hungaroring, had injured his right foot, and so did all of it with his left foot, which I thought was absolutely hideous. Try driving with you have no throttle control.
No,
absolutely no throttle control. It's kind of the same thing of like you don't realize how much you get used to, like your feet get used to what they're doing, right? And you can tell this if you're in your road car. Now, don't actually do this. If you're in your road car and try and left foot brake, you basically go through windscreen. It's ridiculous, as there is some side-by-side going through the dog leg, as it is going to be a move. WSR Esports bucking a bit of contact there with Obsidian as well, and still manages to hang on to that spot. Great move from Lucas Prada there, straight around the outside of Ferrero, and just is able to wrestle the car into 24th spot.
Yeah, really, really nice stuff there from Lucas Prada, of course. A very experienced driver, particularly obviously in that outfit. WSR Esports was, of course, PSM's, and continuing that sort of form. Lucas Prada up to 24th place and ticking off an extra point. Going back to obviously the left foot braking, when I was learning to drive this time last year, I was like, I'll give it a go. I'll do it for a laugh. And honestly, I had to apologise to the people in my car because they just suddenly went forward. I was like, sorry, I tried left foot braking. Same when I've tried heel and toe for the first time. It just didn't work.
Yeah, you just don't need to do heel and toe in a road car. Certainly not in a car like yours. Yeah, no, you do. Yeah, in the same way that you feel cool when you're in fourth gear and you get to like really like drop it straight down into third. You like that gear change. Oh, it's so satisfying. But that's talking about some very unsafe driving. You should never drive that on the limit in a road car on the roads. But at the same time, Cam Roger once said that I was the fastest driver he's ever been in a car with, and I don't think he meant it as a compliment. So we'll move on from this topic very quickly. We're about halfway through the fifth race of proceedings here in VCO Infinity, and once again we've got some great battles. The top four all remaining very close, although I do feel that for likes of Elvis Rankin, it's just waiting about the kind of the time to attack. You don't need to attack right now. It's not about fuel saving. You're just waiting for the time.
Yeah, it's waiting for that opportunity more than anything. With how uniform it is out there at the moment, it is just being patient. You've got time. We've still got just over half the race left to go, and you know, it's not like it's difficult to overtake here at Daytona as such. It's more a case of the consequence of doing it, how much time you lose, and you want to make sure that that trade-off of that overtake versus the time loss is sort of as minimal as possible, that you can get an overtake done and still be in contention with those in front of you as quickly as possible. All about patience, all about not throwing it away too fast. We've had a swap up here. We've had Simone Maria Marcheno falling back a little bit, I think due to another slowdown penalty, dropping behind René Talver and Parker White to 7th place. Once again, another 4-car train. This for the lead, so still Luke McEwen from Elvis Rankin.
Yeah, indeed. So a bit of a shame there for Altus, as there is a look to the inside. Alexei Nesov making a move on Martin Kadlachik. So now the Team Redline car moving its way up into third position. Again, we're going to see a lot of switches in this grouping as Grid and Go and BS Competition also switch positions towards the back end of the top 10. There is a look at them. BS Competition currently running in 11th spot, looking to get 2 cars within that top 10. Look to the inside, though, coming in from that Grid and Go car. Ooh, that is a little bit of a sketchy place to have a little bit of a look for Sven Haase, trying to get past Balazs Parla. And of course, you do got to remember that, that Dylan Burst was right at the front end of this grouping. There is... Has he got Vaseline on his lens? He's been filming some different content, has Sven Haase. Fair enough, each their own.
I was going to go for fog. I don't know why your mind immediately went for Vaseline. Look,
why would you have fog in your sim?
Maybe he's just heavily breathing on the camera.
The computer's overheating this much from the pace that Sven Haase is putting out.
Sell it.
But it's actually smoke.
It's the smoke from his rear tyres at the Western Horseshoe.
Yeah, absolutely. He did go for a bit of a spin. So there is that. But no, that's interesting. That just clean your lens. That's all you need.
While he's racing.
Why not?
Just give it a lean over. Maybe that's why he spun at the Western Horseshoe. Maybe he was cleaning his lens and then.
Mate, if that's cleaning his lens and it's that bad, no shot. No shot. I mean, I'm pretty sure even if you put your even if you wiped it over with your thumb, you would still clean it. It's that grubby. Either way, it's not holding him back pace-wise. He's going to work his way to the outside of the Impulse Racing car and up now into 9th position. As long as he can commit around the outside of the first turn, again, he's working back up that progress that he lost with that spin at the West Horseshoe, straight around the outside at T1. It's going to have the inside going into the International Horseshoe. I did think that Impulse car was going to cut straight across. So Balazs Parla saying, absolutely not, sir. You ain't passing me that easily.
No, shutting the door and making his sort of statement known as such. Sven Haase now under pressure. Of course, the BS Plus competition machine trying to pick their way past. Of course, that's Pedro Sanchez Albert now ahead and up into the top 10. Nicely done. They continue their run side by side. Sven Haase this time is the outside for the Western Horseshoe. The competition car now on the inside gets the move done. Of course, Sven Haase left to dry the long way round of the Western Horseshoe. Now leaves him susceptible from Kawanda, who's, of course, looking very, very spicy indeed. Xander Reed now trying to pick his way through, maybe into the contention for the top 10. Of course, that door gets shut, and that's the sort of the ease of how offense can very, very quickly turn into defense, just like that. And it's very quickly flipped on its head, and you've got to be so alert, so aware of your surroundings when you're battling in such a big train.
Sorry, as we check once again in with what has now been classified as the hot box. It is Sven Haase still running in 11th position now with Pedro Sanchez Albert directly ahead. Of course, you've got the Kawanda car of Xander Reed behind. Do remember that car that Xander Reed is behind, the 92, one of those teams that is in the top 5 of the standings at the moment, currently running in 5th position. A reminder is we've got 19 minutes left to go in this race. If things finish as they are presently running, Apex Racing Team will take over the race lead after 5 races. Again, we're still very early doors, so it is what it is, but it's an interesting note as there's a big look and more contact. Simone Maria Martino absolutely spins around Balazs Parla with far too an aggressive move down into T1.
Yeah, he is not going to be happy with that as Balazs Parla, of course. Frustration, I'm sure, through his head to have all of that hard work sort of thrown away. Be interesting to see where he rejoins the race. I think he's got back going again in P20, which is a long way off where he would have wanted to be, losing effectively 10 points to a championship. And when things are incredibly close, particularly that battle amongst the midfield, those 10 points matter. Let's take a look as to how it happened into T1.
Yeah, so the thing is, it starts really early. You need to kind of see that from the onboard of Simone Maria Marcello, because the thing is, he's sat behind, and then I don't know if the impulse car kind of comes across and initiates that first bit of contact, because once that first bit of contact's happened, he's kind of out of control, trying to wrestle the car down on the brakes, and obviously just going to go straight to the back of him. But for me, that does seem as though the Altus car is just kind of overcommitted a little bit down into T1, back to the battle for 9th position there.
Yeah, so these guys not resting at all. And once again, and it's just a snap. And then once he's corrected it, which he's done a really, really good job of, has Marceno, it's then just the car, I don't know, maybe he pressed the throttle or let off the brake and just rolled into the back of Impulse, and in doing so spun him out. And it's easily done. We can empathise with it. We've all been in a similar scenario, but it's never less unfortunate when it does happen.
It feels like a relatively slam dunk pen for me, but I don't know. It's one that might be a little bit more up in the air. I can see it going either way. Whatever, it has happened for the Alters team, as now we've got a look to the outside BS competition, overcommitting far too much. Coan is going to come through, and potentially even Sven Haas are in that Grid and Go, the second of the Grid and Go cars, or really the first, and it's Grid and Go Esports 2, but they are the head of the pair of them after issues for the pair of them through this race. Contact though between them and BS competition themselves, and look who's going to try and sneak their way through. Benzo Racing gets past one and will potentially get past the second into the dogleg.
Oh, maybe so. It's getting very, very close. Who's going to be the braver one on the brakes? Of course, Benzo on the inside. That opens the door actually for the second Grid and Go car. And there's contact. And all of that hard work once again undone. And that is going to be heartbreak for Jeremy Boutelo, who are now in the 999. Tumbles down the order. Still not resting, though, as BS Plus competition under pressure from the Apex Racing Academy. That is so unfortunate. And once again, small mistakes have huge consequences.
Yeah, that's just how it goes. Again, the style of racing that we're going to get in this. Just expect more of this, by the way, throughout the evening's racing. Especially once we get into the night. It's just a light touch on the rear end of the car of Jeremy Boutelo, and it just sends him straight around. Again, each to what their own, whatever. This is something I didn't expect to see. Elvis Rankin giving a little bit of bump draft to the Apex Racing Team car. He's not knocking back at the door for an invite back into the Corby crew. He's just fancying trying to break away from third and fourth right now to try and sneak his way past to take a victory.
I think so. I mean, it's going to be so much easier to win a 1v1 than it is sort of a 1v1 v1v1. Of course, this 4-car battle he wants to get away from, and he wants Luke McEwen all to himself, because we've seen throughout the race, obviously further back with that pack racing dynamic, how difficult it is to set up moves. And at this level, that is how it's done. 2, 3, 4 corners in advance with switchbacks and setting yourself up, positioning the car. And if you've got a car behind that will absolutely launch a move to the inside as soon as you give them that opportunity, then it becomes so much harder to set up better exits and better runs off of corners and things like that. So Elvis Rankin just wants to maybe pull away a little bit. Doesn't have to be much, maybe just to sort of break out of a second gap. But now we've got 14.5 minutes left to go. He's realized that time very much is of the essence, and if he wants to give himself the best opportunity within that sort of final 5 minutes, those final couple of laps, he needs to be isolated with the leader.
Yeah, indeed. Just taking a look at the moment at the old stat sheet, and of course, Ewan's still keeping up to date. He's still rolling through it. Luke McEwen not won a race yet in VCO Infinity. Elvis Rankin not won a race yet. Martin Kadlachik, and of course the team not won a race yet in VCO Infinity. Alexei Nesov though has won 2 races in VCO Infinity, although both of those would have been for Urano and not for Redline. So there's a stat. If he does win the race, would he be the first driver then to have won for 2 different teams? That's interesting. That's a question for you and O'Leary to go through the stat sheet and try and find out. I'm pretty sure he would be.
I'd assume so.
Yeah, but then you assume about the 1T thing, and we don't know. We still don't know if that's true or not.
We don't, but it's an assumption. It's a good guess. It's definitely the first 1-2 for Redline, because it's the first time they've ever fielded 2 cars in Infinity, but that's fine. So I'm at least half right, but yeah, I'm sure Ewan will obviously go and find that out, and he's literally just sort of confirmed to us that he's going to go and check as to whether that is the case or not. Fair play to Alexei Nezov if he is the first driver to do it, regardless if he's the first or the second or the third or whoever to go and win with more than one team in Infinity. He is doing a remarkable job nonetheless. Of course, currently P3 keeping up Redline's podium streak as such. I believe between both cars they've not finished off of it as of yet. 4 and a bit races in, well, most of the way through race 5 actually. So of course he's able to do that. That'll be 5 in a row for Redline as an outfit who continue not necessarily their dominance, because as things stand they won't be leading the championship after race 5. That'll be an interesting thing, of course. Can Apex, obviously in that discussion as to who's going to be the team to take it to Redline, Apex, Coanda, they've both done a great job. Of course Williams were the first one to beat other than Redline.
Indeed. Gianni Vecchia, by the way, just to give you a bit of an update. Obviously, he clearly hates Daytona. He wanted it to be Charlotte. He's up to 30th position. I think he said 13th position. I'm very sorry to all the Team Redline fans out there. Up to 30th position from the rear of the field. Started the race in 47th, so up 17 positions. You said he was going to win this race. I'm not going to count that as a commentator's curse because that's the craziest prediction I've ever heard. But yeah, no, a bit of a shame for Redline. We said before, though, every team is going to have races like this. That's just how it goes. That's what opens the door. That's what makes this event so crazy and open. Battle between Commander and Alta's 8th position this fight.
Yeah, so continuing their battle towards turn number 1, it is going to be the Altus car that stays ahead. Of course, they're tucked in nicely in this trio, more so than a train behind Eclipse. Of course, for P7, you've got Dylan Burst from Simone Maria Marceno. From then, Xander Reed in 9th place. They've got a bit of a gap back to the Good and Go, or number 2 car. Of course, Sven Haase in 10th place. Of course, leading that very remarkably long train all the way back, I think, beyond Minity Racing towards the top at 16. James Armstrong is in there for Brabham as well. Team PGZ as well, not a million miles off. So that's a very, very long train. And if these guys continue to battle, it's going to be an even longer one in that fight for 7th.
There is that train that you are talking about, like I say, going all the way back down, probably to about 18th spot. So it's nice and tight between this group. But again, I will say the passing's not been super easy in the 296. But then, to be fair, how many people are being patient in this group? This group in the bottom right, the group for the race lead. Surely, if Elvis Rankin wanted to have made a move by now, he could have already made a move. Do you think he's waiting until the last lap?
It's risky, but it is a good strategy. I definitely think it is a can't, not a won't in this scenario, because he's had plenty of opportunities. He's bump drafted him for quite some time. I mean, right now could well be a golden opportunity. The good thing about going for it on the last lap is there's no way to launch a counterattack. The problem with that, though, is that you only get one shot, and you have to make sure that that one shot is executed perfectly. So it's a risky strategy from Rankin, but if he believes it's the best shot, then he's probably going to give it a go. There's still 10 minutes left of this race, so what are we looking about? 6-7 laps-ish? Maybe closer to, I think, 6 laps. We're on lap 21. We're being predicted as to get 26, so 6 to go then this time by. With each lap that goes by, that's going to be one potentially less opportunity, or he's going to try and coordinate it so at the very least he gets in front but then gets re-overtaken but is behind on the last lap.
Yeah, but then if he gets past Luke McEwen, will Luke McEwen sit behind him in the same way? Blah blah blah. Like I say, it's really tricky to kind of work out. It's whether Elvis Rankin is going to be able to beat out Luke McEwen, 2-time British Formula 4 Esports champion, of course. McEwen winning the last one by nil points over his teammate Gordy Much, or sort of team with his teammate in that. You can see there on the left-hand side the Apex Racing facility, the place that Elvis Rankin used to be. Hilariously, when I did ask him last, I don't know where he's racing from these days. When I did ask him last, he was racing from, I believe, his grandparents, who I'm pretty sure hilariously live in Corby. So I was like, oh, right, still from Corby then. Cool, fantastic news. I don't know where he's racing from now, but either way, he works his way into the Le Mans chicane. Okay, so we've got 9 minutes left to go in this race. Let's see if there's going to be a switch here. There is going to be a switch here, because Luke McEwen's got a slow down penalty and is going to drop right to the rear of this train. That is going to cost them the top of the points paying positions and the top of the points table after this race as things stand. He's desperately trying to hang on to the slipstream whilst also trying to serve that slowdown penalty, and you know Alexei Nesov is well aware of it because he's jumped straight under the rear end of Elvis Rankin. Rather than trying to pass, he's got straight onto the bump drafting to deny the opportunity for McEwen to close back in. Wise moves from Nesov.
It really is. It's one less variable to deal with if Luke McEwen is not a part of the equation. You can see he's tantalizingly close to the slipstream, but it's just that little bit too far to be feeling a significant effect. If these three, for the next lap 2, maybe, can sort of just build the gap, maybe get it to 2 seconds or whatever ahead of Luke McEwen, then it's amongst themselves. That is a very, very costly mistake from McEwen. Such an easy one to make, but at this level, that is what cost you. Elvis Rankin now, of course, takes the hot seat, takes the best seat in the house, leading the way. What can Nesov do, though? Of course, it has been confirmed that he would be the first driver to properly win for 2 teams, and also in all 3 Infinities so far.
Yeah. There is that. Of course, I think the real hot seat, though, is Sven Haas's. That's because of the hot box. That was a really important middle sector, though, from Luke McEwen. And again, he'll have to throw it through the bus stop, because the problem is, right now, it's around a second. So he is still receiving a little bit of the slipstream. As you can see, he's starting to close back in just a little bit. Small, bits, fair enough. He needs to absolutely full-on lob it through the bus stop chicane to make sure that he, or the Le Mans chicane, to make sure that he gets a really good exit here. If he doesn't get that good exit, it's over. The Apex Racing team will be out of this victory unless there's some more slowdown. The gap's around a second as they depart the Le Mans chicane. I think it is. I think it's over. I think it is fairly over, unfortunately, for the Apex Racing team. Fourth place is still good. Again, they're only losing a few points to Team Redline, but it does mean, though, that the Team Redline car that we're looking at right now will be the points leaders as things stand. We'll have to wait and see and come back to that one. 6 minutes and 30 seconds left to go. Zach, let me, in fact, actually, everyone in the audience, let me know, who do we think is going to win this race? Coanda, Team Redline, or Pike from Beach Racing, or maybe even, hey, chuck in an Apex Racing team in there if you believe they're going to be able to close back up. Zach, who do you think?
See, part of me still wants to go Gianni Vecchio, but I know that's not going to happen.
Why not?
Well, no, exactly.
Why not?
Where is he? Where's he up to now? Actually, he's
29th.
up to still be
30th.
Well, maybe the 29 cars ahead of him. These are DQ, maybe, I don't know. Probably not going to happen though. Realistically, I think it's going to be Nezov. I would also sort of back Kalachik as well. Of course, my prediction is that Nezov...
Don't you dare pick all three of them.
No, I'm not. I've got a gut feeling that Nezov is going to go for the move. Rankin obviously is going to battle it. Kalachik through to take them both on the run to the line. I think that's what's going to happen.
Fair. No, I think Nestov's going to win. Slam dunk. Nestov's on top in this race. To be fair, I mean, I should never have counted Luke McEwen out of this, because he's closing the gap back in. It's slowly, really, really slowly, but he is closing the gap back in just a little bit by little bit. Through the Le Mans chicane they go. How much is anyone risking those track limits at the moment going through the Le Mans chicane? Because the thing is that if you don't risk it enough, then you're going quite slow out of it, but then you're also risking, if you do risk it too much, you're obviously risking getting a slowdown penalty and then removing yourself from a chance of victory. Bump draft coming in from Alexei Nesov into the rear end of Elvis Rankin.
Yeah, kickstarting another lap, ticking them down. Lap 23, of course, to start of what is predicted to be 26. Just less than 5 minutes left to go in this race. The top three seem fairly safe in their respective positions, but as we say, Luke McEwen, it's slow progress, but I mean, is it going to be too little too late? I mean, he had the golden opportunity. He was leading the race for what, 40 minutes or 37 minutes of this race, and threw it all the way at the end. He's not that far off, and what that means is the moment these three start to battle, he will then be back in the slipstream. The question is, will he get an opportunity to give it a go? And if he does, how eager is he going to be to go for it? Because there's still a lot of racing left, but there is an opportunity to come out of this race leading the championship.
Yeah, indeed. Look at how close the Luke McEwen is to the rear end of this. It's so close. You said it was 10 cars close earlier, and it's that point where this is the most frustrating distance, because you're close enough that you're getting the tiniest little bit of slipstream. The time is ticking down. There's not long left to go. It'll be a couple of laps left to go at the line. You can see the victory so close, and yet at this point it is so far away.
Exactly that. And it's just, yeah, that gut feeling when your gut drops. I mean, it would have happened at the Le Mans chicane. He'd have been so frustrated with himself as soon as that message popped up telling them he's got to slow down. He'd have been so frustrated. He probably would have known before it even happened. He'd have known that he carried too much speed in, got on the power a bit too early and ran wide. And at that point, your heart does sink. It does drop, because you know you've thrown away a golden opportunity. You can only act in the present. You can only push as hard as you can. 3 minutes left to go then in this race. The top three nose to tail. Potentially look from Nezov.
Yeah, indeed. There's a look to the inside. Couple of laps left to go in this one, and Alexei Nesov decides now is the time to fire it. This will bring McEwen back into the fight now. Surely with a side-by-side, they work their way through the snake section down towards the international horseshoe. The inside line being taken by Elvis Rankin, who once again commits for VRS Coanda. I mean, you got to remember, for the Coanda team, he's still fairly new to the team, realistically, is Elvis Rankin. So still, trying to prove himself at every single opportunity. Alexei Nesov, though, will take over the race lead. Almost a little bit of a bump between the pair of them going into the West Horseshoe.
Yeah, that is the margins that we're talking about. That is how close these drivers can run. And that's the trust that they've all got within themselves. Looking to the outside is Elvis Rankin, not quite enough. There's a look to the inside from Kalicic towards turn number 7 as well. Who's going to be the one to get on the power first? It might well be Kalicic, who's now, of course, got that inside line through the oval. Nezov is going to be giving in the slipstream. Kalicic through into second place. Rankin obviously goes high to allow through to then immediately tuck back into the slipstream. Luke McEwen just over half a second off this top 3 battle with what is going to be...
Sorry, it's 2 laps of the line now, isn't it?
No, it's 1 lap of the line.
Yeah, we find out. I don't know how long. Yeah, no, touche. We're going on to the final lap. We'll be going on to I can maths. It's
right.
10:45. It's not even that late.
It's 43, but...
It's not even that late.
It's not, no.
It's fine. It's fine. Yeah, whatever. Final lap of the race then. Let's see who's going to win. Team Redline, Pike from Beach Racing with Coanda and Apex Racing Team. Of course, the Pike from Beach Racing Team looking for their first victory as a team. 3 drivers in this grouping looking for their first victory. Alexei Nesov looking to make history as being the first driver to win in all 3 of the VCO Infinities. And, of course, winning for 2 different teams. 3 wide into the first corner as to the outside. Elvis Rankin's going to get hung out to dry by Luke McEwen. He might sneak his way past to take over 3rd.
Yeah, beautiful stuff. Now towards the International Horseshoe, the fight for second is allowing Redline to build a gap. Nesov now feeling secure as ever in that fight for the lead. They all sort it out for that fight for second, settle themselves into single file, but has the damage been done? Half a second is the gap for the lead. Martin Kalicic is going to need everything through this final bit of the infield to have at least a decent run through Le Mans, then the run to the line.
There's going to be some big slipstream games at play here. Grid and Go and Coanda switching positions for 8th spot. And again, the battle between the Apex Racing Team and Team Redline to see who's going to finish the first 5 races on top in the points. We'll update you on that one as soon as we can. Team Redline leading out into NASCAR 1 and 2. Pike from Beach Racing. Obviously, the thing is at the moment, you know, with the Apex Racing Team and Coanda, they may have to work together to bump drafts to try and clear Team Redline. This is all going to come down to the line. This is going to be a proper drag race to the line. It's going to be tiny margins between the lot.
Daytona style. It is exactly what we've sort of have to expect really with them into the Le Mans chicane for the final time. It's all about keeping it tidy for Nesov. He's going to try to plant that throttle. Do not get a slowdown at this point. All 4 of them exit fairly cleanly. Now it comes down to who's got the most drag, and there Martin Kalicic may be looking for the lead, but Luke McEwen as well.
Yeah, look at this. So Alexei Nesov is trying to break the slipstream by just weaving a little bit. He knows he's going to be a sitting duck here because Kalicic's going to get to the high side. Almost contact between the pair of them. Look at Luke McEwen, who's going to try and get to the middle of the pair of them. It's going to be 3 wide up towards the line. Alexei Nesov with the inside line. It's going to be Kadlicic over it. There's going to be a big crash over the line, but it is going to be Kadlicic to take victory by 3,000ths of a second over Alexei Nesov. Luke McEwen in 3rd. Elvis Rankin in 4th. The top 4 separated by under a 10th and a half.
That is sensational. Martin Kalicic take a bow, positioned his car exactly how he needed to through that final chicane. Got a little bit lucky, but you can see, of course, what it means. Smile from ear to ear. Of course, first victory for him, first victory for Pike from Beach Racing. So close. To be fair to Luke McEwen, kudos for getting onto the podium. Any one of those could have won it.
Yeah, absolutely. So we chuck another new winner into the list of new winners thus far in VCO Infinity. How many are we up to now?
All 5 so far are new winners: Ariel, Thompson, Lullum, White, and Kalicic.
And so I believe we're on, I think it's 34 different winners now in VCO Infinity. I said that I'm expecting at least 40. Hey, maybe 45's the goal.
Maybe. It's possible.
Wow. Well, there we go. An excellent from Beach Racing. Incredible scenes from them. Kadlicic taking that victory by 3,000 per second. I would not be surprised if that was the tightest winning margin we've ever seen in VCO Infinity. Alexei Nesov in 2nd position with Luke McEwen in 3rd. Elvis Rankin, Parker White, Rainer Tauber. By the way, with the points, I think we're going to be locked at the top of the points with both that Redline car of Nesov and Luke McEwen will be on equal points in the Apex Racing Team car. We'll update you on that in a moment. Rainer Tauber, though, 6th position. Smenimir Marcheno in 7th. Sven Haase went went for a spin, but still was able to take 8th position with Ricardo Rico and Dylan Burst rounding out the top 10 positions. Of course, fastest lap going to Luke McHugh and Pedro Sanchez, and Guy Levesque in 12th spot with Xander Reed dropping down the order, was inside the top 10 for a little bit, dropped down to 13th. Same with Nicholas Rubelar, of course, got that slowdown penalty, dropped down to 14th. Nicholas last moved up the order, actually, so very much going against his name. Balash Pala, we saw the instant for the Impulse Racing team dropping down the order, Williams Esports Academy, then Brabham Esports, Team PGZ, and WSR Esports Buckkicker, another one of those teams that had a slowdown penalty early doors. Sherra Esport, a bit disappointing for them, as the DLR and SimLab car in 22nd spot. Visceral Esports in basically the middle of the field with Jeremy Bootley. We saw a spin from him. Altitude was cooking Racing Adventures, Oscar Bitchford in 26th position with the German sim racing car in 27th. Gianni Vecchio managed to work his way up from 47th to 28th, but still not really going to be good enough. Got a few points from it though. Decent recovery drive. Sergio Guardiol for Obsidian Racing, and then of course the SMP Racing Esports car in 30th. Brandon Hawker from Mavalo Corsa in 31st, with Jaime Gomez in 32nd. Falcon Sim Racing team, more disappointment for them. They've had to struggle the last couple of races, down in 33rd on the road. ATRS in 34th, with Rinkham Racing in 35th. CRZ, Parnell, Delatraz Automotive, and of course the Absolute Motorsports Aslith and West Competition Racing down in 40th position after their dramas going through the Le Mans chicane. Kramer Racing Esports, Precision Racing Esports, and then XBD, STR, Project Valorous, who had issues right on the very first lap, if I remember correctly, might be on the second lap. Race Clutch down in 46th. Rocket Simsport from the pit lane to 47th. They did have that big drama as well. Blue Rose team and W2 E Group, and of course the Screen 2 Speed Dream team down in 50th position. Butska Vista racing at Daytona for the second time in this VCO Infinity. Olympus Esports, then Maradness, United, Wave Italy, and Symphony of Pistons retiring from the race down in 55th position. Big drama in this one, Zach, though. Like we say, going to see a big swing in the championship.
Yeah, be interesting to see how sort of the rest of this event goes now, because that is a big shake-up compared to sort of what we saw over the first 3 races, first 4, then of course as we head our way into race 6. Do just want to give a shout out to Parker White over the course of that race. Of course, off the back of the Xfinity win at Monza, transitioning into the 296 and putting it P5. I think he qualified P10 in the end. P10, finished 5th. Trying to kickstart what has been a really sort of uncharacteristic start for Williams, it must be said. I mean, they got a P6 when we first head to Daytona with the Indy cars. Didn't actually take to the grid for Phillip Island in the MX-5 because they chose the wrong car. Way down the order, only scoring 3 points in the Super Formula Lights at Portimao. Last 2 races have been very, very strong and much more familiar to what we like to see with Williams.
Yeah, indeed. So 34 winners now, 16 different teams taking victory in VCO Infinity. Last showing that this is wide open, always. That's why every single race we go into, we never really know who's going to win. Yeah, sure, you might sit back and think, sure, probably Redline are going to win the whole thing, blah, 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 blah. But you just never really know who's going to win each individual race. Let's look at what we're going to now, of course. It is going to be Phillip Island, as you alluded to, and it is going to be the Indy car. What are we expecting here?
I don't know. This could either go really well or really not well. I don't know. It's we saw carnage with the MX-5s when we came to Phillip Island. Of course, it's a circuit that you taught me. Of course, I had no idea what Phillip Island was. I'm so glad I do now. I love it. It is one of my favorites, really, to go to commentate on, to race on, whatever. I don't know how the Indy cars are going to face around here, because obviously high downforce, there's a lot of undulation, big curbs here at Phillip Island as well, and couple that with the fact it's not really wide enough to cope with, I think, 55 Indy cars going around it. So yeah, I think we're in for an interesting race. I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, indeed. I can't tell you, qualifying is presently underway. They've already completed some of their first few laps. There is a cheeky look at Phillip Island. Honestly, absolutely beautiful, iconic. I mean, in real life, it's well known for being very, 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 very windy. So that's fun. But I will tell you, in this qualifying session, again, a reminder, if you are just jumping in the qualifying session, they only get 1 lap. And this is the kind of circuit where qualifying is absolutely critical. Team Redline, 1st and 3rd at the moment.
Wow, that is remarkable. Of course, not being able to set that time at Daytona for of course the 69 machine. Gianni Vecchio, I think in the end clambered his way up to 30th, had to stay there, and that's what sort of the one lap really means. And I think more so for this one, obviously with the IndyCars at Phillip Island, overtaking is going to be difficult, to say the least. You need to maximize this one lap that you do get, and it's not exactly like it's an easy lap to hook up either. If you want to be at the front, you need to nail every corner, and these aren't exactly easy cars to drive either at a very difficult circuit. That combination, well, makes for a very interesting qualifying session.
Yeah, certainly so. I mean, we're taking a little look at an onboard as to how brutal this is going to be. Remember that it is a fixed setup for all these cars. Of course, they do have push to pass, which they can use. You see David Toth now coming up over Lukey High. So listen in here. Bit of a lift, a couple of downshift into fourth. Now down into first gear at the hairpin at the bottom of the hill at NG. Now through 10. And let's see, it should be easily pinned through the final corner in a car like this. Plenty of downforce to take it through, running all the way out. It's probably going to be a little bit trickier in the dirty air to do that one completely pinned. Do remember as well around here and in this car, they do get two choices of tyres. They can either be on the primary tyre, or I always forget what they're called in IndyCar. Do you know what they're called?
I'm an option.
I think. Well, I don't think it is actually. I can't remember. There's either way, the red and the black. Red's fast, black's not. But red, the soft compound, goes slower after time. There you go, science.
Boom. There
will be pit stops. Can I just say one thing about this circuit that I absolutely cannot stand?
Go on.
That pit entry.
Oh no, yeah,
it's awful. Absolutely. Look at it from up above. Well, actually, we'll see if we can stay on here, because obviously this is coming down into the final sector now. And just watch his pit lane on the left-hand side. Look at how narrow this is. That there is the pit entry road. It's tiny.
It looks like a little off-road for like the emergency cars or something like that.
Yeah.
Which, to be fair, look, if you look at the actual emergency road, it sort of forks off from the pit lane. They are the same width. That's going to be tricky, to say the least, particularly obviously when you want to maximize your going in, coming out, because of course it's not just the pit box time that counts to sort of the time loss or the time gain from a pit stop. It's the going in, it's the coming out, it's the warming up the tires, it's the actually stopping in your box. All those really small trivial things that you might not actually really put too much thought into actually can add up. I think we saw it in the Xfinity race. Enzo Benito, I think, lost like 2 seconds or something like that by having a slow going in, coming out. Obviously a bit different with the pit limiters and things like that, but obviously those trivial things that are going into the pit lane that, like I say, you wouldn't give much thought to, can actually have quite a big effect, particularly when the lap times are that close, the track position is that important. A couple of seconds lost in pit lane is going to be vital.
Well, qualifying, as much as we do have 1 minute and 20 seconds left to go, I can tell you everyone has qualified. There will be no further times coming in this session. Qualifying is over. The only two drivers, or the only two teams rather, not to set a time. Race Clutch, Peter Zuber, clearly exceeded track limits on that lap time. Same with German simracing.de. They'll be starting from the rear of the field. Everyone has qualified. Obviously, we'll go through the qualifying order in about a minute's time to give you a couple of positions, shout outs position wise. Obviously, you can see Team Redline there running in first and third. That is excellent. The Apex Racing team car, though, again, at the moment, as far as I'm aware, joint points leaders. I'd need to double, triple, 110% check that one, but I do believe they're certainly right up there anyway. Yeesh. 29th position.
Wow.
Daniel Civi-Charbe, mate. What are you doing, son? DSS, step it up.
He's going to have a tough time in this race.
Oh, yeah.
Civi-Charbe, that is not great. Did put a lap time down, in fairness, but what was, according to the time, in nearly 7 tenths of a second. We had 3 drivers actually put in the exact... I don't know. We had 2 put in the exact identical. All of them sort of from the fight for sort of the lower end of the top 20 within about half a tenth of a second. So there's not much in it, but that's what it takes to compete at the top level. And unfortunately, putting themselves on the back foot after a decent high of a P3 in Daytona.
Yeah, But it is what it is. That's just sometimes how these, how the cookie do indeed crumble. Let's take a look at the starting grid then. Diogo Pinto on pole position for Team Redline, looking to step one up, maybe sneak another victory. Coanda, Elliot Veyron though, second place. Not much between the pair of them. Might look for a move down into T1. Then we get Gustavo Ariel, Carl Janssen, who we know likes to get his elbows out. Saw that plenty of times at Daytona at the start of the day. Vlad Kimichev in 5th position with Martau for the Williams Esports Academy in 6th. Nicholas Laubish for the Falcon Sim Racing team in 7th position with Lasse Urano for Grid and Go. Then Ryan Barneveld for BS Competition. Brabham Esports inside the top 10, courtesy of an excellent lap time there from David Toth. Michael Romanidis in 11th and Marcus Nunez for the Altus Esports team in 12th position. Emil Bernstorff in 13th position with Moshka in the Absolute Motorsports car. Rinken Racing BS Competition. Nicholas Boyd down in 16th spot. Dragus Simeon, of course, for the West Competition racing car, and Maniti rounding out the top 18. So Nats out in the IndyCar at the first race of the day, of course. Cody Iglesias, of course, for the Team Fordzilla squad. That livery looks horrendous. WSR Esports butt kicker, then Eclipse Sim Sports, Blue Rose team, SMP Racing Esports, and the Delatraz Automotive car, who had a bit of drama. They were really strong around here in the MX5s a bit earlier on the day, but they did have some drama in that race. Obsidian Racing in 25th, Movano Corsa, Team PGZ, Grid and Go Esports, their second of their 2 cars. I had pole position of this car earlier on in the day. Then Daniel Sivi Sharbo, Apex Racing team, points leaders all the way down there before we get to Sasha Gawler. Of course, Nathan Olsen for the Moradas M squad, Pike from Beach Racing, such a shame, race victory in the previous race, and then Antler down in 32nd spot, Nielsen, then Harris, then Mokes, and of course Paddy Wolf all the way down in 36th position. SDR Esports, Kramer Racing, Impulse down in 39th with the Scherer Esports team. They look so strong at various points today. Not so much in this one. The Apex Racing Academy and CRZ Simsport 42nd spot on the grid. Tom Dadswell with Visceral Esports and Maria in 44th position. Rodriguez, Stephen McDonald, Sarah Dove, and of course Danny Hugginson, of course, in 48th position. Sam McBride and then Project Valorous with Littlemore in 50th position. Motta, Phillips, Luca Monroe, Peter Zuber, the first car that's not set a lap time, and of course Jan Schultz in 55th position. They begin their formation up. So hard to get through 55 cars before they even start moving. But here we go into that final sector. What do we expect in this one? Drama into T1, or do you think it's going to be calm?
Drama into T2, I think.
Yeah. Drama to the hairpin, mate.
Oh, drama for the next 45 minutes, mate. I reckon.
No. There's only so much drama they can do before the cars are wrecked.
They get fast repairs. Well, they get one.
They will be requiring a pit stop. Do you reckon anyone's going to be able to do this fuel saving? It's a wild guess for you, I know, but still.
I don't know. Maybe. Depends. We'll find out.
That is the biggest fence sitter I've ever heard. Commit either way. He will not do so. It is fine. Team Redline lead us off for the 6th race in VCO Infinity 2024, as it will be. Team Redline leading down into the first corner. Great start, though, from the second of the 2 Team Redline cars. But watch out for Elliot Veyron, keeping his foot in going down to the first corner and keeping it absolutely pinned to now take over the race lead. Almost drama there for Team Redline, who'd run out wide going on the exit of T1. But it will be Diogo Pinto to hang on to second spot. Gustavo Ariel in third. Will now have to try and fend off Carl Janssen as there's drama in the background, and even more so.
Oh, yeah, huge issues, I think, a little bit further back, but great start for Veyron just to take the lead of the race side by side into the hairpin. That's Williams Esports. Carl Janssen trying to put some pressure onto Ariel, not quite enough into the hairpin, but now in towards the next braking zone, of course, tightens up as you, or well, widens up as you go in. So there is an opportunity on the inside. A couple of people taking that opportunity in the mid-pack. It's all carnage, it's all chaos, but a perfect start out in front, of course, for Coanda. Not the best for Redline, but they're settled into this race second and third, but a lot of carnage all the way through this field. Exactly what we expected.
Did check, it was ATRS and Visceral Esports. Those cars were having problems going down into the second turn of the circuit. Gotta say, with the lockups we were seeing, as there's some more drama. I was literally about to talk about this corner at MG. I would expect there's going to be quite a few problems when it comes to particularly the front right. As you come over Lukey Heights and you drop down into MG, so easy to lock that front right. I'm expecting that to cause a few problems in this race. We saw plenty in the both International and West Horseshoe, plenty of lockups in the race they did, the last one they did in the IRA team, which was back in Daytona to open VCO Infinity 2024. Expecting very much the same.
Yeah, there's a lot of load on that front right. Of course, it's the outside tyre through the left, and oh my goodness me, issues for Obsidian. well, that's pretty much exactly how they looked after the first lap in Daytona in the IndyCars, wasn't it? Rejoining a little bit, well, not at all where they'd like to be. Will be having to come in and, of course, take that fast repair if they want to be anywhere in this race. So unfortunate for them. But it's a tough car, it's a tough circuit, and, well, it's proving to be exactly that. Fight's going into the hairpin once again a little bit further down. So, of course, Drago Simeon for Worst Competition Racing trying to make up for a poor result last time, and even more issues.
Yep, indeed. More stuff down the rear end of the field. I believe that was Blue Rose team as well that were down there having some further issues. As we look back end or towards the West Competition Racing car, you're looking towards Team Fordzilla as well. You can always tell it's Fordzilla in the IndyCar because that livery is absolutely atrocious. Love the Fordzilla livery normally, but that is not a Fordzilla livery. That is a joke.
Wow. I was going to say, it doesn't even look like a Fordzilla livery.
It's not a livery. It's just a template. They've just gone, it's blue. That'll do. That's what happened to ATRS on the first lap of the race. Obviously going down into turn 2. Let's see what happens to Visceral. They were trying to go around the outside.
Ooh.
Just iRacing.
They did the right thing.
Yeah, they did the right thing, and then there was a little bit of contact and things happened. BS competition off the road.
Ooh. And then it all kicked off here again, just going straight up. And once you're onto the grass, once you've lost your front wing, there is nothing that you can do. There was a bit of contact. That's what happened to Obsidian. That's the Apex car trying to carve their way through. Was there contact?
Yeah, no, there wasn't. That was 100% netcode, if ever I've seen it. That's what happened to the Blue Rose team car. Obviously got spun round just a touch by the race clutch of Peter Zuber. Just sent that car around. See what happened to the Miranda's car. We saw it already off the road at one point. Off the road again, so more issues. Clearly that car was not fixed completely. Here's another replay. What happened to CRZ coming through, just having a bit of a spin ahead and then getting driven over. More drama back here. Sarah Dove, the next one to have had problems going through the hairpin. Just constant, isn't it?
It is. It's just one thing after another. And to be fair, she actually managed to stop quite well to, like, not touch them. And then, obviously, when the other car was trying to rejoin, tapped her and, of course, damaged her front wing, which is unfortunate because she obviously managed to react quite well. Finally, back to the live action, though. I think we managed to get through at least most of the action that happened over the course of the first couple of laps. Already on to lap 4 of this race. Then a couple of looks, I think that might be the Grid and Go car on the Rinken Racing Team custom logos. That's the fight for 12th, a little bit further back. Of course, here's the battle, the Academy versus the big boys. Of course, 4th and 5th, the two Williams cars running really nicely. In fact, actually inside the top 5. Obviously, they can act as a contingent because Redline have got 2 cars up there as well. Coanda completely isolated all by themselves. Poor Elliot Veyron.
Yeah, indeed. Obviously, the other car being at the back end of the top 10. Do want to update you very quickly, though. I know your tower's not working. All right, no one panic. I can tell you that Carl Janssen has got past Gustavo Ariel, though, and is up into 3rd position. That's why you see Redline cars either side of Williams Esports. A delicious, what is it?
It is a Williams sandwich with Redline bread.
Williams. It's a lovely, delicious Swedish Carl Janssen Williams Esports sandwich between some tasty wholemeal Redline bread with a cheeky little bit of... What? I was going to say coriander sauce on top, but then you wouldn't put sauce on top of the sandwich because that's crazy talk. Unless you're wild. Maybe you do that stuff in Norfolk. I don't know. No. Either way, Elliot Veyron's having to take a defensive line because Diogo Pinto's sending one down the inside of the hairpin.
Oh, that was definitely a brave look. In fact, actually, it's actually translated not too bad. Gives Pinto the outside going into the next hairpin. The advantage goes the way of Veyron once again, though. The battle for the lead. Redline trying to assume control once again. Veyron doing a brilliant job as to thwart off that attack. Any push to pass as they head towards Lukey Heights? No. Are they going to go for a move?
Surely not, as they work their way over Lukey Heights. Elliot Veyron continues to lead. Diogo Pinto, then Carl Janssen, Gustavo Ariel, of course. Martau in the Williams Esports Academy cars doing a great job as well, just to hang on to the back end of Gustavo Ariel. Of all the other people in this group, so Elliot Veyron, 9K, Diogo Pinto, 9.8K, Carl Janssen, 8.9K, Gustavo Ariel, 11K, Vlad Kimichev, 9.7K, Ryan Barneveld, 9.6K, Martau, 6.9K. That is 3K lower than the average of the group he's fighting in. That's crazy.
that is insane. Really punching sort of above his weight, I suppose. Really mixing it up with the big dogs as such. But that's what this event is all about, is to give those sort of community teams a chance to fight up with the big dogs and prove themselves. But yeah, absolutely sensational stuff. And look into the inside of the hairpin, I think Carl Janssen, but not able to find a way through. Ariel there in fourth. Of course, now looking to the outside of the hairpin. That is, Janssen under pressure. Of course, the more they battle for third, the easier Veyron and Pinto are going to have it, having their own 1v1 out in front, of course, for the lead of the race.
Yeah, indeed. But better you than me to call the Williams Esports Academy just a community team or whatever you just said.
Well,
fair play. No, fair play.
Give the Academy guys a chance.
It's all right. I've been wisely informed. I think Michael Preston will be taking to the wheel. So if that is the case, then maybe it is definitely a community team, because
the liveries were worthy of community status, maybe.
Don't disrespect them. To be fair, I've always said the Williams Esports Academy, it shouldn't be that shade of yellow. It should be like a day glow yellow.
Fluorescent.
It's what they were running back in Sebring. I don't know why they've gone now just to a bog standard boring yellow. Why am I always complaining about the team colour of Williams Esports?
I don't know. To be fair, actually, on the IndyCar, it's not that bad. I do quite like it.
Much better though if it was day glow yellow.
Yeah, of course it would. That's to the outside. That is Gustavo Ariel on the outside of Carl Janssen, of course, the non-community of the two Williams teams. But that's fine. No, I've committed now. I can't back. I've just committed to the bit. There's no point. So, I apologise to the Williams Esports Academy car. Of course, they're running really well inside the top 5, which is great stuff. And to be fair, actually, consistently been on par with the sister team throughout the event so far. Only, of course, 5 and a bit races in, but yeah, all looking. Does it sound like I'm backtracking now?
Yep.
Yeah, nice. That's fine. That's nice.
No worries. I'm sure we'll both be receiving a message from Williams Esports at some point in the near future. That's fine. Obviously, not completed too much of the race. Still plenty of time left to go. I don't believe anyone within this top grouping is even considering the idea of fuel saving or any of that. Like, it is literally just absolutely throw the car around as hard as you can, as almost a switch for the race lead. Out wide, Elliot Veyron drops it down again to try and chuck it under at T2 as they work their way down towards the hairpin again, continuing to look for a potential pass round here, going through turn 3. Veyron to the outside, now straight back to the inside, firing into the hairpin in the same way that Diogo Pinto tried on them earlier on in the race, and that will be a move before they get up towards Siberia. Got to say though, only 9 seconds down the road, there is some lap traffic for them to deal with.
What a move, first and foremost, from Veyron. That was committed. That's Janssen looking to the inside, actually, trying to pick his way past as they head their way through the sweeping section towards Lukey Heights. He's going to try and assume the inside for the very, very fast left-hander that you're rising and rising up over the crest. Around the outside goes Diogo Pinto, gives him the inside for the next braking zone. Nicely done. Bit of a lock-up from all of them involved. Well defended from Pinto, but Janssen still fighting it to the inside of the penultimate corner.
No way for him to get past, though. They work their way through the last turn again, trying to keep it completely pinned. That was an excellent attempt from Carl Janssen, but great respect between Janssen and Pinto, showing exactly why these lot are the very, very best on iRacing, going toe-to-toe at the top end of the field here in VCO Infinity. They're playing for an awful lot here when it comes to top honours in VCO Infinity. To the outside, Diogo Pinto's going to go, but that door was closed by Elliot Veyron. I think there might be another attempt coming down into the hairpin.
Yeah, potentially so. Janssen left out a little bit, not going to give him the best of runs off of turn 2. Gustavo Ariel might now be able to have a bit of a look going into the hairpin. Who's going to be the brave one on the brakes? There's Marteau as well, looking very menacing. Very late on the brakes is Ariel, but not quite close enough to seal the deal. They stay as they were. A very, very long lead train, in fairness. Of course, it's only the front 3 that are really in contention at any one given point in time for the lead as such, but all of them within touching distance, and still 35 minutes of this race to go.
Yeah, indeed. And of course, when it comes to big notes in championship stuff, because obviously, you know, how they are in the points. I do actually have updated points, by the way. I was wrong. They're not locked on points. Team Redline actually have a 2-point lead over the Apex Racing team at the moment. That is the number 70 Team Redline car, which of course is the one that's actually running in 4th position in this. The 69 after the issues they had in the previous race. In fact, we dropped down to 4th now. 10 points shy of the championship leader. It's Team Redline from the Apex Racing team from Coanda and from Team Redline again. It is the Coanda 91 currently running in third position. That is in the championship standings. We'll update you on that as soon as I can, but I should very much be focused in this race. Out wide goes Elliot Veyron, bit of a kick of oversteer coming out of T2.
Yeah, and just able to hang on to it, though, thankfully for him. Look to the inside of the hairpin, but not quite enough. Gets given the space, actually, by Pinto, who does leave the door open, gives, of course, the space. Now has the inside for Siberia in this fight for the lead. So Veyron has to tuck in behind. Janssen getting right up close to the rear end of the Coanda car as well. So it's all very, very nip and tuck between all three of these cars. But once again, of course, with still a significant chunk of this race to go, no one able to sort of seal the deal as such. Overtaking at Phillip Island is very much few and far between, just waiting for that gap to be left open.
Of course, there is a little bit of strategy games they can play. Do remember they will be pitting during this race as well. And as much as we've still got over half an hour, it'll be 32 and a half minutes left to go in this race at this present moment in time. Still plenty of time left in this one for them to work their way through. Elliot Veyron will now try and work his way past, going down into T1 once more, and will probably be through before they even get into the southern loop. So a lovely move there once more by Elliot Veyron. Another switch for the race lead. You kind of get the feeling, if you've got the gap, if you pit, get out in some clean air, maybe even as well on the red-walled faster tyres, maybe you can pull a gap on this field before they can pit.
Maybe. I mean, of course, they're battling quite hard, so they're going to be losing time with that. Of course, they're going to be on older tyres as well. You can get in, you can put some fresh rubber on, and of course, have that clear air. It all depends as to where you exit the pit lane. Do you come out in traffic, or do you get that clear air? If you get a bit lucky, then absolutely you could probably gain maybe a second, at the very least half a second on this lead train. If you've got the pace and you're able to maximise your opportunity, then yeah, it very is possible. In doing so, you've got that trade-off though where your tyres are going to be a little bit more worn at the end, but given sort of the theme of this race so far, track position over anything else so far. If you can come in a lap earlier and get that track position, you should be golden, and it's not exactly overly difficult to defend.
No, indeed not. Here we are then to complete another lap, and we'll see if there's going to be another switch for the race lead. Diogo Pinto to the inside, going down now into T1. Literally copy pasta the move from Elliot Veyron on the previous lap, straight through into the race lead. And so once again, it is Team Redline now at the front, switching consistently this grouping. Michael Romanidis, though, working his way up into 9th position, as I believe there might have been a problem for Alberto Sinau in 11th spot, as once again, here comes Elliot Veyron.
Yeah, to the inside of the hairpin. Late enough on the brakes, I think, and Pinto not really putting up too big of a defence. I mean, I think Veyron went in deep just to make sure that move was covered. Pinto then pitches the car in, gets that drive towards Siberia, but in the end, not enough. They are just sort of seesawing the race lead, just swapping it back and forth, not costing themselves too much time, not overly sort of battling it as such. I suppose once you're in behind, you are running a little bit quicker, getting very close into Lukey Heights, though. Honestly, for a second there, I thought Pinto was going to have a look for a move very, very late on. Thankfully, he didn't decide to do that. Still 30 minutes of this race to go, and how close this front train is, all the way back to David Toth in 8th.
Yeah, indeed. Although I will say, as much as you say all the way back to David Toth in 8th, do you remember the last time we really checked in on that? There was a large group as part of this. They have been able to pull out quite a gap on the groupings behind. I feel that might become even more limited in number as this stint goes on, maybe through time wear from the grouping, but maybe through the sheer rapid pace of this group. Vlad Kimichev dropping back behind Eddie Beswick in now 13th position, so Drago Racing dropping down now to 15th. Daniel Civichabo working his way up the order bit by bit. We do know that Daniel Civichabo is a World Championship level driver on iRacing, especially in open wheelers. Did do the Dallara Force Dynamics Dallara, I don't know what this is. It's a long title. I can handle Porsche Tag Pro Esports Super Cup because I've got used to it, but I think it's Force Dynamics Dallara something. I don't know. I'm very sorry.
A long name that he was.
It is a long name,
which is fine. Side by side here, this has been a battle that's been going on for a long time, actually, between Marteau and Ryan Barneveld. The fight for 5th place in this train, and BS Plus Competition find their way past the Academy Williams car. Precision Racing Esports as well up there looking for a decent result. Also, again, those lockups going into the hairpin just after Lukey Heights. It's very, very vital, loading up that front right, braking pretty much kind of, I suppose, as soon as the car starts to decompress. So a lot of load as you're trying to turn in as well, which is why we're seeing all those lockups. But there you can see Emil Bernstorff in the Precision Racing car, getting a nice view, of course, of the Duracell battery sponsorship on the Williams Esports Academy car. They're all fighting for 5th place still. Let's see, of course, if Barneveld can re-close back into that top 4, get themselves back into contention. I think he might well be able to. Only, 6/10 between himself and, of course, Gustavo Ariel for 4th place. So this train still looking very, very nip and tuck. So a nice move there from Barneveld to minimise the time loss and still make a leapfrog in terms of position.
You sure it wasn't the Williams Esports community car, or whatever you want to say?
Well, yeah, no, maybe. It's
fine. Look, I just really appreciate we got a great view of Emil Bernstorff's helmet. So at least there's that. Lovely stuff. Either way, obviously completing another run up Lukey Heights. It is still Commander leading this race. Obviously started from 2nd position. Did the Commander team, got their way through into the race lead, going down to the... Well, I was saying in the first corner, but let's be honest, they kept chopping and changing constantly. But it was down to the first corner now, have been chopping and changing. Almost halfway through this race, 22 minutes and 30 seconds left to go, we'll be halfway through, which was about the time they pitted back in Daytona. This isn't quite as heavy on the fuel, though. So I think they've got a bit more option open when it comes to that fuel. But if you're going to change tyres as well, the fuel's not really a limiting factor.
No, exactly. I think it was about 22 minutes to go-ish that they started to come in, of course, in Daytona. Problem with Phillip Island is, though, it's more stop-start. So, obviously, you're using a bit more fuel in that lower end, whereas at Daytona, you're sort of cruising for a bit longer. Yes, you're on the throttle for longer. Who's that off the road? I think just one of the back markers. Just letting all the leaders through. But I suppose it sort of is that trade-off. At Phillip Island, yeah, you're not sort of at top speed for longer, but you are also accelerating a bit longer. It's more start-stop, so in that essence you are using a bit more fuel, but I suppose compared to Daytona overall the lap, you probably are using a little bit less. We haven't seen too much push-to-pass being used either, which of course is going to save them a bit of fuel over the course of this first stint. Of course, push-to-pass basically just, I believe, just chucks more fuel into the combustion chamber. Obviously, bigger bang equals, more fuel equals bigger bang equals bigger speed. Of course, just trying to save some fuel that way.
I actually have no idea. I think the button.
It's not electrical, is it?
No, exactly. The button makes the car go faster. It's the same as in Formula E and stuff, where you go through attack mode or whatever, you get 50 extra kilowatts, but you still have to use the same amount of energy. But as much as you get more energy, more allotment of energy to use, like you're burning more fuel to go faster. You don't just magic an extra bit of fuel from a random tank to go faster.
It's more pressure, I think.
I don't know. Speaking of, by the way, being on Formula E, I feel like I'm back on it because I've got a stats man. We've all got a stats man in this.
Oh, really?
Because Ewan O'Leary, last time Coanda won an IndyCar race in Infinity, it was Tommy Usgaard in race 11 of the first edition. It's the only time that Coanda have won an IndyCar race in it. And Diogo Pinto is trying to become the 4th different Redline driver to win an IndyCar race.
I think he's got... Well, yeah, obviously. I think he's got a decent chance of doing that, actually. To be fair, I think all of them inside this maybe top 6. Again, we don't know. I think we'll really piece together the picture after pit stops. It's typical, really, that the first stint of any race really is very, very close. Once pit stops have sort of come in, we've seen how much fuel each sort of team has saved, how much tyre they've used, how quick their pit stop was. Then we start to piece together who's actually really in the shout for the competition for the race lead. So we will wait and see. But of course, I think on pure pace-wise, they've all got the opportunity. I think they've all got the capability to go for it.
Donis Vichalo working up now into 11th position. Maxime Naz also getting up into 9th. So battles towards the back end of the top 10. Well, make that Naz having to settle for 10th position as Berto Senal sends it straight back down the inside to retake over that 8th position. So once again, more excellent fights. Of course, the Rinken Racing car doing an excellent job to hang on to that spot and just clearly picking that way through fairly comfortably. They've got to deal with Michael Romanidis, who is plenty experienced in the world of sim racing. Basically has raced at the highest level on 3-4 platforms. Yeah, obviously did Le Mans Virtual, things like that, did Romanidis. He's obviously done stuff at high levels in iRacing. He's got a better career than I do. Let's put it that way.
You've beaten Kevin Ziggy.
I did beat Kevin Siggy.
And your Bathurst record, that is
That is true. That is true. I've also beat Rudy Van Buren. Don't accept that he had more weight on than me, but I did have to hold him off for the entire race. Was it Dubai circuit I absolutely cannot stand.
But you did it.
But I did it.
Nonetheless.
I did it. And that was that actually, hang on. I'm trying to work out if that was before World's Fastest Gamer 1. I think it was after. What year was World's Fastest Gamer?
2018, 17? Bolden won it in 19, didn't he? That was 2. Was it a yearly thing?
Bolden won it in 18.
Because he did GT in 20.
Did you do GT in 20?
Because it was disrupted by COVID, I think so. Or at the very least, it was delayed until 21.
Oh, honestly, I don't remember. Please help us. We could just Google it, but it's not fun.
Why would we?
I can't remember when I think I was battling with Rudy in 2016. Anyway, here's Sam McBride. Ooh, I did say there was a cheeky $5 up for anyone who could clear the catch fence. That is only eligible for Daytona. Sorry.
He's practicing. Yeah.
Getting in the mighty. Once again, it's just cheeky $5. Why not? I believe into the pit lane. Whoa, that's a big one. Rican Racing, by the way, into the pit lane. Peter Brett put in the right way.
Yeah, somehow. And into the pit lane, Rican Racing, as we said. So now becomes the first in onto the jacks, of course, to swap out the tyres. 22 minutes left to go, so pretty much right on cue. I think we might see these guys in on this lap. We'll have to see.
No idea, mate. Maybe.
It would make sense.
I think they can go a fair amount further. WSR, I believe, are also in pit lane. So a couple of other cars coming down. I reckon they might be able to go longer. I think it's more just a tactical change to try and come in this early.
Why would they go longer, though?
Track position. Oh my goodness me. Straight around the outside, going through Hayshed. Here comes Team Redline trying to sneak it through. I was trying to do some mental arithmetics as to why you would go longer. Meanwhile, Diogo Pinto's like, chuck that one straight in the bin. I'm going for the race lead. Maybe they are going to come straight down the pit lane. Let's see how tight they hold. Coming off of the penultimate corner, Diogo Pinto is coming into pit lane, as is the Coanda team at the front of the field.
Yeah, so Veyron left it quite late, actually, to come in, probably trying to react to what Pinto did into the pit lane then. And let's see what happens. No, where?
But literally right, open your eyes, mate. There was a big old slide behind. I don't know who it was, though.
I was looking at these guys in the pit lane.
Well, fair enough.
Nonetheless,
I'm trying to work out who it was.
Someone. Did they hold? Did you see how much of it did you see anyway out of the pit lane? And Coanda leads Redline. Of course, they're still quite close. They leave, and even the pit exit, in fairness, is quite dodgy actually. So pit entry and pit exit both dodgy. They exit fairly equal. I think Redline maybe have lost a little bit.
Yeah, no, I'm not sure who it was. I was trying to check, but I cannot find out who it was. But it was one of them that wasn't that far behind this grouping. So we'll probably find out as they work their way around. Either way, like you say, obviously into the pit lane, various drivers have come. I know your timing tower. I understand. I get it. It can be frustrating. Williams Esports at the moment are running in second position, obviously trying to keep up with Gustavo Ariel, who is now coming into pit lane. So race leader Gustavo Ariel into pit lane. Carl Janssen also in. Ryan Barneveld, Martau and Emil Bernstorff all in from the leading 5 drivers. Obviously those have stayed out comparatively to the other ones that have already been into pit lane. We're looking at Diogo Pinto, who's trying to keep right up with Elliot Veyron. Maxime Naz directly behind them as they work their way back out onto the start finish straight once more. And let's see what position, what order they're going to come out in. And there's the grouping coming out of pit lane. So they've got to go left. I thought they have to go left here. I'm not sure what the ruling is when it comes to the pit exit. But I think maybe you can come straight out.
Well, these two did, of course, Coanda and Redline, Veyron and Pinto. Not entirely. It was a mixed decision. I think one of them went straight. I think maybe Ariel went straight out. Of course, now takes the lead of the race. Remarkably done. So the undercut versus the overcut actually fairly equal. I think Ariel, once he got the clear air, took the lead of the race, was able to then use maybe a bit of push to pass. Didn't quite see the tower light up. Bernsdorf versus Carl Janssen as well. That's the fight for 6th place. Martau as well up into 4th after pit stops. Let's see how this sort of transpires going into the second stint of this race. Just under 20 minutes left to go. 18 minutes 52 counting down. Of course, a little bit further back, that's Maxime Nas for Infinity Racing, and off the road, Ryan Barneveld for BS Competition.
I think it might have been Ryan Barneveld, by the way, was the one that was sliding onto pit entry, considering how much further back he is than Gustavo Ariel, Diego Pinto, which is amazing. He did so well to have worked his way up the order. Either way, it's now once again a Coanda sandwich with Redline bread as they will work their way back out onto the start-finish straight, and it is a fair lead for Team Redline. Gustavo Ariel, maybe he's using push to pass. Let's see what happens down the order. Williams Esports. There's a spin for Ryan Barneveld.
Was there not contact to the rear end? I thought maybe there was a slight tap.
I don't really know, to be honest.
It was very close. I think from that angle, it was sort of like a blind spot. The rear wing and the front wing, maybe. Not sure, basically. But nonetheless, where does Barneveld rejoin? P14. And obviously, as we've said, with each position holding just as much weight as the next, you're not rewarded for finishing higher. I mean, you obviously are because you get more points, but you get no extra points relative to those around. So say in other series where you'd win and get 25, or a second gets 18, you get a swing of 7 points. It's only a swing of 1 per position. So that is a big hit for BS Plus competition for Ryan Barneveld to be down in 14th. Still the opportunity maybe to move up to 13th, but beyond that, it's going to be difficult. Speaking of comebacks and things like that, Sivi Shaba up into P11 and in a train actually well in contention for a top 10 after starting 29th place on the grid.
That's my boy. That is my boy, Daniel Civichado, working his way up the order, absolutely flying. I did see in Marcus Holmes' video, of course, they did the whole Daytona thing where they were... It was a really nice video, by the way. You should go and check it out on Marcus's channel. Like really interesting, like in-depth look at the kind of behind the scenes. Elliot Veyron loses out to Diego Pinto for 3rd position. Got to say though, Daniel Civichado and Marcus Holmes, the sim racing's cutest couple, non-couple, but you know what I mean. They definitely convinced. Yeah, no, exactly. They are being shipped on this broadcast right now. Marcus probably isn't watching anymore. It's fine. And Daniel definitely isn't because he's in the car. But either way, it is now a Redline 1-2 once again today in the VCO Infinity.
Same way around as well to what they were in Daytona. So looking to replicate that success that they had a little bit earlier on. Of course, Gustavo Ariel proving how strong he is in this IndyCar contingent, looking to become... Well, I think actually, despite the fact that he took his first victory ever in Infinity today, is looking to become the only repeat Infinity winner, I think. All of the other ones have been new winners in Infinity, whereas Gustavo Ariel, if he wins this race, will of course be the first winner of a race today that's already won a race before, if that makes sense.
It's such a really long way of putting
How would you
it.
put it
Like, he'd be the first repeat winner of the 2024 VCO Infinity.
Yeah, but yeah, fine, whatever. What Lewis said. Anyway,
Is that is 100% accurate as to what you were trying to say? Is it not?
yeah, but I got there just eventually. I took a longer route.
Oh my goodness me, your sat nav has gone skew if with that one. There's a big send from Elliot Veyron, though, who's being held up a little bit by the second of the 2 Team Redline cars. And once again, the look to the outside going into Siberia. Diogo Pinto's doing an excellent job at trying to hold Elliot Veyron at bay. And I think as near as makes no difference, has confirmed this as being the number 70 Team Redline car. Taking the victory, to be honest. I know there's 15 minutes left to go in this race and you never really know, but that gap has really grown. Look who's closing back in on this though. Martau in the Williams Esports ... community.
Boom. I'm not living that down, am I?
No, you are. I'm going to keep bringing it up. If they ever get an extra car that they don't have a sponsor for, they call it the Williams Esports community car, I will honestly laugh my head off.
That would be the WEC car. It would be...
Oh yeah, it would be.
Quite
That's terrible.
Wow. And then they probably won't even use it. Well, it'd be interesting to see if they did use it for an endurance race. Anyway.
Especially use it in the M3 Esports Championship.
Oh, imagine. That would be, yeah. I don't know. I don't know what that would be, but it would be cool. It'd be interesting. Anyway, nonetheless, we've got Veyron on the back of Pinto. Of course, this fight for second. Maybe Pinto going to play some team games here to ensure that 70 car, of course, brings home the win. Gustavo Veyron looking to be the first repeat winner of the 2024 VCO Infinity event.
There you go.
Here today. Nicely done. Got there in the end. It's fine. I've recalibrated my sat-nav. 14 minutes left to go. 1-2 for Redline once again with, of course, Coanda and Williams Esports Academy breathing down their neck. A podium firmly is on for Martau.
The only thing that's really going to cause some major spice in all of this is the odd bits of lapped traffic that sits ahead of them. You know, there's a couple of little bits here and there, and so we'll have to wait and see as to whether there's going to be any issues coming through on that lap traffic. And you never really know. Race control, by the way, in this race, they're the only thing they've really dished out. Falcon Sim Racing got a 10-second time penalty, which, considering they were a bit further down the order, not ideal anyway. And CRZ received a stop and hold for 30 seconds, again, a little bit further down the order. Everything else has been NFAs, including there was a bit of contact. Hold on, what was that for? It's instant. Protested by the number 92 Commander Esports car, that is Elliot Veyron's car, against the number 70 Team Redline car, i.e. the race leader. It is currently under investigation, and the incident is breach of rules.
When?
What?
Maybe did Ariel take the wrong pit exit? Maybe
I don't know, but it just says breach of rules. That's all it says in the investigation. I've got absolutely no idea as to what that is to do with. It says lap 21, turn 1. Did they pit on 21? Hold the phone. You talk for a sec.
I think so. It wasn't that long ago. Hang on. Let's check the live timing. The stint is 6 laps. We're on lap 26, so maybe as well. They took. I think you're meant to go to the right. That's where the cone is.
They did come out of pit lane on 21, so that must be what it is. Just seeing race controller confirmed it. NFA, no further action. That I'm reading that and I'm just thinking, with the pit exit stuff, right? The game penalises it immediately and automatically. Yeah. So as race controllers, bye. Just a bit of lap traffic going off the road. Don't worry about it. It automatically penalises for you in game. So race control, like if it's an automated system, why would race control then redo it? If you get what I mean. Yeah, it's a weird one. Weird to protest that, if I'm honest.
Yeah, I mean, give it a go, I suppose.
Yeah, but why? But
yeah, for the sake of, I don't know. It sounds pointless, to be honest. But it didn't work out in the end for them. Of course, nonetheless, that is, I don't know why. Also, very close. I think is that that was the Williams Esports Academy car going a little bit wide, of course, of Martau. Well, that was dangerously close. I think kicking up a little bit of grass going through Lukey Heights, and perilously close for that going very, very wrong indeed.
1.5 seconds. Gustavo Ariel leads the race. 11 minutes left to go, but there's still plenty of laps in this one. I think it's probably about 9 laps, just because of how quick the lap times are around here. Another protest coming in. By the way, I will say the race control's response to that protest that I was talking about. No real advantage gained. Pit X is wanted by iRacing. That makes sense. We did also see the incident between BS Competition and the Williams Esports Academy car that we were talking about. That one is being noted by race control and is under investigation right now, so we'll have to wait and see as to whether there is going to be a penalty for Santiago Martau, but again we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. Oh my goodness me, Daniel Silvi-Chabo nearly got into the rear end of Marcus Nunez. Has been unable to progress his way inside the top 10 at the moment, his DSS, but
considering he started P29 in IndyCars at Phillip Island, I don't think he's done half bad. I think because the initial sort of adrenaline of flying his way through the field has sort of worn off, he's now maybe just sort of taken his time a little bit. He's got the next few cars lined up. And with there still being, as we say, about 9 or so laps left to go in this race because of how short the lap is at Phillip Island and how quick these Indy cars are, he's got a lot of laps to sort of maybe pick his way through. He's going to maybe use a bit of push to pass here, a bit of push to pass there, just to maybe find his way into the top 10, use each one as a stepping stone. He's not necessarily in any rush. Maybe we'll see that move in towards turn number 1. I think we are also just ahead. You've got Sanao and Romanidis. That's the fight for 8th place. Yubi Chavo through up into the top 10 and some great progress.
And he will be gaining a free position as well as Sanao and Romanidis switch positions. Want to update that. I did think that it was not between the BS competition and the Williams Esports Academy car. It was the Williams Esports car, the number 5, as we do have a switch position here, Romanidis and Sanao. But I did also see that Veyron and Diogo Pinto had switched positions up ahead of this. So Elliot Veyron now up into 2nd position for Commander. 9 minutes left to go in this race. It was BS competition against the number 5 Williams Esports car. That's Carl Jansen's car in 6th position. And Carl Jansen has been awarded a delightful 5-second time penalty that will be given to him post-race, which will drop him down to 12th position, awkwardly still ahead of BS competition, but that's just how penalties go. But Carl Jansen will then hand over that extra position to Daniel Civichabo. So we're up to 9th position as we look back to Diogo Pinto. Has he got damage? He does have damage. Look at his front wing.
Yeah, half is missing. So Elliot Veyron going to find an easy passage through. Of course, Martau eventually will do the same potentially as well. So nicely done. Pinto down to P3. That is remarkable. What has happened there? Where was the contact for him to, of course, lose that piece of his front wing? And is he going to come into the pit lane, or is he going to try and tough it out for 8 minutes?
Stay out, absolutely stay out. The thing is, he's got behind this, he's got a second a bit back to Bernsdorf, and then 5 seconds back to Carl Jansen, who has a 5-second time penalty. Yes, he's going to lose an awful lot of time, but nowhere near the amount of time as what you would lose if you came into pit lane. So no point in coming down to the lane. 8 minutes left to go in this race. Let's see what happens to Diogo Pinto. So that's the big move to the inside from the Commander car, and off the corner, that is the Commander car, Elliot Veyron having the lead. Diogo Pinto just sent it. That's a silly move.
So when did the damage come from? Siberia or the hairpin? Or Siberia?
Yeah.
So it's his fault.
100%.
Because if there was contact on the exit of the hairpin, you can kind of give it the way of Veyron for maybe cutting him off a bit too quickly. Obviously, we'll ride on board. Yeah, there's not substantial contact there. Into the braking zone, launches one at the inside. Don't know where he was planning he was going to go with that one. Rode the curb. He was lucky he didn't spin, and then picked up some front end plate damage.
I'm not a huge fan of the move that Veyron did into the hairpin, but you've got to say that into Siberia is just a bit silly from Diogo Pinto, who now drops down into 4th position. Dominating at the front of the field, though, is Gustavo Ariel. There is a look at Elliot Veyron, who is currently running in the 2nd position at present. Obviously still not very long left to go in this race. 6 minutes 49 seconds. At the moment, it is Team Redline, the number 70, leading from Commander in the 92. The 77 Williams Esports Academy car looking for a podium here with Precision Racing. Emil Berzdorf has now got ahead of Diogo Pinto. So Diogo Pinto for Team Redline now down into 5th position. Carl Jansen in 6th. Do remember he has a 5-second post-race time penalty that will drop him down the order. Maniti Racing, Rinken Racing, the Apex Racing team, Daniel Civichabo in 9th position, with then the Commander 91 currently running in that 10th position. Making quite big changes in the teams, or in the standings rather. I was going to say team standings. This is the only thing we do. Team Redline, the 70 that is leading the way, is just going to pull out an even bigger lead. They're currently 2 points ahead of Apex Racing. They'll pull out even further.
Yeah, that is, well, I suppose it's damage limitation then for Apex more than anything. That is remarkable stuff through turn 1 between 2 cars. I don't know if that is for, no, it's not for position. It's going to be a bit of lap traffic they're going to have to contend with, but when they're fighting for their own respective positions, it becomes a little bit more awkward as sort of one of the lead cars to actually find your way through. Because of this, the time lost is launching one to the inside of the hairpin, not wasting any time, is Elliot Veyron, but a 2.2 second gap up to the Gustavo Ariel. It seems that unless Ariel makes a mistake, the win is out of the question for Commander. A P2, I think, at best.
So awkward for Elliot Veyron. He's got lap traffic. He's got Oscar Rodriguez. He's got Sasha Gula in there as well, as he's just trying to work his way past bit by bit. It's getting very, very frustrating indeed. Sasha Gula is going to run out wide for the team that he's racing for. I can't remember which one it is. From either way, jumping out of the way. I think it was I'm not going to commit. I'm not going to make a judgment just in case. Anyway, we're getting slowed down a little bit by traffic. That's the important bit.
Benzo Racing, the 999.
Thank you. I saw the BR and I was like, I don't want to commit.
Which is fine. It's better to not say anything than to say something and be wrong. Like me calling the Williams Esports Academy car a community car. But we move past that. We move past that. We absolutely forget about that one. Miniti Racing into 9th place. They've got the second sister Commander car breathing down the neck, but they are nursing a bit of damage, similar to the one with Diogo Pinto, who's now dropped down to P5. That's wide and just washing out on the exit of turn 2. Difficult enough with a perfectly functioning car, even more difficult when you're missing your front right end plate, which of course is doing a lot of the work through that corner. Eclipse looking for an almighty send going into the hairpin, but Miniti outside of the top 10.
Yeah, indeed. In that bright green car with a front wing, a part of the front wing missing. I will say I quite like the shade of green on Miniti. They normally go for a bit of a darker green, there's a bit more black involved. But alas, that front wing damage is certainly not going to be helping the Miniti racing car over the final 3 minutes and 50 seconds left in this race. Should be 3 laps at the line for the Team Redline car at the front of the field. That is a big old send for Eclipse, and there goes the other part of the front wing and the rear wing as well for Eclipse. 10 out of 10.
He clipped his rear front wing on? No. Does that no? We don't. Doesn't work? That's fine. No. We'll move on. That is a very, very damaged rear wing and a very, very damaged front wing as well for both cars involved. A very clumsy mistake. He's still got hold of it, to be fair, just about. Of course, this run in towards turn number 1 is side by side, just ahead. Not entirely sure that's for position, so they all settle their way out. Well, that was poor judgment, I think, more than anything.
Indeed, but look at the top right of your screen. Live standings, Team Redline, that is the 70, 308 points. There'd be 9 clear of the Apex Racing team car. Williams Esports, though, making a move on the other Team Redline car, just to drop them a little bit further back. But do remember that Carl Janssen will be having a 5-second post-race time penalty. That said, I'm a little bit concerned about the 69 now dropping back into the clutches of Rinken Racing and even the Apex Racing team car, who aren't that far behind, realistically. Look at them come round behind.
Yeah, they're very, very close. I have to give it off to of course, Shibi Shabo. He has driven a remarkable race, taking his time, particularly in the last sort of 10 minutes or so, picking his way through, letting the opportunities come to him rather than sort of going to seek them. Now, how hard does he push to get after Diogo Pinto to sort of minimize that time loss? Of course, he's still going to be losing points to the number 70, but of course, relative to the 69, he wants to gain as many points as possible on Team Redline. And of course, a vulnerable car equals easy points for you to, at the very least, limit the damage. And that's what we talk about. All of the front runners at some point are going to have a poor race. They just have to do their best to make sure the poor race is limited as best as possible.
Yeah, indeed. Let's again, very, very interesting to see how this one's going to unfold. Team Redline are the obvious favourites at the moment to take VCO Infinity once again. Yeah, we know how strong they are, but 6 races in, it's still extremely tight. And the Apex Racing team are throwing everything out. We do also have the return of Alex Dunn in the next race. I have told him he must win the race, so he is going to win the race. What?
What's the threat? Or you just told him he has to?
I'll dob him into his mum.
Have you blessed him or threatened him?
Both.
Nice.
Final lap of the race. We'll move on. Move on.
We'll talk about Alex Dunn when Alex Dunn is out on track.
Absolutely.
Winning.
Exactly. Across the line, Team Redline go 2.5 seconds clear of Co-and Gustavo Ariel, absolutely flying at present, looking to take another win. Redline on top once more. They are looking incredible right now. And like you say, looking for a second win in this VCO Infinity, the first driver to take a second victory in this VCO Infinity.
Yeah. Sensational stuff for Ariel, and of course it's the same car that he did it earlier on, of course, winning the Infinity Opener a little bit ago. He looks calm, composed as ever. Of course, the first ever winner of Prodigy Pass, of course, was then able to win the Radical SR1 chase competition, and is using all of those real life experiences and his experience in the sim to dominate, well, not dominate, but cruise to victory, 2.2 seconds clear of Veyron in what has been a very, very chaotic 6th race of the 24.
It was a lot closer before the pit stops, and once we went through it, the drama, well, it kind of didn't really stop, but it just calmed down out through the final corner. Gustavo Ariel is going to come. The time is going to tick down to 0, and for Team Redline is going to be yet another victory. They head their way back to the top after drama in the previous race. Is Gustavo Ariel to come through the final corner to take victory here in Phillip Island. And of course, Gustavo Ariel will be the first driver to win 2 races in the 2024 VCO Infinity. Elliot Veyron, though, a fantastic drive to second place. Got to give a shout out though to Mortal, comparing the iRacing to the rest of the drivers around. Look at those shades. That is a very impressive drive from the Williams Esports Academy car. Plenty of side-by-side though still to come. Coming through that final turn, they've got to navigate some lap traffic as well. More moves coming in as they all funnel their way across the line.
What a race from Ariel. Interestingly, that he didn't have his headphones on for
focus on the glasses, mate.
Well, yeah, he needed space, didn't he? Priorities. Who needs to hear the car when you can look extra snazzy?
I've never respected him more. I think he lost 7/10 of a second doing that. Oh,
yeah, but it's worth it.
Hero. Absolute hero.
Life. It's like one of those GTA compilations that you see. Yeah? That's Gustavo Ariel's time.
That's I respect that. I've never respected another human being more. Excellent stuff. We'll wait for the final ones to cross the line, and then we'll get you your provisional finishes in the race. Of course, champion standings. It will mean the number 70 is looking more comfortable, pulling out to about a 9 or 10 point lead over Daniel Civi-Chabo, but it is once again Team Redline on top for, yes, indeed, the 4th time in 6 races. Obviously, the other ones being Williams Esports and Pike from Beach Racing, but Team Redline back on top. Yeah, it's been a little while since we've seen them in a couple of races, but it is Gustavo Ariel once more. Elliot Veyron up in 2nd position with Martau in 3rd. Bernstorff in 4th. Carl Janssen will drop back 5-second post-race time penalty. Shout out to Daniel Civi-Chabo. He'll be in 6th position at the end of this race, because obviously Carl Janssen's penalty will drop him back. That's an incredible drive from Daniel Civi-Chabo. Both are now obviously behind, in between all that in 6th spot. Michael Romanidis in 8th, making it 2 Commander Esports inside the top 10. Marcos Nunez in 9th position, and Ryan Barneveld, after being spun out by Carl Janssen, will actually gain the position on him as well. So at least it's that. Diogo Pinto down to 11th position. Huge drama for the 69. Front wing damage drops him all the way down. I didn't think it was going to be that bad. Alas, it just got worse and worse. SMP Racing Esports in 12th spot, then Drago, Maniti, Pike from Beach Racing did manage to work their way back up the order after that victory last round in the previous race. Daytona up to 15th position. Wave Italy Racing, West Competition Racing, WSR Esports, Buck for Nathan Moore in 18th position, with Falcon Sim Racing and Eclipse down in 20th. Struggling to get that car back over the line, but they certainly did indeed make it. Delatraz in 21st position with DLR Simlab. Then Olympus Grid and Go, they're the second of their cars, 24th position. Shera Esports, Altitude, the Apex Racing Academy car, Team PGZ Best Team in Sim Racing, represent, baby. Brabham Esports and Race Clutch rounding out the top 30 before we get to Visceral Impulse BS Competition. That red machine, Nicholas Boyd, we saw the incident coming down into MG, 33rd position for them. W2E Pro GP was clicking Racing Adventures. See whether we can see those back on top at some point for a little bit of a meme race. We do love a little bit of their squad. Rocket Sim Racing, of course, Grid and Go, then Team Fortuna, Gramer Racing, and of course Benso Racing, who we saw some drama on late in the race. Sarah Dove, of course, for the Screen to Speed Dream Team, accelerated by Marla. Big name, that one. Biggest one that we've got in VCO Infinity this year. Blue Rose Team, Obsidian, United in 44th position. German at simracing.de with Project Valaris. ATRS, XBD Racing, Symphony of Pistons, and SCR Esports. The final page obviously sees a lot of retirements. Parnell, Maradness saw them twice off. Nathan Olsen in the race. Absolute Motorsports, Aslith, CRZ, who received a whopping penalty, of course, in that very first lap of the race. Sam Michaels for the Movano Corsa car getting involved in the thick end of things. Plenty of drama, Zach, and like I say, another exciting race and an excellent victory for Gustavo Ariel.
It really was remarkable stuff, and really well driven as well. Sort of bided his time for the first stint, sat P3-ish, didn't intermingle with Pinto or Veyron for the first 30 minutes of the race. knew what was coming, just waited for that opportunity throughout the pit stops, waited to maximize that run, save the fuel, have that shorter stop, come in a lap later as well, managed to get the overcut, got that track position, and then once he did get it, because that's only half the battle, getting the lead is one thing, keeping it is another thing entirely, particularly when there's still, you know, a good 20 minutes of the race left to go. That's a decent chunk of laps at Phillip Island. He was able to really maturely drive the car, deal with the lap traffic remarkably, and take a 100% win record when it comes to Indy for 2024.
Certainly so. Let's talk about the next race, though, because, of course, we'll be returning to Algarve. We saw that wet race, that incredible wet race. Excellent battle between Silly Lully and Alex Dunn, where Lullum spun and won. Obviously, we're not going to deal with rain in this race, but MX-5s and Algarve, that's a combo.
Yeah, I would say that Algarve probably... Oh, and it's very dark as well, so that's going to make it even difficult, even more difficult.
It'll be fun for us.
Yeah, great. That is a car going into a corner. It's fun. Cam Roger could tell you exactly where any of these cars are on
it's the last
any
corner.
track. Yeah, well, no, I know that, but like just in general, like, as a general statement, he probably could. But yeah, of course, back to the original point, MX-5s at Algarve, I would say particularly that pit straight, a bit long for them. They are going to be, at the very least, getting close to the rev limiter. I wouldn't say they're going to be bouncing off it by the time they get to the end, but it's a very fast circuit for not very quick cars. So bring it on.
Yeah, indeed. Obviously, one of our commentators later on, Reese Gardner, will be jumping into the commentary booth. He was my teammate once when we raced around here in 2015. I took him out in T1. Accidentally, pure accident. Like I properly wrecked him as well. I retired from the race immediately and then coached him. I became his race engineer, got him to his personal best result, even though I wrecked him. How good's that?
Does that speak more about you or him? Are you a good race director, or has he just got good comeback?
I'm a great strategist. Any team that wants a nice, calm voice in their ear, don't go for me.
To be fair, no, I'll give it to you. When I first started on iRacing, you weren't terrible. Got me to A class in like 2 weeks.
Yeah, but then I could get anyone to A class, to be fair.
Who was it? Adam Rainey?
Adam Rainey. Yeah, indeed. Shout out, represent. Adam Rainey. NetRex Grand Prix. Oh, back in the day. They're in qualifying at the moment, by the way. You're looking at a car going around the circuit. Absolutely no idea as to who it is. Any guesses?
It
was a 77.
That
is the 77. The 77 is the Williams Esports community car.
Oh yeah, that one. The community car.
Do you know who's on pole position at the moment? Look at him. Look at him at the top.
By
Alex Dunn.
By 4/10 as well. To be fair, it's a 2-minute lap time, so that's not actually that much, really. But still a decent chunk. That's what we can do.
And Team Redline have set lap times. Enzo Benito's 6th position. Beckham Desir going up into 8th position. Saw him a little bit earlier on in the session. Obviously, that was the 77. But yeah, Team Redline, the 69ers in 6th spot. The championship leading car. Yeesh. 19th spot, Cooper Webster. Another one of my boys. One of my GB4 racing boys. Now 20th, I think.
Yeah. As things stand, well, at least the last time the timing refreshed, that is not great for Cooper Webster at all. So you've got your GB3 boy of Alex Dunn on pole, and then the GB4 of Cooper Webster down. Now P21.
I only focus on the drivers that I've commentated on in motorsport. I don't care about anyone else.
They're all just irrelevant, aren't they?
Yeah, exactly. Now, obviously, I jest. Cooper Webster, though, multiple winner in the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup this year, as we can start to see this qualifying lap. I was leaving it in gear for a long time.
I suppose you've got to, because downshifting would slow the car down a bit too much, maybe.
Yeah, but shifting up would probably be a good idea.
Oh, no. When it comes to shifting up, that makes more sense. When it comes to slowing down, you want to sort of downshift as little as possible, but well, I mean, because particularly when I find with the MX-5s, you downshift too much, and the engine braking almost stops you. And at a big wide circuit, you don't want to lose that momentum by downshifting too much. Whereas if you sort of like coast in third, yeah, you'll bog down a bit on the exit, but if you can keep that minimum speed up, you should be all right.
Just trying to hear if it's flat through the final corner. I think it absolutely is for for Matt Loveridge in the Olympus Esports car, up towards the line now. Not going to challenge for pole position, I don't believe, but alas, will potentially move their way up the order. There is the line. It takes ages to get to it. I think it might have been an exceed on that lap time. Although, to be fair, I might be doing the lap time now, though. If they are, I don't think it'll count. There is an exceed. How many lap times have been exceeded on this session at the moment?
Too many.
I believe it's only 6 or 7, which, to be fair, is less than I would have thought. Because I feel that this circuit would be pretty brutal on the track. You've got T1, for example, it's so easy to run wide. You've even got a couple of corners around the midpoint of the lap, but it's mostly turn one, let's be honest.
Yeah, particularly if you touch that Sochi curb on the inside, throw the car out wide, because it's a very fast corner, but a very, very tight entry. And you want to carry as much speed as you can going in, but obviously not run too wide coming out. But also then you want to set yourself up through turn 2, and in doing so, run out wide. Yeah, it's touch and go. Pretty much the entire circuit is a hazard for track limits. I think we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 teams that haven't set a lap time. A couple of people that are sort of not representative lap times either, so of course not great for them, but when it comes to representative lap times, Alex Dunn 4 tenths exactly clear of the rest of the field. I mean, you look behind that, you've got Damon Woods for Falcon Sim Racing, Jordan Johnson, Jaden Latich as well, 2, 3, 4, they're within half a tenth of a second of each other, but then Alex Dunn just 4 tenths clear.
Well, before we get into the race, we've got 35 seconds. That's fine. Well, we can talk through the grid and all that stuff. Before we do that, let's talk about points for a very quick second. We do have the updated point standings from Race Control. Obviously, still fairly provisional. Well, no, I should say provisional. Everything says it's official. Team Redline, 308 points, 7 clear of the Apex Racing team. Got to say, Daniel Sibushaba did an incredible job to close up that as much as possible. Now, there's only 7 points, and that is the car that is on pole position for this race. Team Redline, the 70, is the one that's down outside of the top 20, so there could be even more swings in this. Coanda have found their way up and now into 3rd position. It's the Team Redline 69 car that's in 4th, obviously 20 points off the lead. The Coanda 92, 28 points off the race lead. I think that's kind of where we're seeing our top 5 charge, the ones that are really in contention. I think it's a little bit too far back for Drago Racing and BS competition. It really is that top 5. 2 Coanda teams, 2 Team Redlines, and Apex Racing teams sneaking their way into it, as we would always expect. Fantastic to see just the consistency of them. Let's take a look though at the starting grid for the MX-5s here at Portimao. Alex Dunn qualifying on pole position by nearly half a second over Damon Woods. Incredible lap time. I told him he was going to win. Now he really had to step up and do so. The Apex Racing Academy car though in 3rd again. All fixed setup. So Jaden Ladick obviously in 4th position for Drago Racing, then Altitude and Team Redline. Look at how cool Enzo Benito looks in that photograph. Oscar Pai in 7th position with Beckham Jasir in 8th position. Elias Riker, Philip Koenig, Jeremy Boutaloop, and of course Josh Anderson down there in 12th. Luke Alpert with Jana De Hau, then Chris Sievert, of course Adam Katarski, Abel Torres back in the car, and Cody Deeth in 18th spot. We'll see on this page the points leader in 22nd spot before we get to that. ATRS, WSR Esports, Barker Movano Corsa, who retired from the previous race on the very first lap. Hopefully they do better in this one. Team Redline, points leader, 22nd spot for Cooper Webster, then Tom Hooper in 23rd, Garrett Fisher in 24th. I'll quickly run through because they're about to start moving. Alex Spetz, Williams Esports, then Visceral, Eclipse, Rinken Racing, Delatraz, and Race Clutch inside your top 30. Of course, we've got Project Valorous, Grid and Go, then SMP Racing, Was Cooking Racing Adventures, Kramer Racing, and Olympus Esports. W2E Prop GP in 37th position with Precision Racing Esports, Blue Rose, and we'll let the rest of them flick through actually because we want to talk about this race. They have started their little formation lap and stuff. You can see, let's see the lap times that we've not seen come onto the board. Bradman Esports, PGZ, Wave Italy, Obsidian, Rocket, Parnell, and one final team yet that didn't set a lap time in qualifying will be CRZ Sim Sport. Zach, you can see they're being led around by the mighty truck, which has no lights on, which is a little bit concerning. It's not very safe, is it?
No. Can you hit the truck? I think you...
No.
No. You should be all right then, but would have been better if you could. That would have been probably cause for some drama. But yeah,
Alex Dunn's almost proven it to you there.
What's that?
Alex Dunn was almost proving it to you there.
Yeah, that's true. Probably because he can't actually hit it. Let's see what he does, though. Of course, an important race for Apex. Dunn will have the pressure. Of course, he's not going to have to acclimatise himself to the wet weather. But he has got pole position, and he has got a decent chance, actually, with P22 for the number 70 Redline car, to take the championship lead at the end of race 7.
How large is the crash going to be into turn 1 on lap 1?
Big.
Nice, confident. I mean, it was pretty big on drama in the previous race. Do you think Alex Dunn's going to win this one, or do you think this one's just completely unpredictable because it's going to be a big old pack race?
I reckon Dunn's got it. I think so.
Is that because I told him he was going to win?
Yeah. I mean, the Lewis McGlade bless is a real thing, isn't it?
For sure. There's no such thing as the commentator's curse, but
the Lewis McGlade bless is totally real.
Absolutely. Well, you know, us Lewises, we're hashtag blessed. Anyway, up onto the start-finish straight. Alex Dunn will have the control for the Apex Racing team. Definite communication between Apex Racing and Apex Racing Academy, because I've got to say, Jordan Johnson had an absolutely incredible start right onto the rear end of Alex Dunn and is now pushing him straight down towards the first turn. Excellent stuff between the Apex Racing team, who will make it a 1-2 down into the first corner. Got to pick your braking zone nicely. Some big moves in the background as a few drivers taking a couple of looks. There's the hip check. There's the crash into T1 that we were expecting, but at the moment it's nothing to do with the top 10, 20. It's even further back down than that.
Yeah, it is. Everyone just being fairly sensible, I think, for the most part, in the front of the field. Of course, it's absolute carnage. Beyond that, you can see multiple rows of 3 cars as they exit their way onto this back straight. It's done from Johnson and Woods, the top 3. Great stuff from Apex then, as a couple of people darting in the background. I think you can see, of course, Bootloop just trying to pick his way through the carnage, getting sort of attacked by BS Plus competition. Joshua Anderson just trying to look to his inside. Big snap of oversteer on the exit as they all trying to climatise their race in the darkness. But because they're all bunched up, you can actually see quite a lot.
Yeah, indeed. It was Luca Alpert that went wide, and now he lost position to Cody Deeth and Yana De Hau as well. A little bit further up the order, there is the Apex radar being lit up by Damon Woods behind. He'll be a little bit frustrated. Can tell you that Cooper Webster has not really made much progress. He's still kind of around Alexander Spetz. He's actually worked his way up now to second position. To be fair, it's really hard to work out with all that lot because they're all kind of chopping and changing constantly. At the moment, the important bit, though, is, to be fair, Jordan Johnson could do an incredible job for his teammate. Not saying he is going to do it, but he could slow everything down just a little bit and assist his teammate in running away just to build a little bit of a gap. There's a look down the inside. Jaden Ladick trying to get past James Boomy.
Yeah, a couple of people, of course, to round off lap number 1. The top 3 seem fairly tame, but of course, Boomy under pressure from Ladich, who is trying to find that way through for Drago Racing, the 696. Of course, that you can see the front 3 just getting a little bit away. There's a small bit of a gap into the final corner. There are a couple of looks to the outside. I think Elias Riker trying to go the long way around of the Kwana car of Oscar Pi, but no way through. It's too long of a way around. Jeremy Bootloop as well, of course, sandwiched by the 2BS Plus competition cars to round off lap number 1, and already over 2 minutes into this race. Done very closely followed by Johnson. The 2 Apex cars working together phenomenally. I think the entire top 3 contingent, sort of as an agreement, maybe mutual agreement, it's better for them to get away because it's so easy to get reeled into carnage. There's a huge look to the inside.
Yeah, indeed. Again, that battle there for 5th position, Beckham Jasir and Jaden Ladick. That battle there, we'll see Enzo Benito potentially jump his way down the inside coming into the hairpin. Let's see who's going to dart out. At the moment, it's not quite as much of a pack race as we were expecting. It's certainly not even in the same vein as what we saw earlier on when we were racing even at Phillip Island, the MX-5. It's a lot. I don't want to say it because we're only a lap and a bit in. It's a lot more tame than I was expecting. I'm not going to lie.
It's like the use of people like saying the word quiet on a shift, and then it very much doesn't be quiet after that point. I think, of course, as much as the commentators guys doesn't exist, I don't think we want to speak too soon when it comes to the MX-5s. Maybe they're just taking a tame start to this race before it all picks up again.
We want action.
We do want action. It's really tame, Lewis. It's
exactly.
These guys are on their best behaviour.
So in RFX 2, there's a build of Portimao where you could. We always used to find out when we were racing, we would escape the circuit. Like we'd go through like a marshal post or whatever, and then just drive around the outside of the circuit. There's a jump out there. You can jump over one of the grandstands and it jumps you straight back onto the racing line. That's what we ended up doing. Big look down the inside from the Grid and Go esports car, trying to work their way past the Benso Racing team inside the top 10 now, trying to now knock at the back end of the 89 BS competition car that's sat directly ahead of him, instead remains side by side with Benso Racing, going through the penultimate turn and now through this extremely long final corner.
Yeah, it does seemingly go on forever, of course. The compression at the bottom does allow the car to grip up a little bit. You have got to be careful, though, as it washes out on exit. Up over the crest to kickstart yet another lap. The leader's very close. There's the Williams Esports community car moving their way past the Drago racing machine. Of course, up into the top 5. So continuing a very good run of consecutive form is the Academy car, looking very, very strong indeed. But getting past is one thing. Continuing that progress is another. I thought for a moment that Damon Woods was going to go for a look to the inside of turn 3, didn't quite manage to have a good enough look. Of course, with how wide this track is and sort of how slow the MX-5s are, they're not on the brakes very heavily through that sort of part of the circuit, I suppose. They've already slowed down through turn 1. Maybe into this hairpin we can see some sense.
Yeah, nice to see the Falcon Sim Racing team car back into things, because it was almost good. I thought there was going to be a look from Damon Woods there on Jordan Johnson, but didn't fancy it going down into the hairpin. But I'm sure was almost tempted to have done so. Side by side, a bit further back there between 8th edition Commander Esports and BS Competition. At the moment, it's the 91 Commander Esports car trying to hang on at the moment. Of course, Oscar Pye behind the wheel of that one. Elias Riker defending a little bit from Jeremy Bootloop, who is well versed. Oof, that is a big crash.
Yeah, that was a big oof, I think. Just maybe moving over to the left under braking, and then basically just got pit maneuvered into the to the runoff area after turn 1. Well, not even after turn 1, before turn 1, straight forward from turn 1, I suppose. And nice. Yeah, rejoining the circuit. I don't think it was significant chunk to the barrier. Bit of a look to the inside there as well. Some sends, of course, coming in. I think that is Team Redline on Drago Racing, maybe looking for some moves, but again, can't really tell any colours that you can see. Well, I can't. Of course, I can see a VRS there. That is the Koanda car, of course, under pressure from BS Plus Competition, because the difference in car, I can see the contrast, which is great, because BS Plus Competition are all over that, which is great. Of course, they're fighting for 8th place, but a nice train starting to form. A decent, 2.5 seconds cover the top 10.
This is why no one could take the mick out of how red your webcam is at the moment.
That's true.
It's just it looks great to you.
It's fine, mate. What red? What red?
I thought it was green. You couldn't see.
It's all of them, mate. Yeah. Well, no, it is. They're under the same umbrella, though, aren't they? Like,
are they?
They're on or at the very least they're on the opposite side of the spectrum. So there's some, I don't know. There's correlation somewhere.
Right, fair enough. Better you than me. You're the one that's colourblind. We'll roll with it and move on. Coanda and BS Competition have the little switch positions. It's still going to be Oscar Pye hanging on at the moment. Team Redline, of course, Enzo Benito now having to defend from Jaden Ladit coming down into the hairpin. There's a little bit of a look down the inside. BS Competition getting aggressive straight into the... it's not... Okay, it's so hard to tell. It's Benso Racing, rather, getting into the side of Oscar Pye in that Coanda car. And now it's all going to be 3 wide towards this very awkward double apex right-hander.
Yeah, it does it is awkward, especially, and very janky as well. You're sort of turning and braking at the same time, of course, up over the crest. Very easy for the car to get loose a little bit on the exit. I don't think it's such an issue in the MX-5s, of course, only an inline 4 producing just over, I think, 150 odd brake horsepower. Not weighing too much, but not a lot of power going to the rear wheel, so you should be fine. Look to the inside, up over the crest to this, again, very awkward double right-hander. Best Plus Competition looking to get their way past the Benso Racing machine, looking to make amends for what was an unfortunate race for Sasha Gould last time out at Phillip Island, side by side as they run their way through the rest of the circuit.
You've clearly opened up the iRacing manual for the MX-5 or something.
No, I'm just good, mate.
Inline four and blah, 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 blah. Yeah, all right. Mate, even my car's got more power than one of these. It's a bit heavier, though. But that's fine.
What?
Wow, that is good.
Sorry. No.
That's fine. We're live on race. Well done, mate. Feel good. VCO Esports, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, fantastic news. BS Competition, 9th position at the moment. Benso Racing giving a little bit of a bump draft. They might want to do the bit of the bump draft games, try and push them right onto the rear end once more. Of Commander, who have got a bit of a group side by side behind all of that between Team Fortuna and Grid and Go. This is on board with the BS Competition car in 13th position. Of course, that's the big red machine.
Well, I wouldn't know. It's the big machine to me as they run their way through.
We've done that joke.
Yeah, I know, but it's just easier to make it again. I can see the red on that one because it's nice and vibrant. They are under pressure from ATRS though, going into turn 3 again up. The undulation of Algarve is sensational. It really is sort of mind-boggling, really, because there is a lot of it. Very much a roller coaster of a circuit. You battle your way towards the downhill braking zone this time for the hairpin. I don't think Anderson is quite close enough for ascend, but it does give him a lot of room to brake late as to cover off the move, more so than anything from ATRS. Of course, Sebastian Hove just in behind. Again, I'll say it, they're being fairly tame.
Yeah. This is not the style of racing I was expecting. On a Grand Prix circuit like this, I was not expecting it. Honestly, I was expecting it to be 3 wide constantly. Alas, that is not the style of racing that we're getting, and that's fair enough. It's much more of a normal style of racing. Will that be the case if their tyres start to go off? Their tyres should be okay for 45 minutes, but this is pretty brutal. Abel Torres looks to the inside and is able to absolutely throw it in and almost able to completely clean out Oscar Pye.
Yeah, that was
Oscar bye-bye.
No, that was worse than my Eclipse joke, and
yeah,
no,
it really was.
That was just
we even got Jesus Christ.
Wow, that's when you know it's bad. He hasn't said anything this whole 2.5 hours that we've been in the commentary, and now that was dread. That is the dad of dad jokes. That was
back to back. Awful puns, like truly awful. I'm so sorry to Oscar Pye, Abel Torres, and everyone a part of this production. It's fine. I don't speak on behalf of VCO Esports. See where the move's going to come though, as we come back out onto the start-finish straight. Oscar Pye's going to lose out to Jeremy Boothloop, who might jump into the slipstream of Elias Riker down into T1.
Yeah, I think so. It's still 34.5 minutes left to go in this race. So plenty of racing action still to come. Only just over 10 minutes in. Couple of looks, of course. Josh Anderson trying to find his way through. That's the team for Zillicar as well. I think up there in the mix in some capacity. Cooper Webster up into 16th place, of course, making some moves up 6 from where he started. So slowly but surely carving his way through the field. But still Alex Dunn out in front means that there's a 15-point swing between the two.
Yeah, exactly. This could be, again, one of those big moments. Chad, I mean, you've got to remember we are now over a quarter of the way through. After the next race, we are an eighth of the way through. After this race, we're 7/24 of the way through. So at least there's that.
How'd you figure that one out?
It's weird, isn't it? Either way, here we go. Josh Anderson and Jana de Hout going side by side, and de Hout around the outside. I was going to say it's a bit of a brave one to have sent a win, and Josh Anderson says, absolutely not, mate. The problem is they've dropped back a little bit from the slipstream of the group ahead. It's now a second up to the ATRS car, and that'll be a big problem not just for them, but also for Cooper Webster behind, who's just knocking at the door at this fight.
Yeah, he's going to want to clear them as soon as possible, because the more these two battle, as we said, the more time they're losing in front, and that's time that Cooper Webster could be using to chip away and of course gain positions as such. So he wants to clear these two. If they want to continue battling, that's great. Cooper Webster just doesn't want any part of it whatsoever. He needs to get in front and start chipping away, start climbing his way through the field. Granted, yeah, there are still 33 minutes of this race left to go, but time and time again, it's been proven that really isn't very long, particularly a long lap like Algarve for these MX-5. So Cooper Webster, if he wants any meaningful representation inside the top 10, needs to sort of get a hurry on, find his way past as soon as possible. But surprisingly enough, making a move stick has actually been proven to be fairly difficult.
We'll check a replay out with Race Clark Milikangas side by side with the Grid and Go car. A little bit of contact. It was the number 2 Grid and Go car. Just a little bit of a brush, nothing too major. To be fair, the fact that is like a worthy height to take a look at, it just shows how much calmer this has been compared to this. Is probably actually, weirdly enough, this has been the calmest race that we've seen so far. Oh, well, as he says it. Obviously, replay.
Yeah, not but even then, a tame spin. It was just he spun like, yeah. Relative to what we've seen so far, particularly over the course of course, that first MX-5 race at Phillip Island.
Oh yeah,
it's yeah, calm,
chill vibes.
But then again, it did ramp up a lot at the end. Maybe we're going to see similar. I think it's because we've got the 2 Apex cars out front, sort of just controlling the pace as such. No one's able to really make much of a dent. Whereas in the first one, obviously, we had different teams at the front fighting each other for the race lead. Right now, it's just Dunn and Johnson sort of just working together, just stopping the Falcon car. Of course, Damon was finding a way through. However, it is getting very busy. A look to the inside from the Williams Esports Academy car. Altitude Esports in there as well. Maybe it is starting to liven up at the front.
Yeah, indeed. That was a big look. And again, a big move. Got Team Redline, Enzo Benito knocking at the door to try and work his way past the Altitude Esports car. Gets to the outside, going up to the double hairpin complex at the end of the section, end of the lap. And Enzo Benito did not try and find his way past. I mean, to back up your point on the speed at the front, because if Alex Dunn is actually 4/10 of a lap faster, I don't actually believe he would be 4/10 of a lap faster than everyone else, considering how strong the field is. But let's say, for example, he was 4/10 of a lap faster a lap generally than everyone else. If then if the slipstream is then pulling everyone along, because he's so much faster, like the whole kind of train equalizes on pace. If you get what I mean, so it kind of like it ebbs and flows. So if there's going to be any move here from the Altitude Esports car, I think it's more bump drafting that's happening here. As Jasir will work his way past Damon Woods though, and move the Williams Academy car onto the podium for the second consecutive race.
Yeah, looking very, very strong. A bit of a look there as well, I think, from Boomy just to the inside of Damon Woods. This time, actually, the outside as the Falcon car is stuck on the inside of turn 3. Back up the hill, the 111 going to try and pick their way past. Gets the inside line, but I think the momentum is going to go the way of Woods, who has found out very quickly how fast you can drop through a field if you let them. Enzo Benito just sat idle, looking to go to the outside of the hairpin. Of course, the 2 on the inside taking very tight lines. He might well be able to use some good momentum to get to the outside of James Boomy.
Yeah, indeed. There is the side-by-side. There is Enzo Benito working his way past. Now experienced, he is behind the wheel of various race cars in the world of sim racing and various platforms as well. Now up inside the top 5. Do not rule out Enzo Benito with the chance of maybe sneaking a victory here and making it yet another team ready. I mean, they would be looking for a 5th victory in this VCO Infinity alone. Is Team Redline, and with another driver as well, Enzo Benito, because he's not won in this VCO Infinity, because I don't think we've seen him race so far in this VCO. This system of VCO Infinity. We've seen him race before in VCO Infinity, but I don't think in this one.
Oh, okay. No. Yeah, no, that's fair. Because it was this grid that you said he looked cool. I think Bootaloo looking to the outside, of course, of the Dragon Racing machine of Lady, just ahead at 696. But also, Enzo Benito hasn't won. None of the top 10 in this race so far have won a race in Infinity.
It was he did race in the NASCAR at
of course he did, yeah. I spoke about him earlier. Yeah, no.
Yeah, fair play. I was eating a pizza in the middle of the race, I'm not gonna lie. I had a great time though, lovely. Top tier.
Microwave pizza?
No.
Did you order it?
No.
How did you make it? Oh, oven pizza. An oven.
What do you mean? The 2 types of pizza in the world: microwave pizza or ordered. What on earth is going on? Williams Esports Academy, by the way, the 2 Academy cars almost switched positions there. Williams Esports and the Apex Racing Academy car in 2nd and 3rd position almost switched round. There was a bit of a look from Beckham to try and work their way past. What planet are you on, mate? Let's see what positions which we're going to get now. Williams able to sneak their way past.
Yeah, they are nicely into. Of course, they've been in 3rd place. They're not quite able to slip their way into 2nd, but I think that might well be on the horizon. The battle of the 2 community cars, Apex versus Williams, in the fight for 2nd. Of course, Apex Racing Academy, Williams Esports Academy there, and of course the big team, Apex Racing, leading the way with 27.5 minutes. So approaching half distance very, very quickly, actually. And then, of course, we'll be walking out of the woods as opposed to walking into the woods. And Alex Dunn controlling the pace really nicely. I would like to know if this is his full pace, or has he got more in his pocket?
Well, I mean, look, there's one easy way to go and compare it. As much as they're on heavier fuel loads, fair play. I think this is just full pace. Qualifying a 2:02.7. Last lap 2:02.6, and his laps this race, Alex Dunn, ignoring the first lap because obviously rolling start, lap 2 to lap 8, 2:02.8, 2:02.4, 2:02.7, 2:02.6, 2:02.6, 2:02.6, 2:02.6. I think this is his pace.
Well, yeah, it's a pace that you can run consistently at that. just remarkably I mean, what else would you expect from Alex Dunn? I think that's sort of what his sort of real world experience can boast best at in that transition in obviously to sim racing as such, is that consistency that he's got. Very, very close, of course, side by side. Williams Esports Academy looking to pick their way past, of course, Beckham Yassir trying to move his way past Jordan Johnson to the inside of turn 1. Team Redline there as well. Enzo Benito maybe going for the podium.
Here we go then. Here comes the position switches. Bit of a contact between those two Academy cars. Apex Racing just brushing over the rear end of Beckham Yassir in that Williams Esports Academy car. And you're absolutely right. Enzo Benito pounces his way past. Now the pack racing is starting to begin. We're approaching the halfway point in this race. And suddenly things might start getting a little bit more feisty. The thing is, I'm pretty sure they all know, we all know, and the Apex team all know that the second that someone else gets into second position, maybe Alex Dunn's position in this race isn't quite as comfortable as it is now, because obviously Jordan Johnson's not going to go on the attack. There is definite contact behind Cody D. Ethan Grid and Go has dropped right the way back. There was definite contact with the hairpin.
Yeah, I think so. Of course, we'll have to take another look just to confirm it in its entirety. But so far so good, of course, for the front lot as such, but would be interesting to see as to what happened out of the hairpin, because it's a very big pinch point. We'll see. Too late on the brakes, and then wow, that was awkward on the exit. I thought it'd be going in, but no, of course it was coming in on the exit.
Same indeed. Cooper Webster up now into 12th position, 1.9 or 1.8 seconds though back from Joshua Anderson. So that, it's not an ideal position for Cooper Webster, but it's picking up the odd position here and there. But of course now I think it requires the drama of those ahead for any potential extra moves. See if we're going to see Cooper Webster hoovering up some more points and maybe not damaging the championship lead. Do remember again, coming into this race, the points lead, the number 70 that Cooper Webster is behind at the moment, came into this race with a 7-point lead over Apex Racing. That is Alex Dunn who's leading the race. So that means that the Apex Racing team car at the moment will take over the championship lead, as Enzo Benito will sneak his way past in the second.
I think the race win is on, absolutely, for Enzo Benito, of course. Yassir versus Johnson there, side by side. The Williams Esports Academy car absolutely clabbering the curb through turn 1. Actually ends up getting the inside for turn 2. They're going to go too wide, too deep for the lead. Enzo Benito trying to put Dunn under some pressure. Yassir versus Johnson as well in that fight for third. I think it's going to be the Apex car that holds firm in third place. Then also you've got James Bomey for fifth, trying to put some pressure on. So we've got a good 6 cars nose to tail here with still half the race left to go. Dunn now, without the buffer of his teammate, having to go defensive.
Yeah, indeed. Here we go. Let's see what switches we're going to get. Alex Dunn having to hold the defensive line. Might well be able to guide his teammate through. Look at that. Comes straight out of the hairpin. Pulls straight over to give Jordan Johnson the slip stream now. It's not going to allow the Apex Racing Academy car up into second position again. It's just going to try and maybe help him hold off Beckham Yassir. Either way, this race is starting to look a little bit more interesting. We were saying about how calm it was in the opening stages. Yeah, it isn't that anymore.
No, and I think it all started, of course, from the catalyst of the Apex Racing Academy car falling behind and not holding the 1-2 for Apex into this double right-hander, of course, at the top of the hill, getting very busy. PS Plus competition overtaking Fordzilla. They're the ones side by side down the hill now as they once again begin their ascent. It's Fordzilla on the outside, PS Plus competition through and into 7th place. But the outside line actually can prevail because, of course, how wide this circuit is. You can carry a lot of speed through, and then, of course, it's the inside once again for Abel Torres.
You can see the points in the top right, of course. That is going to chop and change an awful lot, but at the moment the Apex Racing team would take over the championship lead over the number 70 Team Redline car. That second Team Redline car that's in third position in the live standings, that is the one that's being driven by Enzo Benito in this race. It will be closing up, but not by much. Then you get those 2 co-anders at the back end of the top 5 who are not having a particularly great race now. In fact, it gets slightly worse for them as they lose out an extra position to BS competition, and now neither of the Commander team cars are inside the top 10.
That is going to be, heartbreak for them, of course, coming into this one. Not a million miles off the championship lead. What was it, about 14 off the top 2, 15 off the championship lead, and 14 off Apex in second. They are not going to be too happy with this, but still plenty of the event left to go in order to claw it back. Of course, the fights continue up and down the order. This is one for a little bit further back. Gert Fisher for West Competition Racing, trying to hang on to P26.
Yeah, indeed. I say it's there's still plenty of battles that make this this exciting. It's not just at the front where we're seeing all of the chaos and carnage. It is up and down and all the way around the order. Share Esports now embroiled in the fight for 22nd position. Of course, they've got Kramer racing around. You've got Steen Ledger involved in all of this. You've got Milikangas for race clutch. It's a tight little fight here between this group. I will say Steen Ledger in that grid and go-kart is able to pull a little bit of a margin on this grouping as Luca Albert in that Share Esports car going all the way around the outside. Not quite on Milikangas, and that race clutch car will be able to sneak its way straight back through.
Yeah, it will do indeed. What a battle this is turning itself out to be. And of course, every position, every point matters. The race clutch car once again falls victim to the Share Esport machine. So Milikangas not quite able to launch the counter-attack on that occasion, but will be definitely looking for it. Of course, how far ahead is Steen Ledger? I think that is Steen Ledger just ahead. Yeah, about a second in front. So that's the sort of the border for the top 20, the second grid and go machine. Of course, the MX-5 about a second up the road, as we say. So Luca Alpert versus Milikangas. Of course, you've got Sapini as well, just in that battle. Silver for WE Pro GP in the mix. So a good little train starting to form, all of them vying for that final place inside the top 20.
Indeed, and again, the extra points that come with it. It's quite. I said this in the first race. The weird thing with this event, or I guess it's the good thing in a sense, is that every single position is worth the same amount as every other position, right? And what I mean by that is that if you're battling for 4th position and you're in 5th, you want to take over that 4th position, you get 1 point for moving up to 4th place. If you're in 20th position and you're battling for 19th position and you move up that position, you gain 1 point. It is the same percentage gain for whatever position, whether you're at the back of the field or the front of the field, it doesn't matter. It's still like it's only the 1 point extra position. So everyone's it's not as if it's like in the FIA point structure where the difference between 1st and 2nd is 8 points or 7 points rather. I can count 25 minus 18.
Fastest lap.
It's 8. Yeah, I was going to say 8 points. Chuck in the fastest lap. That's what I meant. It's me.
It's past midnight. It's fine.
The percentage gain there, position-wise, is far higher. It's far greater the higher up you are. Whereas in this, it is the same percentage position, which I think it gives an interesting dynamic to it as to whether you do or don't go on the attack. It's much more curious.
It makes it a lot harder to regain points that you've lost as well, because you're not rewarded for winning as such. Like with the FIA point system, if you're 14 points back, you can just win twice and boom. It's easier said than done that, of course, but at best, your opponent is going to be losing 7 points to you. Whereas in this one, of course, it's if you win and they get 2nd place, you're only gaining 1 point. It takes you 14 hours then to close that 14-point gap as such. So you do need, it rewards consistency that much more. And it's why having a disastrous qualifying and starting down in 40th place or selecting the wrong car and getting disqualified or whatever can cost you, it costs you 55 points if you don't start a race, and that is a disastrous gap to try and close. So this point system is very interesting. It keeps everything nice and close, but it can also really open things up if one of the big contenders makes a disastrous mistake.
Yeah, indeed. Absolutely. I mean, we've seen some of those disastrous mistakes, those 55-point losses from drivers that have joined in the wrong car. Williams Esports had it a little bit earlier on. We laughed about it, we joked about it, but still, it's not that they were going to win or whatever, we don't really know, but that is still, the potential of 55 points thrown straight in the bin. That's the important bit. And gaining that back it's impossible. You can't really gain it back. Not really. Not by your own real pace, unless you just win every single race and you get some balance. I mean, if that was the scenario and they finished in 2nd every single race, well, you're only gaining from this point on 16, 17 points. That's not.
You need an average of what?
Really
2 points, 3 points a race. Call it.
Yeah, exactly. Which just isn't likely. Feasible.
And that's provided you win and don't get bad luck again, which is not
every single race. Yeah, it's a brutal format in that sense. But it's what has provided such excellent racing. I mean, the very first VCO Infinity with that excellent battle between Urano and Team Redline. The second one was a little bit more dominated, that's fine. This one's looking to kind of relive that excellent fight. Alex Dunn on the left side of your screen, Enzo Benito in the middle, and I'm going to assume it's Jordan Johnson on the right. I don't know.
I don't know either. We'll go with it. We'll assume, but yeah, of course, Alex Dunn looking very, very focused. It's interesting actually looking at the different seating positions of the drivers. Dunn looks to be very, very close to his steering wheel, almost like his arms at like a 45-degree angle as such relative to the steering wheel, whereas Enzo Benito seems to be a little bit further back. His arms seem to be a bit more stretched out. It's interesting, really, with the seat positions and what they prefer to do. I don't know how intricately you looked at Dunn's cockpit in real life, but I don't know. It just seems like they'd sit a little bit further away from the wheel than that.
Did you see how chill he was going through the final corner? Just one hand.
Yeah, just relaxed.
Did not care. I think it's interesting that he's doing this on a Formula wheel, but that's fine. No, I mean, obviously in the real car, obviously, you know, when he was racing in GP2, a bit of bump drafter coming in there from Enzo Benito. When he was racing in Formula 3, you're talking of an open wheel cockpit where your legs are a lot higher. What he's racing in there is probably a bit close to like a GT racing position where you are a little bit close to the wheel and blah 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 blah. Like, I mean, you would be that close to the wheel in a Formula car, because obviously it's really not that far ahead of you. But it's more like the leg position didn't look like high from that angle. That's can't really tell. It's what it is. Here is the battle though between Altus and of course Brabham, a little bit further down the order, just out the back end of the top 30. We're seeing some proper fights back here. Oh my goodness, that is a late move. I believe it will be the Symphony of Pistons car that might be coming down the inside. It's very hard to tell. It's definitely not. It's definitely not. It's definitely not. 100% it's not. It's Maradness.
Yeah, it's Maradness and Dutch League Racing as well, just in behind, of course, Torchio, the Maradness car there, just in behind Brabham and Altus that complete this little bit of a train. Actually, they've got Gert Fischer, well, about 4.5 seconds clear, actually, but it's all getting very, very close. Just goes to show that even at an event of this prestige, this caliber, you've always got at least a few teams and drivers that are going to be around your skill level, there for you to have a nice competition with, and there for you to have a nice little battle with as well, into the hairpin. It's been the spot of some very interesting drama throughout the last 30 minutes.
What did you say DLR stands for?
Dutch League Racing.
Oh, see, I had no idea. I thought the Docklands Light Railway had just entered a team in VCO INFINITY, but
really.
No,
that would have been remarkable.
Not. Well, I mean, it would have been the branding would have been like red and light blue or something like that. It would not have been that. That's fine. We'll move on from this topic. A couple of mistakes coming in there from Enzo Benito, and it's now half a second of a lead for Alex Dunn. That will close down. 15 minutes left to go in this race, so we are 2/3 of the way through. There's not long left to go, but look at this from Johnson, who's going on the attack of Benito. 3 wide in the start-finish straight.
Yeah, they're going to need to. Of course, Benito sandwiched in the middle. Johnson wants to get back in a second place to assist Dunn, who, of course, is all the way to the right-hand side, assisting his teammate with that slipstream. Johnson takes the inside through T1. Nicely done with just under 15 minutes to go. Enzo Benito takes 4th place. Damon Woods for Falcon back down the inside of Bomi towards turn 3.
Indeed, that's again some solid bits of racing in there. You've got Damon Woods getting a little bit of a bump, just a touch, as we ride on board with the Williams Esports Academy car off. Just here, Damon Woods not being able to get past the car of Beamy at the moment. The Altitude Esports car high in the race, 4th spot at the moment with the defensive line coming in. Damon Woods almost receiving a bit of a hit there. Abel Torres almost into the rear end of him. Jasir's going to go for a spin, and it's not going to be back-to-back excellent races for the Williams Esports Academy car, and of course Benzo Racing being spun round as well.
Yeah, that is suboptimal to say the least. That is harsh for them, but the reality of sim racing at times, Fordzilla able to hang on to 5th place, but they're still fighting with Damon Woods, the Falcon sim racing car, of course representing the amazing Falcon colours that are notorious in the world of motorsports. Of course, they're in 6th. And the 44 just ahead, they're all trying to vie their way past the 111 machine of Altitude. All of these guys dropped off the back of the top 3 battle momentarily, but what that allowed was Alex Dunn to get a little bit of breathing room, and this is what happened.
Yeah, indeed. Let's kind of work our way through this. Oh, to be fair,
I think it started from Torres.
Well, I mean, Torres did dive it in, but then you've got to say that Bootloop did fire that one in as well. Although the thing is, it's like, you know, I've always said with dive bombs and stuff, I am okay with a dive bomb provided you bring it to a stop on the apex. And I can't really tell from that angle as to whether Bootloop actually stopped on the apex or not. If you stop on the apex, then you're not overshooting the corner, at which point it's a fine move. Either way, we've got this fight now. Cooper Webster is involved in all of this. He's that car basically in the middle of this 5-car battle. Cooper Webster wants to get through to the head of this field and to become inside the top 10 to score as many points to make sure that he's keeping as close as possible to Alex Dunn and the Apex Racing team in the championship. Here's the moves, though, coming down to the first corner. Benzo Racing, Williams Esports Academy, Cooper Webster trying to dive his way past the pair of them and will indeed do so up inside the top 10 now for Cooper Webster after the poor qualifying.
Yeah, that is great stuff, and another great recovery that we're seeing 2 races in a row, getting very nip and tuck going in towards turn number 3. The Grid and Go car, of course, trying to stay in front of the Williams Academy. Infinity there in the mix as well, up through turn 4, of course, over the top as it plateaus, flattens out before you then start your descent towards the hairpin. Let's see what's going to happen towards the braking zone, one of the heaviest on the circuit. The Academy car goes defensive, but trying to search even deeper is the Grid and Go car later on the brakes as well. Nicely done.
Yeah, indeed. That was a lovely move indeed. A bit of a drag race off the corner, of course, with Infinity chucking their hat into the ring, but unable to find the way past Beckham. You see who, again, had some incredible pace earlier on, probably very frustrated with how this one is unfolding. Here's a look at the 3-wide move that saw Cooper Webster sneak his way through inside the top 10, and the gaps being filled. Visceral chucking it down the inside and making a little bit of contact, sending it all out wide, and then dropping to the rear of the train.
Yeah, and then losing all of that momentum as well, which is vital in sort of a slower car at a bigger circuit. You need to keep that minimum speed up, and unfortunately for them, with that, didn't. And yeah, in doing so, lost quite a lot of time. Back to the front though, Enzo Benito back into 3rd place, and he's got to do all that hard work that took him the best part of the first stint to do, getting himself back in a second so he can challenge Alex Dunn. Of course, Jordan Johnson, with that sensational 3-wide moment that they had between himself, Benito, and I believe it was Damon Woods going into turn 1, he's now got to do that again, get back in front of the Academy car so he can have a proper look at going for the lead.
Whee! Up onto 2 wheels. That's Cody Deeth. Of course, we saw that battle where the Visceral car went wide. We did also see a lot of curb being taken from Cody D. Up into 2nd position, Enzo Benito is going to try and go, but obviously it'll be a big send to the outside from Jordan Johnson, desperate to try and hang on to 2nd position because his teammate's the race leader. That is a big send around the outside for the Apex Racing Academy car. Wants to make it an Apex Racing 1-2. We've seen a 1-2 in the hands of Team Redline today. We'd love to see another one, but in the hands of the Apex Racing team. This is surely going to guarantee the victory for Alex Dunn with the battling they're having right now. That said, the gap's still just about under a second.
It's still within touch and distance. It all depends as to how they negotiate this battle. Benito, of course, looking to the inside, doesn't quite have enough to sort of go for that move in its entirety. So Johnson stays ahead, but in fact, actually, while Benito doesn't lose any more time by battling Johnson, he's going to lose more time in the long run by being behind Johnson. So maybe needed that sacrifice a little bit as, Visceral with some more issues. No barrier, but that front end of that MX-5 does not look pretty.
To be fair, after the race that we'd had at Phillip Island, the MX-5s, I think everyone's car in an MX-5 looks absolutely brilliant. Cooper Webster, by the way, had a bit of a problem because he's dropped back behind Cody Deeth, and maybe even now will drop back behind Beckham Jasir as well. Is able to fend off the Williams Esports Academy car. Got inside the top 10, instantly dropped outside of it though. Just maybe, to be fair, I wonder if Cooper Webster's just not really gelling with this car. We know how fast he is, but maybe just not vibing with it, which, to be fair, is fair play. This car works for some people and really, really not for others.
It's easy to drive, but very difficult to master, the MX-5. Of course, it's that one that everyone starts with as such on their iRacing journey, that or the Formula V, whichever sort of tickles your fancy. But typically everyone will take a drive in the MX-5 when they first start, and then after that, unless you specialize in it, it's not something you really go to beyond that point. But it is an easy car to drive. It just depends, can you drive it to the limit, because it's a very niche, it's a very small balance that you have to try and get right. 8 minutes left to go then for race number 7. The BS Plus competition cars swap places. We've got Enzo Benito moving his way past, of course, the Apex Racing Academy car. Nicely done into turn 2, but pushed him all the way to the exit of turn 1.
Yeah, indeed, that was brutal. Door being opened as well, potentially for the Altitude car, who makes contact. Enzo Benito's gone out wide, though, and Altitude might sneak their way through the second spot. Watch this side-by-side up the hill they'll go. There's definitely going to be battling coming down to the hairpin. 7 minutes and 30 seconds left to go. Alex Dunn has a 1.5 second lead. It is all effectively sorted for that group, but it's 3 wide. Maybe it maybe make that 4 wide, because here comes Abel Torres to the inside into the hairpin.
Wow, nicely done from Team Fortilla, through into second place. How have they managed that? Of course, a slight drag race. Enzo Benito trying to put the power down, but I think it is going to go the way of Torres by the time they reach the next corner. This is securing the victory, though, for Alex Dunn. It's very messy. 5 cars flying in formation in towards the double apex right-hander here, of course, at turn 8. Enzo Benito stays in 3rd place, but crucially, I think, ahead of Johnson, who's now having to assume 4th place and keeping Altitude and Falcon behind.
Indeed. We do, by the way, have 4 penalties in this race. None of them affect this grouping. The 10-second post-race time penalty for the 114 Team PGZ car, the number 2 Grid and Go Esports car, Brabham Esports, and the number 1 Grid and Go Esports car, all receiving time penalties post-race. We'll discuss those as well post-race. What an excellent move for Team Fordzilla. Update on the live championship standings. The Apex Racing team having a 4-point lead over Team Redline at the moment, but that is, of course, the car that's running in 12th position for Team Redline. Now that Coanda have started working their way back forward, they're working their way back up to level points in 3rd position. So things are looking slightly better for Coanda as things are starting to heat up in this race. Expect that one in 15th spot as well to maybe pick up a couple of positions depending on what drama falls for the rest of the field.
Exactly that, and that's how quickly the pendulum can swing one way and give the momentum to each team to the next, even in the same race. Doesn't even have to sort of transpire over multiple. Busy at the front as well, continuing this battle. Johnson back in a 2nd place, Benito down to 3rd, Abel Torres trying to get the up and under through turn 1, not quite close enough. 5 minutes 46 to go. I think 3 laps this time by. Abel Torres looking to the inside. There's Damon Woods as well, trying to go the long way around through turn 3.
Indeed, this is again crazy scenes as they try and sneak their way through. Abel Torres, probably one of the few people on this grid that's younger than you. Actually, to be fair, you're 18 now, so happy birthday yesterday and all that. Or the other say yesterday, day before now. Yeah. It's fine. Either way, big dives coming in. Oh, a little bit of a squeeze there as you got the Falcon sim racing car just trying to shut that door as quick as he can.
Yeah, just trying to put up as solid of a defense as possible, slam all the doors possible, while kind of keeping it within the limit of the rules, because they're a thing sometimes. It's easy to forget in MX5 sometimes with how aggressive the racing can get, but Johnson is playing a fantastic team role, but not only obviously for the team of the 99 machine, of course, the Apex Racing team, but also for themselves, the Academy car wanting a good result, and they're doing everything in their power to go and do it. Oscar Pye is in fact not saying bye, he's saying hello to Joshua Anderson in the fight for 7th place, trying to pick his way past, but it's a Coanda sandwich and some zebra bread.
You can't steal my thing that you huffed at earlier.
No, because I didn't make the joke, I reversed it. I made it better. No, I didn't.
No, you didn't. It's just it's the same thing. It's just terrible.
It's just milk.
Yeah, it's honestly awful. Josh Anderson, though, you're absolutely right. Oscar Pye and Elias Riker. Big gap back to Cooper Webster, though, so I don't think Webster's going to be rejoining this fight anytime soon. I think Webster's best result that he can get in this is 10th, unless there is drama falling the way of those ahead out onto the start-finish straight for the start of the penultimate lap. Enzo Benito going to sneak his way past to go and try and take over 2nd position, and this time has a huge overspeed on Jordan Johnson. Damon Woods gives him a little bit of a bump draft as well, just to help him complete that move. 3 seconds, though, behind the race leader. They're definitely not going to catch Alex Dunn. They're all fighting for 2nd now.
Yeah, that is exactly what it is. Abel Torres trying to find his way to the inside of turn 3. Is it the better line? Has the inside of the 98 machine. Bit of contact with Johnson, who does go sideways. The space was given, and through goes James Bomey as well into the top 5. So Abel Torres, that's how quickly the momentum can swing. Was in 2nd place 2 laps ago. Now down to P6 at the back end of this train. Tucked in the slipstream, down the hill towards the hairpin.
Commentated on Abel Torres a fair amount over his sim racing career, how short it is. Incredible talent. Maybe sometimes gets a little bit aggressive, as you kind of expect from the younger drivers, but yeah, definitely a driver to keep an eye on for the future of sim racing. Absolutely fantastic speed, and is well positioned in Team Fordzilla. They do look after him, and he is. Well, he's certainly found his little niche at the moment. I've seen him do endurance racing with the ABS World Champs as well, run by Gustus Grimbergus and the likes. Certainly seen some great pace from him in that kind of endurance racing. This is a very different style of racing compared to that. That's all about patience and stuff over a 4, 6, 8 hour period. This is elbows out for 45 minutes, breathe for 15, and then go back at it again.
Yeah, exactly. Of course, it's everything mentally of an endurance race plus everything mentally of a sprint race all rolled into one. It's the endurance mindset with the sprint racing. You've got Abel Torres versus the Altitude Esports car. They're getting very, very close. Great respect given between the pair of them, but to start the final lap of this race, they want to be starting with the best foot forward because there are only so many places you can make within a lap.
I think Damon Woods might be able to sneak his way. Oh, Oh my goodness, he actually just brushed, going on the exit of that corner, just brushed the rear end of Enzo Benito, and now will not be afforded the chance to get past. There's another big bump draft, because here, keeping his foot absolutely pinned as Barney the flagman waves the white flag, comes Jordan Johnson once again. Look to the inside going into the first corner. Ultimate send coming in from Enzo Benito, just about holding it within track limits. There's the side-by-side for third position, as Damon Woods once again goes for the up and under through the first corner. To the outside is Jordan Johnson, and now Abel Torres in that Team Fordzilla car is going to drag it side by side once more.
Yeah, oh goodness me! Well held, but not where he wants to be at all. Where is Johnson going to rejoin? P9, P8, P9, no, P9. Wow. Heartbreak.
That is heartbreaking indeed for them. But again, to be fair for them, at least they're not gifting any extra positions to Cooper Webster and the Team Redline squad there. It's a big shame for the Apex Racing Academy. What might give Cooper Webster some extra points is if Race Control take a look at that and maybe penalise, chuck a couple of penalties out. We didn't quite see it. We'll probably investigate it a little bit post-race. There's the side-by-side, more contact, just a brush. Abel Torres trying to squeeze out the Altitude Esports car of Bini at the moment. But look at this, Enzo Benito, second spot, doing all he can to try and hang on to that second position. It's going to be really tricky for him. It's going to be a big drag race to the line. Here comes the move.
Oh, giving it a good go, Abel Torres, maybe trying to edge himself up into second place down the hill. Bomi, of course, going to find the inside. It opens up on the Fordzilla car. Maybe the inside line for the next braking zone on Enzo Benito. It's going to get very close, but Alex Dunn is dominating this race. 2 wide, 2 deep. Contact.
Yeah, an Altitude goes round, sticks it in reverse to try and get off the racing line, back into first gear, waits for the clearance on the circuit before is able to put the throttle down. Team Fordzilla are definitely going to be in a podium position, but will he be able to sneak his way past Enzo Benito and up into second? At the moment, no one is going to go anywhere near Alex Dunn. Said he might win this race, said he had to put his best foot forward, and certainly will do so. Alex Dunn takes victory. He was denied by Silly Lully at this circuit earlier on in the day, and this time in the MX-5's pole position by half a second, basically, and Alex Dunn wins at Portimao for the Apex Racing team. Drag race across the line. We'll just about see Enzo Benito beating out Abel Torres. Damon Woods in fourth position. And look at this for a 4-wide scrap across the line. Cody Deeth, Cooper Webster, Jeremy Boothloop, and Beckham Jasir all separated by 5 hundredths of a second.
That is absolutely nothing when you think about it, obviously in like real world terms, but it meant absolutely everything. It was the difference, of course, of Webster getting his way into the top 10 or maybe getting a P9. Of course, 1/1000th between the Grid and Go and the Team Redline car. Sensational stuff between the pair of them. What a race for Cooper Webster, though. An important damage limitation nonetheless.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic racing there. It's obviously not over. There's still a few more battles to come in, but still absolutely incredible between our top grouping, and I'm sure we're going to see more racing of that kind of kin throughout the running of VCO, especially in the MX-5. I will say that was still arguably one of the more tame races. We've still got some more drag racing up towards the line.
Yes, the natural instinct, I suppose, through the final corner, up over the crest, trying to get the run. Not enough, though, for this trio. I mean, the line is really far away, which, of course, does assist. It's the second one, I think. So it's this one that the check flag is waved. Is it?
I don't. Well, maybe. I just saw because of where Abel Torres and Enzo Benito had taken the drag race up towards the line. I feel like it was earlier, but I don't know. Either way, Apex Racing team takes the victory here for the first time in this iteration of VCO Infinity, and again an incredible one to have thrown their hat into the ring. Absolutely mega for the Apex Racing team as they take top honours by 6.2 seconds. Alex Dunn behind the wheel, Enzo Benito, Abel Torres onto the podium, not separated by too much. Damon Woods in fourth spot, Elias Riker in fifth position with Oscar Pye, Josh Anderson, Jordan Johnson dropped down to 8th position. Big drama, obviously late in the race, but it is what it is. Cody Deeth and Cooper Webster inside the top 10 after a poor qualifying for Webster. Jeremy Boothloop sets a fast lap of the race and finishes in 11th position after a spin late on, going down to the hairpin. Beckham Jasir down to 12th position as well for his dramas late on. Tom Hooper for Maniti, then James Boomy. It's a big shame for Altitude after that spin. I thought they would get back going again a bit early, but still down to 14th position. Drago Racing, Williams Esports, Alexander Spetz down in 16th after another poor qualifying. Mavano, and then the second of the Commander Esports team, Yana De Hau, Of course, Luca Alpert and Kimon Sapini in 20th position for the Crema Racing. Grid and Go in the number 2 car with Miller Kangas in 22nd position. W2 ePro GP with Visceral, Altus, Absolute Motorsport, Aslith, West Competition Racing, Brabham Esports, Project Valoris, and of course Parnell Racing inside the top 30, finishing about a minute off of the race lead. Then the Dutch League Racing, of course 31st, then ATRS, Obsidian, XBD, Precision Racing Esports, SCR, WSR Esports, Buttkicker. That'll be very disappointing for them, especially for Antoine Lacharit. Either way, Blue Rose Team, Rocket Sim Sport, and Was Cooking Racing Adventures down in 40th position on the grid. Still, no one finishing a lap down, at least in this group. Pike from Beach Racing after their win earlier on, down in 41st. SMP Racing, Delatraz Automotive, Eclipse, Symphony of Pistons, German Sim Racing, .de, Maradness, Rincon Racing, Screen to Speed, and of course the United Sim Team in 50th spot. But then still, here's the two teams that finished a lap down, Olympus and Wave Italy. A few laps down for the best team in Sim Racing, Team PGZ, and of course retirements for CRZ and Impulse. I think it might be back-to-back retirements for CRZ. Very quickly, what did you make of that one? Had some fantastic racing, didn't we?
We really did. While it was fairly tame, I think that was kind of a good thing. There was great respect shown between each of our sort of packs as such, particularly at the front, albeit ending in tears for Johnson at the end of that race. For the most part, it was really well done. Very well managed, of course, at the front for Alex Dunn. Getting redemption for losing here, of course, a couple of races ago in the Super Formula Lights. Came back in the MX-5s to take victory at Portimao. Both of them, of course, in a slightly different condition, either in the wet for the Super Formulas, in the dark for the MX-5s, but he managed to find his way through to seek victory. And, of course, scoring some very, very important points for Apex and a very, very important foothold as well.
You're back on in the morning, of course. A little bit before I get back on, do you think we're going to see it's nice and tight on the points as well at that point?
I hope so. I hope to wake up with about a point in between each of the teams. That's going to be the hope, the optimism. But of course, we never know what's going to happen over the night. We hope, because the competition over the course of the first sort of 7 races has been really, really tight. Loads of shake-ups already, and equally great comebacks as well to keep those mishaps sort of the counterbalance them as such, like with Apex and Phillip Island, Redline in Portimao as such. So the competition is there. Hopefully we're going to wake up to a good championship.
Well, the next race will, of course, be the GT3s at Royal Atlanta, but it's not going to be with myself, Elizabeth, or with Zach Sweeney, because we're going to step aside. Just going to give you a little bit of a breather as well. We're back in a few minutes, and when you come back, it'll be 2 short people with you.
Welcome back to VCO Infinity, ready for race 8 of 24. It's GT3 time at Road Atlanta. It's myself, Ewan O'Leary, Dareth Thacker, going to be taking you through the European night hours. If you're looking for something to fall asleep to maybe this evening, then you've come to the wrong place, because it's VCO Infinity and it's 24 very exciting races throughout 24 hours of racing. A little bit of a later start, of course, means that we're only just heading towards the 1/3 mark, even as we get past 1 a.m. here in the UK and very much the middle of the night over in Europe as well. It's night time as well in sim here, Dara, so headlights and more difficulty for us, but less about that. More difficulty for the drivers as they try and pick their way through Road Atlanta. For the first time, this track is being used here this afternoon.
Yeah, it is the first time we're at Road Atlanta, and of course, with these GT3s, we saw Pike from Beach Racing win at Daytona. Of course, they've not really had another result similar to that, so a couple of teams that may be looking at this race to try and build on their results so far. But, I mean, going into these night hours, we saw it just now with the MX-5s at Portimao, that it was difficult to really see the cars, and hopefully we won't have too many problems trying to spot who's who.
Exactly. That's on us. We'll hopefully enjoy the action, though. 45 minutes of racing coming your way for race 8 of VCO Infinity, the 3rd edition. It's been Team Redline who have really dominated the GT3 series, to be honest, in the 3 VCO Infinity editions that we've had now, including this one, of course. This is one of those classes of car that has remained throughout, along with the IndyCar. They have been at all 3 so far, so we've really got a sort of result sheet, if you like. But I think the surprises at Daytona were quite stark. Martin Sedlacek did a great job to win that one, and it set up the points like this. Unfortunately, Pike from Beach Racing nowhere to be seen, but those that are up there are very close indeed. Apex Racing Team, Team Redline, Commander Esports and the other Team Redline car, all covered by 14 points, and that's a great thing for a liker like us.
We're kind of seeing those 4 kind of start to pull away from the rest. Of course, 24 points, and the gap between Redline and Coanda in 4th and 5th means that, you know, with a point per position, it's going to be a little bit harder to make that up as we go along. But even still, I mean, you've got those teams further back. Even you think Williams Esports, who of course had a poor run, race 3 and 4, I think they 3 points in total, so they've got a lot of work to do. But I mean, like you said before, we're not even a third of the way through. There's still a very long way to go here.
Let's have a look at the starting grid for the 8th race of VCO Infinity, and Team Redline are all over this one. Ole Steinbratton qualifies a lot better than he did in his first appearance here this edition. He's on pole ahead of Sven Haase, the only couple of drivers here within a tenth of one another. Reina Tauvar and Jenny Vecchio are on row 2, ahead of Jesus Cecilia and Ate Kaupanen, who is driving again for Williams Esports despite missing the first GT3 race. Nicholas Last and Elvis Rankin are next for Coanda. There's Jesse Jones and Ricardo Rico rounding out the top 10. Guillaume Levesque out-qualifies the main team in the Apex Racing Academy car. Carlos Feniosa lines up 12th for Otis. It's the other Coanda car in 13th ahead of Martin Sedlacek, who will look to repeat that win from 14th. Altitude Esports in 15th ahead of Sean Campbell for Race Clutch. Then it's Luca Kita for the Apex Racing Team and Absolute Motorsport Asalif in 18th place. Bojas Pella and Dylan Burst round out the top 20 with the Delchat Automotive cars and PS Competition just missing out on that one. Alexander Davidson and Samuel Ward round out row 12. Jack Sedgwick is 25th ahead of Sergio Gurdiel. Then it's Kasper Ummerlin for DLR ahead of Julian Raymer of Scherer. Emil Winglo and Alessandro Lau round up the top 30. Still only about half of the way through the grid here, by the way, as we cycle down. It's Team Fordzilla next, along with Precision Racing Esports. Waverley Racing Team and Rincon Racing share the next row ahead of West Competition Racing and Parno Racing. Mal Dedincha, the driver there. Olympus Esports the next ahead of German Sim Racing. STR Esports are 39th ahead of Albin Spetz, rounding out the top 40. It's Pablo Alvarez for XPD in 41st ahead of SMP Racing Esports. Kremer Racing Esports are in 45th ahead of W2 ePro GP. United Sim Team, who had a great start to the day, have now got Luca Monroe behind the wheel from 45th. CRZ Simsport looking to recover from that retirement in the previous race from 46th. Had a Victoria Mello for Screen to Speed and Beckham Jasir, who's doing the double here in race 8. Nicholas Rubelar is alongside Hunter McDaniel, that's row 25. Brandon Hawkin, Rasmus Tumelen Leon Seeley, Eric Leroy, and that's it, actually. 54 drivers. Those last few I banged through pretty quickly because they didn't set a time for whatever reason. Final chicane coming up here, Darren. Not very long to go, but it looks like Redline have made a good start here. What can they do from the start here?
Yeah, needing to pull away, trying to control it down in towards the S's, because of course when you get towards the S's, it's going to be a little bit more difficult for these guys to make a move. So if you control it in the early couple of corners, you should have it for the rest of the lap.
Here we go. It's race 8 to VCO Infinity, the 3rd edition. The green flag waves and Ola Steinbratton gets us underway with Sven Haase immediately tucking into line behind. It's too wide and even cars off in the grass in the background as they go through the final corner for the first time and bring us to the green. Up the hill they'll go for this first time. And there's already a car in the wall as well. It looks like Samuel Ward in the PGZ car. We've also got the 38 around, I'm afraid. That's STR Esports and Valentine Goppel 2 is around and into the wall off of the exit of turn number 1. But for those leaders, a clean start at least.
Yeah, we know that there's not too much traction in these 296s, so not too much of a surprise to see a couple drivers spinning around early on. But for the guys at the front, it's a nice close train. Of course, we didn't see too many moves through the S's, but we're really going to see a bit of a run now down in towards the turn 10 chicane to see if anybody can make moves early on.
Down the back straight for the first time. Plunging into the darkness at Road Atlanta. The first time we use this location in VCO Infinity 2024. Down in towards the final chicane. Ola Steinbratton leads, Sven Haase, then Reina Tauber, Gianni Vecchio and Heters Cecilia, who rounds out the top 5, but they're all in one long line really, right the way back to the very back of the field. The first gap of over a second I can find here, Darren, is from 46th to 47th. That puts into perspective quite the start we're having here.
Yeah, it is. You can see in the background, nearly 3 wide as they make their way down into the main straight. Another spinner out of the final corner as well. That's a big hit into the wall. But you can just see that these drivers are keen to make moves early on, especially for those guys who didn't have the best of qualifyings. Up towards the S as we go. Turn 3 is what's going to meet the drivers, and they're just going to filter out singly.
And an important start there for Luca Kita. Who's that on the front straight? It's back to the pit lane, I'm afraid, for them. It is Luca Kita up to 13th place then, but looking to salvage some points here. Redline are 1st and 4th at the moment. Dutchess Automotive, I'm afraid, are back to the pit lane. Nicholas Rubelar seems to have had problems as well in the number 1 car for Grid and Go. We'll have a look at some replays in a few moments' time. But what that battle for 13th has done is created a gap now for the front 12 to get away. It's created a real smashing effect further behind because there's a lot of side-by-side now in the midfield.
Yeah, we're seeing loads of these drivers now getting stuck into it with each other. This is Sergio Gurdiel fighting away as they make their way down into the turn 10 chicane, but you can see nearly 3 wide as they run their way down. It can be so difficult into this downhill braking zone to pick your spot perfectly with cars all around you too. Nearly 3 wide in the mid-pack as they all run through. A little bit of contact at the back there as well, but, you know, gloves off really early on here at Road Atlanta.
And more side-by-side on the front straight indeed as Falcon Sim Racing and Maniti are involved here. Trago Racing as well to the inside of Maniti Racing. That's for 9th on the way up the hill here. Maniti have had a difficult day so far, but at least they're in the top 10 at the moment. Side by side, they're into the grass, and they're going to get freight trained now. Here go Apex Racing Academy. Otis Esports are queuing up as well. It's side by side down the S's, and it's gone wrong. Predictably, Nicholas Last goes into the gravel. Side by side at the S's, I'm afraid, doesn't work out very often.
And it's always that warning with the S's. It does tighten up. The lines don't really meet. You can't go too wide through there, and it's exactly what we've seen early on. Of course, we may see it again, but it just shows that the risk you do run by trying to go side by side, because if you try and stick your nose in to try and make the move, just as we saw, the front end is going to come across your car, and you're going to spin them out and likely face a penalty as well. But we're going to see some early race replays now, and that was Samuel Ward at turn 1.
It was, and it was on his own very much. Valentin Goppel also did the same. It's almost like watching a replay of the same thing there, isn't it? But that's 2 different cars. PGZ first, then the STR car. That's Roman Buckler for Delatrose Automotive. Looks like he got some help in that one.
Yeah, at least he got straightened out on the way in, and there's Nicholas Rubelar going around again. Same thing, 3rd time with only just over a lap, and that is missing a lot of front end, that 38.
That's Goppel again. I mean, I don't know how he can see where he's going there, to be honest with you. This is Emil Bingbo for Valorous, and that is not nice. I thought I saw someone go in the background there a few moments ago, but thought my eyes were deceiving me, to be honest. And here's the incident for Maniti. I mean, I wonder who you think, if anybody, Dara, is actually at fault for that one, because it's, as we have a look at a few more replays first, that's a big smash into the wall for ATRS and Alessandro Lau, who's now missing a rear wing and may have gone back to pit lane completely after this one. But yeah, I mean, on the run down the S's there, can we really pin the blame on anyone?
It's difficult, isn't it? Because, of course, when you take those lines, the S's... Because of the way that it flows, particularly down in towards turn 5, you really have to try and get yourself to the outside line. And when there's the driver trying to come across, there's nowhere really where you can go without losing time behind. You could argue, if you're the driver that was spun around there, that you've got to be given a little bit more room, or the driver should back out. But it's so difficult in that scenario, and we can see it here slow down, that as you make your way through over the curbs, there isn't really space for two cars to go side by side.
I think Last doesn't quite give the Altus car enough room there, although it's very fine margins and a very fine bit of contact actually as well there, which has had pretty big consequences for Maniti Racing. They are now down the field quite a long way, as far as I can tell, 23rd in the field now, as we run through with 39 minutes to go. We're on the fifth lap of the race. Even more trouble back here for Impulse and WSR, it looks like. I thought the WSR car was in the wall earlier at turn 1, and well, it was just out of the final corner. In fact, it's both of the cars finding themselves into the wall, and that one looked like a situation of far too many cars trying to do the same thing all at once.
Yeah, I mean, coming through turn, the final corner, really, it is difficult because, of course, you are diving down. The track does pinch up just at the apex. And if you're going too wide on the exit of turn 10, all the way over the hill, down the hill, and in through the corner, then you're going to have a similar scenario to what you see in the S's. The track pinches up. There's nowhere really for you to go. And the drivers may find themselves, colliding, maybe causing a big old collision. We've seen at least 3 now through that final corner. But as we come through, Sven Haas is not letting Steinbratton get away too much. I mean, the top 3 really breaking away, but Vecchio as well is right in this as well. So we're not really seeing where the breaks in the train are going to come just yet, but I think that's what Road Atlanta really gives us.
Yeah, it's a fantastic circuit to go racing at. We've got Grid and Go Esports, by the way, in 2nd position. They've never won a VCO Infinity race before. Neither has Sven Hasse or the current race leader, Ola Steinbratton, who, as I mentioned in the grid, qualified a lot better for this race than he did the first one. I can't remember which one he did. It might have been the first Mazda's race. Was it at MX-5s or was it the Portimao Rain race? I can't really remember, to be honest with you, but he qualified a long way back and had a lot of recovering to do. He's reversed that very much so in the 2nd race that he's done anyway, and he's now on the pole and has converted that into a race lead early on in VCO Infinity's 8th race. A word of warning to everyone who's on YouTube, by the way, and watching us there this evening. We will be switching over streams after this race, so just be aware of that. We will go to a break for it in between the races, but just to be aware, you will need to get up and switch the streams, if you would, for the middle part of VCO Infinity. Myself and Dara take you through the graveyard hours, if you like, over in Europe. Now it's getting towards evening and prime time viewing over in the Western Hemisphere, so hope you're enjoying the coverage nevertheless. The top 9 or so, or 8 I should say, are very much getting away at the front of the field at the moment. Steinbratton still leading them around, right the way back to Jesse Jones in the Falcon car in 8th place. But that's about it. That's a bit all we can report from these leading drivers, to be honest. It feels like they're waiting at the moment for a later stage in this race.
Yeah, I mean, Ricardo Rico, of course, in that Drago racing car in P9, he is just starting to see that train eke ever so slightly further away from him. 1.2 is that gap between 8th and 9th, and it's just not going to be the nicest feeling to see your competitors go further up the road, especially when you've got a train behind you. I mean, the likes of the Apex Racing team, the Apex Racing team and the Apex Racing Academy, so those two surely will be not against working together throughout this race. So with Altus Esports, Altitudes, well, all the A's following in Drago Racing. You can't always count out Pike from Beach Racing Martin Kadlacek, because he, of course, won at Daytona. So he has the pedigree already in this VCO Infinity, but he's going to have to come through quite a few cars if he's to repeat the feat, because, overtaking 13 at Road Atlanta in these GT3s is not going to be the easiest task.
No, it certainly isn't. He did qualify around about there, though, so can't look down on him too much for that. As these leaders make their way down the hill again, through the S's, up over the curbs, and out through the very tricky turn 5, where you're looking to avoid the bumps more than anything else, and not spin around into the inside wall. Had a few more pit stoppers, I'm afraid to say, and it's Parno Racing and Mal Dedincher who's into the pit lane. Not entirely sure why, to be honest with you, but it seems that that car was driven in. Not entirely sure, as I say, why that would be the case. Happy to report, though, that all 54 cars other than that are still out there, including the Grid and Go Esports 1 car, driven by Nicholas Rubler, who's right at the back. This might give us a clue. It was a real mess under the bridge.
Yeah, and there's a couple of cars going around, and even if you don't get side-by-side all the way through to that final corner, there can still be an instant on the exit of the chicane going over the crest of the hill before you get to the pit lane. But coming back down into this turn 10 chicane, we're seeing some drivers trying to force the issue. Sean Campbell in the race clutch car trying to look for a move past the Coanda Esports car, but again, you've really got to make the moves early, but you've got to make sure that they are done. Road Atlanta, compared to some of the other tracks we have here, particularly at Daytona, the runoff isn't wide and the track isn't particularly wide. You've got to make sure that your move is done quite early on into the corner to avoid any kind of collision that we've already seen. So it increases that difficulty for these drivers, and the guys further back, the likes of Pike from Beach Racing, Sedlacek, as I mentioned before, you've got to be so careful just to pick your way through the cars if you can, because one mistake, you'll send yourself further back and there's that much more work for you to do.
This is a front four very much starting to develop as we have a look at the live standings on the right-hand side. Redline would be taking over from Apex Racing Team by 8 points now. However, here's the difference in that, or if you want to read between the lines maybe a little bit in those standings. Oliver Steinbrenner can't actually score any more points than he's already doing, so that's the widest at the moment that gap will ever get. He can't do anything to widen that gap any further. Only Luca Kita losing places can widen that gap further, and at the moment Kita is on a charge. He's up to 11th place now, past Carlos Fenollosa of Otis Esports. He's got his academy car right up ahead, as that would call it, a community car, whatever. And then he's got Drago Racing not too far, much further away up the field either. So there's the advantage, if you want to look for it, for Apex. They still can gain some points in this race.
Yeah, they have that wiggle room, of course, that Alex Sun has given them after his win in the last race. We're going to see Piporo getting spun around at turn 1, and that is not going to be a healthy-looking GT3 car when all is said and done, and that is just not what you want to see, especially in the first third of the race. You kind of settle into a rhythm, don't you, at this stage of the race? Don't want to be making mistakes now, and if you do, it takes you another 5-10 minutes just to get yourself back into that rhythm to try and make sure that you can work your way back further forward. But, I mean, looking at this front group as well, we've got these top 3 drivers. They're pretty much matching each other, but there doesn't seem to be too much panic, particularly with the 2 Redline cars, 1st and 4th. They can kind of box in this train how they want.
They are in control of this race, and they're at the moment just going as quickly as possible, I think. There's not much point in battling at this stage with over half an hour to go. It's all going to come a little bit later on. And we know how aggressive Sven Haase can be. I just wonder what stops he's going to pull out to try and win this race when we actually get down to the fighting in maybe quarter of an hour's time.
I wonder if he's still sitting in the hot box that we saw at Daytona, but we'll have to see if he's cooled down a little bit for this race. Of course, it's very much nighttime conditions. I can't imagine it'll be too warm. It's definitely not warm here. I am very much wrapped up where I am sat, but these guys, I mean, they're using a little bit more of their brain, a little bit more concentration, and they may be sweating just a bit more than you and I, Ewan. But we'll see them all run through the S's again. We're not really seeing too many moves at the moment, but I don't think that's too surprising, really, is it? Because it's a track, like we've said, you can make mistakes. You really don't want to do that early on.
No, certainly not. I'm sat here in short sleeves, by the way. I'm quite okay. 7 degrees, but that's short sleeve weather as far as England is concerned. So there we go. But yeah, it's not too surprising. From 5th place back to 10th-ish, we are seeing a bit of a group, and that's where Luca Kita really wants to be. If he can just get himself in this group on your screens right now, then he can really start to gain some points. But that's easier said than done. The speed at the front of this race is phenomenal. Just look at the 16 teams on the left-hand side there, for example. Just a rundown of the very best in sim racing. And it's fantastic to have all over again in VCO Infinity as we head our way to 1/3 distance. It's the middle of a few night races here. We've just been to the Algarve in the MX-5s. It's now time for Road Atlanta. We'll be at the Xfinity Daytona race very shortly as we have a look at Luca Kita now, looking for a way through in terms of making up places. There is the problem though. He's got Carlos Vinales still right behind, and that may be slightly distracting.
He looks very calm, doesn't he? With his, I think he's chewing some gum. I don't think you could be much more calm and collected, if I'm honest, as he runs his way. Nice lighting as well, and that fan keeping him cool, showing that, yep, I am much colder than everybody else. I know you're a bit more northern than me, you, and that much why you're more suited to these colder conditions. But anyway, it's difficult, I think, at the moment for Kita in the Apex Racing team car. Of course, the Apex Racing Academy car's a little bit further up. You may want a little bit of cover, but they're trying to go for Drago Racing, Falcon Sim Racing team as well. So it's that difficulty when you've got these echelons forming. It's what we kind of expected, groups of 3, groups of 4. If you're in the train ahead, you don't really want to be dropping back, even if your teammate's back there, because you then may lose the train in front for quite an extended period of times. But it's difficult to really judge exactly how to race this, especially with teammates. But we might see a move down here at turn 1.
Ah, we are. Well, it's Williams looking down the inside, but not with much conviction, I've got to say. Coanda Esports and Elvis Rankin going to look for a way through as well. It's actually Karpinen just up ahead, by the way, and I wonder if Michael Preston is still listening and watching. I don't know, because it's 1:15 in the UK now. But hearing earlier, I think Lewis said something about a foot injury that Karpinen was suffering with, and that's why he wasn't at the first of the GT3 races at Daytona. That was 3 hours ago now, race 5 of the series. But he's got a history in VCO Infinity of winning GT3 races. He's done so twice at ProSim Infinity earlier on, later on 2 years ago, if that makes any sense, towards the end of 2022. And he's here again now for Williams, looking for a win again. Doubt that's going to come, but he is looking for 5th place at least. And this is the sort of first battle we've seen in the top 10 since things all settled down after the opening lap.
Yeah, I think drivers maybe after settling into that rhythm, maybe looking forward, trying to see if they can gain a couple of spots in this phase of the race, this middle phase of the race, before they can really start to attack in the final 15, 20 minutes or so. I mean, if you're feeling like you're being held up like Karpinen might just be now, you want to be making the move soon. I mean, that gap up to Vecchio, 2.5 seconds now, so you can't really afford to wait around any longer if you feel like you could get yourself up to that front train and possibly fight for the win. But with every passing lap, with every passing opportunity, that, you know, that reality of a possible top 4, maybe a podium, just becomes a little bit less apparent for the Williams Esports team. But even with Karpinen on the front foot, it allows the likes of Rankin, Jones and Rico to stay interested, because there is always that risk of a mistake from the two fighting.
Speaking of Karpinen, we have had confirmation that he did injure his left ankle yesterday, but reduced his races, didn't stop them entirely, but is just doing less than he otherwise would have done, thanks to a multitude of people who have let me know. And there he is on the right hand side, including Lewis McGlade, who apparently is listening to us instead of going to bed. Don't know why, I wouldn't have done that, but there we go. There is, I take Karpinen. Is that a mirror behind him? That's making things even more difficult to figure out what's going on. But he looks pretty calm, and he maybe is resigned to the fact that a 5th place is all he can get from this race today.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure he'll be looking for more at the moment, but, you know, I think with every passing opportunity, like we said, he's going to be more and more resigned to the fact that maybe P5 could be his cap, but he's still trying. You can see the Brabham Esports car not necessarily taking the nicest of lines through the first few corners, but still working through, still trying to pluck away here as Karpinen. But again, like I said, Elvis Rankin, he'll just be interested in this, because if there is a slight mistake from Cecilia, the Coanda Esports car may be able to gain a couple of positions if mistakes are made while they fight. So it kind of, you know, it's like a carrot dangling in front of your face, to where something could happen and you've always got to be ready for it, but you never really know if it will or not.
Is that the exit that Karpinen was really searching for? He is quite close to the Brabham car on the run up the hill now. There is turn 8. It's a very small kink up the hill there under the bridge. Here's turn 9 on the run down in towards the braking zone of turn 10A and B. Here goes Ate Karppinen. No, he just looks to the inside. Don't really see the merit in that, to be honest, other than to get in the head of the driver in front. Now he's got to run. Maybe it'll be inside of the final turn. Oh, they're all up on the grass as they both search for the inside line through the final corner. It's a flat out turn though in these GT3s, and now there'll be moves to defend again from Cecilia. Sideline at turn 1. He's pushed slightly on by Karppinen, who's going to be slowed up, and Elvis Rankin's going to be looking for a move here too. But still, there's no way through for Ate Karppinen.
Yeah, these wide 296s are proving very, very difficult to overtake on this narrow Road Atlanta circuit. I mean, it doesn't... you can see that Karppinen surely has a bit more pace than Cecilia at the moment. He's just not able to use it. He can't quite find the line through. I mean, you could see him trying to duck under at the final corner, get that run towards turn 1, but even then, there's not really enough room to go dancing around the outside, so he's finding it so tricky at the moment to make this move stick. But with every chance he gets, you know, you can see that he's trying a little bit harder next time because he knows he can make that move, and it's allowing Coanda and Falcon and Drago just to have that little bit of hope to make a couple of places themselves.
This is all getting closer and closer as the minutes tick by. That will only help Apex and Altus, who are giving chase to these guys. You can just see the two pairs of headlights in the background there. By the way, I'll just say this before it gets too crazy. From some of these darker shots where we can't really see what's going on, the headlights somewhat remind me of the McLaren, the GT3 that we used to use fairly often in iRacing. It's not really used very often anymore, but is that just me? Maybe. Anyway, let's get back to the proper action. Battle for 5th place, and Brabham still hanging on. There is a look at the top 3 in the group, if you like. Here's Cecilia, followed by Ate Karppinen, followed by Elvis Rankin, as the sun and the, certain has set, and the darkness that comes over Europe. Everyone's got their lights on and everyone's faces are illuminated somewhat. In the case of Elvis Rankin, the screen is very much illuminating his room. That would hurt my eyes, to be honest.
Yeah, I don't think I could cope with that too much. I mean, to be fair, I have a couple of lights on in front of me normally, but I don't know if that was the only light source in the room with it flashing with all the other lights on the cars. I don't think I enjoy that too much. Of course, after a couple of races with these night conditions, we will be going back to slightly brighter racing conditions for these guys, so it'll be a little bit easier on the eyes from your sim rig. But yeah, at the moment I think it's a little bit difficult to see, really, and it might be a little bit of a jump scare when some of these lights start to move around your screen. Either way, all of these guys seem dialed in. No one at the moment in this particular train looking too nervy. Everyone seems pretty calm. They've all been trailing each other at a very similar distance for about the last 15 minutes. So we're in a bit of a holding pattern now. I think Karppinen doesn't want to be in this holding pattern anymore, but he's just got no choice at the moment. Rankin is sniffing around as well, but they're just kind of sitting here at the moment waiting, I think, for something to happen.
Yeah, no pit stops required in these GT3s, by the way. They can make it an hour at least at this track circuit, so no need to worry at all. We may be talking about pit stops when we get to the Xfinity cars at Daytona. We'll talk about that a little bit later on. But side by side, maybe. No, Rankin just defending from Jesse Jones for 7th place. That's the Falcon Sim Racing car trying to get ahead of the VRS Coanda car in 7th. Then we've got Drago Racing in the red and black just further behind. Then it's Apex Racing Academy, Guillaume Levesque, who's moved up to those guys recently. That's another dark livery, followed by the similarly liveried Apex Racing team, and then the orange and the blue of Otis, who are 12th and not quite there, still not quite there. And again, they remain single file through here. It really is a waiting game as we go over halfway in race 8 of VCO Infinity. Oh dear. Someone give his camera a wipe, please.
Yeah, it's got worse, I think, since we last looked at it. But the room does look brighter. It's an interesting combination. I think he may have changed shirt, if my eyes don't deceive me. Either way, it does look rather warm. I don't know whether it's a sauna. That was an option I don't think that was considered before. Maybe there's some water on the hot rocks, but either way, that could just be him sweating, trying to make this move for the lead of the race. I mean, we can see a bit of lap traffic further up in front, but I mean, as we've seen in the train the train behind Cecilia, Steinbraten has really just been leading Sven Haas, Talvar and Vetrio in a very in a similar holding pattern, really, because the gaps haven't opened up, the gaps haven't closed, there hasn't really been any moves, as we have seen an incident, and that is the train that we saw before.
Oh, no. That's Jesus Cecilia returning to the racetrack on the exit of turn 7, and I'm afraid he's gone straight into the side of someone there. I think it was the Was Cooking car in face, and Cecilia pulls off to the side of the road. That's him done, and Was Cooking maybe suffering from a bit of damage as well. Here it is in the front group, by the way, as the lap car got out the way. Now is this race really on? I think the answer to that is going to be no in towards turn number 1, but the battle for 5th place is very much kicked off. Coanda Esports are now in 5th place, head of Falcon Sim Racing Team, then it's Apex Academy, followed by ART themselves. That rounds out the top 8. This is why Brabham Esports have been hit around by the Williams car of Ate Karpinen. Drago Racing get caught up in it too, and it's the rejoin really that's going to cause the most friction with the pack. To be fair, I think he loses it, but even so, Was Cooking are not going to be pleased about that.
I think the incident kind of started a little bit earlier, didn't it? Because, of course, they did seem to concertina up into the corner. Possibly mistakes through the SCs led through turn 5. But either way, they did really seem to concertina up in towards turn 6 and turn 7. But, you know, so unfortunate for all of those guys, but not the best of rejoins. Not exactly what you want to see from Brabham Esports. But it has let Elvis Rankin and Coanda Esports make their way through. There was the mistake. There was the pounce. And up into P5, looking relatively comfortable. And the Apex duo, the Racing Academy and the Racing Team, now 7th and 8th. They were outside the top 10 before. They're working their way through nicely at the moment. So, you know, all of these instances, of course, have knock-on effects. But for the overall championship, with Redline not really being able to gain many points from the position that they're in, Apex Racing, with a couple more points in the back pocket, it's really going to help them out in the next few races.
Yeah, it's reduced the margin to 5 now, live on the road. So Redline will be leading by 5 points as things stand. If Apex want to retain their lead, they'd need to finish 2nd. Because on countback, not that countback really matters after only 8 races, they would be losing. I'm going to guess that countback is races won, which Redline are unequivocally winning over anybody. There's the margin, 5 points. And just 15 between the top 4. Are we in for one of those days where it's just going to be close? Let's hope so. Because as me and Arjuna were finishing up after 4 races, he was saying, who's going to catch Redline? Are we getting a bit concerned about Redline being too far away? I think the answer to that one is no at the moment. It is close between 3 different teams.
Yeah, I mean, even the second red line is up there as well. Of course, yeah, 3 different teams in that regard. But, you know, 4 different cars still fighting their way through. Only, 15 points as it stands between those cars. So it is tight at the front. And it only takes one big mistake, one bad result. I mean, like we saw with the Brabham Esports car, that's dropped them down more than 15 positions. That's more than 15 points. That could see the leading red line car go from 1st to 4th in the space of a race. So there is always that margin of error that you've got to be careful for. And I think a lot of these guys will be slightly worried about, but if it stays this close as we get further on into the championship, I think a little bit of nerves are going to start to set in, particularly when you remember that in the closing stages of the event, we've got the MX-5s at Daytona to round it out, and I think it's fair to say that quite literally anything could happen there.
Yeah, and the 3rd last race is Xfinity at Road Atlanta. Right here, that's not exactly one of those combinations where you're thinking, I fancy that one. That could be tricky. Martin Kadlacik makes his way into the top 10. Does he know that's past lap traffic? He's just passed, or behind, excuse me, the Altitude Esports team, who are representing themselves really well, I've got to say here. Back in the top 10 again right now. Overall, coming into this race anyway, they were 28th, but they've had a number of great results. Not quite in the top 10 just yet, but maybe this race is going to be their first entry into that top 10.
Yeah, I mean, they'll definitely be hoping so, but Kadlacik, who of course won the last GT3 races, I don't think going to be too warm-hearted when it comes to, you know, letting them take a top 10 if he can help it, running through the final couple of corners. You can see him taking a slightly tighter line, trying to get a better run, and you can see the slipstream down towards turn 1. Might look for the inside here, might just wait. You can just see him backing off ever so slightly. Not going to try it here at turn 1, of course, we've mentioned. So difficult to make the move. We've seen it go very, very wrong so far, and probably smart smart for the Pike from Beach Racing driver to sit in P11 for now. But, you know, time is taken away. 15 minutes to go. I mean, this race, even though there's not been a whole lot going on, it does feel like it's gone by rather quickly.
Yeah, it's the thing that happens really at VCO Infinity. Races do get ticked by very, very quickly indeed. It's hard to believe that we're already 8 hours in, to be honest with you, but that's the way that it goes in this series. Top 4 still absolutely together. It's Team Redline, gridandgo.com Esports, BS Competition and Team Redline again, with Ollie Steinbratton leading Sven Haase, followed by René Talvar and Johnny Vecchio. René Talvar is the only one in that front 4 who has won a race in the past. Gridandgo.com Esports are the only ones to have not won a race in as far as a team goes. We already know about Team Redline's credentials. They're up to 17 in the history of VCO Infinity. BS Competition have got a few, and Grid and Go still on 0, but can that change here? To be honest, I thought 15 minutes would be the time where we think, right, now is time to start making the moves, because Road Atlanta to me doesn't seem like one of the circuits like Daytona where you'd leave it for the last lap on purpose. It seems to me as if you want to start battling a little bit before that final lap, and for me I thought 15 minutes would be the cut-off.
Yeah, I think we might start to see moves being made soon, as you can see the contrast in camera quality there between our leading couple of drivers. But as they make their way through, you know, it's difficult, isn't it? Because I think if you are Sven Haase at the moment, currently in P2, you're looking for the move at this stage of the race, but the Team Redline car just looks quite safe, really, where they are. They're not looking under too much pressure, and even if you can get close enough, we've seen you can't make the move on a send anywhere around this circuit. You really have to rely maybe on a mistake, even though having said that, he's going to make the move.
It's Sven Haase down the inside into the final chicane, and now the race is really on. He's onto the inside through the final turn as well, up on the grass. Ollie Steinbratton will try and hang on the outside. They will go side by side through the final corner. Bit of a slide for Haase though. He'll lose momentum on the front straight, and here goes Talvar. Maybe to the inside, maybe just on the defensive, as the leaders remain locked together on the way up the hill. Nobody changes places in the end, but the race is on now.
Yeah, I'm so glad I said that you can't make a send here, because Sven Haase tried it immediately down at turn 10, but it didn't quite work out. Nearly did. Very good attempt, but just shows that maybe Steinbratton isn't as comfortable as we thought he was. And Talvar and Vecchio, they can both be trying a move. There's a little bit of a mistake, though, from Steinbratton on the exit turn 5. It's the outside line for Haase. Can he make it here? This is kind of what we saw create the mistake in the train behind, but they're going to go side by side through turn 6.
That is a special move from Sven Haase, and it might well have just turned out well for him. Turn 6 and 7, he's made his own as he's gone round the outside and he's gone through on Ollie Steinbratton, who tries to tuck in. René Talvar gets alongside him, and here go Redline on the outside. They'll be coming through on the right-hand side here as Vecchio tries to work his way through, and now Steinbratton gets the speed back again. Sven Haase will break late though, and he'll get into the lead, he'll slide into the lead, and we have lead changes at Road Atlanta. Here comes Ollie Steinbratton again on the way towards the final corner. René Talvar to the outside line as well. Here goes Johnny Vecchio to the inside too. It's Team Redline who are all over this one, and they are now second and third.
You could see Talvar trying to line up the move on Steinbratton as they made their way through the final corner, taking a very wide line, but he wasn't quite able to get the run he so desired, and Vecchio took full advantage, went down the inside, and I don't think Talvar was willing to try and dance his way around the outside there, knowing that it was almost certain to fail, and maybe would have lost a couple more positions if he'd gone too far into the grass and the gravel. But Sven Haase, what a move, what commitment through turn 6 and 7 to go around the outside and just about holding it into the chicane, showing that you can make moves here at Road Atlanta in these GT3 cars, but it was that mistake, wasn't it, from Steinbratton that led to it all unfolding. But in the end, even though he's lost the lead, Vecchio has made his way up to third.
Meanwhile, behind, by the way, Luca Kicha has got past nearly teammate Guillaume Levesque. They're back in 7th place. So that's another point for Apex, just as Redline lose one. But now they look like they're regrouping. 11 minutes to go. Vecchio got into 3rd place there ahead of Talvar, and that was quite important, because if Steinbratton gets alongside Haase at any point, he knows now that he is going to be pushed and maybe pushed into the lead again.
I mean, it's going to be careful. Sven Haase has got to be careful here because, of course, with those two red lines behind, there's a very good possibility that if one tries to make the move, they'll try and make it in a way that might let the other through at the same time. So I think Sven Haase has got to be very aware of the drivers behind, particularly their teammates, and try and drive accordingly, even if it means just driving on your ears, defending the inside line at every possible opportunity, making sure that there isn't a line. It's a difficult road to walk for him because I think it's going to be interesting just to see how he plays this, and particularly how Steinbraten plays this, because he has got his teammate behind. Is he going to go for the move himself, forget about his teammate, or try and work so that they can get themselves a 1-2?
Well, that would be the ideal situation, but how idealist are they going to be able to be in the final 10 minutes of Race 8 in VCO Infinity for 2024? Redline very much all over this race, crawling all over the back of Sven Haase, who's not going to go down without a fight in this one. Steinbraten gets closer in, but he waits. Surely he's not waiting for that final lap.
I mean, I hope he's not waiting for that final lap, because I'm not too sure it's the safest idea, particularly as we saw the move take through turn 10 all the way through turn 1. It was the mistake at turn 5 that led Haase to take the lead, and I don't think you can really depend on a mistake with only 10 minutes to go for a driver who is in the lead of this race. That being said, of course, Steinbraten made that mistake, but I was very surprised that he made it, and I think everybody watching was to see that Grid & Go Esports car go right around the outside at 6 and 7, so I think Steinbraten is going to have to be trying it relatively soon. Of course, laps are counting down, less than 10 minutes to go, but with every passing opportunity, he's going to be coming, I'm probably ever more desperate to make that move for the lead.
He is, but not sure how desperate he's really going to be. Got to realise that Grid & Go aren't really in the conversation for this overall win, and he's still gaining valuable points on Apex along with a championship lead as well. It is the car driven by Steinbraten, by the way, the better placed car, to the tune of 12 points at the start of this race. Johnny Vecchio driving the car that was at 4th going into this one. This car was second at the time, but as things stand, would go up to 1st position by 3 points. Say Sven Haase, part of gridandgo.com Esports, who are looking to become the 17th different team to win a VCO Infinity race, and there is the point situation. Just 14 from 1st to 4th. It's not a disaster for Redline by any means if they finish 2nd, but they won't want to finish there, surely.
They won't, of course. You mentioned that it could be the 17th team winning a race. Of course, Redline have more wins than teams have won in the VCO Infinity, which just shows how dominant they have been and how good they are and how dangerous they can be over these 24-hour events. So you've got to keep an eye out for them, but Sven Haase, it'd be a fantastic achievement for them to win this race. I think it would mean more, wouldn't it, really, for them to take the win than if it was Steinbraten or Vecchio. I mean, Talvar outside shot. I think he'd be very, very pleased to win this race, as he's not really been in the picture for the win all the way through, but I think it's going to mean quite a bit for Haase if he can bring this one home. With the minutes counting down, let's hope he doesn't get too stressed, because I don't think that that camera can get any more steamed up.
Yeah, we'll be on fire soon. Meanwhile, there's a lapped car getting out of the way. Very nicely for all the 4 of them, the 4 leaders. We still have 41 cars on the lead lap, by the way, with 5 retirements, including the Brabham Esports car. The other Grid & Go car is out, actually, for Nicholas Rubelat. Sean Campbell, unfortunately, went out of the game during that race, and previous to that was doing quite well, unfortunately, but they will score just 2 points for Race Clutch from this one, I'm afraid to say, and that is about it as far as notable retirements go. But the SMP Racing Esports car, and Antron Vetraduev is not too far away in the Triple 8 car. I wonder if he's going to play a role in this battle at all, or whether he is too far away. 7 seconds up the road or so, with only 6.5 minutes to go. There's not very many laps remaining here for Sven Haase to hold on, but those 6.5 minutes are going to feel like a lifetime, with 2 of those Redline cars right up behind him.
Yeah, he's just going to make sure he keeps himself calm and collected. It's so much easier said than done, especially when you've got Steinbraten and Vecchio trying to chase you for this win at Road Atlanta. it's difficult, isn't it, for him in this situation, because you want to be focusing forward just to try and pull away. I think I do swear that camera gets more steamed up every single time we look at it. But it's just that trade-off of really just trying to push yourself to go forward, but then also driving on your mirrors to make sure that the others don't come through. Steinbratton looks calm, but he doesn't look the happiest figure at the moment. So maybe looking to make this move if he can. But like you said before, they have many more points than this Grid and Go team. So I don't think they'll be too worried about just losing the one.
I'm trying to see on the bottom right-hand side of the screen there. I think that's Johnny Vecchio, but I can't really tell you, to be quite honest with you. I said Elvis Rankin's eyes are going to be hurting. Well, Johnny's are too, I think. Well, certainly mine would be anyway, if it was that dark in my room as I was driving. I can't even really tell. I suppose these drivers don't want a light on their face, really, do they? It would be quite distracting, but it would be very helpful for us to actually see who they are sometimes. But there you go. The joys of nighttime driving here in a 24-hour event. Out of turn 7 for Sven Haase as he's clicked up to 5 minutes to go. It could be 5 laps at the line here, actually. That might not be good news at all for Haase. We'll wait and see when we get there, but for the moment, he's looking to defend for this lead. Ole Steinbratton right behind him, and not close enough on this occasion. Beginning to wonder here, with less than 5 minutes to go, whether Steinbratton is not willing to go through for the moment, or not able to go through into the lead again.
Yeah, it's a difficult one, isn't it? Because it does seem like he's trying. He doesn't really look like he's backing off into any of these corners, not really looking for the move. But at the same time, it just looks like there's more pace, I think, in the Grid and Go kart at this stage of the event. I think the confidence is there, the rhythm is there, and it's just not allowing Steinbratton to have any kind of sniff at retaking the lead here. I think maybe the chance is gone, but it only takes one little mistake, and I mean little mistake, lose a tenth or two, and there you go. Steinbratton's right up on your gearbox, maybe trying to make the move. We haven't been at this train for a while, have we, back here, but after it got broken up, it's kind of coalesced back together again.
It very much has still involved the championship leaders going into this race, Apex Racing Team. Even if they were to get to the front of this group, though, they'd still be trailing by a singular point. Can they get their academy teammates to help them in that case? They're in the light blue in the middle of this train. The academy car is in the very minty light green, if you like, in the train as well, though difficult to see from the back of the Ferrari, which doesn't really allow for any colouring whatsoever. Carbon fibre here, I suppose. Jesse Jones is going to be the one under pressure here, though, from the Falcon Sim Racing car, and everyone can see that one coming, of course. They showed signs of defence on the way towards the chicane, but nothing doing here again as Elvis Rankin soaks up the pressure from 5th.
Yeah, I mean, he was the driver trying to look for the mistake in front, and now he is that driver that drivers are looking for that mistake from. Luca Kita definitely hoping to make a little move here in the closing stages. Possibly 3 laps now to go as they work their way through turn 1. But Elvis Rankin, he does look relatively comfortable, but again, Jesse Jones is closer, I think, to Elvis Rankin than we're seeing Steinbratton to Haase. So I think it's difficult, especially for Rankin, when you've got lap traffic in front of you. That's not going to be setting your mind at ease.
Here we go. Ole Steinbratton is close, but Johnny Vecchio hasn't quite had the pace of the others in this group so far, and that's maybe frustrating Rainer Tauval for now, because he's more than a second off the lead. But this is where it's at now. Steinbratton and Haase are about to bring up 2 laps to go in this race now. Race 8 of VCO Infinity of 2024, and Grid and Go are searching for their first win. Haase strong in a straight line here, and the slipstream from Steinbratton not really doing anything. They're all in the same setup, of course, but he's still not able to get close enough. He's really got to start working on something now as the laps and minutes are running out.
Yeah, Haase just doesn't need to make that mistake. It looks like he's comfortable enough for the time being. 2 to go as they cross the line. But Steinbratton is as close as he has been for the past 10-15 minutes or so. So Haase having the pressure applied right when he doesn't want it. And Steinbratton really trying to turn the screw here. Gianni Vecchio trying to keep up, but he's dropping a little bit further back, about half a second from these top 2. But it's so difficult now for Sven Haase just to keep concentrated, especially you can see lap traffic in front. We said it with the other cars as well. It's not going to be the nicest feeling just to not know whether you're going to catch that traffic before the end of the race.
Yeah, it's Kramer Racing Esports and SMP Racing Esports. There'll be two of them. They're fighting for 40th place at the moment, but Kramer are a good second and a half, especially away from these guys at the front of the field who are in the low 18s. Really quick pace from these guys, especially Sven Haase, who I think is doing enough at the moment to keep Steinbratton at bay almost naturally. And there's almost a look of resignation on the face of the driver. You can see on the right-hand side there, and slight excitement from Sven Haase, although that may only come a little bit later on as he searches for his first win in VCO Infinity. Down into the final chicane, up over the crest of the hill and under the bridge. The last lap is upon us. White flag will be waving one more time around for Sven Haase to hold on.
Yeah, it is, and I actually think that camera of Vecchio that we see in the bottom right is actually a very apt description of what he's like in this race. He's just sitting in the shadows, waiting just to see if anything happens so he can pop out for the end of this race. But Sven Haase, he's just trying to hold on. You can see him concentrating down the S's. Steinbratton giving it everything to try and close that gap, but 4/10 is going to take a mistake, you'd say, here from Haase. For anybody else to win this race, the time will tick down. One real overtaking opportunity left for Steinbratton to make this move stick, but he's just a little bit too far back, you'd say.
Yes, the final lap is made official as time elapses here at Road Atlanta. How are those lap traffic cars going to play into this one, if they will at all? Sven Haase has made the all-important punch off of turn 7 for the final time. That's the last chance he'll get now, Ole Steinbratton, if he wants to make this move into the final chicane. Has it been a case of him waiting for the last lap to strike, or has he been struggling to get on terms with the Grid and Go car ahead? It looks like it's been the latter as Sven Haase pulls into the final chicane for the final time. It's been a long time waiting for Sven Haase. He's been close on many occasions. He's celebrating before the line because he knows he's a VCO Infinity race winner. Sven Haase and Grid and Go Esports win in VCO Infinity for the first time. Race 8 is theirs. He flashes the lights and he is very pleased with that.
Yeah, a wonderfully controlled drive from Sven Haase. Ole Steinbratton will be ruining, I think, that mistake that led him to lose the lead in the end, turn 6 and turn 7. But what a move it was to take the lead from Sven Haase in the end. Another good result for the other Redline car. Vecchio doing better than he did back at Daytona after a better qualifying performance. But they're still fighting. Here's Hunter McDaniel through the final chicane, trying to make up a spot for P25. I don't think that'll happen. Got to be careful not to lose a spot himself as well on the run towards the line as they meet Barney waving his checkered flag. But what a race in the end. At the front, you never really knew if something was going to happen, but Sven Haase made sure that nothing did happen and won quite comfortably in the end.
He did. Side by side is not what we saw up there, but we are seeing back here, thankfully. Blue Rose team getting ahead of Impulse right at the end there. Not sure whether that's a battle for position or not. I know it is. Impulse have not been into the pit lane by the looks of things. I thought they were. Maybe I was confusing them with somebody else who definitely did have to come into pit lane after huge contact with the wall, although I can't tell you now who that would have been. Grid and Go Esports are your race winners, and it's Sven Haase who brings them their first victory and another new GT3 winner too. Ole Steinbratton and Johnny Vecchio finish in second and third as Team Redline take the top of the standings now, with BS Competition also in the group. Elvis Rankin held on for 5th in that group with Jesse Jones, Luca Kita, Guillaume Levesque and Carlos Funiosa in 9th. And Altitude Esports get their first top 10 of the day. They finish 15 seconds off of Haase. Race 1 of the GT3s anyway. Martin Silachik's Pike from Beak Racing car finishes in 11th. Ahead of Oscar Rene. It's Ricardo Rico in 13th ahead of Ate Karppinen, who's won twice in the GT3s in VCO Infinity. Xander Reed rounds out the top 15 with Share Esport next. Nicholas Lass recovered from that spin early on to finish 17th ahead of Absolute Motorsport Asliv, Williams Esports Academy and DLR SimLab, who round out the top 20. Now we're outside of half a minute from Sven Haase. Eclipse SimSports finishing in 21st ahead of Wave Italy Racing Team. Team Portzilla, Olympus Esports and Rincon Racing round out the top 25 ahead of Rocket SimSport, who recovered and made up a lot of places during that race. Team PGZ also did after their opening lap spin. Was Cooking dropped to 28th, I'm afraid, after contact at turn 7. Visceral and Precision round out the top 30. it was Movano Corsa, the last team within a minute of the race winner, with Project Valorous and Emo Vingbo finishing in 32nd. West Competition Racing CRZ Moran has finished in the top 35, with Blue Rose Racing Team just getting ahead of Impulse and SOP Esports Racing at the end there. German Sim Racing finished in 39th, but a Kremer Racing Esports who did hang on to 40th place. That was ahead of SMP Racing Esports, and now we get to the cars one lap down. United Sim Team, XPD Racing, Pano Racing, Delta Automotive, ATR Racing Esports, and Screen to Speed all finished one lap down. STR Esports were 2, and then those who didn't finish. Obsidian Racing and Brabham Esports were in the pit lane for quite some time in that one, as were WSR Esports, Bookkicker, W2E Pro GP, the other Grid and Go car, and Race Clutch, all of whom finished many laps down. Well, what a 35 laps that was. 45 minutes of racing in race 8 of VCO Infinity, and eventually we got our action towards the end. Sven Haase was the undisputed winner of that one, really. It wasn't down to racecraft, really, or anything like that. It was pure speed.
Yeah, and I mean, even Steinbratton was the first driver that we've had so far in this particular Infinity event to take pole and the fastest lap, but he wasn't quite able to take the win, which just shows how well raced Haase did that, picking up the position with the mistake from Steinbratton and bringing it home as well. Didn't really look at risk in the final 20 laps or 20 minutes or so. So full credit to him, and well done on their first win, because it's great for the team.
Certainly is. We'll be moving over now to part 2 of our YouTube stream, so if you are watching us there, then make sure you are ready to switch over, because it may do it anyway, but if not, then just do it yourself and join us in part 2. Another 8 races coming up in that one as we work our way towards the end of the 3rd edition of VCO Infinity. While that's all going on, we're going to take a quick break. We'll see you on the other side for race 9.